Hashtag C1203 Tianbang. The Sword Soul Stone, obtained by the Tao of the Sword, can be obtained by condensing all the sword intent. It is extremely mysterious. Not only has it integrated a lifetime of kendo comprehension, but it has also integrated all swordsmanship and martial arts, the wonder of heaven and so on. To put it simply, the so-called Sword Soul Stone is the spar of the swordsman's soul evolution, which can be regarded as an extremely profound method of inheritance. Chu Yan obtained this Sword Soul Stone, and thus obtained the inheritance of swordsmanship from a powerful swordsman. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that when he searched all the Sword Soul Stones with his spiritual sense, he found that this Sword Soul Stone was not left by Emperor Wu of the Demon Sword, but a swordsman named East Sea Sword Emperor. Strong. Boom, boom. Just when Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was probing the Sword Soul Stone, the whole world he was in, as if the illusory world collapsed, turned into dots all over the sky, like heavy snow fluttering in the sky, and quickly merged into the surrounding void. Soon, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he found himself in a changing environment, standing on the square in front of a hall. And the hall in front of you is the main hall of Demon God Peak. Raising his eyes and scanning around, the Demon Sword Peak, which was hidden in the spiritual mist just now, appeared in front of him now. The entire Lingfeng Peak is lined with halls, lush vegetation, and above the sky, there are sharp sword chi floating one after another, like flying meteors, constantly flying over the Demon Sword Peak, disappearing into the void, and passing repeatedly. The process of disappearing and disappearing is obviously a cycle. Ha ha ha. Posted. Posted. Suddenly, behind Chu Yan, Xuanhuan rushed towards Chu Yan like a wild beast, and instantly fell to Chu Yan's side, laughing wildly. The Golden Elixir Hall, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, the Gongfa Hall, the Cultivation Hall, the Martial Arts Building, the Artifact Refining Hall, the 9 functional halls have all broken their seals, so let's go. With Xuanhuan's surprised laugh, Chu Yan swept his eyes around, and his eyes were equally bright. The surrounding halls are all intact. I believe that all the cultivation resources in the halls are still stored in the halls. Huh. Inside the mountain. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness kept sweeping across the entire Demon Sword Peak, and after inspecting the intact buildings, he drilled into the ground, and soon discovered that under the Demon Sword Peak, there were several extremely powerful and pure forces. Hey, it looks like it really happened this time. Chu Yan raised his mouth lightly. Unexpectedly, just after I joined Jianzhong, I got a private cultivation spirit mountain like a treasure. Chu Yan, let's discuss that all the cultivation resources of the human monster belong to you, and all the cultivation resources of the monster clan belong to the master. It belongs to me, how about it? Xuanhuan at the side asked cautiously. After all, the invincible sword formation on Demon Sword Peak was broken by Chu Yan. Logically speaking, everything here should belong to Chu Yan. No, plus, I am Chu Yan's sword servant. Even if you ask for a little bit, it is an incalculable massive resource. Yes. However, I have to select all the cultivation resources of the monster clan first. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, nodded, and said. Really? Great, no problem, you collect it right away, you can pick whatever you want, as long as you give me even 10% of the rest, it's fine, ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan directly turned into a stream of red light, rushed towards the distant buildings in an instant, and started to fight directly. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan just smiled slightly. His spiritual consciousness has spread to every corner of this Demon Sword Peak. It is actually an attempt for him to ask for such a condition. If this Kanglan would not steal treasures and resources privately according to the agreement between the two, then Chu Yan would make friends with this person. Out of the Demon Sword Peak. After making up his mind, Chu Yan didn't stay idle, his body turned into electricity, rushed towards the large building complex, and started a carpet search. Demon Sword Martial Emperor. This is the most powerful existence in Haotian continent. It is impossible not to leave some good things in the residence hall, back then. This search lasted a full day and night. The entire Demon Sword Peak, with countless buildings and palaces like the sea, can be searched with the strength of Chu Yan and Xuanhuan alone. It takes 1 day and 1 night to search them all, which is already at the speed of a meteor. However, when the sun rose in the east the next morning, Chu Yan and Xuanhuan, who returned to the square of the main hall, were a little disappointed. Sure enough, there is no treasure. Although Chu Yan had some guesses in his heart, he was still extremely disappointed. Ha ha ha, what kind of treasure? How could there be a treasure? If there is, it would have been taken away by the sword master long ago. Don't count on it. Haven't you seen these mountains of cultivation resources? These are so real, hurry up. You are about to pick. Although Xuanhuan is also a little disappointed, he is different from Chu Yan, he just has a glimmer of hope, so if there is little hope, there is little disappointment. Moreover, the monster cultivation resources he collected are much more than those of Mingtian Peak. More than double. You know, the cultivation resources of Mingtian Peak are shared by millions of disciples, but now, even if Chu Yan takes away 90% of them, and the remaining 10% belongs to him alone, that is definitely a waste. Chu Yan nodded, his spiritual consciousness swept across Xuanhuan's face, and he collected a pile of resources like a hill, 10 piles. Swish! With a wave of his hand, from the 10 piles of resources as high as hills, first thousands of treasures of heaven and earth and various treasures flew out, and then, 5 piles of the 10 piles were collected by Chu Yan into the Rakshasa space. The rest will be yours. Chu Yan said. What? There are so many, all, give me all. Kanglin's crystal green eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that Chu Yan only took half of them away. What? Too much. Chu Yan smiled slightly with the corners of his mouth raised. This time, when Xuanhuan collected the cultivation resources from various halls, she was always under the monitoring of Chu Yan's consciousness. Xuanhuan did not disappoint Chu Yan, and did not secretly collect any kind of cultivation resources, even if the thousands of precious resources of monsters that he had just selected for the first time were placed on the market, treasures that would definitely cause bloody conflicts. Xuanhuan didn't keep it private, so Chu Yan had already recognized Xuanhuan, so naturally he wouldn't take away too much. No. No, how could it be too much? Thank you. Kanglin's eyes were reddish, she looked at Chu Yan, and nodded heavily. Needless to say, this time, he owed Chu Yan a huge favor. You're welcome. Hurry up and practice. Chu Yan turned around immediately, ready to explore the underground of Demon Sword Peak. Those extremely powerful forces wanted to leave directly. Etc. Xuanhuan opened her mouth, called Chu Yan to stop, and said, Chu Yan, 1 month later, it will be the Tianbang assessment, you should prepare early. Tianbang assessment. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. According to the realm of your human cultivation, after you step into the martial venerable realm, you are out of the scope of geniuses and arrogance, and are eligible to compete for the ranking of the heavenly list. Our spirit sect will lead a team to participate in the name of the sword sect every time. The list assessment is extremely important, and the rewards are generous. Xuanhuan explained. I see. Chu Yan nodded. In the past, on Haotian continent, he entered the Qianlong ranking, Tianjiao ranking, and also saw the earth ranking. Originally, he guessed that there was a heaven ranking on Haotian continent, and it turned out to be the case. Then I'll go to practice first. Xuanhuan took out a few stored jade talismans, collected the cultivation resources in front of her, and said at the same time. The Tianbang is powerful. It gathers all the top experts in the mainland. Although none of us have high martial arts cultivation, Participating in this Tianbang assessment is also to accumulate experience and see the world. If we succeed in cultivation in the future, we will really have a chance to make an impact. Just a moment, hee. Xuanhuan collected piles of cultivation resources, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. With these resources, he believed that in the next Tianbang assessment, he really hoped to hit the ranking of the Tianbang. If he could enter the Tianbang, that is a great honor. #C12049 Peaks. After Xuanhuan was full of excitement, carrying a lot of training resources, and ran to the training hall, Chu Yan took a deep breath, and looked around. Swish! The figure flickered, landed on a rock in the forest, and slowly sat cross-legged. Flipping his hands, there was an extra Xuanhuan slip in his hand. Heaven rank middle grade swordsmanship, 9 swords of opening heaven. This sword art was just discovered by Chu Yan in the soul stone of the sword. There are 9 styles in total, the first style of which is the reincarnation that Chu Yan comprehended when he was fighting the spirit of the sword formation. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the information in the following 8 moves was blurred, and he couldn't see clearly through his spiritual consciousness. It should be because his artistic conception of swordsmanship was not enough, so he couldn't practice. This point further shows that the strength of this heavenly sword art. I believe that the remaining 8 moves will not let me down. Heaven rank middle grade sword art, hee. Chu Yan carefully studied the first form of samsara in the 9 swords of opening heaven more than a dozen times. Based on his own understanding, the power of the sword technique skyrocketed again. This first form of reincarnation has finally stepped into the realm of Xiaoqing. Terrible. If you have all the 9 swords, who knows what other martial arts in the world can match it? An hour later, Chu Yan put away the Kaitian sword art, slowly let out a mouthful of turbid air, stopped practicing, his eyes were piercing, and he kept thinking. This trip to Jianzhong has been very rewarding. Just this open heaven sword art, which has been sealed in Demon Sword Peak for tens of thousands of years, made Chu Yan's trip worthwhile. However, I just heard from Xuanhuan that the Tianbang assessment will be held in a month. Tianbang. It is said that the Haotian continent's most powerful leaderboard is completely different from the ranking methods of the land ranking, Tianjiao ranking, and Qianlong ranking. It represents the ranking of the strongest players in the Haotian continent. However, Chu Yan has also heard that this day list is limited to those who are below the martial emperor realm. If their cultivation exceeds the martial emperor realm, they have already reached the top of the continent. They are all from one continent. Who dares to give them ranking? Wuzuanjing strong. There are so many in the world, within this sword sect alone, there may be no less than 200,000, if you count the 8 ancient sects and all the powerful sects in the world, then. Chu Yan frowned slightly, knowing without thinking, this number is extremely terrifying. It seems that we still need to improve our cultivation as soon as possible, and now we are only in the early stage of Wuzuanjing. Chu Yan didn't have any expression changes, his eyes flashed brightly, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. This time the Tianbang ranking assessment, I will compete with the real powerhouses in the mainland. Just thinking of the scene where the strong men gather makes Chu Yan feel overwhelmed. At that time, he can have a good meeting with the top strong men in the mainland. Although his current cultivation base is not high, but from the moment he stepped into Jianzhong, he really stepped into the ranks of mainland powerhouses. Huh. What is this? After making up his mind, Chu Yan's consciousness slowly withdrew from the sword soul stone, but at the moment when his consciousness withdrew, suddenly, he discovered that there was a very special consciousness in the sword soul stone, and this consciousness, the aura of the Qilin Wuhun, is exactly the same as the aura of the Qilin Wuhun. How is this possible? In the sword soul stone, how can there be the breath of a unicorn martial soul? Chu Yan's face changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, his spiritual consciousness burst out instantly. Towards the sword soul stone, a golden light rushed. Scale. It turned out to be a scale. The divine consciousness wrapped the golden light, and in an instant, Chu Yan discovered the golden light, which turned out to be a dragon scale-like existence. Not to mention, Chu Yan could tell at a glance that it was a piece of unicorn armor. In other words, a scale on the body of the unicorn beast. The next moment, Chu Yan's consciousness rushed into the golden scales. However, at the moment when the spiritual consciousness touched, a sudden change occurred. Boom! An incomparably terrifying force, like an endless frenzy, erupted in an instant, along with Chu Yan's consciousness, and rushed into his sea of consciousness crazily. What? This? Chu Yan's face froze. He quickly restrained his consciousness, and protected the sea of consciousness. However, his speed was not as fast as that large, golden airflow, like a galloping river. Chu Yan only felt a shock in the sea of consciousness, and his whole consciousness blurred instantly. At this moment, Chu Yan felt that his spiritual consciousness seemed to be wrapped in a large golden wave, dragging towards the endless abyss, sinking continuously, and the surrounding scenes were changing rapidly. I don't know how long it took. When Chu Yan's consciousness recovered again, everything around him became dark, like a starry sky at night. And he, also in the form of a spiritual body, appeared in this place that had never been before. What's the situation? This is there. Chu Yan's face was solemn, and he looked around, almost certain that this place must be related to the Qilin Wuhun. You know, my 5 gods and beasts are mainly unicorns, and until now, the unicorns are only 8 stars. However, what makes Chu Yan extremely depressed is that other martial souls have ways to improve, but this Qilin martial soul has no way to increase the star rank at all. After Wuhun fused with the Qilin Niden, it also lost its effect. Huh. That's... After Chu Yan's consciousness adapted to the surrounding environment, Chu Yan saw that in the large darkness in front of him, there seemed to be a large shadow, covering half of the sky, floating in the endless sky. That turned out to be a mountain. This mountain peak is extremely majestic. It is formed by connecting 9 peaks. Each peak is higher than the previous peak. From a distance, it looks like 9 peaks arranged in a ladder shape. The strange thing is that these 9 peaks, but it is different from ordinary Lingfang. It is suspended in the sky. At the foot of the Lingfang 9 mountains, there is a huge square, connected to a mountain gate, and 3 large characters of Xuanhuan are engraved on it. 9 heavy peaks. Swish. When Chu Yan's spiritual body saw the 3 large Xuanhuan characters clearly, before he could react, a golden light flashed from the depths of Jiuxiao, pulling Chu Yan's spiritual body into Jiuxiao at once. In the belly of the 9th spiritual peak of Jiuxiao stands an extremely majestic altar. This altar is covered with 9 colors, exuding majestic majesty of heaven and earth. It is like a god. Everything in the world becomes transformed in front of him. Extremely small. However, Chu Yan's eyes did not look at the mighty altar, but his face was full of shock, and he fell straight on the top of the altar. There is a golden object suspended in the air. It is Chu Yan, who is very familiar with it, and Gugu has been looking for it for a long time, the horn of the unicorn. The golden unicorn horn seemed to sense something and trembled suddenly. In an instant, the golden light shines, and the sky and the earth change. A sound from the ancient ages sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, echoing the entire sky with incomparable joy. The day when the 9 peaks are broken is the time when the 5 souls soar to the sky. Waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. #C1205 I will break it. Rumble. When the voice fell to the ground, the entire space turned into a sky filled with starlight, which dissipated directly. Chu Yan's spiritual body turned into a sharp arrow, returned to the original path, and returned to the sea of consciousness. Well. With a tremor, Chu Yan woke up instantly, turned his head and looked around, but he was still in the forest of Demon Sword Peak, as if everything just now was a dream. The next moment, Chu Yan's body kept trembling slightly, his fists were pinched so that his veins exploded, and the golden pupils flashed in his eyes, and his mind was shocked. The day when the 9 peaks are broken is the time when the 5 souls soar to the sky. What's the meaning? Let yourself break through the 9-fold body and obtain the horn of the unicorn. 5 souls. Could it be referring to his 5 gods and beast spirits? 5 souls, Ling Tian, 5 souls, Ling Tian. Chu Yan murmured, his pupils kept shrinking. The meaning of this sentence seemed to be extremely complicated. Could it be that his Wuhun has some secrets that he doesn't know? At this moment, Chu Yan was completely in shock. Intuition told Chu Yan that there must be some mysterious existence of the Wuxian beast Wuhun that he did not know, and in the scene he just saw in his consciousness, the words said by the horn of the unicorn seemed to be reminding Chu Yan, as soon as possible let the Qilin Wuhun rise to 10 stars first. However, in order for the unicorn horn to rise to 10 stars, the last piece of unicorn horn must be obtained first. 9 peaks. After a long time, Chu Yan's extremely excited emotions finally calmed down, and whispered. I've never heard of this Jiuxiao, where is it? Swish. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he came out of the forest and headed directly towards the training hall. That Kanglin might know. As the young patriarch of the Scarlet Blood Underworld Flood Dragon. It is the noble bloodline of the monster clan, which generally has inherited memories, and Xuanhuan, as the young patriarch, probably has richer bloodline memories than his fellow clansmen. It is very likely that he knows some extremely secret things and events in the Haotian continent. Place. In the training hall. In the training hall of Demon Sword Peak, there are nearly 100 small worlds of cultivation secret realms. At this time, Xuanhuan has just stepped into one of the secret realms called Red Moon Devil's Nest, preparing to devour the essence of moonlight for cultivation. Kanglin, get out. Chu Yan rushed to the door of the training hall, with an anxious expression on his face, he yelled loudly. Under the rolling thunder, the entire training hall was buzzing and trembling. Damn, who dares to disturb this university? Chu Yan. Xuanhuan, who was frightened out of her wits, rushed out of the training hall, just about to open her mouth to curse. When she saw that it was Chu Yan, she immediately froze, and said. Chu Yan, what are you doing? I just entered the secret realm and was about to practice. When you yelled, I almost went mad. Shut up. Chu Yan's eyes were full of brilliance, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura of coercion, instantly suppressing Xuanhuan. What? Shocked by Chu Yan's aura, Xuanhuan's whole body was icy cold, her scalp was numb, her mind trembled wildly, and even gave birth to a trace of death. She was stunned, and she couldn't say a single word. Good, so strong. Xuanhuan was inexplicably horrified that he was at the peak of the low-rank martial venerable realm, but he was suppressed by a human warrior at the early stage of the low-rank martial venerable realm. Tell me. On the Haotian continent, there is a place called Jiuxiao. Chu Yan frowned, his face was dignified, and his tone was as cold as ice, with endless majesty. 9 peaks. You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xuanhuan's face was stunned. She just thought for a while, and quickly answered. The Jiuxiao Peak is located 30,000 miles north of the extreme snow mountain in the central region. It is controlled by a mysterious force. It is rumored that through the Jiuxiao Peak, you can step into the Jiuxiangshan. However, this mysterious force is extremely powerful. There is a quasi-martial emperor guarding it. People dare to go. A quasi-emperor level powerhouse. There are quasi-emperor level powerhouses in Haotian continent. Chu Yan's expression froze. Xuanhuan nodded and continued, that's right, there isn't even one quasi-emperor level powerhouse on the Haotian continent, and we have some in the monster race. However, these quasi-emperor level powerhouses have been closed for thousands of years, so there are very few people know they exist. By the way, it is said that within the Jiuxiao, there is a shocking secret related to the safety of the Haotian continent. Whoever can get this secret can break through the Haotian continent, fly across the outer sky, and become a powerhouse beyond the martial emperor rank. According to the records of our Mingtian clan, this Jiuxiao, 100,000 years ago, there were 3 peak powerhouses from the mainland who joined forces to attack. Fall. What? 100,000 years ago, a quasi-emperor and 2 peak martial emperors all fell on Jiuxiao. Chu Yan's heart was shocked, his face was full of astonishment. Yes. However, that was 100,000 years ago. Compared with 100,000 years ago, the current Haotian continent is much weaker. Don't talk about Zhuandi or the peak of Wuhun, even those who are strong in the Wuhun realm are all phoenix-haired. Rare as scales and horns. Alas. I guess, it has something to do with the great heavenly tribulation. You don't know how strong our nether sky monster clan was when the great heavenly tribulation came 100,000 years ago. At that time, the blue eyes flickered, and they babbled, as if they were trapped in endless memories, talking endlessly about the glorious history of their scarlet blood nether sky monster clan. However, Chu Yan didn't listen to a word of his words. After a long time, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, recovered from the shock, glanced at Xuanhuan, who was still spitting, and said directly, "Thank you for telling me. Farewell." Gently cupping his hands, Chu Yan turned around and strode away. Damn, listen to me. I just talked about the battle between the monsters. Bah, what kind of war between the monsters? It's a battle between the human race and the demon race. Xuanhuan was speechless, just when he talked about the excitement, that Chu Yan left directly, which made him extremely depressed. Humph. This kid must be sick. I have cultivated well. Shout out to me, and leave with just a few words. While muttering to herself, Xuanhuan immediately turned around, returned to the training hall, and stepped into the Red Moon Devil's Nest to prepare for training. After Chu Yan left the training hall, he thought all the way and headed towards the main hall. I didn't expect that this Jiuxiao would be so terrifying, and there are quasi-emperor level powerhouses guarding it. This will cause trouble. Chu Yan shook his head, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. He knew that this last unicorn horn must not be so easy to get. According to what Xuanhuan said, if a quasi-emperor and 2 peak martial emperors were really lost in front of Jiuxiao, then Jiuxiao might be the #1 power in Haotian continent. I just don't know what that mysterious force is. With his current cultivation base, he has just stepped into the martial venerable realm, and there is no hope at all if he wants to break through the Jiuxiao. Although what Xuanhuan said happened 100,000 years ago, presumably now, there are extremely terrifying strong men guarding the 9-layered peaks, and it is definitely not the current self who can easily try. In an instant, the bitterness in Chu Yan's heart became a sea, setting off a wave of mountains and seas, submerging Chu Yan's will. Chu Yan suddenly had a feeling that he was like an ant, but he had to face an opponent as powerful as a mountain. Snort. However, Chu Yan's martial arts will faltered, and disappeared immediately after only a moment. Under heavy humming, Chu Yan suddenly stopped, and the aura on his body, like the fire of Brahma, rose from the ground and went straight to Yuanxiao. So what about Emperor Wu? I am determined to get the horn of the unicorn. So what about Wu Zuanjing? I can still practice, as long as I have time. Emperor Wu will also step on my feet. Jiao Chongfeng, I will break it. Chu Yan clenched his hands tightly, his whole body exploded, and he roared to the sky. The violent howling sound, like thunder clouds rolling for thousands of miles, resounded through the entire Demon Sword Peak. #C12069 Dragon Pillars. For a moment, in front of the main hall of Demon Sword Peak, the breath was like a tide, the wind was strong, and the berserk breath rushed straight to the 9 heavens. In the future, when I break through the Jiuxiao, it will be the time when I come to the mainland. After a long time, Chu Yan's fighting spirit and monstrous aura slowly calmed down. If you want to break through Jiuxiao as soon as possible, you must increase your martial soul star rank faster, and your own cultivation base. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, he kept pondering in his heart, and began to think. Martial spirit promotion requires specific conditions. Right now, only Suzaku and White Tiger are full-star martial souls, while Qinglong only has 3 stars and needs to devour Earth Spirit Dragon veins and Divine Dragon bloodline monsters. Nuoda is a spiritual sect, and there should be no fewer monsters with the blood of the dragon. But this spirit treasure above the martial venerable realm is troublesome. You must know that if the Lingbao has reached the martial venerable realm or above, it cannot be bought with Yuan Jing, and it basically exists with a price, but no market. Among the major sects, out of 100 Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, 3 of them have Wu Zuanjing spirit treasures, which is not bad. Hey, it can only depend on chance, let's focus on cultivation. Thinking of this, Chu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked behind him. Although there are many places in the entire Demon Sword Peak that do not practice secret realms, they can quickly improve their cultivation, but, within the mountain, those powerful forces in comparison, it is much worse. The colorful streamers in both eyes flickered, and the pupils of the unicorn turned around. When he looked down slightly, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. 9 dragons gathering spirit formation. When he saw the scene in Demon Sword Peak clearly, ecstasy appeared on Chu Yan's face. I saw that inside the mountain peak, there are 9 huge stone pillars, which are inserted thousands of feet into the ground. They are of different colors, densely covered with complex spirit patterns, and the strong spirit of the earth, through the 9 stone pillars, continuously gathers on the surface of the pillars. What makes Chu Yan ecstatic is that above the 9 stone pillars, there is an earth spirit dragon vein coiled around them, which is extremely powerful. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's figure turned into a streamer of light, and in a flash, he stepped directly into the mountain. At the same time, in the Demon Sword Peak Training Palace, in the Scarlet Moon Demon Nest. What a madman! Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, the round of red moon in the secret realm, attracted by his evil spirit, the red moonlight shrouded the whole body. At this time, Xuanhuan slowly opened her eyes, turned her head and glanced at the direction of Chu Yan, and said with a contemptuous smile. The 9 dragons gathering spirit formation was the most proud work of the Demon Sword Emperor Wudi when he became a 9th grade craftsman. The 9 dragon veins have been cultivated for thousands of years, so it's so easy to provoke. He thought, why is my uncle in this secret place? Cultivate and see how he is beaten out by 9 dragon veins. Smiling in disdain, Xuanhuan withdrew her demon consciousness, closed her eyes, and practiced. On the other side, the underground of Demon Sword Peak. The vast and boundless tide of spiritual energy, in the underground cave, set off waves of frenzy like waves, constantly rushing, the underground cave space of nearly 100 miles. Chu Yan had just rushed into the underground cave, and was suddenly rushed by the spiritual wave. His body was crooked, his face was full of astonishment. There is such a strong spiritual power of heaven and earth. There are also 9 mysterious ways of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was released, sweeping the entire underground cave. His face was full of surprise and astonishment. He didn't expect that each of the 9 earth spirit dragon veins had a kind of mysterious way of heaven. They were completely different, but they coexisted with each other. Looking up, not far away, there are 9 stone pillars of different colors, surrounded by spiritual mist, shining brightly, piercing deep into the ground. And 9,000-foot-long dragon spirits coiled around these 9 stone pillars, staring at 9 pairs of dragon eyes in unison, looking at Chu Yan. These 9 dragon spirits are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white, and their colors are completely different. The mighty power of the earth spirits on their bodies fills the entire underground cave. Sure enough, it's the 9 dragons gathering spirit formation, and those 9 stone pillars are actually spirit treasures of the martial emperor realm. Chu Yan's eyes were full of astonishment. This was the first time he saw the martial emperor realm Lingbao. Unexpectedly, he saw 9 pieces at once. In the world of Wuhun, rank 9 refiners are extremely rare, but rank 9 refiners who can refine spirit treasures of the martial emperor realm are even rarer. The spirit treasure of the dueling dragon pillar in the martial emperor realm is probably already a master-level existence in the crafting industry. Ordinary earth spirit dragon veins take at least 10,000 years to form, and 10,000 years to grow a foot, and it takes at least tens of millions of years to reach a 1,000-foot dragon vein. But the 9 dragon veins in front of me are entrenched on the dueling dragon pillar, and it took only 10,000 years to grow to a length of 1,000 feet. What's more, within these 9 dragon veins, dragon balls are actually condensed, producing spiritual wisdom. When the time comes, they can break through the 9 dragons gathering spirit formation, soar into the sky, transform into a divine dragon, and go straight to the outer sky. Roar! 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 Just when Chu Yan was stunned and lost his mind, the 9 earth spirit dragon veins roared together, causing the whole mountain to tremble, suddenly. Humanity! A golden dragon headed by it opened its mouth slowly, and the majestic coercion of heaven and earth, like waves, rushed over, blowing Chu Yan's long hair flying all over the sky. See the 9 seniors. Chu Yan's face was calm, a slight smile rose from the corner of his mouth, he cupped his hands in salute, and said, Chu Yan, a disciple of the demon sword peak of the sword sect, has just joined the sect, and I am here to pay respects to a few seniors. But before Chu Yan finished speaking, Jin Long shook his head and interrupted directly. Humans, needless to say, I already know your purpose. If you want to use me to practice, there are only 2 ways. The 2 roads? Chu Yan asked. First, you become the master of sword sect. Second, defeat us, ha ha ha. The golden dragon was full of arrogance and laughed wildly. Behind it, the 8 earth spirit dragon veins laughed wildly at the same time. In their view, a small human being just broke into an underground cave. If it hadn't been for thousands of years, it would be really boring. If they were going to play tricks on him, Jiulong would not talk nonsense with him at all. He shoots out. As the earth spirit dragon vein in the small world of the sword sect, although it is not allowed to kill the disciples of the sword sect, it is possible to teach them a lesson. The majesty of Kowloon, what a noble existence. How could it be possible to succumb to a cat or a dog at will and let him use his own spirit to practice? Master of the sword sect. This, impossible. Chu Yan said softly. Ha ha ha, it's good to know, I'll give you 3 breaths, get out immediately. Boy, you have self-knowledge, ha ha. Go away. I'm in a good mood today. I won't judge you for the crime of disturbing this dragon master's cultivation. When the 9 dragon spirits heard Chu Yan's words, they laughed together and scolded each other. But at this moment, Chu Yan changed the topic, suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed with colorful lights, looked directly at the 9 dragon spirits, and shouted. It's not difficult to defeat you. With a single word, the audience suddenly fell silent. The smiles on the faces of the 9 dragon spirits froze instantly, and the 9 pairs of dragon eyes magnified together, looking at Chu Yan with a dull face. The next moment, wild laughter resounded throughout the underground cavern, shaking the caves on all sides, and stone chips fell one after another. Ha ha ha, beat us. Ha ha ha, this kid can't be a fool. That's right, there must be something wrong with the brain, otherwise, it would be impossible for Jianzong to assign him to Demon Sword Peak. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, oops, no, my stomach hurts. Amidst all kinds of wild laughter, the 9 dragon spirits were writhing crazily and writhing together on the spirit-gathering dragon pillar, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. #C1207 Emperor Fenghua. Seeing Long Ling laughing wildly in the audience, Chu Yan didn't care at all, and bowed again, saying, "Seniors, offended." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's fighting spirit surged like a flood, and his true energy exploded directly. These 9 dragon spirits are genuine 10,000-year dragon spirits, and they are still 9 dragon spirits, whose strength is extremely powerful. However, Chu Yan has his own trump card, so he is naturally unscrupulous, and it is just a matter of using them to test what he just learned. Swordsmanship of Kaitian. Boom. True energy rose to the peak. Chu Yan stomped on his right foot, raised his hand and punched hard, and slammed. Heavenly strength. With a punch, it pointed directly at the golden dragon, the head of the 9 dragons. The silver-glowed fist seal, surrounded by 5-colored energy, seemed like a roaring dragon, rushing out. Humph. A mere low-ranking martial venerable realm dares to be arrogant, it's really ignorant. The 9 dragon spirits shrank their dragon eyes and roared in unison. In an instant, in the Bailey cave, the 9 dragons shook the sky, and the endless spirits of the earth veins surged like a violent storm, turning into 9 beams of different colors, all in unison. Blast towards the rushing fist light. Boom, boom. The spirits of the 9 ley lines merged into one, shaking the ground with overwhelming power. Mysterious water shield. Seeing that the 9 dragons attacked together, Chu Yan's face trembled, and with a wave of his big hand, the black light on his body flowed, and the Shanshui shield broke out, blocking Chu Yan's body. Boom. The 9-color spiritual light exploded, and Chu Yan's figure flew upside down in an instant, directly hitting the earth wall behind him, and the moment he rolled and landed, Chu Yan yelled, golden and red lights burst out all over his body, and the double body training was activated at the same time. Clang! With the sword in hand, the endless sharp energy swept like the Yangtze River, the cold light flashed violently, the Haoyan sword light rushed into the night, and the 1,000-foot silver light burst out in an instant. What? Not hurt. Seeing that Chu Yan was hit, not only did nothing happen, but the fighting spirit and momentum on his body were several times stronger than before, and everyone was stunned. 9 pairs of dragon eyes, staring wide open, with a dazed expression. Not bad. Not bad. You still have some strength, and we won't bully you. As long as you can survive the next 8 moves, I will promise you and help you cultivate. The 9 dragons held together, the dragons shook the sky, and the violent spiritual power of the world exploded in an instant. Boom. 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 The endless collection of heaven and earth spiritual power evolved into 9 huge dragon claws, and above each dragon claw, the divine power was shocking. All of a sudden, the 9 dragon claws galloped out together, causing a large void to tremble, and grabbed Chu Yan fiercely. Diantian clone. Chu Yan let out a roar, and 9 black shadows rushed out of his body, holding the Haoyan sword, darting in all directions, each facing a dragon claw, and slashed down. Boom, 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 boom. 9 air explosions in a row, the entire cave world trembled crazily, violent air waves rushed continuously, and the 9 Diantian avatars and the dragon claws of the 9 gods disappeared at the same time. Huh. Clone technique, good boy, I won't play with you anymore. At this time, the dragon eyes of the 9 dragon spirits were filled with astonishment, and when they looked at Chu Yan, they finally raised a few dignified colors. Immediately afterwards, 9 dragons' mouths opened together, and balls of light of various colors continued to condense in 9 dragons' mouths. Good chance. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes froze fiercely, the Haoyan sword in his hand was shining brightly, and his figure kept flickering. True energy is like the ebb tide of the sea, crazily restrained, all hidden in Chu Yan's body, and the Haotian sword in his hand also began to flicker with Chu Yan's body, like a tremor, constantly flickering. The speed is so fast, it is impossible to see it. I don't know the body of the sword. Opening the sky sword art, reincarnation. With a whisper, in the entire underground cave, a terrifying sword energy rippled from Chu Yan like water ripples. What? This is... The 9 dragon spirits were swept by the sword energy from Chu Yan's body, and their expressions changed drastically, and they were instantly sluggish. How can it be? This kid actually knows this set of sword techniques. Stop. At the head of the 9 dragons, the golden dragon shouted loudly, and all the violent spiritual power on his body was restrained. Chu Yan stagnated, and the samsara sword that was about to be stabbed just now stopped abruptly. His brows frowned slightly, and he looked at the 9 dragon spirits suspiciously. Your sword technique, is it called Kaitian sword art? The 9 dragon spirits looked at Chu Yan with an extremely gentle voice, and there was even a hint of awe and fear in their tone. At this moment, in the Demon Sword Peak Training Palace, in the Scarlet Moon Demon Nest, Xuanhuan, who was practicing, stopped again, and opened her eyes with a puzzled expression. Not good. There's a fight. No, I have to go and see, just in case. Xuanhuan is Chu Yan's sword servant handpicked by the sword master. If Chu Yan accidentally dies in the hands of the underground dragon spirit, all his hopes will be lost. It's really unstoppable, can't this guy be more honest? In desperation, Xuanhuan was speechless, left the Chiwa demon nest for the second time, and headed towards the underground cave of Demon Sword Peak. Senior knows about Kaitian Sword Ju. You know, Demon Sword Martial Emperor. Chu Yan was stunned, and his eyes flickered. Could it be that these 9 dragon spirits have something to do with the Demon Sword Emperor Wu? After all, this is the Demon Sword Peak, which was the peak where the Demon Sword Emperor disappeared before he disappeared. Moreover, the Demon Sword Emperor seems to be a great craftsman. Could it be? No. We haven't seen the Demon Sword Martial Emperor, but... After getting Chu Yan's answer, the 9 dragon spirits turned their heads and looked at each other. A complicated expression flashed in the dragon's eyes at the same time. Jinlong continued. 10,000 years ago, before the Demon Sword Emperor left the Demon Sword Peak, he personally refined these 9 dragon pillars. We were also born with these 9 dragon pillars. 10,000 years can pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it can also be said that it is Demon Sword Martial Emperor who created us. This great kindness cannot be repaid. After finishing speaking, Jiu Yan remained silent, his eyes full of sadness. Although they have grown from the original Earth Spirit essence to 9 dragon-veined Earth Spirits after 10,000 years, they have never left this underground cave, but the majesty and prestige of Emperor Wu of the Demon Sword is almost equivalent to an invincible existence. It's just a pity that although they were indirectly created by Emperor Wu of the Demon Sword, they have never seen the Emperor. Boy, have you cracked the invincible sword array left by the Demon Sword Emperor on the Demon Sword Peak? Jinlong asked. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Okay. Now that you have obtained the true biography of the Demon Sword Emperor, I hope that after you reach the peak of martial arts, you can find out the whereabouts of the Demon Sword Martial Emperor. If there is a destiny, I hope to meet you and thank the Emperor in person. With a low tone, Jinlong looked at Chu Yan and said quietly, since you have obtained the true inheritance of the Great Emperor's sword Dao, I hope you will not weaken the Great Emperor's elegance in the future. Yes. Chu Yan bowed his hands in salute and nodded solemnly. The battle of the invincible sword array on Demon Sword Peak opened up the real swordsmanship for Chu Yan. For the opportunity of Emperor Wu Jianwudi, Chu Yan is also from the bottom of his heart grateful, and naturally he will not refuse. Very good. Seeing this, Jinlong grinned and said, Boy, your combat power has been recognized by us, you can stay here, and I will help you cultivate. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan was overjoyed when he heard the words. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure flashed and landed directly in the center of the 9 dragon pillars. #C1208 A pity breakthrough. Seeing Chu Yan sitting cross-legged, Jin Long said softly. Our 9 earth vein dragon spirits, because of the different attributes of the 9 dragon pillars, contain completely different mysteries of the Tao of Heaven. It will be of great benefit for you to improve your martial arts. After all, the 9 dragon spirits all returned to the dragon pillar, and a faint mysterious power emanated from their bodies, enveloping Chu Yan. Sure enough, the mysteries of the heavens and the earth that belonged to the 9 completely different realms fell together, making Chu Yan's body tremble, as if he had returned to the Qinglian secret realm, on several Qinglian altars. Sure enough, it's the way of the 5 elements, and the other 4 ways of heaven, it's great. Chu Yan was full of joy, no longer wasting time, and began to absorb the spirits of the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he restrained his spiritual consciousness and tried his best to comprehend the mysteries of the 9 ways of heaven. Soon, the underground cave, which was hundreds of miles wide, immediately regained its calm. However, not long after, a figure in a red robe appeared outside the gate of the underground cave. Huh! Damn, what's going on? The blue demon consciousness swept across the cave, and seeing this scene, she was suddenly dumbfounded. 9 earth vein dragon spirits. Let Chu Yan among them, practice. Open. What are you kidding? These 9 earth vein dragon spirits beat the elders of the Ling Zone until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and they didn't show any face. Even now, let that human Chu Yan practice in it. Why? This kid, could it be that he is so lucky? Or is it that Lord 9 Dragon Spirits has changed his mind now? One piece of blue eyes, one piece of green, full of envy and jealousy. You must know that being able to cultivate in the 9 earth vein dragon spirits is definitely more than 100 times faster than cultivating in any of the secret realms of the Ling Zone, and there are infinite benefits. Fuck. I don't believe it anymore. That kid can do it, but I can't. Song Lan gritted her teeth. In a pair of eyes, the green light is bright, and he said with a low voice. I am the young patriarch of the Scarlet Blood Hades clan, and my status is 10,000 times higher than this human boy. While speaking, Song Lan didn't hesitate any longer, raised her head high, stepped into the cave with big strides. However, just as his right foot stepped into the stone gate of the cave, in the cave, 9 dragon spirits opened their eyes at the same time, looking at them together. Boom, boom. The endless coercive aura rushed out of the cave like a flood, swept over Song Lan's body, blowing him back 3 or 4 steps, and blasted him back outside the stone gate. Bold. Who? The golden dragon shouted angrily, a golden aura shot from the cave, covering Kanglin's body instantly. See Lord Longling, I'm the young patriarch of the monster clan Scarlet Blood Nether Sky Jiao clan. There are also some distant relatives, look, can you? Song Lan was suppressed by Long Wei, her face almost turned pale, her voice trembling uncontrollably, she said cautiously. But, before he finished speaking. Roll. 9 dragon whistles came from the cave, and the waves of sound swept across, blowing the blue-red robe into the wind. Cat and dog from there, get out of here immediately, or, die. The golden dragon roared, and the entire demon sword peak trembled slightly, and the endless coercion swept across all directions like a tide. What? How come? Song Lanwenfeng's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes trembled wildly, and his face was full of horror. Boom. Before he could react, the 9 dragon powers erupted together, forming a 9-color spiritual power shield, rushing past, directly sealing the stone door of the cave. Boom. Under a burst of loud noise, the incomparably huge stone closed abruptly, splashing a huge cloud of dust and mist, directly covering the blue sky right in front of you. Cough cough cough, damn. Why did you shut the door to my uncle? That kid Chu Yan can. Xuanhuan coughed a few times, quickly retreated from the dust and mist, looked at Sherman in front of her with a face full of resentment, and was almost so angry that a mouthful of old blood spewed out of her mouth. However, he only yelled a few times, directly provoking the 9 dragon spirits. He didn't dare. Don't talk about the 9 gods, even if it is any dragon spirit among them, he is not an opponent, so naturally he dare not provoke. Immediately, Xuanhuan retreated to the training hall very depressed, continued to enter the secret realm to practice, and did not dare to go to the underground cave again. On the other side, Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the center of the 9 dragon pillar, cultivating crazily. What a powerful spiritual power of heaven and earth! The speed of cultivation of the 9 dragon spirits is really different. This is not much worse than burning corpses, to refine qi. It seems that we will be able to break through soon. Chu Yan was immersed in his mind, and the 16 inner alchemy in the sea of qi were revolving at a high speed, frantically absorbing the pure spiritual power of heaven and earth pouring into his body. At the same time, his 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the other 4, are also improving crazily. The time of cultivation is passing by quickly, like a white horse passing through the gap, passing by in a flash. As the demon sword peak returned to calm, the upsurge of the selection of all beasts in the entire Ling zone gradually subsided. On the entire Haotian continent, all kinds of battles are constantly staged in every corner of the continent. The situation in the mainland is changing, and it never stops for a moment. Those really powerful sects, such as the 8 ancient sects, etc., have all begun to recall the elite disciples of their sects, quietly preparing for the upcoming Tianbang examination. The heaven ranking, different from the Tianjiao ranking and the earth ranking, is the ranking of the most powerful players below the martial emperor realm in the Haotian continent. That sect has more people on the list, and the higher the ranking it occupies, it naturally means the stronger the sect is. Therefore, the entire Haotian continent basically defaults to the fact that the strength of sects is classified according to the ranking of the heavenly list. Therefore, for the ranking of the heavenly list, all major sects attach great importance to it. Regarding these, Chu Yan, who was cultivating in the depths of Demon Sword Peak, didn't know at all. His whole mind was immersed in cultivation, and he clearly felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation had begun to loosen. Okay. It looks like we're about to break through. Chu Yan said happily. Huh. Such a strong talent, I'm waiting to help you. The 9 dragon spirits felt the changes in Chu Yan's breath, and at the same time, the dragon's eyes flickered. Immediately, 9 auras shot out from the dragon's body and entered Chu Yan's body at the same time. Following the shooting of these 9 spiritual lights, the light of the dragon pillar under the 9 dragon spirits dimmed instantly. Boom, boom. 9 majestic spiritual powers poured into his body. Chu Yan only felt his body trembling violently, the blood in his whole body was boiling, and the sea of air was like a tide. Thank you. Chu Yan was overjoyed, and he didn't dare to hesitate. All the consciousness turned into 9 strands, guiding the 9 auras, circulating in the body, and pouring into the sea of qi. Boom. The next moment, a torrential wave of weather suddenly exploded on Chu Yan's body, like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping across the entire underground cave. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body breath is like a tide, soaring into the sky. Chu Yan's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes. The middle stage of the lower Wu Zuanjing. In 2 days and 1 night, he was promoted from the early stage of the lower Wu Zuanjing to the middle stage of the lower Wu Zuanjing. It's a pity that I didn't rush directly to the late stage of the lower martial venerable realm. The physical body is still not enough. It's a pity. Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, let out a mouthful of turbid air, felt the majestic power in his body, shook his head, and said with a wry smile. Just a little bit, I can rush to the late stage in 1 step. Alas! Chu Yan's sigh echoed in the entire underground cave. In all directions, the 9 dragon spirits stared at Chu Yan with huge eyeballs, and looked at Chu Yan convulsively. Their dragon teeth rattled, and they couldn't bite to death with one bite this kid. You boy. Hashtag C1209 Tianbang. Chu Yan's cultivation breakthrough, as well as his behavior of shaking his head and sighing, deeply stabbed the 9 dragon spirits. In 2 days and 1 night, his cultivation has actually improved. Is this guy a monster? You must know that it is almost impossible for ordinary Wuzuanjing powerhouses to improve their cultivation level to the first level without more than 10 years. Even if it is like Chu Yan, it will take at least a year to practice in their 9 dragons dueling pillar, but now, this guy only took 2 days to break through, and he kept saying that it is a pity that he did not up 2 steps in a row. How can this prevent the 9 dragon spirits from hating their teeth itching? Thank you, senior. Chu Yan swept his gaze and saw the 9 pairs of huge dragon eyes staring at him blankly. He couldn't help being stunned, and hurriedly bowed his hands and saluted. After all, it was really thanks to the 9 earth-vein dragon spirits that I could break through so quickly in my cultivation. Immediately, Chu Yan sank into cultivation again, began to temper his physical body, and prepared to sprint to the next level of cultivation. Time flies, and 20 days have passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment in the Haotian continent, all the sneaky and changing turmoil is surging one after another. The entire Zhongtian world seemed to be waking up from the silence. The forces of various sects and powerful warriors started to move together. The various sects and the city where warriors gathered became lively. Because the Tianbang assessment is about to begin. The gazes of all sect bigwigs gathered together, and at the same time pointed to the upcoming Tianbang assessment. After all, in the Zhongtian continent, the Tianbang determines the status of a sect in the Zhongtian continent, and is a major event related to the luck of each sect. At this moment, Jianzong Baifeng, Demon Sword Peak. A figure rushed into the gate of Demon Sword Peak like lightning, stood in front of the main hall of Demon Sword Peak, held a token, and shouted loudly. Disciples Chu Yan and Sung Lan listened to the order, within half a stick of incense, immediately assembled at the main square of the sect. Prepare to participate in the Tianbang assessment. If you violate this order, you will violate the ruling. Sung Lan stood in front of the hall, bowed her hands and saluted. Her face was astonished. Obviously, the 2 of them, as well as all the disciples of Demon Sword Peak, have to participate in the Tianbang assessment. Great! This uncle finally has the opportunity to participate in the Tianbang assessment. But, that guy Chu Yan has just joined the sect, so why should he be allowed to participate? He is only at the early stage of Wuzuanjing. What a waste of quota. Standing there, Sung Lan, who was waiting for Chu Yan to come out of the underground cave, muttered to herself. But the next moment, when he turned his head and saw Chu Yan falling in front of him, his face suddenly darkened. As a monster clan, and a high-ranking monster clan, his demon consciousness is far stronger than that of human fighters, so, with just one glance, he found that the Chu Yan in front of him was completely different from the previous one. Whether it's his demon consciousness or the faint aura emanating from Chu Yan's body, they are all telling him that Chu Yan's cultivation base has been enhanced a lot in just 20 days. The most important thing is that just by taking a look, Sung Lan has an illusion, as if the current Chu Yan is unable to match even herself. No. Impossible. The 9 dragon formation is so strong. Sung Lan's face almost turned turquoise with regret. Although he was blocked from the underground cave door, if he had not entered the Qiyue Devil's Nest at that time, but had been with Chu Yan all the time, maybe there would still be some trouble. Those who have the opportunity to stay in the 9 dragons formation to cultivate, then their own cultivation base will also be greatly improved like this Chu Yan. Let's go. Hurry up to the main square of the sect. It's half an incense stick. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next year. Okay. Let's go. Chu Yan nodded, a ball of flames flashed in his eyes, and the blood in his heart couldn't help stirring up. Tianbang assessment. It's really exciting to see the strongest players in the entire continent gather together. Standing beside Chu Yan, Xuanhuan, with a sour face, saw Chu Yan's expression, sneered, and said, Chu Yan, although your cultivation base has improved, but let me tell you that the Tianbang assessment is of great significance. Those who go to participate are all major sect forces. The real top powerhouses who have been hidden all the time are not the ones you met before. A cat and a dog, among these people, it is said that there are no less than 1,000 people with twin martial souls, each of them is very powerful. Thousands of people have twin martial souls. Chu Yan was startled. Twin martial soul fighters are not twice as strong as ordinary single martial soul fighters, but dozens of times stronger. Moreover, most of the twin martial souls have a high probability of being 9-star or above. Even more amazing. There are so many terrifying powerhouses in a ranking. Let me tell you, especially those strong men who are already on the list, each of them has been cultivated by a lot of resources from the sect. Basically, all the top-level exercises, martial arts, and cultivation resources in the sect are given priority. Provide them with the purpose of achieving better results in the rankings. Xuanhuan said. However, don't worry, as long as my uncle is here, I will definitely cover you. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan not only was not hit, but his eyes lit up with excitement on his face. Of course, Chu Yan knows what Xuanhuan said. Among the 8 ancient sects, each sect has power hidden in the dark, there will be. And among these forces hidden in the dark, most of them are gathered the most talented and powerful fighters in the sect, and these people are the main forces of the sects to fight for the continent. Therefore, Chu Yan doesn't need to guess at this time's Tianbang ranking assessment. In order to keep their own luck, the major sects will definitely push out all the strong men hidden in the sect. What are you excited about? Xuanhuan glanced at Chu Yan, but seeing his excited expression, he was speechless immediately, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Let's go. Let's gather. Chu Yan ignored Xuanhuan, jumped up directly, soared into the sky from the Demon Sword Peak, and flew towards the Sword Sect Master Square. Seeing Chu Yan set off, Xuanhuan shook her head, didn't say any more, jumped up, followed Chu Yan, walked through the air, and soon came to the square. At this very moment, on the main square, all the strong men who received the Zhongling order and came to participate in the Tianbang assessment are all here. Standing in front of the crowd was a man in a white robe. This man and Duo Mushuang were 7 points similar in appearance, but in terms of age, he was obviously much older, at least 40 years old. With an aura of cultivation, as deep as the sea, at least has the peak strength of the high-ranking Wu Zuanjing. 9 Thunder Phoenix Clan. The moment Chu Yan landed on the square, his eyes swept over the middle-aged man in white robe, and he saw through his true self at a glance. Chu Yan. You are Chu Yan. Not bad. I'm next to you, I'm lucky to meet you. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Yan, he greeted him politely, and Chu Yan responded accordingly, exchanging a few pleasantries. Swish. Soon, a stream of light flashed across the sky, and it fell steadily in front of everyone. It was the Lingzong Wu elder that Chu Yan had seen last time. He landed on the high platform in the main square and shouted loudly. I will be the deacon for this Tianbang assessment. Everyone, get ready immediately and set off after 10 breaths. All the disciples in the audience were stunned, and then all of them became excited, and their eyes were red. The Tianbang assessment is finally about to begin. The opportunity to become famous has finally come. #C1210 Fame moves the world. 10 breaths of time passed by in a flash. Seeing that everyone was fighting like a tide and excited, Elder Wu smiled lightly, then waved his big hand, tearing open a large void passage, and shouted, "Everyone, follow me." As soon as the word landed, everyone was automatically sorted, and stepped into the void channel according to the affiliation of each peak. Chu Yan and Xuanhuan belong to the Demon Sword Peak, and they are the only two of them, so they are not in a hurry, and the last batch enter the void passage. In less than 100 breaths, all the disciples who participated in the Tianbang assessment will all enter. At this moment, in the depths of the Lingzong 100 Peaks, in the small dark world, 4 figures stared at all the disciples leaving from a distance. One of them said, "I'm afraid this time's Tianbang assessment will not be easy." Yes, according to the time, there are less than 5 years left for the Great Tribulation. The major sects have prepared cards for thousands of years. I believe that they will be exposed one after another in this Tianbang assessment. It is difficult for Chu Yan to get a ranking. Another tall man spoke. "Just wait and see, it won't take long, and there will be results." Among the 4, the thinnest one said, "Our Lingzong and Jianzong have been searching for so many years, but we have not found that person. Now it seems that the Tianzong, Yaozong, and Dizong, the Chu Yan, they found, should be that person. This year's Tianbang assessment is a touchstone. If Chu Yan really is, at least he can enter the top 50. Top 50. Sword Master, even if he is that person, he wouldn't be so strong." A female voice sounded. "Hee, if it's true, I'm afraid it will only be stronger." The Sword Master's eyes flashed, he closed his eyes slowly, and stopped talking. Seeing the Sword Master's expression, the woman's face turned cold, and she turned her head to look at the void crack that was slowly disappearing in the void. Her spiritual eyes flickered. "Chu Yan. If it's really you, then, don't let us down. This time, let's be famous all over the world." Zhongtian Continent. Right domain, the coast of the East China Sea. After a burst of void fluctuations, a large number of figures rushed out of the void and scattered in all directions. These people are the disciples of the Spirit sect, who have just passed through the rift in the void and are about to go to Tianji Island, which is the place where the Tianbang assessment is held. An hour later. "Tianji Island, here we come." 10,000 zhang high in the sky, Elder Wu let out a long roar, and then his figure was like lightning, heading towards the boundless sea below. A sea that covered thousands of miles fell straight down. All the Lingzong disciples who were left behind gathered together, and after following for a while, they landed on the island. This is Tianji Island. Chu Yan was above 10,000 feet high in the sky, his eyes were like lightning, and he stared down. I saw that on the continuous and boundless sea surface, a large area of colorful spiritual mist gathered together, completely covering an area on the sea surface, and through these dense spiritual mist, Chu Yan clearly saw that an imposing island, like ancient monsters dormant, entrenched above the sea. In the very center of the island, there is a huge square floating in the air, full of vigor and inexplicable light, which makes people yearn for it, like a lighthouse of the sea, shining in the dark world. "What a mysterious place," Chu Yan said in surprise, his eyes flickering with strange light. With the unicorn pupils in motion, he could see much more clearly than the other disciples, and those disciples who rushed towards the island, piercing through layers of spiritual mist, finally saw the face of the island clearly, and all of them were stunned. No one thought that this huge square turned out to be a respectable spiritual treasure. Who is it that can refine such a huge spiritual treasure? It is so shocking. Tell you, this Tianji dojo, together with the Tianbang Jinwan, is an ancient spirit treasure with incomparable power. Elder Wu floated in midair, saw all the astonished faces, smiled and explained, this Tianji dojo, according to the legend, came into being as the times require, and is connected with the luck of the Haotian continent. Everyone admits that in this Tianji dojo, hands are not allowed, you must remember, and in the dojo, only half-step martial emperor realm is allowed to enter, so, like other sect elders, I will stay here, I can't go down. Having said that, Elder Wu glanced at Chu Yan, then said. Chu Yan, you are a disciple of the human race, you represent Jianzong, and other disciples represent Lingzong, remember? After Elder Wu finished speaking, he took out a jade talisman and threw it to Chu Yan. Swish! With a wave of Chu Yan's big hand, he took the jade talisman into his big hand, looked down, and suddenly his face was startled. This piece of jade talisman was exactly the jade talisman sword token, which was given to him by sect master Shen as a token of going to the sword sect. Unexpectedly, it returned to him again. Understood. Chu Yan nodded. As long as he can participate in the Tianbang ranking, what identity he represents is not important to Chu Yan at all. Boom, boom. Just when everyone was about to fall towards the dojo, a large number of figures appeared on the far horizon, and they couldn't help but fall towards Tianji Island like a heavy rainstorm. These people are all elite disciples sent by major sects in the mainland to participate in the ranking of the Tianbang. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the spirit sect suddenly became anxious, urged their movements, and all fell towards the Tianji dojo. Everyone, follow me. Duo Ilei, who rushed ahead of the team, gave a loud shout and landed in the middle of the Tianji dojo, followed by other disciples. Although the spirit sect has fallen, it is also the identity of the 8 ancient sects. The disciples of the other sects in the Tianji dojo, seeing the Lingzong fall in a big way, in the middle of the Tianji dojo on the battlefield, they all avoid it, and they seem quite afraid. As the disciples of the Lingzong descended, countless paths of spiritual consciousness suddenly rose up in all directions, sweeping towards the disciples of the Lingzong sect, who wanted to detect the strength of the disciples of the Lingzong sect with their divine consciousness. Snort. Duo Ilei let out a heavy snort, and his aura rushed out like a cloud. The powerful momentum swept across the audience, causing all the consciousness around him to recede like a tide. The strength of the spiritual sect and the hesitation behemoth, how can ordinary sects like them be able to match? Chu Yan's body fell to the ground, and he immediately raised his head and swept around. With just one glance, he couldn't help frowning slightly. In the gigantic Tianji dojo, only around them, there are no less than 3,000 or 4,000 people. All of these people's aura is as deep as the sea, some are as steel as iron, masters of body training, some exude the mystery of heaven, and are obviously strong in artistic conception, some are bathed in fire, and their arrogance is like a rainbow, and some the whole body is pitch black, huddled in the shadows, the breath is silent, and there is no trace of existence at all, like the killing god in the darkness. In the Zhongtian continent, the strong gather together, there are thousands of sects and ways, and there are no surprises. Everyone here has their own unique talents, and they have been cultivated by various sects for many years, and they have devoted all their efforts to cultivate them. Their strength is even far superior to that of the arrogant warriors. Because these people, back then, were all on the Tianjiao list. They were prominent and powerful for a while. Now, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, all of them have strong cultivation bases, and they all stand on the pinnacle of martial arts. It looks interesting. The blood in Chu Yan's whole body was surging, boiling quickly. Such a big scene definitely surpassed all the assessments he had participated in before, which of course made him extremely excited. #C1211 Mainland Powerhouses Gather. As the Lingzong disciples landed on the Tianji Square, the eyes of everyone from all directions gathered together. Look, Lingzong. My God, the 8 ancient schools are different. Look at these disciples, I'm afraid they are all quasi-big monster disciples. Fart, there are so many quasi-big demon disciples. However, the Lingzong has been hidden from the world for nearly 10,000 years. It is estimated that the strength is not what it used to be. I don't know how many of these disciples can enter the heaven list. That's right, there aren't many people left in the spirit sect on the most recent Tianbang. Looking at this year, I guess. Hey! Look, that's Duo Ilei. Damn, it's really a thunder, the big monster of the Tianfeng clan, look. There is also the scarlet blood underworld flood dragon, eh? Only in the martial venerable realm, it's a pity. There are thousands of strong people in the audience, and most of the people's attention is focused on the Lingzong disciple who just arrived, and all kinds of discussions are buzzing. Huh. In the spirit sect, how can there be a disciple of the human race? He has the aura of a warrior, not a monster. Soon, someone's eyes fell on Chu Yan, and he said in surprise. Following this voice, 60% of the audience's eyes fell on Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the number one arrogant in Zhongtian continent. In an instant, someone recognized Chu Yan immediately, and the astonished eyes of the audience quickly turned into disdain and sneer. Humph. This kid is so arrogant that he has just come to participate in the Tianbang assessment as a genius. That's right, I really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. The gap between the Tianjiao list and the Tianbang list is like the difference between the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the light of the fire. He actually thinks that he has become the number one Tianjiao, so he is qualified to compete for the Tianbang ranking. That is, among the people present, who is not the peerless Tianjiao who dominated the list of Tianjiao hundreds of years ago, at least 100 years, and at most 300 years, he really thinks that we practiced for nothing. Hey, maybe I won't participate, just come and see it. How could the surrounding discussions escape Chu Yan's consciousness? However, Chu Yan directly chose to ignore the words and gazes of these people. His eyes flickered with colorful streamers, and his unicorn pupils were running, constantly scanning the surrounding crowd. Very strong. Stronger than I imagined. Chu Yan glanced around, his face becoming more and more excited. Just casually scanning around, Chu Yan found no less than 100 twin martial spirits. At the same time, almost 70% of the warriors were all 10-star martial spirits, and there were 2 of them, even his own. Even the unicorn's pupils couldn't see through, which made Chu Yan even more astonished. Moreover, the cultivation realm of everyone here is much higher than their own. Except for themselves, the lowest cultivation realms are all in the early stage of the upper Wuzuanjing. There are thousands of powerful auras in the audience, like a continuous sea, layer upon layer, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Just a small group of people came, and there is such a lineup. Then, if the 8 ancient sects are all here, how many powerful existences will there be? Chu Yan murmured, but there was a strong expectation in his heart. This time is the best chance for him to experience the true strongest combat power on the entire continent. Before Chu Yan was overwhelmed, there was another roar of thunder on the sky, and in an instant, countless figures, like dumplings, pierced through the spiritual mist of Tianji Island from the sky, and fell on the sky one after another. Above the Tianji dojo. The leader was a man with a cold face, eyes like ice, and a strong murderous aura on his body. His eyes swept across, and he held his breath. The murderous aura on this person is not transformed by the killing intent of ordinary warriors, but the kind of murderous aura that is naturally formed after wading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Therefore, as long as ordinary warriors are caught in the eyes of others, they will be terrified. Be timid before fighting. Oh my God! It's Qianlong from the Soul Sect. This Qianlong, it is said that he has twin 10-star martial souls, and, according to legend, his cultivation is infinitely close to that of the half-step martial emperor. Second Tianjiao, decades ago, when he was slaughtering a powerful sect, he met a half-step martial emperor realm expert, and killed him in less than 10 moves. That's right, I haven't seen him for decades. His combat power is probably invincible. The appearance of Qianlong caused a climax in the audience, and there were heated discussions. Everyone looked at Qianlong, not daring to have the slightest hostility, only a sense of awe. Even Duo lay next to Chu Yan, when he met Qianlong's eyes, was also dignified. Soul Sect Qianlong. Chu Yan glanced away, his mind moved slightly. All along, the people I have come into contact with are geniuses or disciples of Tianjiao from the 8 ancient schools. This is the first time I have seen such core elite disciples from the 8 ancient schools. Unexpectedly, all the major sects are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers, each hidden deeper than the other. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of thunder exploded, and above the sky, another team descended from the sky and fell towards Tianji Dojo. Compared with the Soul sect, the large crowd is 3 points stronger in momentum. Look! The Emperor's people are coming. Huangzhong Wanxiang is another existence of twin 10-star martial spirits. It is said that he has a secret skill passed down from his family, which is extremely powerful and has no opponent within the same rank. That's right. It's said that this person is already appointed to be the next rotating suzerain of the Emperor's sect, and he is extremely powerful. It was the arrival of another peerless powerhouse, which ignited the atmosphere of the scene again, and it was in full swing. Whether it is the Soul sect or the Emperor sect, they are all overlords in the Zhongtian continent. Being able to rank among the 8 ancient sects is naturally more than 10 times stronger than the second-rate sections. The strong in the sect are all amazingly talented. Extraordinary strength. Next, the powerful sects of Zhongtian continent rushed too. Wave after wave of powerful aura, like raging clouds and frenzied waves, swept across the audience continuously, causing a lot of exclamations, which almost never stopped. Some superpowers who are not usually seen at all, as if they have reached a certain tacit understanding, in this year's Tianbang assessment, they all appeared together. This also caused all kinds of powerful auras to surge continuously in the Tianji Dojo. As the number of people continued to increase, more powerful people appeared, and the air above the entire Tianji Dojo seemed to explode. Look, the strong man of Dizong has never seen it before, and he doesn't know him at all. It's not bad, just look at the aura, it's terrifyingly strong. Look at the medicine sect over there, oh my god, there are 3 half-step martial emperors, it's too strong. What is this? You see, the one who just arrived, the Shendomen, has been developing quietly for 100 years, and its current strength is almost close to that of the ancient 8 sects. If they have more people on the list this year than the ancient 8 sects, any one of the sects, then the pattern of this continent will change. That's right, not only the Shindao sect, but also the Duanmu family over there are several strong men. It seems that the strength is no worse than Qianlong and Wanxiang. These hidden family forces are all ancient families, and their strength is naturally not weak. There is also Tianzhemen, Blood Dragon sect. Lutian Palace, Xiaoyao Palace, are not weak. Damn. This year's Tianbang assessment, what's the situation? How can there be so many strong people? Countless astonished voices constantly echoed in the Tianji Dojo, and all kinds of divine senses crisscrossed on the dojo, constantly heating up the scene, and everyone's expressions became more and more tense. #C1212 Viper. In the entire dojo, no matter the ordinary mainland powerhouses or the top powerhouses, they all looked dignified when they saw countless strong hands around them, except standing among the crowd of Lingzong, representing Jianzong alone, Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan's face became more and more excited, his eyes were reddish, and he kept looking around the audience, watching all the strong men who were at the peak of martial arts in the mainland appear together. The blood in his body was boiling like fire. In just half an hour, at least nearly 30 powerful sect forces came. Among these people, except for a very few genius disciples, who came to experience, every one of them, placed anywhere in the mainland, is a dominant force. The existence of one party is not a problem even if it establishes a sect. When the time reaches an hour, the number of top fighters in the entire Tianji Dojo has reached nearly 80,000. There are more than 300 twin martial souls, and hundreds of half-step martial emperors. Is this too exaggerated? Chu Yan took a deep breath and his eyes trembled slightly. He never thought that the hidden strength of these sects would be so terrifying. Moreover, what is certain is that even these people in front of him can never be the masters of the sections. With all the power hidden in the door, there will definitely be someone behind. The so-called whole card can only be called the whole card if no one knows about it. Warriors have their own cards to save their lives. How could these powerful sects not have one? In the entire Tianji dojo, the stars are shining brightly, and the momentum is like a rainbow. The dense spiritual mist above the entire Tianji island is stirred like a tide by these powerful auras, and it rushes in all directions. The 8 ancient sects like Lingzone, Dizone, and Yaozone are indeed the dominant sect forces in the mainland, but those sect forces that are second only to the 8 ancient sects have been trying to replace them all the time for thousands of years. With the efforts of many forces, now, there are already many forces whose strength is close to the ancient 8 sects. In particular, there are a few sects that have been very close to the Black Blood Temple in the past 100 years, and have received their strong support. The strength of the sects can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Therefore, compared with the ancient 8 sects, the current strongmen under their sects, it's just a little bit weaker. With the passage of time, there are fewer and fewer sect forces arriving in the sky. In the Tianji dojo, those forces with close ties to the sect began to come together, chatting and greeting each other, and there was a lot of noise in the dojo. However, no matter where these people move or who they talk to, they are all fully conscious, scanning the audience quietly, detecting every existence that may become his opponent. However, Chu Yan and Xuanhuan became the people in the audience who didn't care the most. The spiritual consciousness swept over them one after another, almost all of them were only on them, and they stayed for less than half a breath, and then moved away immediately. Especially Chu Yan, who seemed extremely overshadowed, no one paid attention to him. At this moment, in the middle of Tianji dojo, suddenly, a crack in the void suddenly opened, and several figures stepped out directly. With the appearance of these few people, the entire Tianji dojo was filled with an icy cold wave, like a north wind passing through, causing the temperature to drop sharply in the scene that was originally booming. Go! The other people all found the void passage to fall from the sky above the Tianji dojo, but these few people were able to directly release the void in the Tianji dojo. Such a terrifying method, how can it not be shocking? Wanhua building. My God, it turned out to be someone from Wanhualu. Look, those 2 people at the head are the strongest of Wanhualu, the Lu sisters, who are said to be twins, and that sister is said to have awakened the Sanqing Wuhun. What? 3 living spirits. How is this possible? Hearing such shocking news, countless exclamations resounded in the dojo. 3 lives martial soul. Just these few words are enough to make everyone frightened out of their wits. Of course, since there are twin martial souls, there are also triple martial souls. There are not tens of billions of warriors in the entire Haotian continent, and they are close to this number. Possible. Moreover, in the history of Haotian continent, the Sanqing martial soul once appeared, but it has been too long, and most of the warriors have never heard of it. But now, in front of them, there is a warrior with 3 living spirits standing alive. How can they not be horrified? At this moment, all the fighters in the audience, including Duo Lei, Song Lan, Qianlong, Wan Xiang and other top powerhouses, all became extremely gloomy, looking straight at the Lu sisters, frowning. 3 lives martial soul. In the crowd, Chu Yan also changed his face slightly, staring at. Chu Yan once heard from Elder Qing Yun that 100,000 years ago, when the Rakshasa soul Tianzone was at its peak, there were countless geniuses and arrogance among the sect, and among them there were warriors with 3 life martial spirits. However, in the tens of thousands of years after that, but never heard of it again. Regarding the appearance of a pair of compatriots and sisters in Wanhualu, possessing 3 life martial spirits, it can only be said that this Wanhualu definitely has a great opportunity, and the revival of the sect is in sight. For this point, no sect or warrior would be envious. The faces of the Lu sisters were as cold as frost, and they raised their heads lightly. Unlike the other strong men, the two of them did not spread their consciousness at all. They searched in all directions, and seemed to have no regard for the other strong men present. As the peerless powerhouses of the three lives martial soul, this kind of arrogance is entirely due to their extraordinary talents, so they naturally have the qualifications. Possessing the three lives martial spirit, and having grown up, is enough to disdain the entire continent. However, when everyone in Xuanhuan found a place at random and settled down, the Lu sisters glanced coldly, past a group of top powerhouses, and landed directly on Chu Yan. Immediately, Lu Ruyan, the elder sister of the Lu sisters, flashed her figure, brought a gust of fragrant wind, and landed directly in front of Chu Yan. This action immediately made everyone in the audience stunned. "You are that Chu Yan. I received rumors that you are also a Sanqing Wuhun." Lu Ruyan's red lips parted lightly, her bright eyes opened, and she stared straight at Chu Yan with a trace of suspicion. No. I'm not Sanqing Wuhun." Chu Yan was just startled, then shook his head, and replied directly. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and it was fleeting. "Of course I am not a three-born martial soul, but a five-born martial soul." While answering the other party, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, various thoughts flashed quickly. Knowing that he has three martial souls, except for the people in the Qinglian secret realm, there are only some escaped Black Blood Temple powerhouses, and in the Qinglian secret realm, except for Xinjia and Situ Yang, all other Tianjiao have been killed by himself, so it is impossible for the news to come from Qinglian secret realm. Then, it can only be the Black Blood Temple. In other words, this 10,000 flowers building probably has an unknown relationship with the high-level officials of the Black Blood Temple. Humph. You're lucky. Hearing the words, Lu Ruyan immediately snorted softly, her face raised with arrogance, her disdainful figure flashed, and she returned to the group of people in Xuanhuan. "Count me lucky? What do you mean?" Chu Yan was stunned and murmured. "Chu Yan, this Xuanhuan is not a good person, and Lu Ruyan's peerless allure, don't be fooled by her appearance. This woman has a heart of snakes and scorpions. You just wanted to answer yes. I'm afraid she will definitely find a way to kill her." "Kill you? This Xuanhuan has a lot of vicious methods." Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Xuanhuan clung to Chu Yan's ear and whispered a reminder. "Oh. So she is a poisonous woman, but she is not qualified enough to kill me." Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly with a cold light, and sneered. #C1213 Who is supreme? As Lu Ruyan returned to the main formation, the square in all directions was silent. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan, all of them frowned deeply, and their faces were full of doubts. Lu Ruyan is such a peerless powerhouse, why did he find Chu Yan as soon as he arrived at Tianji Dojo? Could it be that this Chu Yan? The strong people in the audience, their eyes flickering among each other, one after another, their spiritual senses, inquiring about each other, wanting to find out some news, but, except for Chu Yan, who is the know? Except for some well-known news, there is no other news. Chu Yan looked at Lu Ruyan, his eyes kept flickering. Chu Yan was very interested in the other party's three-life martial spirit, and wanted to find out a thing or two, but when he asked about Xuanhuan had nothing to say. Known. This kind of terrifying trump card, which is regarded as a treasure by Wan Songlo, has only appeared once or twice in the mainland in the past 2 years. Some news has spread, but no matter how specific it is, I don't know it at all. And Lu Ruyan on the opposite side had completely lost interest in Chu Yan at this time, ignoring Chu Yan's gaze, just chatting with his sister in a low voice, looking from a distance. The beautiful figure in the colorful shirt was like a beautiful landscape. These two sisters, identical twins, look and face, are almost identical, with willow leaf curved eyebrows, pink and black posture, cherry red lips, bright apricot face, and spring water in the eyes, except for the two faces, which are full of frost in addition, the absolute disaster beauty. In the entire dojo, at least half of the eyes of the strong men fell on the two sisters, all of them were bloody and panting like cows, and half of their souls were obviously taken away by the pair of sisters. For Lu Ruyan, she was just afraid of the rumors that Chu Yan, who was said to have the three-life martial spirit, was in the ranking this time. After asking in person, she used some secret methods to investigate and control, and found that Chu Yan was not its not Sanqing martial soul, immediately, completely relieved. It's just an ordinary Tianjiao. Although he is known as the #1 Tianjiao in the mainland, if he wants to occupy that kind of Tianjiao list, how can there be anything wrong with this kid? Without the threat, who else can beat him in this year's ranking? At this time, apart from the arrival of Xuanhuan, there are no other sect forces appearing in the Tianji dojo, either above the sky or in the dojo. Only occasionally a few casual cultivators quietly fell into the square, blends into the crowd and disappears quickly. Everyone knows that the time has come. Sure enough, within 10 breaths. On the Tianji dojo, a sudden change occurred. Above the entire Tianji dojo, a golden beam of light rose from the middle of the dojo, soaring into the sky, and instantly submerged into the 9 heavens. The complexion of all the strong people in the audience changed, and they all looked up. I saw that golden beam of light falling from the sky and smashing heavily in the middle of the dojo. Suddenly, a muffled sound sounded, as if the void was smashed, and a distorted phantom of light cluster slowly appeared from the void. This is a statue of strange height, the whole body is white, vibrating like a candle, and it looks extremely unstable. At the same time, on his right hand, a golden scroll is held high, as if it is wrapped by a thin golden air current. Master Taoist. Master Taoism has come out. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet the Tao envoy of the Haotian continent. I can't see through it at all. All the strong people in the audience watched over together and bowed to salute one after another. The Tao envoy is the martial Tao envoy of the Haotian continent. No one can explain his origin, and no one knows how he was born. According to rumors, since the Haotian continent, there has been a Tao envoy. He is Haotian. Transformed by the luck of the mainland, it guards the Shouwu Avenue for all warriors in the continent and enshrines the envoy of the Golden Scroll of the Tianbang. Excellent, the Tianbang is indeed different from other rankings. Whether it is the Tianjiao ranking, the Qianlong ranking or the local ranking, they are all made by manpower, and this Tianbang is hosted by a Taoist envoy. It is really extraordinary. Chu Yan stared straight at the ethereal Taoist envoy, with the unicorn pupils in his eyes, and he couldn't see the origin of the Taoist envoy clearly. In front of Qilan's pupil, this person is like a cloud of mist, and the pupil's light completely melts within 10 feet in front of him, and can't advance an inch. Everyone, I am the envoy of the Tianbang, and the assessment of the Tianbang will be presided over by you. The Taoist envoy walked up to the crowd, and said in a soft voice, like a Sanskrit sound, with mysterious power, as if it came from an extremely distant place, but it was clearly heard, "Thank you all the top powerhouses in the mainland, for coming participate in the Tianbang assessment. This year's Tianbang assessment is the same as the previous ones. It will comprehensively assess your talent, understanding, foundation, physical body, combat power, will, luck, etc. There will never be any omissions, and of course there will be mistakes, and the results of the final assessment will determine your ranking on the heavenly ranking. Assessment, luck." Chu Yan's face was stunned, and his face was full of astonishment. He had participated in a lot of this kind of test and assessment, but it was the first time he heard that he could test his luck. But I need to remind fellow Taoists who are taking part in the Tianbang assessment for the first time. The Tianbang assessment does not directly evaluate the ranking based on the realm of cultivation. Because, for a fellow Taoist with a low cultivation base, the ranking of the Tianbang is higher than that of a high cultivation realm. In this case, it often appears in the ranking assessment of the heavenly ranking list, but this situation is only a minority. Usually, those with higher cultivation levels will have stronger assessment results. Hearing this, all warriors nodded heavily. In the world of Wuhun, strength is the most important thing. No matter where you go, the most important thing is strength. Huh. This word. In Chu Yan's eyes, a flash of light flashed, and the others basically didn't care, but Chu Yan heard some unspoken voices. As the Taoist said, although he said that the stronger ones will be ranked higher, but he also said that it is not absolute. It's interesting. Chu Yan chuckled lightly. As for the rewards for the ranking in the Tianbang assessment. Speaking of this, the Taoist's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes swept across the audience, and when he saw all the warriors, they all pricked up their ears, looking at this side expectantly. Their eyes were full of shining light, without delay, and then said. This year's rewards have changed slightly. Those who rank within 5,000 will be rewarded with 10 soul crystals, and those who are within 1,000 will be rewarded with 50 soul crystals. The top 500 will be rewarded separately. These words immediately caused an uproar. In previous Tianbang assessments, the top 500 were rewarded with 100 soul crystals, but this time, it was said that the rewards were calculated separately. In addition, what does it mean? Could it be that the rewards have become more generous? The ranking of this day's ranking is not a one-off, but continuous, but all warriors who come to participate in the ranking of the day's ranking will be left with a trace of breath in the gold scroll of that day's ranking. With this trace of the martial artist's natal aura, all warriors who have participated in the heavenly ranking assessment, as long as their strength improves, their ranking on the heavenly ranking will immediately change. The ranking of the list will change immediately, and the ranking will change directly. Therefore, anyone who wants to maintain the ranking in the Tianbang needs to constantly improve his cultivation, just like sailing against the current. If he does not advance, he will retreat. Because of this, it is as difficult as reaching the sky if you want to enter the top 500 in the Tianbang. To put it simply, as long as a martial artist who has participated in the assessment of the heavenly list once, will be on the list, regardless of whether he will come next time, as long as he has the strength, he can always occupy the ranking of the heavenly list. It is equivalent to saying that warriors like Chu Yan and others who come to participate in the ranking of the Tianbang have to face opponents, not only the 80,000 warriors in this Tianji dojo. It can even be said that warriors in the whole continent are opponents. As the Taoist's words fell, all the fighters in the audience were full of solemn faces, except Lu Ruyan, Qianlong, Wan Xiang and other top powerhouses, whose faces were full of excitement. Soon, they will become famous all over the world, and let people all over the continent know who is the real supreme powerhouse. #C1214 Top 10. Following the announcement of the Tianbang rules, in the entire Tianji dojo, sharp breaths shot up into the sky, like sharp knives out of their sheaths. All the mainland powerhouses in the audience, after more than 100 years of cultivation, are all for today. They are able to shock the mainland, break into the heaven list, and achieve the name of eternal powerhouse. Everyone, due to some reasons, there may be some changes in this year's celestial list assessment, and the difficulty will be higher than the previous celestial list assessment. Please be prepared. As soon as these words came out, the complexions of all the mainland powerhouses in the audience suddenly sank. The difficulty increases. Increase how much? Increase that aspect. A series of questions flashed through the sea of consciousness, and among the crowd of warriors, a top expert asked directly. Excuse me, my lord, this difficulty has increased, what exactly do you mean? This person's question immediately caught the attention of all the strong people in the audience, and everyone looked at the Taoist envoy with a focused expression. This year's Tianbang, the top 10 grandmasters will send their avatars to participate. The Taoist did not hesitate, and answered the question directly. However, when this sentence sounded, it immediately exploded like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and the entire Tianji dojo was exploded. In an instant, the voices of people were like a tide, as if the pot had exploded. What? The incarnation of the master is also participating, oh my god. No. Impossible. Even the Grandmaster wants to shoot, it's too scary. Grandmaster, those are the real top 10 powerhouses in the mainland. We are no match at all. It's over. It's over. I hope you don't meet them. For a moment, in the entire Tianji dojo, a large number of exclamations spread like a tide. The top 10 in the mainland. That is an existence that only exists in legends. Some of these people's cultivation has already broken through the martial emperor realm, and they are not inferior to the suzerains of the major sections. Some of them have become the sect's powerful existences. And what's even more frightening is that in the past 100 years, the top 10 masters in the mainland have hardly changed. They have always been those 10 people, occupying the top 10 of the heaven list, and no one can shake the slightest. From this, it can be seen how powerful these 10 great masters are. These few people can be said to be the strongest of the strong, the peak of the peak. All the mainland powerhouses in the audience, including Lu Ruyan, all frowned when they heard the names of these people, and their expressions changed drastically. The legendary existence, they have never even seen it. Huh. Grandmaster. Hearing this, Chu Yan also frowned slightly, his face full of astonishment. Grandmaster. What is it? Turning his head slowly, Chu Yan asked Xuanhuan directly. However, upon hearing Chu Yan's question, Xuanhuan was speechless immediately, looking at Chu Yan with twitching eyes, as if looking at a monster, and said, "No way. You don't even know the top 10 masters." Chu Yan shook his head, and replied directly, "I've never heard of it." "Okay, who made me know everything, let me tell you." Xuanhuan suddenly looked smug, looked at Chu Yan, put her hands on her back, and walked slowly in front of Chu Yan. With the air of a powerful elder, he opened his mouth and explained. The so-called top 10 masters were originally the 10 most powerful people on the top of the list. They were originally called the top 10 masters. Later, because they are the supreme masters in the fields of knives, spears, swords, fists, palms, etc. The strong, therefore, are also known as the top 10 masters, divided into sword masters, spear masters, boxing masters, etc. Later, a list of masters evolved, which is also related to this. Oh. Grandmaster list. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled immediately, and his face was full of excitement. Next, just when Chu Yan was about to ask Master Jian about the situation, in the Tianji dojo, the mutation regenerated. Boom. 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 On the Tianji dojo, 3 beams of light burst into the sky at the same time, and among the dazzling beams of light, figures strode out. With the appearance of these 10 figures, the violent aura on the entire dojo formed a monstrous coercion, like a raging sea. A wave of tens of feet high swept across the entire Tianji dojo, crashing heavily on the spiritual formation of the dojo. There was a continuous muffled sound. The top 10 powerhouses in the Tianbang come together. Not bad, the heaven list assessment, more and more people are participating. Among the 10 figures, standing on the left is a man in heavy armor, as strong as a bear, carrying an extremely huge golden axe on his shoulder, which is as tall as 3 of him. It looks extremely exaggerated, and he said with a smile. This person is Master Axe, God of Thunder Gao Tianyang. Number 7 in the heaven ranking. Xuanhuan opened her mouth and explained to Chu Yan. Not only are there too many people. There's also such a nice little fellow. A bald young man with his hands folded over his chest, a pair of arms as thick as his legs, his eyes shining brightly, his upper body naked, his whole body muscles, like steel, with a faint brilliance, giving me a feeling that his power will explode at any time. This is number 4 on the heaven rankings, Boxing Master, Power King Tubei. Song Lan said softly with a tense face. Huh. Wanhualulu Ruyan, Sancheng Wuhun. A light and bright voice sounded, a graceful woman in colorful gauze, bathed in divine light, her spiritual eyes swept across, she looked in the direction of Wanhualu at a glance, Qingyue said. This woman, the third in the heaven list, the goddess Jiuxiao, the gun master. Jiuxiao was wearing a long white dress, and in his left hand was an ice spear that looked like an ice crystal. Although it was only less than 2 feet long, it looked extremely small, but the bursts of icy coldness rising from the gun body made everyone he frowned. Goddess Jiuxiao, as quiet as a virgin, waving a light ice crystal white mist, between gestures, looks like a fairy, so she is named goddess. At the same time, the goddess Jiuxiao is also the number 1 female warrior among all the female warriors in the present world on the Haotian continent. She has no sect or sect, and has devoted her life to mountains and rivers. She has traveled all over the mainland and rarely appears in front of the world. It gives people a feeling of superiority and otherworldly fireworks. Boom, boom. Under the sound of thunder, in the middle of the 10 beams of light, a figure in green clothes slowly stepped out. This person looks ordinary, of medium stature, with hands behind his back, expressionless face, nothing special, only a pair of eyes, like a sea of stars, deep and boundless. As the stars flow, they seem to contain mountains, rivers, and accept the world. This person is the number 1 on the list, the mad scholar, Qing Ming. His appearance made the air tremble. Obviously there was no aura gushing out from him, but the souls of all the people in the audience trembled in unison. Number 1 on the day list. The number 1 master in the world, the sword master, Qing Ming. Nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses gathered in the audience, staring at Qing Ming. For a moment, this seemingly ordinary person, number 1 in the heaven list, attracted the attention of everyone, and instantly became the center of the audience. Even the Taoist envoy who held the golden scroll in the sky in midair looked at Qing Ming and nodded slightly. #C1215 ranking starts. The arrival of the top 10 on the Tianbang made the momentum of the scene freeze to the extreme. After a period of silence, in the group of warriors, under the scorching gazes of all kinds, voices of discussion arose everywhere. Goddess Jiuxiao, I heard that her master is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. I don't know if it's true or not. What? Quasi-emperor rank? How is that possible? Isn't Jiuxiao a casual cultivator? Her master should also be a casual cultivator. There are such powerful casual cultivators. That's right. I've also heard that before Jiuxiao entered the list of heaven, she followed her master to appear in the demon spirit sect, bringing a sect and slaughtering them all. Now that demon spirit peak is still blood red. My God, the demon spirit sect back then was also in full swing, not far behind the current Black Blood Temple. Who says it's not? So, this goddess Jiuxiao is very strong. The surrounding discussions, with incomparable astonishment, kept coming out of Chu Yan's ears. Quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. Isn't that stronger than Emperor Lei Wu? This Haotian continent is really extraordinary. Chu Yan looked at the goddess Jiuxiao, his consciousness flickered. That's nothing. That axe master, Lei Tianyang, was said to have been a soldier of an ordinary small country back then. I don't know what chance he got. In less than 300 years, with a copy of the Tianlei Eternal Ju, he directly from an ordinary person to an existence in the top 10 of the celestial rankings. This kind of adventure is really a blessing from heaven, and the blessings are all in the sky. Lei Tianyang. The existence that split the ancient spirit mountain with one axe and killed the big demon. Damn, it turned out to be him, it's too strong. There is also that king of power, Tuoba, who was also born in an ordinary way. It is said that he was born in the extreme Antarctic, that kind of wild land. He was less than 40 years old. With his amazing talent, he was inherited by Emperor Wu, one of the 3 major secret realms in the mainland, changed his fate against the sky, soared into the sky, and now his strength is still improving rapidly. Maybe he will surpass the previous one. The most powerful one is the sword master, Qing Ming. His origin are still a secret. However, it is said that he originally belonged to the Tianzong sect. Later, he left the sect for unknown reasons. How strange. However, it is said that in the last Tianfeng Ring battle, he faced 2 martial emperor realm powerhouses by himself, and defeated them with only 3 moves. I don't know if it's true or not. How could it be false? This is the Qingming heavenly man. It is said that he got an ancient magic sword named Qingming, which is one of the few noble spiritual treasures on the mainland. Oh my God. I heard that the other 2 in the top 3 of the Tianbang are no match for him. I didn't expect that. The top 10 in the celestial rankings all sent their avatars to participate in the assessment of the celestial rankings. It's so rare. All the powerhouses in the mainland were excited when they saw these 10 people, and they had different opinions. Gradually, the Tianji dojo became extremely noisy. The original peak powerhouses of various sects, including Lu Ruyan, Qianlong, Wan Xiang, Duo Yilei and others, all looked excited. After all, the top 10 in the Tianbang, to them now, is just a legendary existence that is high above and completely untouchable. Of these 10 people, one is stronger than one. Chu Yan's eyes kept sweeping across the top 10 on the Tianbang, a trace of astonishment rose in his heart. Although these 10 people are just incarnations, their strength is extremely terrifying. In the entire Haotian continent, except for the major suzerains and some powerful sect masters, these 10 people are probably the closest existences in the continent to quasi-emperors. And Chu Yan's eyes finally fell on Qing Ming, a mad scholar. His eyes kept flickering. This person actually made Chu Yan feel a sense of threat in his heart. Everyone, thank you for participating in this year's Tianbang assessment. Because of the appearance of 10 of you, I want to emphasize some rules again. Master Daoist, seeing that the sound of the audience gradually subsided, he opened his mouth and said, "This year's Tianbang assessment, the top 10 will all participate as avatars, but as long as anyone surpasses them, the ranking will also change, and they can be replaced, and the rewards will be doubled. In addition, private fights are not allowed within the Tianji dojo. If you violate the rules, you will be permanently disqualified from the Tianbang. Finally, there is one more thing, this year's top ranking will get a chance. Now, everyone, start preparing." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Dao envoy waved his hand directly. On the Tianji dojo, the incarnations of the top 10 in the Tianbang collapsed instantly, turning into light spots all over the sky, scattered and disappeared. Immediately, the figure of the Taoist envoy also began to quickly blur. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace. The entire Tianji dojo has once again returned to calm. However, all the mainland powerhouses, as well as those peak powerhouses, were all blushing and excited. Looking at the 10-strength body that dissipated in midair, their eyes were red. Top 10 in the heaven list, the strongest in the mainland. One day, I, Ruyan Lu, will also step into the ranks. In the direction of Xuanhuan, Lu Ruyan's face was as frosty as ice, with a pair of spiritual eyes shining brightly. But in the Lingzong camp, Song Lan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to look at Chu Yan, and said softly, "Chu Yan, it is a great opportunity for the 2 of us to participate in the Tianbang assessment this time. This time, we must observe carefully and accumulate more experience for the real participation in the future. The strength of these strong people, we must try our best to find out. In the future, it will be the goal of our cultivation." Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly, but did not say a word, scanning the audience with a pair of deep eyes. "Huh. Chu Yan, didn't you hear my uncle's words? Humph, you ignored me. When Sun Lan saw that Chu Yan was only concentrating on observing, completely ignoring her own words, she suddenly felt very depressed. Soon, most of the powerhouses around sat down on the ground and began to adjust their breath, preparing for the upcoming Tianbang assessment. Seeing that Chu Yan ignored her, Kanglin was immediately bored, and shook out a few high-level monster crystals, swallowed them directly, and recovered the monster energy in her body. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he didn't adjust his breath. According to his judgment, this day's list assessment should not be a combat-type assessment, so he is constantly using the unicorn pupil to observe the first peak powerhouse with a strong breath. What surprised him was that among the nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses in the audience, not a single person from the Black Blood Temple was found. You must know that the Black Blood Temple would send people to participate in some of the trials and assessments that Chu Yan participated in before, but this time, the Black Blood Temple gave up on such an important ranking in the Sky list. It seems that this Black Blood Temple must have some plans. Just as Chu Yan was thinking and pondering, a muffled thunder sounded above the sky, and then, the voice of the Taoist envoy resounded throughout the Tianji dojo. Now, the Tianbang ranking assessment officially begins. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience trembled, and they all looked up, their eyes flickering. Swish swish swish. As the Taoist's voice sounded, on the ground of Tianji dojo, countless circular spirit patterns flashed, like circles, neatly arranged on the ground of the dojo. #C1216 Destiny. On the ground of the dojo, all the circle-shaped spirit patterns appeared. All the mainland powerhouses rushed out, fell into those circles one after another, and sat, cross-legged directly. Other warriors who participated in the ranking for the first time were called out by the same clan powerhouses, and hurried to find the nearest one. Spirit pattern, step into it, and sit cross-legged. Quickly adjust your breath, restrain your spiritual consciousness, and run your exercises. Duo Ilai yelled loudly, and transmitted his spiritual consciousness to all the disciples who participated in the Tianbang for the first time in the sect, naturally including Chu Yan. When everyone heard Duo Ilai's shout, no matter how nervous and excited they were, they woke up one after another, quickly held their breath, and followed suit. Call. Chu Yan exhaled for a long time, his spiritual consciousness was completely restrained, the sea of consciousness fell silent, he sat cross-legged in the circle of spiritual patterns, and performed the exercises. On the entire dojo, after a burst of noise, everyone found their seats, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust their breath and concentrate, not daring to neglect in the slightest. The entire dojo quickly became silent, and bursts of aura fluctuated, scattered out. But at this time, hundreds of miles away from Tianji dojo, on the other side of Tianji Island, inside an underground palace, several figures gathered together, whispering something. These few people, if the mainland powerhouses in Tianji dojo saw them, they would recognize them at a glance. They are the top 10 in the Tianbang. Qing Ming, did you see it? Goddess Jiuxiao looked at Qing Ming, who was dressed in a green robe and was frowning in thought, and said coldly, "No." Qing Ming frowned slightly, and slowly shook her head. "Damn, I didn't see it either. Those top powerhouses, like Duo Ilai, Qianlong, and Wan Ziang, didn't meet the requirements at all. That Lu Ruyan, Gao Tianyang in heavy armor, alone, holding his chin in his hand, his face sinking like water, he said softly. That Lu Ruyan's talent and strength are not bad, but it's a pity. I heard that this woman has a vicious heart, so it shouldn't be possible for her to be a person with extraordinary luck, but others. Tubei clenched his fists tightly, and on his thick arms, blue veins bulged high. That's strange. If people with different fates are not among us, not among these newly born, top powerhouses, who would it be? Didn't you come? Goddess Jiuxiao frowned, with a puzzled look on her face. No. Since Master Taoist said he will appear, he will definitely appear. The mad scholar Qing Ming shook his head and said firmly. That's right, the only chance to break the shackles of the mainland has appeared. We must obey the words of the Taoist envoy, and we must not miss this opportunity. Lei Tianyang hit the hammer heavily, making a loud noise, his face extremely determined. Well, just wait, I believe that the Taoist and the person behind him will definitely arrange for us to meet him, we just need to wait patiently. Qing Ming said lightly. Good. When the rest of the people heard Qing Ming's words, they stopped talking and nodded in response. On the other side, in the Tianji dojo, when Chu Yan was running the exercises and adjusting his breath, just as his spiritual consciousness retreated into his body, he suddenly felt that his spiritual consciousness was pulled out of his body in an instant by a huge suction force, and quickly poured into the spirit pattern under his body. Huh! Arouse the consciousness. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately guessed that this is definitely the beginning of the Tianbang ranking assessment. I felt dizzy for a while, and my consciousness was wrapped by an incomparably mysterious force, traveling through thousands of time and space, as if I was constantly moving in one direction. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yan only felt his consciousness loosen, and a soft voice sounded beside his ear. Chu Yan, we're here. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he quickly raised his eyes to look around. When he saw it, his face was full of astonishment. I saw that there are green mountains and green waters around, blue waves rippling, there is still some kind of heavenly Taoist temple, and I have come to a place with beautiful mountains and green waters, on a wide lake, standing in a pavilion in the middle of the lake, and in front of me, sitting a middle-aged man in an empty grey robe was looking at himself with a slight smile. You are the Tao envoy. Chu Yan said in a daze. Not bad. Sit down. The grey-robed man with a calm face and benevolent eyes stretched out his hand to signal, and at the same time, picked up a purple pot in front of him with his right hand, and poured a cup of fragrant tea for Chu Yan. This is the place for the Tianbang assessment. Chu Yan sat lightly, looking at everything in front of him, unable to understand the situation at all. Drink tea. The Tianbang assessment is to let yourself drink tea. What's the situation? Of course not. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Taoist shook his head and said with a light smile. Chu Yan, there are some things you don't understand yet, but soon. Speaking of this, the Taoist envoy picked up the tea, blew it a few times, drank a cup, his eyes were bent, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. Because of your special situation, your Tianbang assessment is different from others. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Taoist envoy raised his head, and a pair of indifferent eyes looked at Chu Yan like a sharp arrow, as if he could see everything about Chu Yan. In this kind of gaze, Chu Yan felt as if everything about him, all the secrets were seen through by him. Special. Different from everyone else. Chu Yan's heart trembled, he quickly recovered, and asked with a normal face. That's right. The Tianbang assessment is actually just a cover. The Taoist said. As soon as the words came out, Chu Yan's expression froze immediately, and his brows frowned slightly. The Tianbang assessment is a cover. Why don't you say it so directly? There are rumors outside that I am transformed by the luck of the Haotian continent. Have you heard of this? Regarding Chu Yan's reaction, the Taoist was not surprised at all, chuckled lightly, and continued. I've heard of it. Chu Yan said. Actually, strictly speaking, there is some relationship, but it's not what they imagined. The Taoist shook his head, got up slowly, crossed to the edge of the pavilion, looked at Bailey Bibo, in front of him, and continued. Therefore, the golden volume of the Tianbang attracts countless powerful people from the mainland for one purpose, which is to find people with strange fates who are related to the fate of the mainland. Continent luck. A person with a different fate. Chu Yan said in a daze. So, you may not understand, why not? Let's start the assessment directly. First assess your luck. The Taoist turned around suddenly, looked at Chu Yan, his smile disappeared, his face was solemn. Okay. Whatever. Chu Yan nodded. Anyway, it is the Tianbang assessment. I have heard of this luck assessment at the beginning. I just got a little curious, so I nodded and agreed. Very good. Then, start the assessment. The Taoist walked to the opposite side of Chu Yan and sat lightly. Immediately, a very mysterious force rose from his body, gathered on his right hand, and gently swept out, like thousands of star points, towards Chu Yan, merging come. In an instant, these mysterious light spots poured into Chu Yan's body, and soon returned to the middle of the two, continuously condensed, and turned into a light curtain. Some illusory light and shadow, on the light curtain, kept beating. This is the extreme sky mountain range. When Chu Yan saw the scene in the light curtain clearly, he exclaimed suddenly. #C1217 Haotian origin. Seeing the Tianji Mountains appear in the light curtain in front of him, Chu Yan was suddenly dumbfounded. Extreme Sky Sect, the first sect I joined. There, I went from limiting the three wastes to awakening the Wuhun of the five gods and beasts. It can be said that it was the beginning of the rise of Chu Yan's martial arts. Are you familiar? Taoist asked with a light smile. Think about it, think about that night of thunder and lightning 2 years ago in your small courtyard of Jishanzong. Boom, boom. As the words of the Taoist envoy fell, the scene in the light curtain in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a sky full of dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and a sea of clouds for thousands of miles, covering the entire extreme heaven sect, the Tianji Mountains, and even the extreme north continent, cover up as much as possible. In the endless tumbling sea of clouds, thick electric snakes rolled and moved, constantly exploding, like thunder passing through the border, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. And at this moment, a red light appeared in the middle of the sea of clouds, like a whirlpool, spinning rapidly, breaking a huge black hole in the middle of the sea of clouds. Through that black hole, Chu Yan can clearly see that behind the black hole is the sea of stars, the vast, boundless, endless universe and starry sky. Call out. At this moment, a red air flow, like a meteor in the cosmic sea of stars, rushed out of the black hole in the clouds. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, endless thunder and lightning exploded crazily, one after another slashed towards the red streamer, thousands of electric flowers exploded, and the red air stream was blasted to the point of collapse, but did not stop at all, and fell towards the ground. Countless thunder and lightning lingered outside the red air flow. From a distance, the red light was completely surrounded by lightning, like a thick beam of thunder and lightning, and like the wrath of the gods, it slammed on a small courtyard below. Boom, boom. The roof of the simple courtyard was blown apart in an instant, creating a huge hole in the sky. Roar. The next moment, a terrifying beast roared from the room in the small courtyard, soaring into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time as the roar of the beast sounded, thousands of miles of thunderclouds in the sky seemed to erupt in an instant. A large piece of thunder light exploded directly, and the endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, spreading along the boundless sky. This rolling thunder actually completely covered that thunderous beast roar. Soon, the thundercloud vision in the sky quickly dissipated, and everything between the sky and the earth returned to calm. This is. Chu Yan's face was full of horror, and he jumped up, his eyes widened, and he looked straight at the Taoist in front of him. No one is more familiar with all this just now than Chu Yan. This is the scene when he came to this world of martial arts and awakened the five gods and beasts. I didn't even tell you about this matter. In the entire Haotian continent, I was the only one who knew. Why? Staring at the Tao envoy in front of him, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, countless thoughts of consciousness flashed by, and in an instant, a strong murderous aura continuously overflowed from his body. Chu Yan stared closely at the Taoist envoy in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and the 16 inner alchemy in his body were slowly moving. Regardless of the status of the person in front of him, his biggest secret and trump card, he must never let others know. At this moment, Chu Yan finally moved to kill. Chu Yan, don't worry. In fact, you don't know that the opportunity you got is the aura of Haotian continent, which has been decided long ago. The Taoist envoy sensed the killing intent on Chu Yan, but he was not angry, and still smiled lightly and said, "It's fixed." Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and his whole body stagnated violently. That's right. That's right. A few years ago, Haotian continents will condensed all the energy that had accumulated for 90,000 years into 5 chances, and sowed these 5 seeds of different types, but similar grades to the 5 continents of the mainland. Seeing that Chu Yan's breath had calmed down, the Taoist envoy went on to say, "That is to say, like you, there are 5 people in the Haotian 5 continents who have obtained the luck of the mainland." This? Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Could it be that there are 4 other people like him on the Haotian continent who possess the spirit of the 5 gods and beasts? But the Taoist stood up slowly, walked to Chu Yan's side, stared at Chu Yan tightly with his eyes, and said, "2 of them, because they exposed their cards before they grew up, were directly strangled in the cradle by jealous people, and there were 2 others, but due to various reasons, they were all lost in the process of cultivation." Fall. Well. For a moment, Chu Yan couldn't help, but a trace of cold sweat rose from his back. "Fortunately, after I got the 5 gods and beasts, I have never shown 5 gods and beasts at the same time in front of a living person. I refrained from showing my cards. If I was like them and exposed the 5 gods and beasts when my cultivation was insufficient, I am afraid that now, like the others, I would have been lost in this other world long ago. But, the will of the vast sky and the earth, why did you do this?" Chu Yan frowned slightly, and asked. "Because of a gamble." Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, and the Taoist spoke suddenly. His voice was like a bell, and a powerful breath rushed out of him in an instant, bringing a wave of air, rushing to all directions. "A shocking gamble, a gamble that bets on all the creatures in the whole continent. And now, you are the one who holds all the chips." The words fell to the ground, like thunder, exploding in Chu Yan's ears, making his whole soul tremble crazily. "What's the situation? What exactly is going on? When did I get involved in such a terrifying gamble?" Chu Yan didn't speak, but just looked at the Taoist envoy quietly, trying to calm himself down, because Chu Yan knew that maybe at this moment, every minute and every breath of time is of great importance. "Very good. You are really good." The Taoist envoy saw Chu Yan with a cold face, and didn't ask himself in a hurry. This kind of disposition is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Suddenly, he looked up to Chu Yan again. "Actually, the Haotian continent is not what you imagined. His origin is just a primitive secret realm world of a powerful force in the outer domain." The Taoist let out a long breath, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, he finally spoke slowly. What? At this moment, the shock in Chu Yan's heart was like a torrential wave, setting off a monstrous momentum, which made Chu Yan freeze on the spot. Beyond the Haotian continent, there is a vast and boundless vast world. There are countless strong people like clouds, all-powerful, and countless like crucian carp, crossing the river. Of course, there are also countless powerful sections, sects and forces, and our Haotian continent belongs to one of the original secret realm worlds of foreign forces. Those people regard all the creatures and warriors of our Haotian continent as their test objects, and they will come once every 100,000 years to collect. Right here, the Taoist envoy showed a look of pain on his face, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled. "Charge, what?" Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his voice was ice-like, and asked. "Collecting everyone's martial soul and physical energy and blood. You should have seen this." The hundreds of millions of elite disciples of Tianzong, including your mother, have all been. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura exploded from Chu Yan's body, blood eyes and golden pupils flashed, staring straight at the Taoist envoy. Damn. Damn them all. Who are those people? Tell me. Chu Yan roared like a beast and roared sharply. #C1218 choices. Seeing Chu Yan bursting into anger, the Taoist envoy was stunned, looked at Chu Yan, and uttered 2 words heavily. The underworld, clan. Ningzu. Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, and the golden light was like arrows, staring at the Taoist, and said coldly. That's right. For millions of years, the Ming clan has kept all the people in our Haotian continent captive in this Haotian continent, just like some kind of livestock. When a certain period of time comes, they will come to harvest once and absorb the most powerful warriors on the continent. The martial soul and blood of the body are condensed into a special spirit pattern for their cultivation of the Ming clan. And once every 100,000 years, everyone in the Haotian continent calls them the Great Tribulation. Livestock. Havoc. So that's how it is. Chu Yan, who gradually calmed down, his whole body's aura slowly subsided, and his eyes gradually recovered. Hearing the Taoist's words, he nodded, clenched his fists, and forced himself to calm down. Chu Yan is very clear that at this time, anger and impulsiveness have no effect. The only useful thing is, calm down. Hearing the Taoist's words, Chu Yan's consciousness trembled, and he suddenly recalled. A long time ago, I was still in the extreme north continent, participating in the 9 summit martial trials of the 2 holy sections. In that primitive secret world, I met the 12 banners of the Raksha, Sol Tianzong and Li Wutian. At that time, tens of thousands of sect soldiers were trapped in that small world, unable to leave at all, until he appeared, sent them back to the Raksha Soul Heaven sect, returned to Jiuxiao, awakened the bloodline, and broke the Raksha clan. Repair as a bottleneck. Could it be that the situation I and all the warriors in Haotian continent are facing at this moment is the same as the situation of the 12 Banners sect army back then? Such a huge Haotian continent turned out to be a secret place of captivity for a powerful force in the outer domain. Even his own mother became a lamb to be slaughtered and fell into the hands of the Ming clan. But wait, this is wrong. Chu Yan's eyes flashed. He suddenly raised his head, looked at the Taoist, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes, looked at the Taoist, and asked. Taoist, didn't you say that the Hades once every 100,000 years? Why were hundreds of millions of elites from the Tianzong captured by the Hades a few years ago? Hearing Chu Yan's question, the Taoist didn't show any surprise, his eyes flickered a few times. Gently opened his mouth and explained. You should know that the vast majority of people in Haotian continent don't know what I just told you, and are completely kept in the dark, because the perception of the way of heaven has been raised to a certain level. Naturally one can slowly learn the truth from the rules of the way of heaven in Haotian continent. Tianzong. For tens of thousands of years, as the most powerful sect in the mainland, there have been 3 quasi-martial emperors in their sect. With their powerful perception of heaven, they knew the original secret of Haotian continent, so they started fighting. On the Haotian continent, there is a time-space boundary that is relatively weak, so Tianzong has been leading the warriors in the sect for tens of thousands of years, trying to break through this weak space-time boundary, but, alas. Could it be, this is what Donghuang Tianyi said, the core secret of Tianzong? Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly realized, no wonder Donghuang Tianyi, no matter how much he asked, he was unwilling to tell himself. Once this news is leaked out, it will definitely cause the entire Haotian continent to shake. Do you know what the gold scroll on the Tianbang is? Asked the Taoist envoy. Could it be a thing of the Mingzu? Chu Yan frowned, looking at the golden scroll in the hands of the Taoist envoy, doubtful. That's right. This heavenly list gold scroll is the spirit treasure of the Netherworld clan. It is used to record all the people with the highest cultivation in the Haotian continent, so that when they come, they can kill people according to the list of the heavenly list. Taoist's tone was low, with a slight look of hatred. For countless years, my eldest brother and I have been using the luck of the mainland to compete with the golden scroll of this heavenly list, but we have only been isolated for less than 100 years, and entered this heavenly list. In the end, the Taoist envoy took back the golden scroll of the Tianbang, sat down gently, looked at Chu Yan, and stopped talking. But Chu Yan's face was stagnant, and he was completely shocked by the news he just heard. It turned out that this different world turned out to be like this. In the entire lake pavilion, everything returned to calm. Except in the void, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, without speaking for a long time. When all the hypocrisy and bubbles are uncovered, you will find that the real world is much more terrifying than you imagined. After a long time, Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, and the turbulent waves in his heart gradually calmed down. How much longer? Sitting lightly, Chu Yan said softly. 1.5 years, up to 2 years. The Taoist replied. How strong is the strength? Chu Yan asked. Very strong. The minimum strength is the martial emperor level. How many people? Under normal circumstances, the Ming clan who came to Haotian continent to harvest the heaven list are only the young arrogants of their clan, less than 10,000. 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses. Chu Yan was startled, his pupils constricted, and he said in surprise. That's right. There are no fewer than 10,000 quasi-emperor level powerhouses in the Mingzhu. The Taoist replied. Hiss. Chu Yan couldn't help but gasped. His eyes flickered, and he fell into silence again. Chu Yan only felt the air around his body become tense in an instant, and he pondered for 10 breaths, before asking again. Then what about our Haotian continent? Currently, in the Haotian continent, there are a total of 3 quasi-emperor level powerhouses and martial emperor level powerhouses, less than 50. 3 quasi-emperor ranks. 50 martial emperors. Chu Yan was startled, this ratio is wrong. You know, breaking through from the martial emperor realm to the quasi-emperor rank is as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if the chance is 1 in a billion, it is considered normal. The existence of Chu Yan, now I will give you a choice, the same as I gave to the 3 quasi-emperor level powerhouses. This matter is also the most important thing for me to find you alone. The Taoist looked at Chu Yan and said. What choice? Chu Yan asked. Your chance is driven by the Qi movement of Haotian continent, so there is no need to test your talent at all, so it is very easy for you to be listed in the heavenly list, and you can also let you choose at will. Ranking on the heavenly list, even if it is number 1, it is not a problem. The Taoist said slowly. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he could choose the first place in the list. Why has the assessment of the heavenly ranking list become so simple? It's too easy to be the first one. However, I will give you another choice, that is, not to enter the list of heaven. The Taoist envoy's face became extremely solemn when he said this, and the mysterious aura in his body continued to overflow. He looked extremely nervous. Don't enter the ranking of the heaven list. Chu Yan was startled. C 1219 1-3. Hearing the Taoist's words, Chu Yan was startled suddenly. Could it be? Yes. If you don't enter the Tianbang, just like the first 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses, after more than a year, when the catastrophe comes, because your name and aura are not in the Tianbang gold scroll, it is very likely that you will escape the ghost. After another 100,000 years of hunting and killing by Jiuxiao, a young man from the clan, when your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of mainland martial arts, maybe there is hope in Haotian continent, ushering in the situation of breaking the boundary. Boundary breaking game? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. That's right, break the shackles of the Haotian continent, let the Haotian continent break away from the captivity of the Ming clan, and truly become an independent continent. That day will be the day of the rebirth of the Haotian continent. Daoist's tone is firm, his eyes are piercing. You asked me to wait another 100,000 years. Hearing this, Chu Yan was shocked and said, just kidding, 100,000 years, although he has stepped into the martial venerable realm now, and has a lifespan of no less than 100,000 years, but... What about your father? Brother? In 100,000 years, how many familiar people have left me? 2 years later in the catastrophe, when nearly 10,000 young warriors from the Ming clan descended to the martial emperor realm, less than 10% of the warriors in the entire continent could survive. Do I want to watch helplessly, family members and friends die tragically under the hands of these alien races? Moreover, the most important thing is that my mother is still in the hands of the Ming clan. Even if it is only a few years, she is struggling to support her, suffering and suffering. Can she survive for 100,000 years? Of course not. That's right. With your talent, after 100,000 years, you will be able to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. At that time, with the addition of a few others, maybe there will be a boundary-breaking relationship between our Haotian continent and the Mingzhu. Hope. The Taoist envoy said. My talent, 100,000 years, to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Hearing the Taoist's words, Chu Yan, who was originally emotional, was stunned and looked at the other party with a face full of astonishment. This Taoist, it seems, doesn't know himself very well. Of course, this is only my suggestion. The final choice is yours. Whether you choose the ranking in the heaven list, or vice versa. Somewhere in the sky, there is a way of heaven, and we are just following the sky and living according to our destiny. When the Taoist spoke up to this point, he kept silent and looked at Chu Yan quietly, waiting for Chu Yan's choice. However, what the Taoist envoy didn't expect was that Chu Yan didn't think about it at all. He just pondered for a while and then asked with a smile. Master Daoist, besides the luck test, there should be other things to rank in this day list. Huh. This, of course. You don't have to produce the martial soul assessment, and there is no need for the artistic conception assessment. How about this? I will arrange for you to participate in the battle strength assessment. No matter what you choose, this is also a must join. The Taoist thought for a while and said, according to your current combat power, I will arrange a few opponents to fight you. As long as you can persist undefeated within the specified time, you will pass. Good. Chu Yan nodded without hesitation, and his eyes instantly became hot. The confrontation with the strong in the mainland was what he was most looking forward to in this year's ranking assessment. Seeing Chu Yan nodding his head in agreement, mysterious power gushed out from the Daoist envoy, and then he waved his big hand, a cloud of air enveloped Chu Yan, wrapped it up, turned it into a stream of light, and soared into the sky. Swish! Chu Yan only felt that the scenery in front of him became blurred in an instant, like phantoms, quickly passing by his side. I don't know how long it took. When my consciousness and vision recovered, I looked up and looked around, only to find that I came to a dense forest, and the person standing beside me was none other than Dao Envoy. The opponents arranged for you this time, although slightly higher in combat power than you, are not much different. The longer you persist, the better. If you can persist for 100 breaths, you will be ranked among the top 100 in the heaven list. You should hurry up and prepare. I will give you 100 breaths of time to prepare. The Taoist envoy glanced at Chu Yan and said. The combat power is slightly higher than mine. Hearing this, Chu Yan was not surprised, but happy. What he needs most now is an opponent of this level, who can quickly improve his martial arts. Immediately, Chu Yan, who was excited, immediately sat cross-legged and took out a 9-Xian golden pill, swallowed it, and began to adjust the state. What could make him more excited than a life-and-death battle? Seeing Chu Yan sitting cross-legged and starting to adjust his state, Dao made his face darken slightly, his eyes flickering constantly. After thinking for a while, he waved his big hand, and 3 streamers rose into the sky. At this time, in the secret realm of Tianbang, in a swamp, a large area of miasma diffused in all directions, covering the entire swamp completely. Ordinary people can only see within 10 steps clearly in this dense miasma. Range of steps. Because these miasmas have the effect of suppressing the spiritual consciousness, even if the powerful spiritual consciousness is fused into these mist, it will be quickly dissolved by the ubiquitous miasma. Tom. 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 At this time, in the thick mist, muffled voices sounded, and a figure as tall as a tower stepped out of the mist. Where this figure walked, the footprints imprinted an inch deep on the ground, which shows how terrifying this person's size and heavy armor are. This person, whose whole body is wrapped in thick and heavy, with a figure like a bear and a tiger, is one of the top 10 in the heaven list, Lei Shengao Tianyang. On the shoulders of his body, he carried a huge golden axe that was more sturdy than his body. The powerful breath kept rushing the surrounding fog. Call out. At this moment, above the sky, a ray of light descended from the sky, and instantly submerged into Gao Tianyang's body, causing his tower-like body to tremble slightly. His face froze instantly, and he uttered in horror, saying, "Master Dao Envoy summoned." Could it be that someone with different fate appeared? Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Tianyang let go of the sea of consciousness in an instant, and the aura on his body was restrained to the extreme. The streamer that entered his body just now wrapped his whole body in an instant and soared into the sky. Swish! Swish! In the dense woods, Gao Tianyang had just landed. When he saw 2 people standing beside him, his face was startled. Huh! You guys are here too? That's right. According to the order of the Taoist envoy, the 3 of us will fight this man with strange fate. The person who spoke was none other than Ming Qing, the crazy scholar who ranked number 1 on the list. Of course, none of these 3 people are real deities, but 3 incarnations, who were summoned to this forest at the same time by the Taoist envoy. Who is this man of strange fate? The 3 of us need to act together. Goddess Jiuxiao frowned slightly. She really couldn't imagine that besides those few people in Haotian continent, who else is qualified to let the 3 of them take action at the same time. Hey, don't care who he is, you'll know when you hit him. Gao Tianyang raised his hand, and took the huge golden axe on his back into his hand. The fighting spirit in his body kept rising. Hearing Gao Tianyang's words, the crazy scholar Ming Qing and the goddess Jiuxiao all had their eyes lit up suddenly, and their fighting spirit kept rolling. #C1220 Fight to fight. Deep in the woods, on top of an ordinary rock, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, stood up and looked at the Taoist beside him. In his eyes, there was a flash of light, like 2 sharp blades, flashing past, and then he nodded heavily. Okay. Chu Yan, your opponent has arrived. Don't let me down. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Taoist figure was like smoke, slowly drifting away, and soon disappeared in the forest. At the same time, in the woods in the distance, 3 figures are coming towards Chu Yan, getting closer. Chu Yan looked up, his face froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. What a joke. It turned out to be a top 10 existence on the Tianbang, which is called a little bit stronger. What made Chu Yan even more frantic was that his opponents turned out to be 3 of the top 10 on the list. That old man, is he crazy? Just when Chu Yan was full of astonishment, opposite him, the 3 strong men on the Tianbang also frowned deeply, and their faces were full of astonishment. This kid, is someone with extraordinary luck. Only. Wu Zuanjing Cultivation Base. Bang! The huge axe in Gao Tianyang's hand fell to the ground, and at the same time as he smashed a deep hole, there was a muffled sound. And Gao Tianyang stared straight at Chu Yan not far away, with a look of astonishment on his face. He never thought that the person with extraordinary luck that Master Daoist said was actually a person with such a low cultivation base. This. Master Daoist, you can't make a mistake. Goddess Jiuxiao also frowned deeply, with a strong look of doubt in her spiritual eyes. She slightly parted her red lips and said in a trembling voice. No. How could Master Daoist make a mistake about such a big event? This son must have something extraordinary. Everyone is ready to act. The mad scholar is Ming Qing, with a green robe fluttering on his body, and his breath is constantly rising. Unlike Gao Tianyang and Su Xia, the mad scholar Qing Ming's background is even more humble, so he will never underestimate any opponent, let alone a person with a strange fate whom the Taoist envoy kisses. Okay. Is it right? You will know after one battle. When Gao Tianyang heard Qing Ming's words, he immediately reacted, picked up the giant axe on the ground, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit, soaring rapidly. Did you hide your cultivation? It seems that you really need to test it out. Su Xia's spiritual eyes flickered, a light flashed in his hand, and a short spear like ice crystal flashed out. Boom! 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 The next moment, following Qing Ming's attack, Gao Tianyang and Su Xia also attacked at the same time. Qing Ming raised his right palm lightly, and slapped out with one palm. The cyan palm print contained astonishing power, as if it wanted to smash everything. Gao Tianyang held an axe in both hands, holding it high above his head, like a god and demon. The sharp and bright axe shot up into the night, and slashed down fiercely in front of him. Before the axe was struck, the void in front of Gao Tianyang was divided into 2 parts. Second, on the smooth edge of the void cut, traces of electric sparks flicker, exuding the terrifying power of thunder. The ice spear in Su Xia's hand swiped out flat, a burst of icy air rushed past, and the surrounding trees, mountains, and rocks were instantly frozen. The trees and rocks exploded one after another, turning into countless ice shards, and falling to the ground. These 3 tricks are earth-shattering. 3 martial emperor realm powerhouses strike at the same time. What a terrifying power, they can destroy 100 miles in just a few seconds. Good job. Since we want to fight, then, fight. Seeing the 3 attacks coming, Chu Yan suddenly woke up from the trance. His whole body's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, the blood in his body was rolling, his true energy turned into a skyrocketing force, and his combat power exploded directly. Whoosh whoosh. In the next breath, Chu Yan's figure trembled, like a candle in the wind, and instantly became illusory, flickering like a shadow, bringing up a long afterimage, shaped like a ghost, constantly shuttling, killing all 3 attacks. Get out of the way, and charge straight towards the 3 people who are several miles away. What? Huh. This is impossible. When Gao Tianyang, Su Xia, and Qing Ming saw Chu Yan, who was flickering like a phantom shadow, they were stunned and their faces were full of astonishment. They never imagined that the joint attack of the 3 of them would be so easily resolved by Chu Yan, and the speed of this person would be so fast. However, these 3 people are all in the top 10 of the heaven list, and their strength is far superior to that of warriors of the same level. Just when Chu Yan was about to rush in front of them like a frightened rainbow, the 3 of them reacted at the same time. Their faces were filled with ferocity, their true energy exploded crazily, and they shot again at the same time. Boom, boom. The large attack torrents merged together, as if devouring the sky and consuming the earth, trying to destroy the entire world, setting off a monstrous power, covering all the space around Chu Yan, and crushing it down. How fast? Seal all the space around you, and see if you can escape by speed. Facing the joint killing move of the 3 of them, Chu Yan raised his mouth lightly, as if he had expected it. Before the torrent of attack fell, Chu Yan yelled, and his figure soared into the sky. Give me, break. The right fist is facing the sky, the silver light is shining, the five-color brilliance is lingering, the Tiangang fist method, the last move, the 5 Qi are facing the Yuan, erupting instantly, blasting out. Roar. The silver fist print, with 5 color rays of light, looks like a silver dragon, going up against the sky, facing directly above the attacking torrent. In an instant, the dragon's chant shook the sky roared, and the two collided together, bursting out terrifying gas explosion. Boom, boom. The sky, the ground, and the void all trembled, and the entire small world trembled slightly. The power of this counterattack was as terrifying as hiss. The violent air wave rushed nearly 100 feet high, scattered and rushed in all directions, and the rest of the explosion, like a row of flood peaks, rushed towards the sky. Along the way, forests and hills collapsed one after another. The power of fusion of the 5 elements. This sun has actually integrated the 5 elements. Moreover, this person has extremely rich combat experience, and he should have experienced many battles of life and death. What he attacked was exactly our 3 attacks. The point of fusion is the weakest point. Kuang Qingshu Qingming, with a solemn expression, looked at Chu Yan soaring into the sky, and said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Gao Tianyang and Jiuxiao also looked stunned. They also saw what Qingming said, and although they were astonished in their hearts, they finally gradually understood why the Taoist envoy asked the 3 of them to fight this sun. This shows that it is really possible that this sun is the person with different fates. 5 elements Qi. In mid-air, in a cloud of nothingness, the Taoist envoy was hidden in it. When he saw that he had just made a counterattack, his eyes flashed, and he let out a sigh. How could this kid have the Qi of the 5 elements? Moreover, he actually used the Qi of the 5 elements to enhance the power of martial arts. This is a waste of money. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Qingming and the others, of course, did not see that Chu Yan had fused 5 elements of energy in that move just now, but the Dao envoy, who was high above the sky, could see it at a glance. Gradually, when he raised his head to look at the black-robed figure floating in the sky, the strange light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. #C1221 Way of Destruction. At this moment, Chu Yan was soaring into the sky, and the Taoist envoys, Ming Qing, Gao Tianyang and Jiuxiao, below all looked shocked. Humph. I don't believe it, I'll seal him up. Jiuxiao yelled, and his body turned into a cold current, heading straight into the sky. The air condensed as he passed along the way, and a row of ice walls reflecting the cold light of ice crystals continued to extend where Jiuxiao passed. Moreover, the ice wall is still spreading in all directions. When Jiuxiao rushed 10,000 steps away from Chu Yan, rows of ice walls surrounded the 2 of them, standing up layer by layer, like an ice city. You want to trap me with this trick? Seeing this, Chu Yan sneered, completely unconcerned. It's freezing. Jiuxiao rushed into Chu Yan within 10,000 steps, without any hesitation, raised her slender hand, endless frost gushed out, and large ice crystal flowers flew all over the sky, like the most severe cold wave in the north, setting off a storm and sweeping towards Chu Yan and Go. What a strong cold air. Chu Yan's eyes froze, his figure turned into electricity, and flew out. Wherever he passed, every 3 steps, he left an afterimage clone. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan rushed tens of thousands of steps along the surrounding ice walls, thousands of figures scattered around. What? 1,000 phantoms. Seeing this scene, Jiuxiao and Ming Qing and Gao Tianyang on the ground suddenly shrank their pupils. They couldn't believe that Chu Yan's body speed was so fast. Qian Phantom, when the speed of the warrior reaches a certain limit, the figure rushes through the void, leaving behind afterimages, as if the deity is standing in place. In fact, it is just that the speed is too fast, causing the light and shadow not to disperse reason. However, on the Haotian continent, those who can reach the 1,000 phantoms are all talented people who have realized the way of speed. When fighting with others, they will have an absolute advantage in speed, completely suppress the opponent, and take the initiative. They didn't expect that Chu Yan, who looks so young, can practice the way of speed. How can such a talent not surprise people? Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. The deity of Chu Yan suddenly appeared, his right hand was raised high, and while he was waving, a large wave of fire rolled out and swept past, melting all the surrounding ice walls into mist, rolling and rising. Skylock Soul Suppression. At this moment, Qingming in the distance suddenly shouted loudly, made seals with both hands, and slapped. A purple chain, like a purple lightning bolt, is also like a big purple snake. With a flick of the snake's head, it rolls towards Chu Yan, and is about to tie him up directly. This is Qingming's secret technique. Once a warrior is caught, it can not only restrain the body, but also suppress the spirit of the warrior, causing the warrior's strength to drop. Everyone shoot together, Tianyu palm. Qingming yelled loudly, flipped his palms and slapped out, a phantom appeared out of thin air, and while roaring, it went straight to Chu Yan. 9 Thunder Warriors. Dao Tianyang stomped on the ground with his right foot, the golden axe in his hand was like a round of golden blazing sun, shining brightly, as he swung it repeatedly, within 100 steps in front of him, there were streaks of light from the axe, suspenseful, and in the blink of an eye, there were nearly 100 golden axe lights piled up on the ground. In front of Gao Tianyang. Burst. After a loud shout, Gao Tianyang dropped his heavy axe, and 100 axe lights rushed out in front of him at the same time, like 100 golden meteors, covering the sky and covering the earth, crushing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan swept his gaze, and suddenly found that this time, the martial arts used by the 3 of them were all range-covered, obviously because they were afraid of their own speed being too fast, so they used this move. Hee, it's exactly what I want. Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, with a slight smile, and then, the true energy in his whole body surged again, and he shouted loudly. Give me, break! Boom, boom. Both fists are thrown out. Left and right fists are thrown out continuously, one after another. Silver fist marks, screaming and shaking the sky, like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. One punch is faster than the other, forming a straight line, and blasting out. Boom. 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 The first to come was Qingming's phantom palm print, which was blasted 10 times in a row before completely blowing it away. Immediately afterwards, there was a large golden axe light, more than a dozen fist marks, constantly smashing, abruptly in the middle of the large axe light, smashing a straight passage, which just accommodated Chu Yan's body. The torrent of axe light rushed past Chu Yan, carrying the black robe like the wind, hunting, but it didn't hurt a single hair of Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Gao Tianyang, Su Xia, and Ming Qing looked at each other from a distance, and they all saw a deep solemn look in each other's eyes. Up to now, they finally fully believed that this Chu Yan must be a person with a different fate in the Haotian continent. Clang! Just as the 3 of them looked at each other, a bright light flashed across the sky, and the resounding sound of the sword resounded throughout the world. Opening the heavenly sword. Chu Yan let out a soft drink, the Haotian sword in his hand was shining dazzlingly. The sword energy was introverted, as if the ore was lost, but in fact it was condensed in the sword body, almost compressed to the limit. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body is like the ebb tide of a mad sea, and just now he is soaring into the sky, but at this time, he is like a willow leaf in the wind, becoming silent, and even sweeping his consciousness. If you don't pay attention, you will ignore Chu Yan, the presence of inflammation. What's the situation? Gao Tianyang and Su Xia's expressions changed drastically. Although Chu Yan's aura had almost disappeared and they became like ordinary people, a sense of danger surged wildly in their hearts. In their eyes, the current Chu Yan, compared with just now, is extremely terrifying, like the difference between heaven and earth. Prick! He drank a single word, and stabbed lightly with the long sword in his right hand. Except for a little ripple in the void, this sword was dull, as if it had no power. Hum. 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 However, when the Haotian sword stabbed to the end and stopped slowly, the void at the tip of the sword kept trembling, from slow to fast, and the tremors became stronger and stronger. A little void that was completely invisible to the naked eye ripples continued to extend towards. Facing each other far away, the three of Gao Tianyang were completely dumbfounded when they saw the sword. What kind of swordsmanship is this? You can't even see the sword light and sword traces, how can you stop it? Not good. Dangerous. Among the three of them, Qing Ming was the first to react, reprinting the handprints with both hands. The handprints kept gushing out, and behind him a high figure appeared. The way of destruction, mass extinction. Boom. A terrifying force exploded directly in the void. Behind Ming Qing, the tall phantom, like an ancient giant, slapped down fiercely through the endless void. Boom, boom. The endless palm force collided fiercely with a little ripple in the void. Under the collision of the two forces of heaven, they turned into a stalemate like two bulls confronting each other with their horns. Huh! The way of destruction. Chu Yan was stunned, his face full of astonishment. It is worthy of being the number one existence in the heaven list. Although it is only an incarnation, it is possible to use the way of destruction. If this deity evolves to destroy the way of heaven, I am afraid that Chu Yan's sword will not be able to resist at all. Boom. The next moment, the two kinds of heavenly powers exploded and turned into terrifying forces at the same time, sweeping in all directions. #C1222 Those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me die. Boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions, like a thundercloud passing through, swept across the world. Accompanied by continuous earth-shattering explosions, countless spare energy shot in all directions, rushing forward. Call. Goddess Jiuxiao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, patted her proud chest, and said, at the early stage of the middle Wu Zuanjing. Fortunately, the cultivation level is not high, otherwise, this move will definitely not be a tie. Hearing this, Qing Ming, who was standing beside Su Xia, frowned, turned his head slowly, and looked at Su Xia. Su Xia was so frightened that he quickly shut up. However, when he looked back at Chu Yan again, he nodded slightly. Among the top 100 on the celestial list, there are not many who can block the way of destruction that I just did. From this, it can be seen that this kid's combat power has at least reached the top 100 on the celestial list. Gao Tianyang, next to him, also nodded slightly, fully recognizing Chu Yan's strength. Of course they knew the power of Ming Qing's move just now, although it was just an incarnation attack, not as terrifying as the real deity, but it is by no means something that can be resisted by ordinary strongmen. But, immediately after, the remaining energy in the sky exploded, and when they all scattered, the expressions of the three of them changed at the same time. What? It's all right. No way. 3 exclamations sounded at the same time, and they all looked at the figure in the sky bursting with disbelief. I saw, in the sky and on the earth, a man dressed in a black robe was standing in the air, not a hair was hurt, and he didn't move an inch. How is this possible? Goddess Jiuxiao was stunned. She had personally experienced Ming Qing's mass extinction technique. Even if she tried her best to resist it, nothing would happen. How did he do it? Ming Qing's face instantly turned livid, almost roaring. This moment. The top 3 in the Tianbang, their faces instantly became solemn, extremely solemn. Now, they finally understand that from the beginning to the end, they have underestimated this man of extraordinary luck. Cool. Between heaven and earth, a passionate shout sounded. Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, and his whole body's fighting spirit rose to the extreme. He shouted loudly. Come on, continue, to fight. Haotian. Kill me. A loud howl, as if it wanted to pierce through the world, tearing apart the whole world. Clang. On Chu Yan's right hand, the Haotian sword trembled suddenly, and the fierce sword intent, like a rolling river, poured out continuously. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, Chu Yan's whole body is like a shocking rainbow, galloping thousands of miles, constantly soaring. What a powerful sword intent! Could it be that the sword just now was not his strongest? Ming Qing, Gao Tianyang, and goddess Jiuxiao saw the storm of sword intent rolling up around Chu Yan in the sky, and their expressions changed again. Invisibly, between the heaven and the earth, violent winds with killing intent filled the whole world, some were gentle and some were violent. These irregular strong winds swept all directions, causing a chill to rise in the hearts of the three of them at the same time. This is the wind, no. No, this is the way of killing, and, not right. Could it be that the wind combined with the way of killing? In the distance, the Taoist envoy had a shit-green face, wide-eyed eyes, and was horrified, unable to speak even a complete sentence. I didn't expect, it's been 100,000 years. In my Haotian continent, there is another strange number who can merge with the way of heaven. In the star-like eyes of the Taoist envoy, a gleam of starlight first lit up, but as time passed, this ray of light became brighter and brighter, and finally, it became like the brilliance of the sun and the moon, completely shining. In the next breath, Taoist trembled all over his body, reacted from the astonishment, turned around suddenly, looked at the location of the top three in the Tianbang, and shouted. Ming Qing, Jiuxiao, Gao Tianyang, the three of you join forces, and use your full strength to see what cards this kid has. Force them all out. With a roar, the three of Ming Qing were stunned at the same time, staring straight at where the Taoist envoy was. Immediately afterwards, 3 Xiao Tian roared angrily and exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 On the top three of the Tianbang, waves of air rose into the sky, like fireworks, completely igniting the bodies of the three of them. At this moment, the three of them had no reservations, and mobilized all the true energy of this incarnation. Boom, boom. Between heaven and earth, for extremely terrifying auras of the top three in the Tianbang and Chu Yan rushed to the sky at the same time, and slammed into each other fiercely. The sea of spirit clouds in the sky of the entire small world was rushed by these four powerful auras scattered chaos. Open heaven sword judgment, judgment. With a roar, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand cut out a shocking sword light, as if a divine light suddenly appeared above the sky. At Demon Sword Peak, Chu Yan practiced for 20 days with the help of the 9-dragon pillar, and his cultivation base has broken through to the middle Wuhun realm. The way of killing and the way of killing are fused, and the second move of Kaitian Sword Ju is cultivated. Judgment. Originally, Chu Yan wanted to use this sword as his trump card trick, and he would not make it at will, but facing the top three in the Tianbang, this battle burned all the fighting spirit in Chu Yan's heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used the Sword of Judgment to determine the outcome with one sword. After hearing what the Taoist said just now, a rough plan has been formed in Chu Yan's heart. 100,000 years, I will never wait. Therefore, Chu Yan's goal is the catastrophe 2 years later. 2 years may be enough. Because of the plan in Chu Yan's heart, in this battle, Chu Yan will not have the slightest reservation, and will explode with all his strength to suppress the top three in the Tianbang in one fell swoop. Even if his strength is exposed, he will not hesitate. After this sword, Chu Yan will no longer have any scruples. From now on, he just wants to be strong, no matter who it is. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me, die. Boom. 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 Ming Qing, Jiuxiao, and Gao Tianyang shot at the same time, with shocking and mighty attacks, blasting straight at the sword glow that Chu Yan cut down. For a moment, the secret realm of Tianbang trembled crazily. The four figures rushed into the sky, and in the endless sea of spiritual clouds, a battle broke out directly, and the energy of the sky exploded crazily. This battle, like a battle between gods and demons, is terrifying and extremely terrifying. This time, Chu Yan didn't hold back at all, and his whole body's combat power exploded to the extreme. Behind him, the White Tiger Martial Soul and Suzaku Martial Soul picked up a large piece of white light and fire waves, one left and one right, while increasing Chu Yan, they firmly protected him. Chu Yan's left and right sides. Although the power of the Martial Soul has limited power against warriors, it is still no problem to resist a little and disrupt the opponent's attack. The operation of the Qilin pupil, whether it is the attack of the top 3 in the celestial list or the movement skills, is all directly observed by Chu Yan, and it is impossible to escape the detection of the unicorn pupil. In such a fierce battle, he didn't even feel at a disadvantage in the slightest. Especially Chu Yan's opening the Heaven Sword Ju, one move of reincarnation and one move of judgment. Except for Ming Qing, Su Xia and Gao Tianyang didn't dare to take these two moves head-on. As soon as they saw the sword light slashing down, they immediately dodged to dodge. Ha ha ha, it's really strong. It's cool. This battle is really fun. Chu Yan's eyes were full of excitement, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. The 16 inner alchemy in the sea of energy were running crazily, and the endless Gang Yuan surged out like a tide, as if there was no sense of withering at all. Up to now, in this peak battle, Tai Ijua's internal alchemy differentiation technique has finally shown a powerful effect. Although compared with ordinary warriors, it is extremely difficult for Chu Yan to improve his cultivation base, but in a battle of the same level, 16 inner alchemy, what power is that? Because of Chu Yan's powerful cards, the more the battle lasted, the faces of the top 3 in the Tianbang became paler and paler. #C1223 War is boiling. For Ming Qing and the others, this battle shocked them too much. You know, Chu Yan, this son, can deal with the 3 of them alone. What's even more frightening is that this man named Chu Yan seems to be a monster. For ordinary warriors, the longer they fight, the more their true energy will be consumed, and their combat power will plummet. However, this Chu Yan became more and more courageous as he fought, and his face was full of excitement. One move was stronger than the other, which was completely opposite to the state of the 3 of them. At this moment, a thought flashed in the hearts of the 3 of them at the same time. If the fight continues like this, maybe they will lose. This man with a different fate in the mainland is really extraordinary. Ming Qing looked at Chu Yan, her eyes sparkled. Boom, boom. Just when the 3 of them were startled by Chu Yan's fighting spirit like a madman, and they wanted to retreat, suddenly, behind Chu Yan, a huge black shadow broke through the sky, shaking the void like a thunderbolt. Rakshasa Phantom, come out! With a loud shout, the phantom of 100 feet of gods and demons behind Chu Yan instantly emitted dazzling golden light, like a golden demon king, with a huge golden fork in his hand, with a golden light, and the fork blade pointed at the 3 Mingqing people below. Hiss! 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 3 gasping sounds suddenly sounded, Gao Tianyang, Su Xia and Ming Qing, when they saw this Rakshasa deity who looked like an ancient god and demon, their faces turned green in shock. What is this? Gao Tianyang trembled slightly with the golden axe in his hand. This man, as strong as a bull and as tall as an iron tower, is not much worse than a fatter ant in front of the Rakshasa deity. This is a statue of a golden body refined by fluid. Unexpectedly, he is still a strong body refiner, and he is a dual cultivation of Taoism and body. This. Mingqing's face was full of strange colors, and she explained in a low voice. Damn, Taoism and body cultivation. Is this kid a monster? Gao Tianyang opened his mouth wide in shock, his jaws could barely close. Face full of horror. How difficult is it to practice the body training style? Among the top 10 in the Tianbang, there is no one who is strong in body training, which is enough to explain. Still fighting. Su Xia, who was standing by the side, had a pale face, and asked timidly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ming Qing and Gao Tianyang glared at Su Xia together. Beat. What the hell, they are just incarnations, and if you use a little energy, you will lose a little bit. Just after a few consecutive attacks, their incarnation has less than 30% of the energy. Look at that Chu Yan again, with an excited face, the magic weapon in his hand, the sword light is getting brighter and brighter. The assessment is over. At this moment, in the sky, the figure of Master Dao Envoy suddenly appeared, and with a wave of his big hand, the sword glow that Chu Yan had just swung disappeared instantly. Between heaven and earth, except for the reverberation of the voice of the Taoist envoy, everything quickly returned to calm. Immediately afterwards, Master Taoist turned around slowly, looked at the three of Ming Qing, waved his hand again, and 3 streams of air rushed out, wrapping the three of Ming Qing and turning them into 3 streams of light, soaring straight into the sky, and in a blink of an eye, nothing disappeared, no trace. What? Holding Haoyan's sword in his hand, Chu Yan glared fiercely at the Taoist envoy, frowning tightly. What is this old man doing? He had just warmed up and was boiling, ready for a big battle, but he actually sent the three of Ming Qing away, announcing the end of the assessment. This guy did it on purpose. In an instant, Chu Yan's eyes were like swords, staring straight at the Taoist. Hee, Chu Yan, I know you want to fight, but... The Taoist envoy glanced at the sky and saw that the top 3 in the Tianbang had all disappeared, then turned around slowly, looked at Chu Yan, laughed dryly, and said. The 3 of them are just 3 incarnations, only 30% of the strength of the deity, and the true energy is almost consumed. If you continue to fight, they will definitely lose. Your battle is not boring, is it? And your top priority now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Well. Hearing the Taoist's words, Chu Yan's breath slowly dissipated, and quickly calmed down. I have to say that what the Taoist envoy said is correct, but just now, Chu Yan fell into the excitement of the battle, and for a while, he didn't think so much. Now after being reminded by the Taoist envoy, he naturally wakes up. Senior, the incarnations of the 3 of them only have 30% of the reduced strength? Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. The Taoist nodded. Ugh. It's so strong. A sharp light flashed across Chu Yan's eyes, and he smiled slightly in surprise. You know, in the first battle just now, Chu Yan had no reservations. Not only did he use the 2 martial spirits of Baihu and Suzaku, but he even mobilized the Rakshasa Phantom, plus the Judgment Sword he just learned. In this battle, Chu Yan used at least 70% of his strength, which can basically be said to be fully exerted. The top 10 on the Tianbang list are indeed powerful. The 3 of them are incarnations, and they can still fight me. If they fight with their deities. Chu Yan thought for a moment, thinking that if he used the Vientianju to spawn a clone with 30% combat power, in front of the 3 of them, he might support 2 moves at most. There is still a gap, the difference in cultivation is too much. Chu Yan murmured. Just as Chu Yan was reflecting, suddenly, the Taoist envoy not far away looked at Chu Yan, but nodded slightly, and the color of approval in his eyes flashed past. In his opinion, Chu Yan, a warrior in the early stage of the Middle Wu Zuanjing, used his own strength to fight against the 3 top 10 powerhouses in the celestial list, and was interrupted by himself almost when he won. Waiting for the record, if it is another warrior, I am afraid that the tail will fly to the sky long ago. Therefore, seeing Chu Yan not only did not have a trace of pride, but was still reflecting on the past, and suddenly, the eyes looking at Chu Yan became a little higher. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the figures of Chu Yan and Daosher disappeared instantly, turning into 2 beams of light, soaring into the sky. When Chu Yan stood still again, he looked around and found that he had returned to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Chu Yan, sit down. The Taoist sat lightly while greeting Chu Yandao. When Chu Yan also sat down lightly, the Taoist envoy looked at Chu Yan, and said softly with a smile on his face. Chu Yan, you have passed the luck test, the martial soul test and the combat power test. I still say that, no matter what the result of the test is, you can choose directly. Having said that, the Taoist envoy paused for a moment, looked at Chu Yan, withdrew his smile, and continued with a solemn expression. Start with the two choices I gave you. Now, tell me, how to choose. Choose. Hearing the Taoist's words, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said. You let me choose to enter the Tianbang, or not to enter the Tianbang, and, if I enter the Tianbang, the ranking is up to me. That's right. Besides, I hope you, as I said, don't enter the Tianbang. When this catastrophe passes, you will have 100,000 years to improve your cultivation. Emperor-level powerhouses will have more and greater confidence. The Taoist envoy looked at Chu Yan and explained patiently again. He. Chu Yan chuckled, but was not in a hurry to answer. Although Chu Yan has already made a plan in his heart, but at this moment, his eyes are slightly squinted, and the sea of knowledge is running like flying, constantly evolving the plan in his heart, making the final consideration. I made a decision. After a long time, Chu Yan raised his head slightly, looked at the Taoist on the opposite side, and said with a light smile. #C1223 in front of this uncle, there are all ants. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Taoist's expression froze, and he asked anxiously. What is your decision? Chu Yan got up slowly, and looked at the Taoist envoy with piercing eyes, as bright as the sun, moon and stars. Tianji Island, Tianji Dojo. On the ground of the dojo, among the nearly 100,000 circles of spiritual patterns, golden lights kept shining. Every shining golden light of the spirit pattern will turn into a stream of light and rush into the midair, into the golden scroll of the heavenly list held by the Taoist envoy. Immediately afterwards, the golden scroll of the heavenly list will return another golden light, falling towards everyone a warrior in a circle spirit pattern that just lit up. As the golden light falls, a row of numbers will appear in the void in front of the warrior, directly marking the ranking of the heaven list. Of course, not everyone will have a number that lights up in front of them. Some warriors sit in the spirit pattern, and when they wake up, there is no golden light on the circle spirit pattern. This shows that he failed the examination of the heavenly ranking and cannot be included in the heavenly ranking. The Tianji Dojo, which was originally quiet, became more and more lively at this moment, as the warriors kept waking up. Ha ha ha, I entered the heaven list, I entered the sky list. Look. Look. I am ranked number 4681 on the Tianbang. Look at this row of gold characters. Damn. I have a 10-star martial spirit, and I am in the middle of the martial venerable realm, but I can't enter the heaven list. Is there any mistake? I am only more than 20,000. How is this possible? Oh my God, I actually ranked among the top 10,000. That's great. That's great. This time, let those elders in this sect, who look down on others, take a good look, who will be the boss in the future. Congratulations, Brother Liu. Congratulations, Brother He. A famous mainland powerhouse, some are ecstatic, some are smiling, some are depressed, some are roaring. Most of the people have pale faces, red eyes, and are extremely depressed. Tianbang Gold Scroll. This is to determine a warrior. On the Haotian continent, the ultimate ranking of the strength of martial arts, every powerful sect will be ranked according to the heavenly list, to focus on the cultivation of disciples, of course, including the resources provided. However, in the ranking assessment of the heavenly ranking list, even if they are 10-star martial spirits, there are quite a few who are strong in the martial venerable realm, and they can't even enter the heavenly ranking. Tianbang ranking, talent and cultivation, although important, are not the real focus. What really has a major impact on the Tianbang ranking, in fact, is luck. That is to say, Lord Daoist will investigate every warrior. So far, what is the biggest opportunity he has obtained? Through chance, one can judge how high one's future martial arts achievements will be. This is the reason why when Chu Yan and the Daoist just met, the Daoist directly tested Chu Yan's luck. Just like Situ Yang, who obtained the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, with such a chance, if he participates in the heaven ranking examination, even if he is not a warrior, it is not a problem to be ranked in the 1000 ranking of the heaven ranking. Hum. Suddenly, several spirit patterns near the front of Tianji Dojo suddenly lit up. Look, the assessment of Duo Lei, Lu Ruyan, Qian Long, and Wan Ziang is coming to an end. An exclamation sounded, resounding through the audience. As the voice spread, tens of thousands of gazes all looked at several people in the entire Tianji Dojo. After all, these people are the most dazzling ones in this year's Tianbang ranking assessment, so their assessment results make everyone very curious. Lu Ruyan and others, how many people will be ranked in the Heavenly Emperor? Several spirit patterns lit up one after the other, one after another golden light shot up into the sky, towards the golden scroll on the Tianbang in midair, and shot straight out. These auras are obviously much thicker than the golden streamers of everyone else. When the golden scroll of the Tianbang reflected back a stream of light and fell on several people, rows of numbers immediately appeared in front of them. My God! Look! Then, that Kanglin actually ranks 3100. How is this possible? Duo Lei, ranked 1980th. Qianlong, so strong. Ranked over 2900. All of them are ranked within the 3000 ranks, isn't that too scary? The three people who finished the ranking assessment first, the ranking numbers that appeared, the moment they appeared, the entire Tianji Dojo exploded in an instant. All the powerhouses from mainland China gasped together, their faces full of fear. You know, so far, nearly 80% of the warriors have completed the assessment, and none of the highest-ranked warriors has been ranked in the 5000th place. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 people with a ranking of less than 3000 appeared. Ha ha ha. Kanglin glanced across the audience, and finally realized that his grades were temporarily ranked among the top 3. Immediately, he burst out laughing wildly, and shouted. Did you see it? Did you see it? My uncle's strength is comparable to that of you ants. Huh? Who are you calling an ant? Hearing Song Lan's arrogant words, all the fighters around him, who were already depressed, were angry at the same time, and they all approached Song Lan, glaring at Song Lan viciously, and asked. Well? Song Lan, who had an extremely proud and joyful face just now, suddenly became confused. Unexpectedly, she provoked the anger of everyone. Just kidding, there are tens of thousands of fighters, and they are still full of anger. If this is vented on themselves, no one can bear it. Presumptuous. He belongs to the spiritual sect, you guys immediately, get out of here. Seeing this scene, Duo Lei frowned immediately, and the demonic aura on his body swept out like a huge wave, and he sternly shouted. The sound of rolling thunder swayed away, causing all the strong men from the mainland who were approaching Kanglin to shudder, and when they turned their heads to look at Duo Lei, their faces were full of awe, and they quickly scattered. Joke. The present Duo Lei is 1980 in the heavenly ranking. What kind of identity is this? It is not comparable to warriors, like them, who can't even rank in the heavenly ranking. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. You are strong, so naturally everyone is afraid of you. However, the premise is that if you can't commit suicide like Song Lan, then you can't blame anyone. The Lord of the Ling Zone, coupled with the power of a thunderbolt, instantly resolved a storm, Xuanhuan heaved a long sigh of relief, and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. At this moment, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Swish! A golden light shot up into the sky, shining like a star, breaking through layers of void, and with the golden light far surpassing the few people just now, it quickly swept towards the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair. What? Duo Lei, Qianlong, and Sun Lan were stunned, and they all turned their heads to look. The owner of this golden light turned out to be Huangzong, Wan Ziang. It turned out, it was him. Kanglin and Duoilei's expressions changed. The faces of the other mainland powerhouses in the audience all turned pale. They didn't expect that this extremely low-key Wan Ziang, who had been silent before the start of the assessment, would have such a terrifying existence. The golden light just now has obviously surpassed Duoilei and the others by no means, and it can only explain a little problem. With a slight tremor, a row of golden numbers slowly appeared in front of Wan Ziang. When the row of gold characters was completely finalized, all the powerful people in the audience gasped in unison, their faces full of shock. This? How can it be? #C1224 Day List. At this time, on the other side of Tianji Island, hundreds of miles away from Tianji Dojo. Going deep into the cave thousands of feet underground, ripples rippled in the void, and a petite white figure slowly appeared. It was the goddess Xie Xia. Defeated. Xie Xia's voice was still full of fear, her voice trembled slightly, and she was wearing a long snow-white dress, flying gently. The three of us teamed up, and we lost to a warrior in the middle Wu Zuanjing. Humph. That's because we are just playing incarnations, otherwise. Gao Tianyang's iron tower-like figure flashed beside Xie Xia, his face was ashen, he snorted heavily, and said with murderous intent. Or, let's kill him now. A faint murderous aura gushed out from Gao Tianyang's body, spreading throughout the underground cave. Since ancient times, literature has never been the first, and martial arts has never been the second. Between warriors is a contest of strength and strength. For Gao Tianyang, like Xie Xia and Ming Qing, their cultivation base and strength are higher than their own, so if they are defeated, they can still accept. But now, he has lost to a junior martial artist whose cultivation base is much lower than his own. How can he accept this? Go if you want, I won't go. Ming Qing's indifferent voice rang softly, her eyes flickered, she was obviously thinking about something. You have to figure it out. Master Taoist asked the three of us to fight this strange man, but he didn't really want us to be enemies with him. Ah. Why is that? Gao Tianyang asked subconsciously, his face startled. Hearing Gao Tianyang's question, Ming Qing turned her head and glanced at him like an idiot, but turning around, she still explained slowly. This time, Master Taoist let us know the secret of the person with a different life. You must remember this secret. Even if you die, you can't tell the fourth person. Also, Gao Tianyang, remember, you can have a secret with a different life. It is a battle, but you must remember, never stand on the opposite side of a person with a different life, and become his enemy. Speaking of this, Ming Qing listened, with piercing eyes, looking at Gao Tianyang and Su Yang in front of him, with extremely solemn expressions. He opened his mouth heavily and said one word at a time. In the assessment of the heaven list, luck is the most important thing. The three of us have had great chances, so we can always occupy the top 10 in the sky list. Then think about it, if you want to become a person with a different fate, his luck, how terrifying is it? As soon as the words landed, Xie Xia and Gao Tianyang's bodies trembled at the same time, and their expressions changed violently. Moreover, I suspect that this child's luck is probably directly connected with the luck of Haotian continent. Hiss. Hiss. Two gasping sounds sounded directly, Xie Xia and Gao Tianyang, when they heard Ming Qing's words, the shock on their faces just now turned into panic. A person's luck is connected to the luck of the entire continent. This is too scary. If it is as Mingqing guessed, it means that if you are an enemy of this person, you are an enemy of the will of Haotian continent. What you said is true. Goddess Jiuxiao asked in shock, her face pale. For her and Gao Tianyang, this passage was so unbelievable that she couldn't react for a while. That's right. Didn't you find out? In the battle just now, Master Taoist obviously just used the three of us to force out Chu Yan's trump card. You all know the identity of Lord Taoist. If there is someone on Haotian continent, the whole card, even Dao Envoy can't see through it, even if this person. Having said that, Mingqing stopped talking. However, the meaning of his words, Gao Tianyang and Su Xia, are already very clear. In the entire underground cave, there was a dead silence. I want to meet this deity of Chu Yan. After a long time, Su Xia's complexion suddenly relaxed, a chuckle rose from the corner of his mouth, and he spoke in a delicate voice. Yes. I want to meet him too. Hearing Su Xia's words, Gao Tianyang nodded heavily and said. Just after the first battle, they and Chu Yan were both spiritual bodies, not real people, so now, they have the idea of wanting to see Chu Yan. Not bad. We should meet each other. Mingqing nodded. Swish. 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 In the karst cave, the three of them looked at each other with a smile, and performed body skills at the same time, and disappeared directly into the cave, turning into three beams of light, and flew away in the direction of Tianji Dojo. On the other side, in Tianji Dojo, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of warriors, the golden text in front of Wan Ziang finally appeared. These few golden words attracted tens of thousands of eyes, all staring at them, trembling continuously. Immediately afterwards, the entire dojo boiled instantly. Oh my God! 1336. How is it possible? Wan Ziang rushed to more than 1,300 people. Damn it, he seems to be only a 9-star martial spirit, how could he be so high in the ranking? So he has been hiding his strength. Continental powerhouses in all directions, all of them were shocked, discussing carefully. When this Wan Ziang first appeared, because of the prestige of Lu Ruyan and Duo Lei, he attracted most of the attention, so he didn't get much attention. No one expected that after the Tianbang assessment, he would become a blockbuster and directly crush everyone, including Duo Lei. Under the attention of everyone, Wan Ziang slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes, a cold light flashed past. He turned his head slowly, looked at Duo Lei, Qianlong and Kanglin who were not far away, with a slight smile on his lips, he said lightly. Everyone, I'm sorry, the 9-star martial spirit in the lower district is actually ranked a little higher than everyone, hee. The words fell to the ground, and the pupils of everyone around shrank fiercely. This guy's words are even more arrogant than that Song Lan just now. Not only arrogant, but also irritating. For a while, tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses were all blushing, but they couldn't say anything. Duo Lei, Qianlong and the others all looked ashen. The 9-star martial soul actually ranks more than 1,300 in the celestial list. Could it be that Wan Ziang is the highest ranked in the celestial list? In this way, Huang Zong became the biggest winner in this Tianbang assessment. However, what puzzled everyone was that just now, quite a few powerhouses had 10-star martial spirits, but they couldn't even make it into the celestial list, and this Wan Ziang, who was only a 9-star martial spirit, actually made it to the celestial list 1,300 people. It is extremely puzzling how the ranking of this day's list is judged. Boom! Just as everyone was looking at Wan Ziang in astonishment, there was a thunderous explosion in Tianji Dojo. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, like a golden pillar of light, rushing straight to the sky. In an instant, the entire Tianji Dojo was shining with golden light. The sudden appearance of this scene shocked everyone in the audience. Could it be that there is another Tianbang powerhouse who is stronger than Wan Xiying born? Could it be Ruyan Liu? Surprised, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the figure in the golden light, but at a glance, everyone was stunned. This person, who is it? I saw, in the golden light, a man in black leather armor slowly got up. But this person, among the tens of thousands of warriors present, no one knew him, and all of them looked astonished. Under the eyes of all. In front of him, a row of small gold characters slowly appeared. #C1225 Last two people. The middle-aged warrior wearing black leather armor, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the golden letter in front of him flashed out. However, after everyone saw the row of small gold characters, their eyes suddenly widened, and their faces were full of astonishment. 997. God, he is 999. Damn. 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 This family, who is this martial artist? He even broke into the top 1000 list. No. Don't know. It seems to be a casual cultivator. What? Loose cultivator. This. All the mainland powerhouses in the audience were stunned, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Among the top 1000 in the celestial list, I am afraid that there have been several sessions that have not appeared. Unexpectedly, this time there will be a terrifying existence within the 1000 celestial list. Moreover, the results of this day's list are constantly announced, and the shocking rankings one after another make everyone feel a little overwhelmed. Everyone, I am also a 9-star martial soul. It seems that the star rank of the martial soul is not the only criterion for the ranking assessment of the gold roll of the heavenly list. The black leather armor warrior spoke calmly. When the words fell to the ground, everyone's faces were stunned at the same time, as if they were struck by lightning. They trembled suddenly. Martial soul star rank is not the only standard. It seems that what this 1000-ranked martial artist said is really. Just now, first Wan Xiying, the 9-star martial soul, ranked more than 1,300, and now the black-armored nameless casual cultivator, also a 9-star martial soul, directly rushed into the 1000 list. The two warriors with 9-star martial spirits have now become the two with the highest rankings among the nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses in the audience. Could it be that the assessment of the Tianbang Golden Scroll is really not based on martial souls? But this is the Haotian continent, the world of martial souls, and all warriors take the martial soul as their root. You must know that all the mainland powerhouses and martial arts practitioners present here have an average age of about 100 years. From the first day they stepped into the martial arts, no matter whether they are small sects, medium sects, or powerful sects, in the entrance examination, and during the assessment in the sect, it all depends on the star rank of the martial soul. Those with high star ranks of martial souls will be able to receive key training from the sect, while those with low star ranks of martial souls will naturally be ignored. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the mentality of these strong mainlanders who are proud of their own martial arts has been deeply rooted in their bones. Now, being completely crushed by two warriors with 9-star martial spirits in succession, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone, don't you understand by now? The black-armored warrior glanced across, looking at each of the dull and absent-minded mainland powerhouses, chuckled lightly, and said, "Martial spirit is a talent. When you first entered the martial arts, naturally with high-star martial arts, you can surpass everyone. However, now, we are all warriors standing at the top of the mainland martial arts. Our goal is different from that of ordinary warriors. It's completely different. Each of us hopes to achieve the honor of Emperor Wudi, but it is as difficult as ascending to the sky. But think about it. Not to mention the 10-star martial spirit, there are no less than 1 million in the entire continent, and the peerless genius with twin 10-star martial spirits has no fewer than 10,000. If martial emperor's respect is based on martial soul, how many martial emperors must appear on our Haotian continent? The words fell to the ground, and the pupils of everyone in the audience trembled slightly. For a moment, Duo Ilay, Qianlong, Kanglin and others, including all the mainland powerhouses, all looked awe-inspiring, and suddenly felt good. Talent is just a foundation, no matter how high or low the talent is, it is just a starting point. If you want to finally step into the peak of martial arts, it is absolutely impossible to achieve it just by guarding one talent. Because almost the first mainland strongman present has seen some talented warriors who do not think about making progress, greedy for selfish desires, do not make any progress in martial arts cultivation, and are reduced to first-class ordinary warriors. Everyone, the assessment of all the martial artists is basically over now, you see. The black-armored warrior suddenly changed the subject, raised his finger and pointed not far away, and said loudly, "Now, only Lu Ruyan, and this little brother's celestial list assessment is not over yet." Hearing this, all the mainland powerhouses in the audience suddenly woke up and turned around to look. As expected, the rankings of Lu Ruyan and Chu Yan did not show up. Just now, several people have rushed into the 3,000 ranked list, and even 2 dark horses appeared, all around 1,000 ranked. And Chu Yan and Lu Ruyan, sitting cross-legged in the circle of spirit patterns at this time, obviously haven't finished the assessment. Could it be that they? In Tianbang, small world, Huxing Pavilion. At this time, Chu Yan's mouth is lightly raised, his whole body is like a rainbow, powerful self-confidence fills his whole body, his eyes are like stars flowing, extremely bright. However, the Taoist master opposite him stared at Chu Yan with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, his face full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You really want to make such a decision?" The voice of the Taoist envoy was almost trembling, and he couldn't believe it at all. The decision Chu Yan made just now. That's right. Anyone can't change it. And one word at a time, Chu Yan's words were like a bell, resounding through the surrounding space, with a pair of pale golden eyes, the sharp light kept flashing. Also, anyone who dares to stand in my way, dies. When the last word landed, behind Chu Yan, 5 different lights shot up into the sky, and the violent breath rushed over the entire lake like a sky-shaking sea. However, on the originally calm lake, a huge wave of nearly 100 feet was set off, and the momentum was loud. On Tianji Dojo. As everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, Chu Yan and Lu Ruyan, the only 2 who hadn't finished the celestial list assessment, after a brief silence, the entire dojo exploded in an instant. Damn it. Really, they haven't finished the assessment yet. Oh my god. Logically speaking, the higher the ranking, the longer the assessment time seems to be. The 2 of them will rush into the top 1,000 list. No. No. No way. This year, there were several 3,000 students, and even 2 1,000 students, and, still. It's too scary. By the way, who is that black-robed boy? This Chu Yan really underestimated him. All the powerhouses in the mainland were in an uproar, and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes kept scanning back and forth on Lu Ruyan and Chu Yan. Xuanhuan and other spiritual sect powerhouses all stood near Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with dull faces. They never imagined that this boy who just joined the spirit sect would be so terrifying, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ruyan. Xuanhuan stared at Chu Yan in astonishment, her face was extremely exciting. No way. Chu Yan, is this guy even higher than my uncle's ranking? Just as everyone was stunned, suddenly, Lu Ruyan's body, a large ball of golden light, rushed out. This ball of golden light is extremely huge, tens of thousands of golden lights burst out from the spirit pattern under her body, and above her head, it converges into a huge ball of golden light, rising continuously, as if a round of golden sun, breaking the world and launching into the sky. #C1226 One more. This round of golden light ball, like a mighty sun rising from the east, swayed endless golden light in an instant. Just now, Wan Xiang, a middle-aged man with a black armor, even if they are about 1,000 in the list, they can't compare with them at all. Oh my god, it's Ruyan Lu. Look, her assessment is over, and the ranking results will be released soon. How much? How much will she line up? In the entire Tianji dojo, the pot was completely exploded, and there were crowds of voices in all directions. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ruyan in unison, and everyone's hearts were raised in their throats, without exception. After all, everyone knows that Lu Ruyan is currently the only Sansheng Wuhuan in the Haotian continent. This kind of Wuhuan talent is itself a great opportunity. How terrifying is her ranking in the sky list? Wow. A large group of golden light rushed towards the golden roll of the Tianbang in midair, and exploded instantly, turning into golden light spots all over the sky, gathering on the top of Lu Ruyan's head, circling and dancing, reflecting her whole body into a piece of gold, like a bathing god, a saint of light in general. Under her feet, the spirit pattern soared into the sky, and as she passed by, the golden light spots around her were sucked into the spirit pattern one after another, as if thousands of rivers were returning to the sea. The whole scene is dazzling and extremely domineering. Boom! The golden spirit pattern rushed into the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair, bursting into a golden wave of air, rushing in all directions. Under the powerful force, the surrounding void made a muffled sound. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shot out from the Tianbang Jinwan, shooting back at Lu Ruyan, and immediately, a row of small golden characters appeared in front of her. 3 big characters, glittering gold. 380. Boom. The moment the golden characters appeared, exclamations resounded in the entire Tiandao square, almost toppling the sky. Oh my god. 380. 380. Damn. This is impossible. Lu Ruyan. He even rushed to the 380th place on the Tianbang. How can this be? Oh my god, the first assessment, I rushed to the 380th place. If it takes another 2 years, I am afraid that there is hope for the top 100 in the list. As expected of the 3 lives martial soul, this is too terrifying. There were nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses in the audience, all of them were stunned and their faces were stiff. And those top powerhouses, He Jia middle-aged, Wan Xiang, Duo Lei, Qianlong and others also gasped. They never imagined that the gap between themselves and Lu Ruyan would be so big. Originally, according to their estimates, Lu Ruyan could reach the 500th place, which is already considered a heaven-defying one, but unexpectedly, she directly rushed to the 380th place. 380. Not bad. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her spiritual eyes, glanced at the gold lettering in front of her, lightly parted her red lips, and said lightly, I didn't expect that there would be so many top candidates in this celestial list assessment. A strong man is born, and there are several people within 3,000, but I am still the strongest. You can't compare with me. Lu Ruyan's words, as well as her indifferent expression, made all the mainland powerhouses in the audience shudder. 380 people. With Xuanhualu's strength, it is estimated that the entire sect will devote all its strength to cultivating Lu Ruyan. Therefore, in 2 or 3 years, Lu Ruyan's cultivation base and strength improvement speed are by no means comparable to other strong people. In other words, it is almost impossible for the powerhouses behind her to surpass her. Lu Ruyan got up, her long skirt fluttered, her lotus steps moved lightly, and she walked towards the Xuanhualu camp. At the same time, her eyes swept across, recording all the ranking numbers of everyone in the audience. Immediately, she raised her red lips slightly, and the arrogance on her face became more intense. Apart from myself, there are less than 1,000 people who can enter the celestial list, and among these 1,000 people, there are less than 100 people who rank within 10,000. My own 380th place is probably the most well-deserved number one in the Tianbang assessment in the past 100 years. However, when her gaze was about to withdraw, she inadvertently swept across a black figure, and Yurong was stunned for a moment. Her body immediately froze on the spot. And, there's one more. When her pair of spiritual eyes landed on the black-robed boy, her pair of spiritual eyes shrank suddenly, and deep in her heart, a great chill suddenly rose. What's the situation? That Chu Yan has not finished the assessment yet. As Lu Ruyan's tender body froze on the spot, tens of thousands of eyes from the audience all fell on Chu Yan, and their eyes were also full of shock. You know, even Lu Ruyan, who is ranked 380th, has already finished the assessment. This Chu Yan, could it be? For a time, almost everyone had the same idea of guessing in their hearts, but this guess, even they themselves couldn't believe it. This Chu Yan can never surpass Lu Ruyan. He is the Sanqing Wuhun, the only one in the entire Haotian continent. Afterwards, the entire Tianji dojo fell into a dead silence. Everyone watched Chu Yan quietly, waiting for the moment when his assessment was over. Although they didn't believe that Chu Yan could surpass Lu Ruyan, but whether it is doubt, shock, surprise, or coldness, the entire dojo is silent, and even the sound of breathing is almost inaudible. Everyone is just watching Chu Yan, quietly, waiting. But at this time, on the other side, Tianbang's small world, inside the lake pavilion. Chu Yan held the fragrant tea in his hand, and explained his plan in detail with the Taoist envoy. For Chu Yan, whether the Taoist envoy approves or disagrees, he has made up his mind. As Chu Yan continued to narrate, the face of the Taoist envoy changed from the shock at the beginning to the constant change, and finally, in the mist-like eyes, there was a brilliant light, as bright as stars. To be honest, Chu Yan's plan shocked him, but I have a feeling in my heart that maybe, Chu Yan's plan is more promising than the plan made by him and his elder brother. Okay. Chu Yan, no matter what. Your plan, at least with my elder brothers, does not conflict at all. 2 years is not a problem at all. We can wait for 100,000 years. What is 2 years? Suddenly, the Taoist envoy stood up abruptly, looked at Chu Yan with piercing eyes, nodded heavily, and said, From today onwards, I, the Taoist envoy of Tianbang, and my elder brother will fully support you. Your elder brother? Chu Yan was startled and asked suspiciously. This? I can't tell you yet. However, if you really break into the martial emperor realm within a year, my elder brother will definitely meet you. The Taoist shook his head and said, Okay. After the latter assessment is over, I will start to act. Chu Yan got up slowly, and nodded heavily, with a solemn face. Then today's ranking in the Tianbang assessment. Taoist was stunned, looked at Chu Yan with doubts, and asked. Just do what I said just now. Chu Yan said. Good. Afterwards, the Taoist envoy and Chu Yan continued to chat about some things about the Black Blood Temple. On Tianji Dojo. An hour has passed, but Chu Yan's body is still sitting cross-legged on the ground, without any movement. For an entire hour, tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses surrounded Chu Yan like stars and the moon, waiting honestly. But as time went by, their complexions became more and more complicated, and the eyes they looked at Chu Yan became more and more shining. #C1227 Wandao Jingguang. On Tianji Dojo. All the mainland powerhouses, including Lu Ruyan, Wan Xiang, Duo Lei, and others who are among the top 3,000 in the list, have already waited for Chu Yan for 3 hours. However, Chu Yan in front of him still showed no signs of ending the assessment. Although Lu Ruyan didn't believe that Chu Yan's ranking in the celestial list would surpass her, but after such a long time, this son hadn't finished the celestial list assessment, which made Lu Ruyan's mind unable to completely rest assured. Therefore, she can only watch patiently. Not only Lu Ruyan, but including Duo Lei, all the mainland powerhouses in the audience were stunned and puzzled, waiting for the assessment result of the last person in this year's list, Chu Yan. At this moment, in the void, an air-trembling sound as light as a mosquito suddenly resounded. Although the sound was extremely slight, who was present? Those are all the people with the strongest martial arts in the Haotian continent. Naturally, this trembling sound cannot escape everyone's ears. Therefore, this mosquito sound fell on everyone's ears and hearts, like a Hongzhong Sanskrit sound resounding through the world, and in an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. Buzz, buzz, boom, boom. The next moment, amidst everyone's astonishment, the sound of mosquitoes continued to grow louder, and in less than a breath, it turned into the sound of 10,000 muffled thunder. Between the sky and the earth, there was a rumbling sound, as if a river of thunder was passing through, and even the sky was trembling crazily due to the sound of thunder. Chu Yan. Look. Chu Yan's assessment is about to end. Damn it. What's going on? Why is the entire Tianji dojo shaking? Fart, it was the Tianji dojo at that time, and the entire Tianji island was shaking. What's going on? This Chu Yan, the time for the Tianbang assessment is almost 10 times that of ours, and even more than 3 times that of Lu Ruyan. It can't be, his ranking is higher than Lu Ruyan's. All continental powerhouses. With a nervous look on his face, Chi raised his head and looked in all directions, seeing the spiritual mist of the entire Tianji island rolling in the sky. His face was filled with horror, his eyes widened, and they all guessed. However, when everyone's eyes finally fell on Chu Yan, most people's eyes were full of suspicion. You know, this year's Tianbang assessment has already produced several strong players within the 3,000th place in the celestial list, and 2 of them are about 1,000 in the celestial list. Come on, Lu Ruyan, who is the strongest, directly rushed to the 380th place on the celestial list. It can be said that this year's Tianbang assessment has produced more strong players than the previous 3 combined. In this case, it is impossible for a stronger one to appear again. Boom, boom. Just when everyone was stunned, a huge golden beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, like a holy light, falling from the sky and falling straight towards Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. Everyone was stunned, and raised their heads at the same time, looking at the source of the golden light, but at a glance, everyone's expressions changed violently, and their faces were full of astonishment. Because, that golden beam of light actually fell from the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair. What? This? Impossible. How could the golden roll of the heaven list be thrown to Chu Yan on its own initiative? This is completely different from all of us. Damn it. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the mainland powerhouses in all directions exclaimed one by one. These people didn't understand at all why Tianbang Jinwan would take the initiative to connect with Chu Yan. Suddenly, everyone was stunned and completely stupid. No. Absolutely impossible. Chu Yan's ranking is absolutely impossible to surpass me. I am the strongest. Lu Ruyan bit her red lips tightly with jade teeth, her eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, and her small face was turned purple, because of nervousness. In her opinion, she is the only Sansheng Wuhun in Haotian continent, and she has the hope of being promoted to the top 100 in the Tianbang in the future. If she can't even compare with this Chu Yan, it will become a joke. Therefore, for Lu Ruyan, others can be ranked lower than Chu Yan, but she has a 3-life martial spirit, so she must not lose. Otherwise, the whole continent will spread the word that Lu Ruyan with the 3-life martial spirit actually lost to an ordinary warrior. Her 3-life martial spirit can't be fake, right? In this way, I will become the joke of all warriors in the entire continent. Boom. Just when everyone was staring at Chu Yan with cow-like eyes, Chu Yan was sitting quietly on the body of the circle spirit pattern, and suddenly, a group of incomparably shining light burst out. In an instant, a large group of golden light, like a round of golden scorching sun, exploded directly, and the extremely shining golden light burst out in an instant, causing everyone present to stare at the nearly 100,000 warriors of Chu Yan, feeling that, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Fuck. My eyes. Oh my god. What a terrible golden light, my eyes are about to go blind. Not good. Everyone go back. Fuck, what's going on? Run away. On Chu Yan's body, the sudden burst of golden light was so dazzling that tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses felt their eyes suddenly brighten. In the entire field of vision, they could not see anything clearly except for thousands of golden lights. Turned into a sea of golden light. In an instant, nearly 100,000 fighters frantically mobilized their true energy to protect their eyes, and at the same time their figures flickered, and a large sea of people, like a tide, retreated frantically, and fled in all directions. These golden lights. It was so strong that they couldn't help feeling a little fear in their hearts, and they ran away without even thinking about it. Such a terrifying golden light, could it be? The next moment, the golden light that suddenly exploded from Chu Yan's body disappeared quickly. The terrifying golden light that was so terrifying just now that it caused hundreds of thousands of mainland powerhouses to flee in all directions disappeared in a flash, as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, the muffled sound of thunder between heaven and earth also quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tianji Island, the Tianji Dojo, regained its calm again. Immediately afterwards, all the mainland powerhouses who were fleeing in all directions stopped one after another, with horrified expressions on their faces, turned their heads slowly, and looked carefully at where Chu Yan was. It wasn't until they realized that Chu Yan got up slowly, with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes swept across the audience, all warriors, with extremely tense minds, relaxed a little bit. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, in front of Chu Yan, a row of small golden characters flashed an illusory shadow, constantly twisting and trembling. The appearance of this row of small golden characters, like invisible big hands, instantly squeezed the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, everyone's minds were shocked, and they all looked at the row of small golden characters. The results of Chu Yan's assessment will finally be revealed. #C1228 shocked the audience. In front of Chu Yan, a row of small golden characters flashed quickly and appeared in front of everyone. The moment they condensed, everyone's eyes trembled violently, their pupils shrank sharply, the sea of consciousness and the soul seemed to be hit by thousands of thunderbolts at the same time. The three simplest words made everyone so shocked that they were instantly petrified on the spot. Number 1. That's right. Chu Yan's ranking in the Sky List shows the first place. No, oh my god. Among all the people in the audience, Lu Ruyan, who was the most nervous, after seeing the three small golden characters clearly, her face turned into a gray color almost instantly. Not only her, but all the mainland powerhouses in the audience were dumbfounded. Chu Yan became number 1 on the list. At this moment, everyone's sea of consciousness world began to collapse one after another, as if destroying the world. Everyone's eyes were straight. This junior martial artist, who just became the number 1 arrogance in the mainland, has become the number 1 in the heaven list again. And his cultivation is only at the early stage of Wu Zuanjing. With such strength, he will become the number 1 in the heaven list. Depend on. Everyone's hearts exploded at the same time. This dam is just joking. Nuoda's Tianji Dojo, the sacred place in the hearts of warriors in the entire Haotian continent, has become dead silent at this moment. This scene, as if the whole world had been frozen, everyone just stood there in a daze, with complex expressions on their faces, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that in front of Chu Yan, the three small golden characters suddenly trembled, and a few golden stars were scattered, making the entire golden text instantly blurred. The row of small golden characters that were originally gleaming with golden light quickly deformed and elongated under everyone's astonished eyes. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. His complexion changed drastically. In this situation, none of the strong people in the audience were like this. What happened? Could it be that something is going to change in the results of this day's list? Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, the row of small golden characters really changed, but as a result of this change, everyone present trembled violently, and even Lu Ruyan, who was far away and was about to leave quietly, was shocked with a look of surprise on her face. No. No way. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing. On the other side, Tianbang's small world, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The Taoist envoy carried his hands on his back, his mind free, and quietly watched the scene that happened in the Tianji dojo. In the sea of consciousness, I keep thinking about what Chu Yan said to himself just here. Chu Yan, do you know how much risk your choice will bring you? Alas. A faint sigh echoed on the calm lake surface, spreading out continuously. Then, there was a long silence. After a while, the Taoist envoy suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes stared straight at the sky, as if he wanted to see through this world. Time is limited. The Taoist envoy then sighed, hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. A very mysterious aura suddenly rose from his body, and spread towards the sky. Brother, did you see it? This sound seemed to contain the ancient myriad ways, and the endless magic. At the same time as the sound resounded through the world, a large sea of spiritual clouds and mist rolled over the entire sky, as if the sky was boiling. A moment later, a voice of incomparable dignity, like the language of heaven and earth, suddenly sounded. Well, just do as he said. This voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Although it could be heard by others, it was instantly forgotten. In the next breath, I could never remember what I heard just now. On the other side, above the Tianji dojo, under the gaze of nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes, the row of small golden characters in front of Chu Yan changed directly and jumped rapidly. 100th place. Waiting for the gold and small characters to stabilize, it directly becomes a new ranking, and it is no longer the first place that just appeared. Huh. This. Everyone was stunned, their brows were furrowed at the same time, their eyes and faces were full of surprise. Today's ranking on the ranking list will change. However, before everyone could react, the row of gold and small characters changed again. 150th place. The 290th place. 370th place. The 3,981st place. Until Chu Yan's ranking jumped to the 3,981st place, and then finally stopped and gradually stabilized. At this moment, all the powerful mainlanders in the audience, with nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes, almost all exposed their eye sockets, with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. What are you doing? Just now it was number 1. How come in the blink of an eye, it fell from the first place to the 3,000 or more? What is happening? Could it be that the Tianbang gold roll will also be inaccurate for the assessment results? You know, the scene that just happened has never happened before in the entire history of the Tianbang assessment. Hundreds of millions of strong people who have participated in the Tianbang assessment are all determined by one word, and it is impossible to change back and forth. At this moment, the entire Tianji dojo was completely silent. Nearly 100,000 people were all petrified on the spot, and even the sound of breathing was basically inaudible. Among the crowd, the middle-aged martial artist who was wearing black leather armor and had just been ranked in the top 1,000 in the heavenly list was stunned. He raised his finger to Chu Yan, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but he just said a word, and then said something. I can't go on. Because, he didn't even know what he should say. Doubt the Tianbang, this, of course he dare not. But what happened to this scene just now? 3981. Chu Yan, who had a calm smile on his face, laughed directly. It's strange, why did it show the first place just now? Is it a mistake? The words fell to the ground, and everyone in the audience was startled. Mistake? Could it be that there is really a problem there? The actual ranking of this Chu Yan is more than 3,000. In the next breath, a large sound of relief resounded over the entire Tianji Daoist. Everyone was relieved, and their tense minds finally completely relaxed. In an instant, the air in the Tianji dojo, which was extremely suppressed just now, was swept away in an instant, and the entire Tianji dojo regained its vitality again. Let me just say, there must be something wrong there. That's right, just now, it almost scared me to death. I read it right just now, and you all saw it too, the one that flashed first is really number 1. My God, if the first place is really 1, the entire Haotian continent will probably explode. That's right, but, having said that, this Chu Yan is just a genius. He participated in the Tianbang assessment for the first time, and he was able to achieve more than 3,000 results, which is considered amazing. Not bad. I'm afraid that among the younger generation, he is the well-deserved number 1. All the fighters in the audience, with their gloom all over their faces, were swept away, chatting and laughing one after another, and there was a lot of discussion. Chu Yan's ranking is only over 3,000. Although it is good, it is just that, and it is still within the acceptable range. At this moment, Xuanhuan laughed loudly, looked at Chu Yan, and said, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you could also be ranked on the top list, not bad. Although you are much lower than me, but with your talent, compared with this uncle, you have this result, which is already quite good. Seeing that Chu Yan's ranking was only over 3,000, Xuanhuan was immediately extremely proud, looking at Chu Yan with the demeanor of a senior. Chu Yan glanced at Xuanhuan, his face was indifferent, and he didn't care at all. Chu Yan. At this moment, there was another cold voice, and in the distance, a beautiful figure in a long skirt came lightly. It was Ruyan Liu. #C1224 in front of this uncle, there are all ants. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Daoist's expression froze, and he asked anxiously. What is your decision? Chu Yan got up slowly, and looked at the Taoist envoy with piercing eyes, as bright as the sun, moon and stars. Tianji Island, Tianji Dojo. On the ground of the dojo, among the nearly 100,000 circles of spiritual patterns, golden lights kept shining. Every shining golden light of the spirit pattern will turn into a stream of light and rush into the midair, into the golden scroll of the heavenly list held by the Taoist envoy. Immediately afterwards, the golden scroll of the heavenly list will return another golden light, falling towards everyone a warrior in a circle spirit pattern that just lit up. As the golden light falls, a row of numbers will appear in the void in front of the warrior, directly marking the ranking of the heaven list. Of course, not everyone will have a number that lights up in front of him. Some warriors sit in the spirit pattern, and when they wake up, there is no golden light on the circle spirit pattern. This shows that he failed the examination of the heavenly ranking and cannot be included in the heavenly ranking. The Tianji dojo, which was originally quiet, became more and more lively at this moment, as the warriors kept waking up. I entered the heaven list, I entered the sky list. Look. Look. I am ranked number 4681 on the Tianbang. Look at this row of gold characters. Damn. I have a 10-star martial spirit, and I am in the middle of the martial venerable realm, but I can't enter the heaven list. Is there any mistake? I am only more than 20,000. How is this possible? Oh my God, I actually ranked among the top 10,000. That's great. That's great. This time, let those elders in this sect, who look down on others, take a good look, who will be the boss in the future. Congratulations, Brother Liu. Congratulations, Brother He. A famous mainland powerhouse, some are ecstatic, some are smiling, some are depressed, some are roaring. Most of the people have pale faces, red eyes, and are extremely depressed. Tianbang Gold Scroll. This is to determine a warrior. On the Haotian continent, the ultimate ranking of the strength of martial arts, every powerful sect will be ranked according to the heavenly list, to focus on the cultivation of disciples, of course, including the resources provided. However, in the ranking assessment of the heavenly ranking list, even if they are 10-star martial spirits, there are quite a few who are strong in the martial venerable realm, and they can't even enter the heavenly ranking. Tianbang ranking, talent and cultivation, although important, are not the real focus. What really has a major impact on the Tianbang ranking, in fact, is luck. That is to say, Lord Daoist will investigate every warrior. So far, what is the biggest opportunity he has obtained? Through chance, one can judge how high one's future martial arts achievements will be. This is the reason why when Chu Yan and the Daoist just met, the Daoist directly tested Chu Yan's luck. Just like Xie La Jiao, who obtained the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor, with such a chance, if he participates in the heaven ranking examination, even if he is not a warrior, it is not a problem to be ranked in the 1000 ranking of the heaven ranking. Hum. Suddenly, several spirit patterns near the front of Tianji Dojo suddenly lit up. Look, the assessment of Duo Lei, Lu Ruyan, Qianlong, and Wan Ziang is coming to an end. An exclamation sounded, resounding through the audience. As the voice spread, tens of thousands of gazes all looked at several people in the entire Tianji Dojo. After all, these people are the most dazzling ones in this year's Tianbang ranking assessment, so their assessment results make everyone very curious. Lu Ruyan and others, how many people will be ranked in the Heavenly Emperor? Several spirit patterns lit up one after the other, one after another golden light shot up into the sky, towards the golden scroll on the Tianbang in midair, and shot straight out. These auras are obviously much thicker than the golden streamers of everyone else. When the golden scroll of the Tianbang reflected back a stream of light and fell on several people, rows of numbers immediately appeared in front of them. My God! Look! Then, that Kanglin actually ranks 3,100. How is this possible? Duo Lei, ranked 1,980th. Qianlong, so strong. Ranked over 2,900. All of them are ranked within the 3,000 ranks, isn't that too scary? The three people who finished the ranking assessment first, the ranking numbers that appeared, the moment they appeared, the entire Tianji Dojo exploded in an instant. All the powerhouses from mainland China gasped together, their faces full of fear. You know, so far, nearly 80% of the warriors have completed the assessment, and none of the highest-ranked warriors has been ranked in the 5,000th place. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 people with a ranking of less than 3,000 appeared. Ha ha ha. Kanglin glanced across the audience, and finally realized that his grades were temporarily ranked among the top 3. Immediately, he burst out laughing wildly, and shouted. Did you see it? Did you see it? My uncle's strength is comparable to that of you ants. Huh? Who are you calling an ant? Hearing Song Lan's arrogant words, all the fighters around him who were already depressed were angry at the same time, and they all approached Song Lan, glaring at Song Lan viciously, and asked. Well? Song Lan, who had an extremely proud and joyful face just now, suddenly became confused. Unexpectedly, she provoked the anger of everyone. Just kidding, there are tens of thousands of fighters, and they are still full of anger. If this is vented on themselves, no one can bear it. Presumptuous. He belongs to the spiritual sect, you guys immediately, get out of here. Seeing this scene, Duo Lei frowned immediately, and the demonic aura on his body swept out like a huge wave, and he sternly shouted. The sound of rolling thunder swayed away, causing all the strong men from the mainland who were approaching Kanglan to shudder, and when they turned their heads to look at Duo Lei, their faces were full of awe, and they quickly scattered. Joke. The present Duo Lei is 1980 in the heavenly ranking. What kind of identity is this? It is not comparable to warriors, like them, who can't even rank in the heavenly ranking. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. You are strong, so naturally everyone is afraid of you. However, the premise is that if you can't commit suicide like Xuanhuan, then you can't blame anyone. The Lord of the Lingzong, coupled with the power of a thunderbolt, instantly resolved a storm. Xuanhuan heaved a long sigh of relief, and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. At this moment, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Swish! A golden light shot up into the sky, shining like a star, breaking through layers of void, and with the golden light far surpassing the few people just now, it quickly swept towards the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair. What? Duo Lei, Qianlong, and Xuanhuan were stunned, and they all turned their heads to look. The owner of this golden light turned out to be Huangzong, Wan Ziang. It turned out, it was him. Kanglan and Duo Lei's expressions changed. The faces of the other mainland powerhouses in the audience all turned pale. They didn't expect that this extremely low-key Wan Ziang, who had been silent before the start of the assessment, would have such a terrifying existence. The golden light just now has obviously surpassed Duo Lei and the others by no means, and it can only explain a little problem. With a slight tremor, a row of golden numbers slowly appeared in front of Wan Ziang. When the row of gold characters was completely finalized, all the powerful people in the audience gasped in unison, their faces full of shock. This? How can it be? #C1225 Day List. At this time, on the other side of Tianji Island, hundreds of miles away from Tianji Dojo. Going deep into the cave thousands of feet underground, ripples rippled in the void, and a petite white figure slowly appeared. It was the goddess Xie Xia. Defeated. Xie Xia's voice was still full of fear, her voice trembled slightly, and she was wearing a long snow-white dress, flying gently. The three of us teamed up, and we lost to a warrior in the middle Wuzuanjing. Humph. That's because we are just playing incarnations, otherwise. Gao Tianyang's iron tower-like figure flashed beside Xie Xia, his face was ashen, he snorted heavily, and said with murderous intent. Or, let's kill him now. A faint murderous aura gushed out from Gao Tianyang's body, spreading throughout the underground cave. Since ancient times, literature has never been the first, and martial arts has never been the second. Between warriors is a contest of strength and strength. For Gao Tianyang, like Xie Xia and Ming Qing, their cultivation base and strength are higher than their own, so if they are defeated, they can still accept. But now, he has lost to a junior martial artist whose cultivation base is much lower than his own. How can he accept this? Go if you want, I won't go. Ming Qing's indifferent voice rang softly, her eyes flickered, she was obviously thinking about something. You have to figure it out. Master Taoist asked the three of us to fight this strange man, but he didn't really want us to be enemies with him. Ah. Why is that? Gao Tianyang asked subconsciously, his face startled. Hearing Gao Tianyang's question, Ming Qing turned her head and glanced at him like an idiot, but turning around, she still explained slowly. This time, Master Taoist let us know the secret of the person with a different life. You must remember this secret. Even if you die, you can't tell the fourth person. Also, Gao Tianyang, remember, you can have a secret with a different life. It is a battle, but you must remember, never stand on the opposite side of a person with a different life, and become his enemy. Speaking of this, Mingqing listened, with piercing eyes, looking at Gao Tianyang and Su Yang in front of him, with extremely solemn expressions. He opened his mouth heavily and said one word at a time. In the assessment of the heaven list, luck is the most important thing. The three of us have had great chances, so we can always occupy the top 10 in the sky list. Then think about it, if you want to become a person with a different fate, his luck, how terrifying is it? As soon as the words landed, Su Xia and Gao Tianyang's bodies trembled at the same time, and their expressions changed violently. Moreover, I suspect that this child's luck is probably directly connected with the luck of Haotian continent. Hiss. Hiss. Two gasping sounds sounded directly, Su Xia and Gao Tianyang, when they heard Mingqing's words. The shock on their faces just now turned into panic. A person's luck is connected to the luck of the entire continent. This is too scary. If it is as Mingqing guessed, it means that if you are an enemy of this person, you are an enemy of the will of Haotian continent. What you said is true. Goddess Su Xia asked in shock, her face pale. For her and Gao Tianyang, this passage was so unbelievable that she couldn't react for a while. That's right. Didn't you find out? In the battle just now, Master Taoist obviously just used the three of us to force out Chu Yan's trump card. You all know the identity of Lord Taoist. If there is someone on Haotian continent, the whole card, even Dao Envoy can't see through it, even if this person. Having said that, Mingqing stopped talking. However, the meaning of his words, Gao Tianyang and Su Xia, are already very clear. In the entire underground cave, there was a dead silence. I want to meet this deity of Chu Yan. After a long time, Su Xia's complexion suddenly relaxed, a chuckle rose from the corner of his mouth, and he spoke in a delicate voice. Yes. I want to meet him too. Hearing Su Xia's words, Gao Tianyang nodded heavily and said. Just after the first battle, they and Chu Yan were both spiritual bodies, not real people, so now, they have the idea of wanting to see Chu Yan. Not bad. We should meet each other. Mingqing nodded. Swish. 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 In the karst cave, the three of them looked at each other with a smile, and performed body skills at the same time, and disappeared directly into the cave, turning into three beams of light, and flew away in the direction of Tianji Dojo. On the other side, in Tianji Dojo, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of warriors, the golden text in front of Wan Ziang finally appeared. These few golden words attracted tens of thousands of eyes, all staring at them, trembling continuously. Immediately afterwards, the entire dojo boiled instantly. Oh my God! 1336. How is it possible? Wan Ziang rushed to more than 1,300 people. Damn it, he seems to be only a 9-star martial spirit, how could he be so high in the ranking? So he has been hiding his strength. Continental powerhouses in all directions, all of them were shocked, discussing carefully. When this Wan Ziang first appeared, because of the prestige of Lu Ruyan and Duo Ilay, he attracted most of the attention, so he didn't get much attention. No one expected that after the Tianbang assessment, he would become a blockbuster and directly crush everyone, including Duo Ilay. Under the attention of everyone, Wan Ziang slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes, a cold light flashed past. He turned his head slowly, looked at Duo Ilay, Qianlong and Kanglin who were not far away, with a slight smile on his lips, he said lightly. Everyone, I'm sorry, the 9-star martial spirit in the lower district is actually ranked a little higher than everyone, hee. The words fell to the ground, and the pupils of everyone around shrank fiercely. This guy's words are even more arrogant than that Song Lan just now. Not only arrogant, but also irritating. For a while, tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses were all blushing, but they couldn't say anything. Duo Ilay, Qianlong and the others all looked ashen. The 9-star martial soul actually ranks more than 1,300 in the celestial list. Could it be that Wan Ziang is the highest ranked in the celestial list? In this way, Huang Zong became the biggest winner in this Tianbang assessment. However, what puzzled everyone was that just now, quite a few powerhouses had 10-star martial spirits, but they couldn't even make it into the celestial list, and this Wan Ziang, who was only a 9-star martial spirit, actually made it to the celestial list 1,300 people. It is extremely puzzling how the ranking of this day's list is judged. Boom. Just as everyone was looking at Wan Ziang in astonishment, there was a thunderous explosion in Tianji Dojo. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, like a golden pillar of light, rushing straight to the sky. In an instant, the entire Tianji Dojo was shining with golden light. The sudden appearance of this scene shocked everyone in the audience. Could it be that there is another Tianbang powerhouse who is stronger than Wan Ziang born? Could it be Ruyan Liu? Surprised, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the figure in the golden light, but at a glance, everyone was stunned. This person, who is it? I saw, in the golden light, a man in black leather armor slowly got up. But this person, among the tens of thousands of warriors present, no one knew him, and all of them looked astonished. Under the eyes of all. In front of him, a row of small gold characters slowly appeared. #C1226 Last two people. The middle-aged warrior wearing black leather armor, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the golden letter in front of him flashed out. However, after everyone saw the row of small gold characters, their eyes suddenly widened, and their faces were full of astonishment. 997. God, he is 999. Damn. 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 This family, who is this martial artist? He even broke into the top 1,000 list. No. Don't know. It seems to be a casual cultivator. What? Loose cultivator. This? All the mainland powerhouses in the audience were stunned, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Among the top 1,000 in the celestial list, I am afraid that there have been several sessions that have not appeared. Unexpectedly, this time there will be a terrifying existence within the 1,000 celestial list. Moreover, the results of this day's list are constantly announced, and the shocking rankings one after another make everyone feel a little overwhelmed. Everyone, I am also a 9-star martial soul. It seems that the star rank of the martial soul is not the only criterion for the ranking assessment of the gold roll of the heavenly list. The black leather armor warrior spoke calmly. When the words fell to the ground, everyone's faces were stunned at the same time, as if they were struck by lightning. They trembled suddenly. Martial soul star rank is not the only standard. It seems that what this 1,000-ranked martial artist said is really. Just now, first Wan Ziang, the 9-star martial soul, ranked more than 1,300, and now the black-armored nameless casual cultivator, also a 9-star martial soul, directly rushed into the 1,000 list. The two warriors with 9-star martial spirits have now become the two with the highest rankings among the nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses in the audience. Could it be that the assessment of the Tianbang Golden Scroll is really not based on martial souls? But this is the Haotian continent, the world of martial souls, and all warriors take the martial soul as their root. You must know that all the mainland powerhouses and martial arts practitioners present here have an average age of about 100 years. From the first day they stepped into the martial arts, no matter whether they are small sects, medium sects, or powerful sects, in the entrance examination, and during the assessment in the sect, it all depends on the star rank of the martial soul. Those with high star ranks of martial souls will be able to receive key training from the sect, while those with low star ranks of martial souls will naturally be ignored. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the mentality of these strong mainlanders who are proud of their own martial arts has been deeply rooted in their bones. Now, being completely crushed by two warriors with 9-star martial spirits in succession, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone, don't you understand by now? The black-armored warrior glanced across, looking at each of the dull and absent-minded mainland powerhouses, chuckled lightly, and said, "Martial spirit is a talent. When you first entered the martial arts, naturally with high-star martial arts, you can surpass everyone. However, now, we are all warriors standing at the top of the mainland martial arts. Our goal is different from that of ordinary warriors. It's completely different. Each of us hopes to achieve the honor of Emperor Wudi, but it is as difficult as ascending to the sky, but think about it. Not to mention the 10-star martial spirit, there are no less than 1 million in the entire continent, and the peerless genius with twin 10-star martial spirits has no fewer than 10,000. If martial emperor's respect is based on martial soul, how many martial emperors must appear on our Haotian continent?" The words fell to the ground, and the pupils of everyone in the audience trembled slightly. For a moment, Duo Ilay, Qianlong, Kanglin and others, including all the mainland powerhouses, all looked awe-inspiring, and suddenly felt good. Talent is just a foundation, no matter how high or low the talent is, it is just a starting point. If you want to finally step into the peak of martial arts, it is absolutely impossible to achieve it just by guarding one talent. Because almost the first mainland strongman present has seen some talented warriors who do not think about making progress, greedy for selfish desires, do not make any progress in martial arts cultivation, and are reduced to first-class ordinary warriors. Everyone, the assessment of all the martial artists is basically over now, you see. The black-armored warrior suddenly changed the subject, raised his finger and pointed not far away, and said loudly, "Now, only Lu Ruyan, and this little brother's celestial list assessment is not over yet." Hearing this, all the mainland powerhouses in the audience suddenly woke up and turned around to look. As expected, the rankings of Lu Ruyan and Chu Yan did not show up. Just now, several people have rushed into the 3,000 ranked list, and even 2 dark horses appeared, all around 1,000 ranked. And Chu Yan and Lu Ruyan, sitting cross-legged in the circle of spirit patterns at this time, obviously haven't finished the assessment. Could it be that they? In Tianbang, small world, Huxing Pavilion. At this time, Chu Yan's mouth is lightly raised, his whole body is like a rainbow, powerful self-confidence fills his whole body, his eyes are like stars flowing, extremely bright. However, the Taoist master opposite him stared at Chu Yan with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, his face full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You really want to make such a decision?" The voice of the Taoist envoy was almost trembling, and he couldn't believe it at all. The decision Chu Yan made just now. That's right. Anyone can't change it. And one word at a time, Chu Yan's words were like a bell, resounding through the surrounding space, with a pair of pale golden eyes, the sharp light kept flashing. "Also, anyone who dares to stand in my way, dies." When the last word landed, behind Chu Yan, 5 different lights shot up into the sky, and the violent breath rushed over the entire lake like a sky-shaking sea. However, on the originally calm lake, a huge wave of nearly 100 feet was set off, and the momentum was loud. On Tianji Dojo. As everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, Chu Yan and Lu Ruyan, the only 2 who hadn't finished the celestial list assessment, after a brief silence, the entire dojo exploded in an instant. Damn it. Really, they haven't finished the assessment yet. Oh my god. Logically speaking, the higher the ranking, the longer the assessment time seems to be. The 2 of them will rush into the top 1,000 list. No. No. No way. This year, there were several 3,000 students, and even 2 1,000 students, and, still. It's too scary. By the way, who is that black-robed boy? This Chu Yan really underestimated him. All the powerhouses in the mainland were in an uproar, and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes kept scanning back and forth on Lu Rian and Chu Yan. Xuanhuan and other spiritual sect powerhouses all stood near Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with dull faces. They never imagined that this boy who just joined the spirit sect would be so terrifying, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Rian. Xuanhuan stared at Chu Yan in astonishment. Her face was extremely exciting. No way. Chu Yan, is this guy even higher than my uncle's ranking? Just as everyone was stunned, suddenly, Lu Rian's body, a large ball of golden light, rushed out. This ball of golden light is extremely huge. Tens of thousands of golden lights burst out from the spirit pattern under her body, and above her head, it converges into a huge ball of golden light, rising continuously, as if a round of golden sun, breaking the world and launching into the sky. #C1227 One more. This round of golden light ball, like a mighty sun rising from the east, swayed endless golden light in an instant. Just now, Wan Ziang, a middle-aged man with a black armor, even if they are about 1,000 in the list, they can't compare with them at all. Oh my god, it's Ruyan Lu. Look, her assessment is over, and the ranking results will be released soon. How much? How much will she line up? In the entire Tianji dojo, the pot was completely exploded, and there were crowds of voices in all directions. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Rian in unison, and everyone's hearts were raised in their throats, without exception. After all, everyone knows that Lu Rian is currently the only Sanqing Wuhun in the Haotian continent. This kind of Wuhun talent is itself a great opportunity. How terrifying is her ranking in the sky list? Wow. A large group of golden light rushed towards the golden roll of the Tianbang in midair, and exploded instantly, turning into golden light spots all over the sky, gathering on the top of Lu Rian's head, circling and dancing, reflecting her whole body into a piece of gold, like a bathing god, a saint of light in general. Under her feet, the spirit pattern soared into the sky, and as she passed by, the golden light spots around her were sucked into the spirit pattern one after another, as if thousands of rivers were returning to the sea. The whole scene is dazzling and extremely domineering. Boom! The golden spirit pattern rushed into the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair, bursting into a golden wave of air, rushing in all directions. Under the powerful force, the surrounding void made a muffled sound. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shot out from the Tianbang Jinwan, shooting back at Lu Rian, and immediately, a row of small golden characters appeared in front of her. 3 big characters, glittering gold. 380. Boom. The moment the golden characters appeared, exclamations resounded in the entire Tiandao square, almost toppling the sky. Oh my god. 380. 380. Damn. This is impossible. Lu Rian. He even rushed to the 380th place on the Tianbang. How can this be? Oh my god, the first assessment, I rushed to the 380th place. If it takes another 2 years, I am afraid that there is hope for the top 100 in the list. As expected of the 3 lives martial soul, this is too terrifying. There were nearly 100,000 mainland powerhouses in the audience, all of them were stunned and their faces were stiff. And those top powerhouses, He Jia middle-aged, Wan Ziang, Duo Lei, Qian Long and others also gasped. They never imagined that the gap between themselves and Lu Rian would be so big. Originally, according to their estimates, Lu Rian could reach the 500th place, which is already considered a heaven-defying one, but unexpectedly, she directly rushed to the 380th place. 380. Not bad. Lu Rian slowly opened her spiritual eyes, glanced at the gold lettering in front of her, lightly parted her red lips, and said lightly, I didn't expect that there would be so many top candidates in this celestial list assessment. A strong man is born, and there are several people within 3,000, but I am still the strongest. You can't compare with me. Lu Ruyan's words, as well as her indifferent expression, made all the mainland powerhouses in the audience shudder. 380 people. With Xuanhualu's strength, it is estimated that the entire sect will devote all its strength to cultivating Lu Ruyan. Therefore, in 2 or 3 years, Lu Ruyan's cultivation base and strength improvement speed are by no means comparable to other strong people. In other words, it is almost impossible for the powerhouses behind her to surpass her. Lu Ruyan got up, her long skirt fluttered, her lotus steps moved lightly, and she walked towards the Xuanhualu camp. At the same time, her eyes swept across, recording all the ranking numbers of everyone in the audience. Immediately, she raised her red lips slightly, and the arrogance on her face became more intense. Apart from myself, there are less than 1,000 people who can enter the celestial list, and among these 1,000 people, there are less than 100 people who rank within 10,000. My own 380th place is probably the most well-deserved number 1 in the Tianbang assessment in the past 100 years. However, when her gaze was about to withdraw, she inadvertently swept across a black figure, and Yurong was stunned for a moment. Her body immediately froze on the spot. And, there's one more. When her pair of spiritual eyes landed on the black-robed boy, her pair of spiritual eyes shrank suddenly, and deep in her heart, a great chill suddenly rose. What's the situation? That Chu Yan has not finished the assessment yet. As Lu Ruyan's tender body froze on the spot, tens of thousands of eyes from the audience all fell on Chu Yan, and their eyes were also full of shock. You know, even Lu Ruyan, who is ranked 380th, has already finished the assessment. This Chu Yan, could it be? For a time, almost everyone had the same idea of guessing in their hearts, but this guess, even they themselves couldn't believe it. This Chu Yan can never surpass Lu Ruyan. He is the Sancheng Wuhun, the only one in the entire Haotian continent. Afterwards, the entire Tianji dojo fell into a dead silence. Everyone watched Chu Yan quietly, waiting for the moment when his assessment was over. Although they didn't believe that Chu Yan could surpass Lu Ruyan, but whether it is doubt, shock, surprise, or coldness, the entire dojo is silent, and even the sound of breathing is almost inaudible. Everyone is just watching Chu Yan, quietly, waiting. But at this time, on the other side, Tianbang's small world, inside the lake pavilion. Chu Yan held the fragrant tea in his hand, and explained his plan in detail with the Taoist envoy. For Chu Yan, whether the Taoist envoy approves or disagrees, he has made up his mind. As Chu Yan continued to narrate, the face of the Taoist envoy changed from the shock at the beginning to the constant change, and finally, in the mist-like eyes, there was a brilliant light, as bright as stars. To be honest, Chu Yan's plan shocked him, but I have a feeling in my heart that maybe, Chu Yan's plan is more promising than the plan made by him and his elder brother. Okay. Chu Yan, no matter what. Your plan, at least with my elder brothers, does not conflict at all. 2 years is not a problem at all. We can wait for 100,000 years. What is 2 years? Suddenly, the Taoist envoy stood up abruptly, looked at Chu Yan with piercing eyes, nodded heavily, and said, From today onwards, I, the Taoist envoy of Tianbang, and my elder brother will fully support you. Your elder brother? Chu Yan was startled and asked suspiciously. This? I can't tell you yet. However, if you really break into the martial emperor realm within a year, my elder brother will definitely meet you. The Taoist shook his head and said, Okay. After the latter assessment is over, I will start to act. Chu Yan got up slowly, nodded heavily, with a solemn face. Then today's ranking in the Tianbang assessment. Daoist was stunned, looked at Chu Yan with doubts, and asked. Just do what I said just now. Chu Yan said. Good. Afterwards, the Taoist envoy and Chu Yan continued to chat about some things about the Black Blood Temple. On Tianji Dojo. An hour has passed, but Chu Yan's body is still sitting cross-legged on the ground, without any movement. For an entire hour, tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses surrounded Chu Yan like stars and the moon, waiting honestly. But as time went by, their complexions became more and more complicated, and the eyes they looked at Chu Yan became more and more shining. Hashtag C1228 Wandao Jingguang. On Tianji Dojo. All the mainland powerhouses, including Lu Ruyan, Wan Xiang, Duo Lei, and others who are among the top 3,000 in the list, have already waited for Chu Yan for 3 hours. However, Chu Yan in front of him still showed no signs of ending the assessment. Although Lu Ruyan didn't believe that Chu Yan's ranking in the celestial list would surpass her, but after such a long time, this son hadn't finished the celestial list assessment, which made Lu Ruyan's mind unable to completely rest assured. Therefore, she can only watch patiently. Not only Lu Ruyan, but including Duo Lei, all the mainland powerhouses in the audience were stunned and puzzled, waiting for the assessment result of the last person in this year's list, Chu Yan. At this moment, in the void, an air-trembling sound as light as a mosquito suddenly resounded. Although the sound was extremely slight, who was present? Those are all the people with the strongest martial arts in the Hautian continent. Naturally, this trembling sound cannot escape everyone's ears. Therefore, this mosquito sound fell on everyone's ears and hearts, like a Hongzhong Sanskrit sound resounding through the world, and in an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. Buzz, buzz, boom, boom. The next moment, amidst everyone's astonishment, the sound of mosquitoes continued to grow louder, and in less than a breath, it turned into the sound of 10,000 muffled thunder. Between the sky and the earth, there was a rumbling sound, as if a river of thunder was passing through, and even the sky was trembling crazily due to the sound of thunder. Chu Yan. Look. Chu Yan's assessment is about to end. Damn it. What's going on? Why is the entire Tianji Dojo shaking? Fart, it was the Tianji Dojo at that time, and the entire Tianji Island was shaking. What's going on? This Chu Yan, the time for the Tianbang assessment is almost 10 times that of ours, and even more than 3 times that of Lu Ruyan. It can't be, his ranking is higher than Lu Ruyan's. All continental powerhouses. With a nervous look on his face, Chi raised his head and looked in all directions, seeing the spiritual mist of the entire Tianji Island rolling in the sky. His face was filled with horror, his eyes widened, and they all guessed. However, when everyone's eyes finally fell on Chu Yan, most people's eyes were full of suspicion. You know, this year's Tianbang assessment has already produced several strong players within the 3,000th place in the celestial list, and 2 of them are about 1,000 in the celestial list. Come on, Lu Ruyan, who is the strongest, directly rushed to the 380th place on the celestial list. It can be said that this year's Tianbang assessment has produced more strong players than the previous 3 combined. In this case, it is impossible for a stronger one to appear again. Boom, boom. Just when everyone was stunned, a huge golden beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, like a holy light, falling from the sky and falling straight towards Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. Everyone was stunned, and raised their heads at the same time, looking at the source of the golden light, but at a glance, everyone's expressions changed violently, and their faces were full of astonishment. Because, that golden beam of light actually fell from the golden scroll of the Tianbang in midair. What? This? Impossible. How could the golden roll of the heaven list be thrown to Chu Yan on its own initiative? This is completely different from all of us. Damn it. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the mainland powerhouses in all directions exclaimed one by one. These people didn't understand at all why Tianbang Jinwan would take the initiative to connect with Chu Yan. Suddenly, everyone was stunned and completely stupid. No. Absolutely impossible. Chu Yan's ranking is absolutely impossible to surpass me. I am the strongest. Lu Ruyan bit her red lips tightly with jade teeth, her eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, and her small face was turned purple, because of nervousness. In her opinion, she is the only Sansheng Wuhun in Haotian continent, and she has the hope of being promoted to the top 100 in the Tianbang in the future. If she can't even compare with this Chu Yan, it will become a joke. Therefore, for Lu Ruyan, others can be ranked lower than Chu Yan, but she has a 3-life martial spirit, so she must not lose. Otherwise, the whole continent will spread the word that Lu Ruyan with the 3-life martial spirit actually lost to an ordinary warrior. Her 3-life martial spirit can't be fake, right? In this way, I will become the joke of all warriors in the entire continent. Boom. Just when everyone was staring at Chu Yan with cow-like eyes, Chu Yan was sitting quietly on the body of the circle spirit pattern, and suddenly, a group of incomparably shining light burst out. In an instant, a large group of golden light, like a round of golden scorching sun, exploded directly, and the extremely shining golden light burst out in an instant, causing everyone present to stare at the nearly 100,000 warriors of Chu Yan, feeling that, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Fuck. My eyes. Oh my god. What a terrible golden light, my eyes are about to go blind. Not good. Everyone go back. Fuck, what's going on? Run away. On Chu Yan's body, the sudden burst of golden light was so dazzling that tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses felt their eyes suddenly brighten. In the entire field of vision, they could not see anything clearly except for thousands of golden lights. Turned into a sea of golden light. In an instant, nearly 100,000 fighters frantically mobilized their true energy to protect their eyes, and at the same time their figures flickered, and a large sea of people, like a tide, retreated frantically, and fled in all directions. These golden lights. It was so strong that they couldn't help feeling a little fear in their hearts, and they ran away without even thinking about it. Such a terrifying golden light, could it be? The next moment, the golden light that suddenly exploded from Chu Yan's body disappeared quickly. The terrifying golden light that was so terrifying just now that it caused hundreds of thousands of mainland powerhouses to flee in all directions disappeared in a flash, as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, the muffled sound of thunder between heaven and earth also quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tianji Island, the Tianji Dojo, regained its calm again. Immediately afterwards, all the mainland powerhouses who were fleeing in all directions stopped one after another, with horrified expressions on their faces, turned their heads slowly, and looked carefully at where Chu Yan was. It wasn't until they realized that Chu Yan got up slowly, with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes swept across the audience, all warriors, with extremely tense minds, relaxed a little bit. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, in front of Chu Yan, a row of small golden characters flashed an illusory shadow, constantly twisting and trembling. The appearance of this row of small golden characters, like invisible big hands, instantly squeezed the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, everyone's minds were shocked, and they all looked at the row of small golden characters. The results of Chu Yan's assessment will finally be revealed. #C1229 shocked the audience. In front of Chu Yan, a row of small golden characters flashed quickly and appeared in front of everyone. The moment they condensed, everyone's eyes trembled violently, their pupils shrank sharply, the sea of consciousness and the soul seemed to be hit by thousands of thunderbolts at the same time. The three simplest words made everyone so shocked that they were instantly petrified on the spot. Number 1. That's right. Chu Yan's ranking in the Sky List shows the first place. No, oh my god. Among all the people in the audience, Lu Ruyan, who was the most nervous, after seeing the three small golden characters clearly, her face turned into a gray color almost instantly. Not only her, but all the mainland powerhouses in the audience were dumbfounded. Chu Yan became number one on the list. At this moment, everyone's sea of consciousness world began to collapse one after another, as if destroying the world. Everyone's eyes were straight. This junior martial artist, who just became the number one arrogance in the mainland, has become the number one in the heaven list again. And his cultivation is only at the early stage of Wu Zuanjing. With such strength, he will become the number one in the heaven list. Depend on. Depend on. Depend on. Everyone's hearts exploded at the same time. This dam is just joking. Nuoda's Tianji Dojo, the sacred place in the hearts of warriors in the entire Haotian continent, has become dead silent at this moment. This scene, as if the whole world had been frozen, everyone just stood there in a daze, with complex expressions on their faces, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that in front of Chu Yan, the three small golden characters suddenly trembled, and a few golden stars were scattered, making the entire golden text instantly blurred. The row of small golden characters that were originally gleaming with golden light quickly deformed and elongated under everyone's astonished eyes. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. His complexion changed drastically. In this situation, none of the strong people in the audience were like this. What happened? Could it be that something is going to change in the results of this day's list? Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, the row of small golden characters really changed, but as a result of this change, everyone present trembled violently, and even Lu Ruyan, who was far away and was about to leave quietly, was shocked with a look of surprise on her face. No. No way. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing. On the other side, Tianbang's small world, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The Taoist envoy carried his hands on his back, his mind free, and quietly watched the scene that happened in the Tianji dojo. In the sea of consciousness, I keep thinking about what Chu Yan said to himself just here. Chu Yan, do you know how much risk your choice will bring you? Alas. A faint sigh echoed on the calm lake surface, spreading out continuously. Then, there was a long silence. After a while, the Taoist envoy suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes stared straight at the sky, as if he wanted to see through this world. Time is limited. The Taoist envoy then sighed, hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. A very mysterious aura suddenly rose from his body, and spread towards the sky. Brother, did you see it? This sound seemed to contain the ancient myriad ways, and the endless magic. At the same time as the sound resounded through the world, a large sea of spiritual clouds and mist rolled over the entire sky, as if the sky was boiling. A moment later, a voice of incomparable dignity, like the language of heaven and earth, suddenly sounded. Well, just do as he said. This voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Although it could be heard by others, it was instantly forgotten. In the next breath, I could never remember what I heard just now. On the other side, above the Tianji dojo, under the gaze of nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes, the row of small golden characters in front of Chu Yan changed directly and jumped rapidly. 100th place. Waiting for the golden small characters to stabilize, it directly becomes a new ranking, and it is no longer the first place that just appeared. Huh. This. Everyone was stunned, their brows were furrowed at the same time, their eyes and faces were full of surprise. Today's ranking on the ranking list will change. However, before everyone could react, the row of golden small characters changed again. 150th place. The 290th place. 370th place. The 3981st place. Until Chu Yan's ranking jumped to the 3981st place, and then finally stopped and gradually stabilized. At this moment, all the powerful mainlanders in the audience, with nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes, almost all exposed their eye sockets, with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. What are you doing? Just now it was number one. How come in the blink of an eye, it fell from the first place to the 3,000 or more? What is happening? Could it be that the Tianbang gold roll will also be inaccurate for the assessment results? You know, the scene that just happened has never happened before in the entire history of the Tianbang assessment. Hundreds of millions of strong people who have participated in the Tianbang assessment are all determined by one word, and it is impossible to change back and forth. At this moment, the entire Tianji dojo was completely silent. Nearly 100,000 people were all petrified on the spot, and even the sound of breathing was basically inaudible. Among the crowd, the middle-aged martial artist who was wearing black leather armor and had just been ranked in the top 1,000 in the heavenly list was stunned. He raised his finger to Chu Yan, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but he just said a word, and then said something. I can't go on. Because he didn't even know what he should say. Doubt the Tianbang, this, of course he dare not. But what happened to this scene just now? 3,981. Chu Yan, who had a calm smile on his face, laughed directly. It's strange, why did it show the first place just now? Is it a mistake? The words fell to the ground, and everyone in the audience was startled. Mistake? Could it be that there is really a problem there? The actual ranking of this Chu Yan is more than 3,000. In the next breath, a large sound of relief resounded over the entire Tianji Daoist. Everyone was relieved, and their tense minds finally completely relaxed. In an instant, the air in the Tianji dojo, which was extremely suppressed just now, was swept away in an instant, and the entire Tianji dojo regained its vitality again. Let me just say, there must be something wrong there. That's right, just now. It almost scared me to death. I read it right just now, and you all saw it too, the one that flashed first is really number one. My God, if the first place is really one, the entire Haotian continent will probably explode. That's right, but, having said that, this Chu Yan is just a genius. He participated in the Tianbang assessment for the first time, and he was able to achieve more than 3,000 results, which is considered amazing. Not bad. I'm afraid that among the younger generation, he is the well-deserved number one. All the fighters in the audience, the gloom all over their faces, was swept away, chatting and laughing one after another, and there was a lot of discussion. Chu Yan's ranking is only over 3,000. Although it is good, it is just that, and it is still within the acceptable range. At this moment, Xuanhuan laughed loudly, looked at Chu Yan, and said, Chu Yan. I didn't expect that you could also be ranked on the top list, not bad. Although you are much lower than me, but with your talent, compared with this uncle, you have this result, which is already quite good. Seeing that Chu Yan's ranking was only over 3,000, Xuanhuan was immediately extremely proud, looking at Chu Yan with the demeanor of a senior. Chu Yan glanced at Xuanhuan, his face was indifferent, and he didn't care at all. Chu Yan. At this moment, there was another cold voice, and in the distance, a beautiful figure in a long skirt came lightly. It was Ruyan Liu. #C1230 Top 10 on the list come in person. Under the gazes of everyone in the audience, Liu Ruyan, with a beautiful posture, moving her lotus steps, her face covered in frost, walked to Chu Yan and stood still, her red lips lightly opened, and she opened the mouth and said, Chu Yan, you are a martial artist who has cultivated in the early stage of the Median martial sovereign realm. You can enter the heavenly ranking and rank more than 3,000, which is not bad. But compared to me, you are still like an ant. Like mountains and sandstones, seas and streams, there is a difference between heaven and earth. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruyan's face became colder and colder. Just because Chu Yan's first place just now scared her to death, and instantly fell into hell, so she couldn't hold her breath, so she deliberately suppressed it in front of everyone. When Lu Ruyan's words were heard, all the powerhouses on the mainland were silent. Although Lu Ruyan's attitude is extremely arrogant, but now, in this year's ranking, she is the first person in the ranking of more than 300 people, and she is also the first person in the sky for 100 years, so she is qualified to say these words. On the other hand, when Chu Yan heard Lu Ruyan's words, he didn't care at all. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, he shook his head, and did not say much. Now, in Chu Yan's heart, the Lu Ruyan in front of him can't get into his eyes at all, so of course he won't care about him. I still have more important things to do, time is precious, then I have time to fight with 1 or 2 warriors. Just here, on the Tianji dojo, a void ripples open, and a tall figure slowly emerges. This person is the Taoist envoy holding the golden scroll of heaven. As soon as he appeared, he stared straight at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes. In his eyes, the shimmering light continued to flicker, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. No one in the audience would know what happened to Chu Yan's ranking in the heavenly ranking. Up to now, they may all suspect that Chu Yan's ranking in the heavenly ranking, from the first place to more than 3,000, should be the heavenly ranking golden scroll. There is a problem, such as the inaccurate assessment. However, as a Taoist envoy, he knows it better than anyone. The reason why Chu Yan's ranking on the heavenly ranking list jumped and changed, of course, could not be the golden scroll of heavenly ranking, and there was a problem. Instead, all of this was deliberately arranged by Chu Yan. It's just that he and Chu Yan have an agreement. Of course, he can't say all of this, so he can only continue according to the normal Tianbang assessment process. Everyone, first congratulations to those who passed the Tianbang assessment. The Taoist pondered for a long time, finally controlled his emotions, looked away from Chu Yan, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "According to the evaluation rules of the heavenly ranking, only those who have achieved 5,000 will be rewarded with soul crystals. Please come to the top 5,000 in the evaluation of this year's heavenly ranking." As soon as the words landed, everyone was stunned. Immediately, a small group of warriors in the audience, with a happy face, hurriedly strode towards the front of the dojo, walking towards. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would also be able to get soul crystal rewards, that's great." Song Lan laughed loudly, pulled Chu Yan, and walked towards the front. After a while, more than 300 people gathered at the front of the dojo, all with happy faces. Soul crystal. Those are soul crystals that are treasured in cultivation. If you can get a little more soul crystals, you can greatly improve your strength. You must know that the soul crystal is different from the primordial crystal. The primordial crystal contains only the rich and pure spiritual power of heaven and earth. Although it can also improve the cultivation base, if it is compared with the soul crystal, it is a world of difference. Soul crystal, as the name suggests, its main function is to enhance the martial spirit, and at the same time, it can also improve the cultivation base, so it is recognized by the powerhouses in the whole continent as the treasure of cultivation. It's just that on Haotian continent, soul crystals are rare, and you can't see them on the market at all. Duoile, Gonlong, Wanxiang, etc. are all looking forward to it. Only Chu Yan, with an indifferent face, just casually glanced at the Taoist envoy in the air, but there was no change in his expression. Regarding the soul crystal reward, he already knew how much he could get. Now, start giving out soul crystal rewards. On the sky, the Taoist envoy shouted loudly, and then, his body began to slowly descend, falling to the main platform in front of the Tianji dojo, and stood firm. As the Taoist envoy landed on the main stage, Lu Ruyan, Wanxiang, Duoile, the middle-aged man in black armor, Xuanhuan and the others all had stern expressions on their faces, and they were all guessing how many souls they could get. Crystal. According to the reward rules announced before the start of the assessment, those within 5,000 will be rewarded with 10 soul crystals, those who get within 1,000 will be rewarded with 50 soul crystals, and the top 500 will be rewarded separately. What does this reward mean? Although everyone can't figure it out, this time only Lu Ruyan is the only one who has achieved it. At this time, Lu Ruyan's frost-covered face also showed a hint of excitement. She knew very well that hundreds of years ago, when someone participated in the Tianbang assessment for the first time, they rushed into the 500th place. Rank, that reward is quite generous. Immediately, the rewards of soul crystals will be distributed, and it will start immediately. Pieces of jade talismans were continuously waved from the hands of the Taoist envoys, and more than 300 people started to distribute them from the last one ranked in the heavenly ranking. Within 5,000 people, they can get between 10 and 30 pieces of rewards. The higher the ranking, the more soul crystal rewards. Rewards are issued at a very fast speed. Every heavenly rank expert who has obtained the jade talisman is excited, and immediately checks the number of soul crystals in the jade talisman. So, one after another, the smiles of surprise continued to emerge. Next, the 2,700th place on the list, Wait. At this moment, Dao Envoy suddenly froze and frowned slightly, as if he had received a transmission of divine sense. After a while, when the Daoist raised his head, his brows were already spread out, but he looked directly at Chu Yan, a strange color appeared on his face, and then, his eyes swept away, looking at the powerful people in the audience, said, "The distribution of rewards is suspended. The top 10 deities in the sky list. I heard that the top powerhouses have appeared in the evaluation of this year's sky list. I have to come and get acquainted immediately, everyone, please wait." The words landed on the ground, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, causing all the strong players in the field to be stunned. Then, after a brief silence, the entire Tianji dojo exploded in an instant. What? The top 10 in the sky. Oh my God. It turned out to be the top 10 in the sky. This gets to know the top powerhouses this year, then, isn't that just to get to know Lu Ruyan? It's amazing, Lu Ruyan has stepped into the ranks of the mainland's peak powerhouses this time, and even the top 10 in the sky came to take the initiative to make friends with her. It's not surprising that she was ranked more than 300 people in the first assessment. In the entire dojo, there was an uproar, all kinds of exclamations rang out, everyone's eyes, all looked at Lu Ruyan, their eyes were full of envy and awe. It is a great opportunity to get to know the top 10 on the list. #C1231, please get out of the way. Hearing such shocking news, the entire dojo exploded directly. Everyone looked at Lu Ruyan's eyes, full of strange colors. How many people in the entire Hautian continent can get into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking? I am afraid that even the suzerain of the 8 ancient sects will definitely be able to get the heavenly ranking. The top 10 in-person encounter opportunities. Unexpectedly, now, the top 10 in the sky actually came in person. What does this mean? It means that Lu Ruyan already has the strength or talent to be seen by the top 10 in the sky, and it also means that the top 10 in the sky believes that Lu Ruyan will have the opportunity to stand side by side with them in the future. This is the top 10 on the list. In addition to all the mainland powerhouses and the Tianbang powerhouses present, Wan Xiang, the middle-aged man in black armor, Duo Lei, and other top powerhouses, all showed a touch of envy in their eyes. It is a great honor, but unfortunately, only Lu Ruyan has some treatment. Top 10 on the list. Come, find me. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, unable to react. After all, this news was too sudden. But soon, an endless ecstasy rolled out of her heart, surging like a tide in an instant. She never thought that one day, she would make the top 10 in the sky list, come here, specially, to make friends with her. Such a value, if it spreads on the mainland, what a huge honor it would be. Who are the top 10 on the list? That is on this vast continent, the real top of the pyramid exists, among the hundreds of millions of warriors, the strongest. Can imagine. After today, after making friends with the top 10 in the sky, my identity and status will definitely skyrocket, and there will be earth-shaking changes. That's great. This time, the Tianbang assessment, the harvest is huge. Lu Ruyan's whole body trembled slightly with excitement, remembering that just before the assessment, when the goddess Jiuxiao appeared in the top 10 in the sky, the scene that everyone watched and admired by the heroes made her unable to calm down any longer. In the crowd, Chu Yan heard the news, but his eyes narrowed slightly, his whole body was full of fighting spirit. The top 10 in the sky. Are they the 3 in the small world of the sky? Just a moment later. However, Chu Yan's whole body was loosened, and the fighting intent that had just been rising wildly, but it quickly converged and dissipated in an instant. Shaking his head slightly, Chu Yan just hoped, wait a minute, when the top 3 of the top 10 in the sky arrive, don't tell them about their battles, otherwise, their strength and trump cards will be exposed directly. However, Chu Yan can't be exposed yet, he needs some time, although it is a short time, it is definitely not now. 2 years left. Time is running out, no more accidents. Chu Yan took a long breath and stabilized his mind. In the sea of consciousness, he kept thinking about how to deal with it if an accident happened. Soon, above the sky, several figures, like a rainbow in the sky, crossed the sky, flew towards the Tianji dojo, and flew over. Swish! 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 Several sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the strong mainlanders in the audience were immediately excited. Number 1 on the list, mad scholar Ming Qing. 3rd on the list, the goddess Jiuxiao. The 4th place on the list, Li Wang Tubei. 7th in the list, Thor Gao Tianyang. A group of 7 people fell straight down from the sky, like 10 divine lights, and instantly fell on the Tianji dojo. The top 10 in the sky, appearing in front of everyone. Compared with the incarnations before the Tianbang assessment, now these 7 people, all of them are the deity, all over the body, even if the breath is restrained, but the terrifying breath is constantly overflowing, like 7 insurmountable peaks, which makes people feel heartbroken. The feeling of looking up. Seeing the top 10 on the list again, all the warriors in the audience were excited. This is one of the top 10 in the heavenly ranking, a legendary existence on Haotian continent. Congratulations, everyone, this year, another 300 people are on the list. The goddess Jiuxiao took a step forward, swept her eyes, smiled coquettishly, and said, this year, there is a world-shattering powerhouse in the Tianbang assessment. I waited for a few people to hear about it, and rushed over. Can relate to. The goddess Jiuxiao is worthy of being a goddess, her voice is like a gurgling water, soft and sweet, sweeping through the hearts of everyone, making people's minds rippling, like a divine light. Unlike Jiuxiao, Ming Qing, Gao Tianyang and the others closed their eyes slightly and didn't say a word. They just kept communicating with their divine senses. Even the Taoist envoys in the sky had their eyes flashing slightly. Communicating with them. Swish. Swish. The voice of the goddess Jiuxiao fell, and nearly 100,000 warriors in the audience turned their heads in unison, and their eyes fell on Lu Ruyan at the same time, tens of thousands of eyes, shining brightly. Too strong. Did you hear that? The goddess Jiuxiao said just now that Lu Ruyan is a world-shattering powerhouse, and even the top 10 of them are rushing to make friends with them. The much-anticipated Lu Ruyan was already trembling with excitement at this time, a pair of pink fists, tightly clenched, the breath of the whole body rushed out uncontrollably, setting off a turbulent wave, sweeping out. See you seniors. The next moment, Lu Ruyan did not dare to neglect, she strode out, walked to the top 10 in the sky, bowed her hands, and said, Junior Lu Ruyan, ranked 390th on this year's list. Thank you seniors for coming here, the little girl is very grateful. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was full of arrogance. Finally. I finally have to become an existence above hundreds of millions. Lu Ruyan's mind almost fainted from ecstasy. After cultivating hard for 100 years, going through countless battles, and passing through countless secret places of desperation, who is not for, one day, to achieve the pinnacle of mainland martial arts. Today, Lu Ruyan finally did it. In front of the world's strongest, finally stood with a legendary figure like the top 10 in the sky. Huh. Lu Ruyan. However, at the next moment, on the high platform, the goddess Jiuxiao, looking at Lu Ruyan, frowned slightly, looking at Lu Ruyan with a look of doubt. Female. Impossible. In the small world of Tianbang, when the three of them fought against Chu Yan, they clearly remembered that Chu Yan was a man. Although in the small world of Tianbang, everyone is a spiritual body, and the face is not so clear, but the difference between the body shape and the general appearance can't be so big. At this moment, Ming Qing, the mad scholar next to him, suddenly raised his eyes, glanced at Jiuxiao in front of him, turned his head instantly, and looked at the goddess Jiuxiao. The next breath, the goddess Jiuxiao, her body trembled, she also turned her head, looked at Ming Qing, and nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Lu Ruyan, you are looking for, not you. Please get out of the way. This sound fell to the ground, like 1,000 thunders, and at the same time, it exploded in the air, and everyone in the audience was shocked. As for Lu Ruyan, who was in front of the top 10 on the list, the smile on his face solidified in an instant. The whole person seemed to be petrified in an instant, as if a stone had fallen. It's about to break apart. Not only him, but all the mainland powerhouses in the whole body are full of horror, and their eyes are full of suspicion. No, not looking for Lu Ruyan. Also called her. Get out of the way. How can that be? In addition to Lu Ruyan, who is the top 10 in this year's ranking list, who else deserves to be called, shocking the world? You must know that Lu Ruyan is not only the highest-ranked 390th in this year's heaven ranking, but also the only martial spirit of the three lives on the mainland today. This is a heaven-defying existence. However, at this time, whoosh! On the high platform, guessed the scholar Ming Qing, his figure moved. #C 1232, go up the mountain of knives, go down to the sea of fire. The mad scholar Qing Ming, whose body is like electricity, brought out a stream of cyan light, rushed out of the high platform, and swept towards the bottom. Behind him, the god of thunder Gao Tianyang, and the king of power Tubei, all unfolded their movements, followed closely behind and swept to the stage. The goddess Jiuxiao looked up and swept her head, her spiritual eyes fell on a figure, but her jade lips were lightly raised, revealing a slight smile, and she also unfolded her body technique and swept away. Seeing the 7 top 10 people in the sky, they rushed out one after another. Suddenly, the faces of all the mainland powerhouses in the audience were stunned. What's the situation? Who is this looking for? Everyone's eyes are closely following the top 10 in the sky, and the fast-moving figures turn their heads together. Including Lu Ruyan, who was sluggish and lost his soul, also turned his body subconsciously and turned his head to look. She wants to know more than anyone else, her dignified natural martial arts talent against the sky, plus the 390th place on the heavenly ranking list, among the nearly 100,000 people in the audience, who else is more qualified than her? However, the next scene fell into her eyes, but her pupils shrank fiercely, and her entire face instantly became extremely horrified, as if she had seen a scene, the most astonishing thing in the world. I saw that the mad scholar Ming Qing, the god of thunder Gao Tianyang, the king of power Tuobayi, the goddess Jiuxiao, and a group of 7 people, but they were extremely neat, and fell in front of Chu Yan in order of order. 7 eyes, looking straight at Chu Yan, a smile appeared on the face of the top 10 in the sky. Boom, rumble. The next moment, tens of thousands of people in the audience trembled at the same time, and their faces were full of astonishment. Lu Ruyan, Duo Ilei, Wan Xiang, and other top powerhouses, all of them with big red mouths and round eyes, all of them, stupid. What's the situation? The top 10 on the heavenly ranking list that exists like a legend in the mainland actually came to find Chu Yan. This? How can that be? Not right at all. Is there a mistake there? In front of this scene that makes everyone's eyes drop. Only the Taoist envoy holding the golden scroll of heaven in the sky knows this in his heart. According to the plan he and Chu Yan negotiated, his contact with the top 10 in the sky was the first start. Everyone, please do as the Tao envoy said, don't tell others about my situation at present. Chu Yan glanced over, bowed his hands as a salute, and said, don't worry. We know the importance. Since it is the life of the Taoist, I am waiting for the top 10 in the sky, and I will do my best to help. The mad scholar Ming Qing nodded lightly. After a while, the Tao envoy had already told him something, and he naturally understood that it was a big deal. Let me introduce you formally. In Xia Ming Qing, I will fight side by side with Brother Chu in the future. Ming Qing clasped his fists in both hands, his tone was polite. Haha, you are Chu Yan, not bad, my name is Gao Tianyang, I will listen to you, do what you say, do what you want. Gao Tianyang laughed and had a very cheerful personality. He recognized Chu Yan very much. Hello, my name is Su Xia. The goddess Su Xia kept staring at Chu Yan, constantly looking up and down, and said softly. Hope you can be you. Following Chu Yan's friendship and conversation with the top 10 in the sky above the entire Tianji dojo seemed to explode with countless thunderbolts. Everyone's eyes are round, their eyes are stunned, and their faces are full of horror. Just, what a joke. This is the top 10 on the list of the 1st, 3rd, and 7th. They actually chatted very happily with that Chu Yan, who only ranked more than 3,000. Moreover, by now, they are almost certain that the top 10 in the sky are really looking for Chu Yan. What made them even more frightened was that in the conversation between Chu Yan and the top 10 in the sky, it was obvious that they were talking on an equal basis, and they were extremely polite to each other. Everyone is polite, it's a pleasure to meet you in Chu Yan. Chu Yan returned the salute, with a faint smile on his face. As long as the top 10 on the list doesn't expose his situation in a short period of time, he can follow the plan. Moreover, the top 10 in the current list are also within Chu Yan's plan, and they must have a good relationship with them. When this scene happened, there was a dead silence in the audience, in all directions, tens of thousands of strong people, all stunned, the sea of knowledge was messy. However, next, the behavior of the top 10 people in the sky made them tens of thousands of mainland powerhouses tremble again. I saw that Ming Qing and Su Xia, among the top 10 on the list, turned their hands over one after another, and pieces of jade talismans appeared in their palms. Brother Chu, this is the jade talisman I've been waiting for. Ming Qing handed it forward with his right hand, handed the jade talisman to Chu Yan, and said at the same time, if there is anything in the future, just ask us to come. No matter if you go up the mountain of knives, or go down to the sea of fire, don't give up. Brother Chu, this is under. Brother Chu, keep my communication jade talisman. 7 people and 7 pieces of communication jade talisman, without any omission, all handed to Chu Yan. Thank you all. I will not disappoint you next time. Chu Yan did not refuse at all, put away the 7 jade talismans, and took out 7 blank communication jade talismans. In a short time I will be at the magic sword peak of Jianzhong Mountain Gate. If you have something to do, you can find me there. Good. Happy. Ming Qing and several people responded at the same time, looking extremely happy. Immediately, after a few casual chats for a while, they said goodbye directly to Chu Yan, turned into 7 long rainbows, and disappeared into the sky. Ming Qing and other 7 people, the purpose of today's trip is not as other warriors think, just to make friends. Everyone would never know that what Chu Yan saw with them today was a promise. Of course, apart from the Dao envoy and the top 10 on the list, only Chu Yan knew about this matter. Chu Yan, you. After the top 10 figures disappeared into the sky, the entire Tianji dojo was still dead, and everyone stared at Chu Yan in stunned silence, pointed at Chu Yan with a face full of horror. You, I talked for a long time, but I didn't know what to say. Do not misunderstand. Chu Yan swept his gaze, saw the red eyes around him, stared at himself, and his face suddenly froze. Immediately, his face was speechless, he smiled bitterly, shook his head, pondered a little, and explained. Because I am the golden alchemist of the Alchemy Alliance, a few of them need a kind of golden alchemy, and I happen to have it, so the elders of the Alchemy Alliance will let them come to me. As soon as the words landed, Xuanhuan and the others were shocked again. You are still the alchemist master. Xuanhuan pointed at Chu Yan's right hand, shaking fiercely. Danwu double repair. This Chu Yan turned out to be a dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, and alchemy has also cultivated to the master of alchemy. Depend on. Don't be so perverted. However, Chu Yan's remarks caused everyone to wake up from their absent-mindedness, and the eyes full of doubts gradually receded. Could it be that the top 10 in the sky will look for Chu Yan, and it turns out that they are here to ask for Jin Dan? #C1233 Soul Crystal. Hearing Chu Yan's words, all the warriors in the audience suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, their faces suddenly filled with stunned expressions. Huh. So it is. Fuck, I'll just say it, it turns out to be because of the identity of the Jin alchemist, otherwise, how could it be possible to casually make friends with the top 10 people on this day's list? Jin alchemy master is a cow, even if it is a martial artist who is as strong as the top 10 in the sky, he must take the initiative to make friends with Jin alchemist. This Chu Yan is really lucky. It's a pity that we are not alchemists, so we don't have this chance. That is. The powerhouses on the mainland were talking a lot, sighing, and felt a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the identity of a gold alchemist actually gave Chu Yan such a great opportunity, but unfortunately this dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts is not something that they can have, so naturally there is no such opportunity. Not far away, Lu Ruyan had a small face, extremely gloomy, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, full of cold air, she said directly. Humph. Relying on the side door, if you are not an alchemist, I am afraid that you will not even have the opportunity to participate in the Tianbang assessment. Compared to other martial artists with a sour heart, Lu Ruyan's heart seemed to be dripping blood. You know, just now she was extremely confident, and she took the initiative to come forward and say hello to the top 10 in the sky. However, people ignored her directly, let him move away, and then took the initiative to meet Chu Yan. In front of the powerful mainlanders, she lost all face. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart is already secretly running true qi, and she wants to take action and teach this Chu Yan a good lesson, so that she can regain her face in front of everyone. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Chu Yan didn't care about him at all, just smiled lightly and stepped aside. Everyone around, seeing this scene, also remained silent, and no one spoke. Okay. Everyone. At this moment, on the main stage, the Taoist ambassador waved his hand and shouted. The top 10 in the sky have left, and we will continue to give out rewards. The next one. The 2300th. A word sounded. Everyone's eyes, once again staring at Master Dao Envoy, as well as the celestial leader who was so excited, rushed forward to receive the reward. When Lu Ruyan saw Chu Yan ignoring her, the anger in her heart instantly ignited. However, of course she knew that it was strictly forbidden to do anything in the Tianji dojo, and she was still number 1 in this year's ranking. Humph. It's just a little golden alchemist. Wait a minute, I'll show you. I'm 390th on the heavenly ranking list, and the rich rewards I get are not comparable to you at all. Lu Ruyan glanced at Chu Yan, her eyes were cold, and she snorted coldly in her heart. Duo Ilay, Gong Long, this is the reward for the 2 of you, keep it. On the main stage, the Taoist envoy waved his big hand, and 2 cloth bags flew out into the air, releasing a strong mysterious power, flying towards Duo Ilay and Gong Long respectively. Gong Long, so strong. Ranked more than 2,900. 29 soul crystals were awarded. Duo Ilay, ranked 1,980th, was rewarded with 36 soul crystals. The 2 of them took the cloth bag and hurriedly opened it. At a glance, they saw soul crystals of different colors, and their faces were filled with joy. And in all directions, seeing the mouth of the cloth bag in the hands of the 2 of them, a pure mysterious spiritual power spewed out, and all of them suddenly lit up. Before the 2 of them, they were issued with jade talismans, but now, they use cloth bags directly. This has always been the practice of the Tianbang assessment. This method is to allow other warriors who have not received rewards, at least, to see and feel the preciousness of soul crystals. Next, please ask Wan Ziang of the 1300 and Fang Miao of the 990 to come forward to receive the reward. You 2 have excellent grades, so in addition to rewarding 50 soul crystals, each reward a high-grade spiritual treasure. Then, in an instant, 4 streams of light split into 2 and flew towards Wan Ziang and the middle-aged man in black armor, Fang Miao. Wan Ziang got a high-grade spirit saber, and Fang Miao got a high-grade defensive spirit armor. The 2 were overjoyed when they received the treasure. Okay. Next, Lu Ruyan, who is ranked 390th. The Taoist envoy announced loudly, and at the same time he waved his hand, and 2 streams of light flew straight out. Swish! Swish! When Lu Ruyan took the 2 items, before she could hurriedly open it, she saw 2 streams of light that flew over the top of her head and flew towards Chu Yan in the distance. What? That Chu Yan was even later than himself, a reward. This? What's the situation? Lu Ruyan's anger surged up, so angry that he almost stifled smoke. It really turned into a smoke, and he didn't even bother to look at the spiritual treasure in his hand. He suddenly turned his head and stared straight at Chu Yan. However, what she didn't know was that what happened next almost made her martial arts will collapse. Huh. My reward. Seeing the cloth bag flying over, Chu Yan called out with a big hand and copied the cloth bag in his hand. His ranking in the heavenly ranking is 3,900. Logically speaking, there are at most a dozen soul crystals. However, when the cloth bag fell into his hands, the volume was obviously larger than that of everyone else, including Lu Ruyan. Chu Yan didn't have any hope for soul crystals. Although he heard that it is very beneficial to martial arts, his own martial arts are completely different from those of ordinary warriors. If you want to improve them, you must use special items. Moreover, the items that each martial spirit needs are different. However, it turned out to be a reward. If you don't take it, you won't take it for nothing. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan opened the bag directly. The next moment, a colorful streamer burst out from the opening of the bag. Damn! What's the situation? Oh my god, look at Chu Yan, what is in his hand? My god, this. Such a strong Tianwei. In an instant, nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes, Qi Shushu looked towards Chu Yan, and landed on the cloth bag in his hand at the same time. Including Fang Miao, Wan Ziang, Duo Ilay, and Gong Long, their expressions changed. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, I saw that in the cloth bag in Chu Yan's hand, pieces of soul crystals of different shapes and colors were piled up together. Within each soul crystal, it seems that the sea of spiritual clouds and mist is flowing, with the slightest lightning flashes and thunder, as if it is filled with the sky. And the terrifying Tianwei just now swept out from more than 100 soul crystals. $150. There are 150 pieces of this pile of soul crystals. Roar. 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 Just as these soul crystals continued to rush out of the terrifying heavenly might, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the 5 gods and beasts rioted and roared in unison in an instant, causing Chu Yan's sea of consciousness to shake as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. Damn. What's the situation? Chu Yan was shocked by the sudden outbreak of the 5 divine beasts, and shouted in surprise. #C1234, let you know one. The moment I got the soul crystal, in the sea of consciousness, the 5 divine beasts and martial souls rioted at the same time and let out a sky-shattering roar. While Chu Yan was taken aback, he immediately woke up, without any hesitation, his consciousness condensed, and he probed straight into the soul crystal in his hand. Originally, Chu Yan thought that these soul crystals were of no use to his divine beast martial soul. However, when his consciousness penetrated into the soul crystal, his face froze and his pupils shrank severely. In less than a breath, Chu Yan's face showed ecstasy. He never thought that these soul crystals actually contained the energy of the 5 elements. The qi of the 5 elements, also known as innate source qi, is the most precious treasure for warriors and martial spirits to improve. From a long time ago, Chu Yan used the unicorn martial soul to extract the energy of the 5 elements from the soul stone. After many things, he discovered that the energy of the 5 elements has infinite uses. It can not only improve the cultivation level, strengthen the martial soul, but also bless martial arts. However, with the improvement of Wuhun and other ranks, as well as the improvement of his own cultivation base, now the Qilin Wuhun needs tens of thousands of soul stones to refine a 5-element aura. Inventory, there has never been more than 10. Therefore, it is even more impossible to use the 5 elements to practice, and it can only be reserved for the need of the battle. But now, when Chu Yan's consciousness probed into these soul crystals, he found that the powerful energy of the 5 elements in these soul crystals could not be tempered at all, and could be directly absorbed. The most important thing is that the qi of the 5 elements contained in each soul crystal is extremely pure, and one of the 5 elements can be extracted from this one. And now, I have 150 soul crystals in my hand, that is 150 qi of the 5 elements. With such a huge amount of energy of the 5 elements, it is no wonder that the 5 gods and beasts ran away together. Stop making trouble, half of these soul crystals will be given to you. Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head, and then sent out a thought to appease the roaring Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, and finally calmed them down and returned to Wuhun Mountain. However, the 5 divine beast spirits did not fall into a deep sleep like in the past, but stared at each other with big eyes, staring blankly. Damn. Am I the kind of person who doesn't count? Chu Yan whispered. Immediately, take back your consciousness. However, when Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the Taoist envoy on the main stage, he glanced out of the corner of his eye, only to find that in all directions, countless pairs of red eyes, with dazzling red light, were all looking at him. You. Chu Yan was taken aback. Even Chu Yan, who has seen countless big scenes, at this moment, being stared at by nearly 100,000 pairs of red eyes full of red light, his body trembled, and he shuddered involuntarily. That feeling is like being stared at by nearly 100,000 evil spirits, and anyone will feel chills in their hearts. The 150 soul crystals in Chu Yan's hand appeared just now, like a shocking thunderstorm, falling among the crowd of Tianji Dojo. The next moment, the entire Tianji Daochang erupted directly. Fuck. 150 soul crystals. This is 150 soul crystals. Damn. It turned out to be 150 soul crystals. With Chu Yan's ranking so low, how could there be so many soul crystals? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a high reward? What's the situation? Everyone looked like crazy demons, shouting one after another, and the entire Tianji dojo set off waves of sound that soared to the sky. Soul crystals, on the Haotian continent, are even as precious as a book of ordinary heavenly exercises, and even if you take out a book of heavenly exercises, you will definitely not be able to exchange for one. Because all the powerhouses in the mainland know that soul crystals have an extremely terrifying effect on improving one's cultivation. This kind of improvement is not like Yuan Jing, which only improves the cultivation of true qi, while physical strength, martial arts will, martial soul, martial skills, etc., all need to be cultivated separately. However, the improvement that a soul crystal brings to a warrior is an overall improvement, and the effect of the improvement is astonishing. If it is a martial artist who has just awakened his martial soul and is at the first level of qi refining realm, absorbing the qi of the 5 elements within a soul crystal can at least raise his cultivation level by 1 heaven and earth realm, directly rushing to the innate realm cultivation base, and if the martial soul is not full of stars, it can also increase the star level of the martial soul by 1 star, and the physical body can be improved by the same level. Even the martial arts will be more than 3 times stronger than before. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that the 150 soul crystals in Chu Yan's hands can directly raise an ordinary person to the cultivation base of the Tongtian realm within a few months. And for all the mainland powerhouses present, these 150 soul crystals can almost make them enter the top 100 list. So, how could they not be jealous? If it weren't for the rule of not using force in the Tianji dojo, I am afraid they would have shot Chu Yan long ago. Isn't it only 150 yuan? Right at this moment, a soft snort sounded directly. When everyone in the audience heard this, their hearts trembled violently, and they all turned their heads to look. The person who spoke was Lu Ruyan. Yes. You know, Lu Ruyan is the number 1 in this year's Tianbang assessment. If even Chu Yan gets such a terrifying amount of soul crystal rewards, then she is not. Hiss. In everyone's sea of consciousness, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ruyan, piled up like a mountain. Under the horror, there was a sound of gasping. Let you guys get to know each other. Lu Ruyan was full of excitement, guessing in her heart whether her soul crystal reward would be 300 yuan or more. If it was true, then she might be able to rush into the world with these soul crystals in one fell swoop. The top 10 of the day list. The heart was constantly stirring, Lu Ruyan's breathing became heavy, and her proud chest, like a continuous giant peak, was constantly rising and falling. Full of expectation, she stretched out her trembling hand and opened the cloth bag in her hand directly. However, she just took a look inside, and the reserved jade talisman that she was expecting was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, her delicate body was struck by lightning, and she was shaken fiercely. SOSO, totally, stupid. It's not just her, all the mainland powerhouses in the audience, at a glance, all of them have changed their expressions, and they are all petrified. In Lu Ruyan's reward bag, there is a soul crystal. But, only 65 yuan. Compared with Chu Yan, just now, it is less than half. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew past the Tianji dojo, and the whole dojo fell into a strange silence. Even Chu Yan, who was not far away, had a serious face when he saw this scene. What's the situation? His ranking in the Tianbang, among the more than 300 strong people in the Tianbang, is in the middle and lower ranks. But, now, even Lu Ruyan, who is number 1 in this year's celestial rankings, received much lower rewards than himself. Even less than half, this, seems a little unreasonable. The corners of the eyes of all the mainland powerhouses were twitching wildly, and their faces were full of horror. You know, the rewards for the assessment of the heavenly ranking list have always been that the higher the ranking, the more rewards, but now, why has it changed? Could it be him? Chu Yan, who had the same puzzled expression on his face, raised his head and looked into the air in a flash of consciousness. #C1235 One Mouth Reverse Blood. Chu Yan's eyes swept across the air, holding the golden scroll of the heaven list, and the smiling master Taoist suddenly realized. Needless to say, it must be arranged by the Taoist envoy to get the most soul crystals. Seeing Chu Yan looking at him, the Taoist of course understood, and then his eyes flickered slightly, and a few divine senses transmitted sound and shot at Chu Yan. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, a terrifying scream resounded through the Tianji dojo. I don't accept it. My uncle ranks higher than that Chu Yan, so why does that have more soul crystals than me? The person who spoke was Kanglin. He couldn't accept the reward for ranking in the sky list at all. Moreover, not only him, but all the powerhouses from the mainland in the audience were all agreed and blushed. Obviously, all the powerhouses in the Tianbang were not convinced. This is impossible. In the crowd, Lu Ruyan's face was dull, and when he heard the cry, he woke up instantly, looking at the storage bag with the soul crystal in his hand. His face was almost twisted together, and there was still a trace of heavenly fragrance and national beauty. As the number one existence in this year's Tianbang, I am actually much less than that Chu Yan, who ranks more than 3,000. What the hell is going on here? Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Yan, in a pair of spiritual eyes. Various colors kept flickering. Since she participated in the Tianbang assessment, this Chu Yan has continuously created various acts against the sky. From the beginning to the end, the shining self who should have been ranked in this year's Tianbang seems to be completely suppressed by Chu Yan. Could it be? At this time, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Yan, her eyes flashed sharply, and a coldness rose in her heart. A strange and unacceptable consciousness flashed in her sea of consciousness. No. I will never believe it. Although she had some guesses in her heart, Lu Ruyan couldn't accept it at all, so she suddenly shouted, raised her hand, and directly opened another storage bag containing the Lingbao reward. A flash of consciousness flashed, and the restriction on the Lingbao storage bag in his hand was instantly broken, and it was opened directly. Swish. In an instant, a soaring ray of light pierced through the sky, and the terrifying beam of light shot straight into the sky. My God! Look! It's Ruyan Lu, his spirit treasure reward. Good, a terrifying breath. Amazing. As expected of being ranked 390th, this spirit treasure reward is probably a heaven-defying existence. That's right, it turns out that Lu Ruyan's reward point is this heaven-defying treasure. All the mainland powerhouses in the audience were shocked, and they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Lu Ruyan's hands. They wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence the spirit treasure that could emit such a terrifying aura was. Call. Seeing the beam of light soaring into the sky and the powerful aura rushing out of the spirit treasure bag in his hand, Lu Ruyan let out a long sigh of relief. With such a powerful aura, one can tell what a heaven-defying existence this spirit treasure is. The value of this kind of spirit treasure light is definitely far more than the soul crystal in Chu Yan's hand. For a time, all eyes were on. Soon, the brilliance was introverted, and everyone stared wide-eyed, looking straight at the cloth bag, only to see, in the cloth bag, a light green animal skin picture slowly rising. What is this? Map. Everyone is shocked. Generally speaking, most of the rewards for the past Tianbang assessments are soul crystals and spirit treasures. Map rewards rarely appear, but they have appeared once or twice 10,000 years ago, and the reward map is exactly Mind Vein Map. Lu Ruyan's whole body was trembling with excitement, her small face was completely gorgeous, and her spiritual eyes were shining like stars. Like other strong people in the celestial list, she naturally knows that the reward of the celestial list map that appeared 10,000 years ago is an extremely rare map of mineral veins, and that mineral vein is the most cherished soul crystal mineral vein. At this moment, on the animal skin map, a row of big characters, shining golden, shined out. 1-star soul crystal vein. Seeing this line of big characters, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with ecstasy, her spiritual eyes brightened like a bright moon. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face froze. All the mainland powerhouses and heavenly powerhouses in the audience were stunned. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, do you think you are strong with 150 soul crystals? Lu Ruyan laughed coquettishly, and glanced at Chu Yan, her face full of arrogance, with intense pride. Did you see it? 1-star soul crystal vein map. With it, I can enter the secret realm where the soul crystal veins of Haotian continent are located, and the soul crystals I get are more than 10 times that of yours. At this time, Lu Ruyan was in high spirits, and instantly regained the feeling of being superior. 1-star soul crystal vein. Chu Yan froze, narrowing his eyes slightly. Immediately, Chu Yan slowly raised his head, looked at the Taoist envoy in the sky, his eyes flickered, seeing Chu Yan's gaze, the Taoist envoy smiled slightly, then nodded, raised his hand and waved lightly, a touch of mysterious power, loose out. With a slight tremor, in front of Lu Ruyan, on the slowly floating animal skin map, the row of gold characters disappeared in a flash, and then emerged as a row of new characters. Because of obtaining a 1-star soul crystal vein, the soul crystal reward will be withdrawn. Swish. On Lu Ruyan's left hand, the cloth bag containing the soul crystal turned into a stream of light and flew straight towards the Taoist envoy in the sky. Huh. Take it back. Lu Ruyan was stunned, her eyebrows frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, she got a 1-star soul crystal vein map, which was 500 soul crystals less, and the soul crystals were rewarded separately, so take it back. However, what she didn't expect was that in the next breath, a golden light flashed again on the mine vein map, and a row of small golden characters appeared. 1-star soul crystal vein map, a total of 580 soul crystal reserves, has been mined twice, and the remaining 18 soul crystals, do you want to mine now? Just one line of words directly marked the output and surplus of this star soul crystal vein, but it fell like a bolt from the blue in everyone's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the corners of the eyes of all the mainland powerhouses and heavenly powerhouses in the audience twitched wildly, their faces full of shock. They thought that Lu Ruyan's harvest would be astonishing this time, but they never expected. This star soul crystal vein is actually a third-hand product that has been mined by someone, and the remaining soul crystal reserves are only a dozen soul crystals. Now, Lu Ruyan's soul crystal was rewarded, but it has been taken back. And the soul crystal reserve in the 1-star soul crystal vein is really pitifully small. It was even less than Lu Ruyan's soul crystal reward alone. No. Lu Ruyan's tender body trembled violently, as if someone had hit the back of her head fiercely, her body swayed again and again, she retreated 7 or 8 steps before barely standing still, her eyes were wide open, bloodshot continuously bursting out. At this moment, she had just ascended to the sky, but was smashed back to the ground in an instant. Moreover, it also broke through the ground, and after repeated heavy blows, it was directly smashed into the ground, falling into endless darkness and despair. Puff. With a pair of cherry lips, a mouthful of blood arrows spewed out from her mouth. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. #C1236 report results. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan also twitched the corners of his eyes twice, raised his head and glanced at the Taoist envoy in the sky, his face was speechless. He didn't expect that this Taoist envoy was even more ruthless than himself, and he was so angry that Lu Ruyan vomited blood. At this time in the entire Tianji dojo, there are tens of thousands of strong people, all of them have wonderful faces, with different expressions. Regarding what happened to Lu Ruyan, some were angry, some were not, but there were also some with sneer faces. Xuanhuan and Duoilei, who stood beside Chu Yan, felt very happy. You know, compared with this Lu Ruyan, the rewards I got are more than him, even twice as much. Thinking that she is the number one in this year's Tianbang assessment, I can't help but feel that the reward I got is really quite generous. I don't agree. The next moment, Lu Ruyan yelled loudly and looked up at the Taoist envoy in the sky. Master Taoist, I am the number one in this year's Tianbang assessment. Why, this Chu Yan has received the most rewards. And my reward is only 18 soul crystals, ranking 4,000 in a row. Yes, more than me. It's not fair. Hearing Lu Ruyan's angry shout, everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. The rewards for the Tianbang assessment are all determined by destiny, and no one can interfere. Moreover, you are the first person to receive the reward of the soul crystal vein in the past 1,000 years. This is a great opportunity, which is really rare, but, bad luck. Well. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's whole body trembled suddenly, her face turned purple again, and she almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. What is almost luck? According to what Master Dao Envoy said, he ranked first in this year's list, but only got 18 soul crystals, which is pitifully small. This is still a great opportunity. What kind of shit is this shit? In fact, when Lu Ruyan was raging in anger, and when the sea of consciousness collapsed, she didn't notice at all. Above the sky, Master Taoist looked at her with disdainful eyes. Not bad, just disdain. Ruyan Lu. She just blindly fell into the thought of unfair rewards. She didn't notice at all that among the more than 300 strong men on the Tianbang, she was the only one who was rewarded by an accident. Wan Ziang is fine, Fang Miao is fine, Duoilei is fine, even Song Lan is a normal reward. Why? Because none of the other strong men in the Tianbang deliberately targeted Chu Yan and mocked Chu Yan. Therefore, Master Taoist just wanted to tell her in good faith that it is okay to provoke anyone, and it is okay to target anyone, but not to target Chu Yan. In his eyes, no matter whether it is Lu Ruyan or the 100,000 strong people in the mainland, they will never know some real secrets of Haotian continent. Therefore, this Chu Yan in front of him is not something you people can offend. In other words, he could be offended. At this time, outside the Tianji dojo, the sky above the Tianji Dao shrouded in a large cloud of spiritual mist. Nearly 100,000 feet above the sky, a large group of strong figures, divided into several camps, hovered above the sky, nervously watching the heavenly path below. These people are the elders and other big bosses who led the team to participate in the Tianbang assessment from various sects and forces in Haotian continent. A figure with a powerful aura lingering, like towering mountains, suspended in the air. Why isn't it over yet? That's right, a few hours have passed since the last assessment. I didn't expect this one to be so long. What happened to something special? Who knows? I just hope that one of my Tianyuman's disciples can enter the Tianbang, that would be great. These bigwigs are all well connected with the sect's forces. They gather together and discuss in a low voice from time to time. However, everyone's face is slightly tight, and their hearts are dignified. After all, this is the Tianbang assessment, which directly determines the ranking of the sect forces in the mainland. Even the elders of the leaders of Lingzong and Jianzong, and no elders, clenched their fists, blue veins appeared on them, and their eyes were full of tension. The spirit sect has been weak for thousands of years, and this session is the day when the spirit sect returns to its peak, so it is impossible for him not to be nervous. Boom, boom. At this moment, the heavenly secret arrived below, and suddenly, a beam of 7-colored light exploded, dispersing the large cloud of spiritual mist surrounding the heavenly secret, soaring into the sky, and shooting straight at Jiuxiao. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the bosses in the audience changed. This is over. The next moment, among the 7 colored beams of light, one by one figures continuously flew out, heading towards where the boss of his own sect was. It's just that the faces of these strong men who came out of Tianji Island are extremely strange, some are blackened, some are pale, and the more expressions are the twitching of the corners of their eyes. Huh. Come out. What's the situation? Come on, have you entered the Tianbang? Hurry up and tell me, how many people are ranked in the heaven list? Is there 10,000 people? Damn, what expression do you have, didn't you enter the list again? The big bosses in the audience couldn't wait at all, and the disciples they belonged to came to the front, directly used body skills, rushed to the front, and asked loudly. Elder Wu gritted his teeth, and resisted the urge to welcome him like the leaders of other sects, as if he had waited for 100 years, and finally waited for the disciple of the spirit sect to fly to him. Duo Lei, what's the result of this sect's disciple assessment? Hearing Elder Wu's question, and glancing at his bloodshot eyes, Duo Lei's mouth twitched twice, and said, No elder, this time. Immediately, Duo Lei stammered and ranked the disciples of Lingzong on the Tianbang, and reported them one by one. Call. Hearing that 5 disciples of the Lingzong had entered the ranking of the heaven list, and the ranking was not low, he was relieved, a smile appeared on his face, his eyes swept away, and he looked at Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan also ranked more than 3,000, not bad. Not bad. Ahem. Before Elder Wu finished speaking, Duo Lei next to him couldn't bear it any more, coughed twice, and said. That. Elder Wu, I still have something to report. This time, during the Tianbang assessment. Huh. Elder Wu's face turned cold, and he looked at Duo Lei. At this time, in the distance, the leaders of the various sects and forces also asked about the end, some were ecstatic, some had darkened faces, and various expressions. Ha ha ha, good. Great. At this moment, in the sky, there was a maniacal laugh that shook the void, making everyone startled and all staring sideways. Lu Ruyan, you're doing well. As expected of me, Xuanhuan, the superpower who has been hidden for 100 years has won 390 places in one fell swoop. When you return to the sect this time, the sect will definitely reward you. It was the elder Xuanhuan who laughed wildly. At this time, when he heard that Lu Ruyan had won the first place in this year's ranking, he was naturally extremely ecstatic and laughed out loud. In this way, Xuanhuan finally became one of the first-class sects in the mainland, approaching the ancient 8 sects. In all directions, the faces of other sect power leaders suddenly changed when they heard the loud laughter. 390. Unexpectedly, this year's Tianbang in Wansong Tower will soar into the sky. Great Elder, the disciple has something to report. A disciple of Xuanhuan saw Lu Ruyan's dark face. He hesitated for a moment, and he still came out of the crowd and bowed his hands in salute. Speak. Say. It's okay, just say whatever you want. This time, not only Ruyan Lu will be rewarded, but all the disciples will be rewarded heavily when they return to the sect. The great elder of Xuanhuan still had an ecstatic look on his face. In the sea of consciousness, he just thought that this time, he also made a huge contribution. However, that Xuanhuan disciple swept his eyes away and didn't speak directly, but sent out a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. The next moment, the smile on Elder Xuanhuan's face froze directly. #C1237 Enemy of Zongmen. Hearing the Xuanhuan disciple's report, the great elder just smiled, and instantly petrified. Not only him, but also some big bosses from other sects around who were about to come to congratulate him, when they saw the people in Xuanhuan who were all happy just now, they suddenly felt a chill. What's the situation? What did you say? That Chu Yan received a reward of 150 soul crystals, and Lu Ruyan only got 18 soul crystals. Moreover, These 18 soul crystals have to be dug by themselves in the secret realm of the mine. The great elder of Xuanhuan let out a roar, and the berserk aura swept all directions like a sudden wave. Following the roar that roared above Tianji Island, this year's Haotian continent Tianbang assessment finally came to an end. All the sects and forces that participated in the Tianbang assessment are on their way home one after another. These warriors who personally participated in the Tianbang assessment returned to various parts of the mainland, and at the same time, brought back the sensational news to every corner of the mainland. For a moment, the entire Haotian continent was in an uproar. Damn! Have you heard? This year's Tianbang assessment, a terrifying strongman with 390 ranks. No way? 390, it seems that such a high ranking has not appeared in hundreds of years. Hey, but what kind of reward did this 390th place get? Only 18 soul crystals. What? 18 yuan. No way, the 9th elder of our sect, last time we participated, we ranked over 4,000 yuan, and we were awarded 20 yuan. What the hell is going on here? In the entire Haotian continent, there were heated discussions, one spread to 10 to hundreds, the names of Chu Yan and Lu Ruyan spread all over the world. At this time, Chu Yan has returned to Jianzhong with everyone in Lingzhong. Elder Wu took Duo Ilay with him, and as soon as he stepped into the Lingzhong, he directly met with the sword master and several Lingzhong sword masters, and reported everything that happened in the Tianji dojo in detail. Half an hour later, after Elder Wu and Duo Ilay left, several figures stood in the secret hall of the main peak of Sword Sect, frowning. 3,900. The man opposite the sword master sat cross-legged, frowned slightly, shook his head slightly and said, although Chu Yan only joined Jianzhong for the first year, if he is really that person, his grades are too bad. Hearing this, the people in front of the sword master also nodded slightly. According to their guess, if Chu Yan is really that person, then it is possible that this year's Tianbang assessment ranking will never be lower than the top 100, or even the top 50. Shui Lao, there may be another article on this matter. A black-robed man, with a condensed expression, said slowly, thoughtfully. According to what Duo Ilay said, Chu Yan's ranking has dropped from the first place to more than 3,900. Moreover, Chu Yan's reward is even lower than that of Lu Ruyan, who is ranked 390. How many times more? That's right. Sword Master, I also feel that something is wrong with this matter. Another tall man said. Yeah. But even if Chu Yan's ranking surpasses Lu Ruyan's, he still hasn't met the requirements. Forget it, let's leave this matter for now, let's wait and see what happens. The sword master listened to the words of several people, and after thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth and said, and then waved his hand. Yes, sword master. Yes, sword master. The big brothers, seeing this, didn't say much anymore, and after accepting their orders, they took their leave and left. The main peak of Sword Sect, the underground secret hall, regained its calm again. The sword master, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly turned his head and glanced at Demon Sword Peak. Into the practice. At this time, Demon Sword Peak, living in the palace. Chu Yan was sitting quietly in the training room, with a dark green storage bag in front of him, his eyes were shining, and he was smiling. Chu Yan, who had just returned to Jianzhong, didn't waste any time, and went directly to the residence hall. After activating the defensive spirit array, he took out the storage bag. At the Tianji dojo, Chu Yan, like Lu Ruyan, received 2 rewards. One was a storage bag containing 150 soul crystals, and the other was because Lu Ruyan used Taoism to envoy adults. Asking questions, all the strong people in the audience ignored Chu Yan's other reward. When Chu Yan was in the Tianji dojo, he got the sound transmission of the Taoist master's consciousness, but he didn't open it on the spot. Now, back in Jianzhong, Chu Yan is ready to open the storage bag and take a look. What is he Lingbao inside? Swish. The moment Chu Yan opened the bag, a golden light shot out, and a very familiar item burst out of the air, floating in front of Chu Yan. Huh. Another map. Seeing the item in front of him clearly at a glance, it is exactly the same as the Lingbao reward that Lu Ruyan got when he was in Tianji Dojo. Could it be? Just when Chu Yan was slightly stunned, the map in front of him trembled suddenly, and a small golden word appeared on it. 9-star Soul Crystal Vein Map. A row of gold characters appeared, making Chu Yan extremely ecstatic. Interesting enough. The support that the Taoist envoy said was actually this. That's great. With a sudden leap, Chu Yan jumped up from the ground, and directly grasped the map of the 9-star mineral veins in midair. The current Chu Yan needs to improve his cultivation quickly. This map is definitely a timely help. No, I can't stay here any longer. I have to go back to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan glanced at the mine vein map in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured. This mine vein map is extremely precious. I am afraid that even the masters of the 8 ancient sects, and even the sword masters, will be moved when they see it. Therefore, Chu Yan still feels that the land of the sword sect is not safe enough. Immediately, Chu Yan strode out, a few dodges, directly out of the residence hall, and walked towards the Lingzong teleportation array. At this time, there was silence in the spirit sect. The selection of all beasts was over, and the disciples in the spirit sect were all cultivating hard. Naturally, they seldom went out, and the teleportation array was extremely idle. Chu Yan used the teleportation array to leave the spirit sect smoothly. When he arrived at Tianling City, Chu Yan left the city, soared into the sky, and flew away in the direction of the Vault of God Valley. Along the way, Chu Yan was in a hurry. With a huge treasure in his body, he didn't dare to waste a moment of time, tearing the void continuously, and shuttled continuously. One day later, Chu Yan returned to the Vault of God Valley. Stepping into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mind immediately relaxed. Standing in front of the Jiuxiao Palace, Chu Yan glanced at the map of the 9-star soul crystal veins in his hand, pondered for a while, and then went directly to the residence hall of Elder Qingyun. Soon, Chu Yan found Elder Qingyun, and after some greetings, Chu Yan directly opened his mouth to express his intention. Elder Qingyun, do you know this thing? Chu Yan handed over the map in his hand to Elder Qingyun. This is. Seeing the map in Chu Yan's hand, Elder Qingyun's expression changed drastically. Excited, he grabbed the map in his hand and looked it over carefully. Sect master, where did you come from for this thing? Elder Qingyun asked directly with a serious expression on his face. This is the result of the Tianbang assessment, and the reward issued by the Tianbang Taoist. Chu Yan said softly. Seeing Elder Qingyun's face, he was extremely dignified, and suddenly became puzzled. This map of soul crystals is something that produces soul crystals, but why does Elder Qingyun have a murderous look on his face? Sovereign, this thing is the enemy's thing of my Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Elder Qingyun took a few deep breaths, suppressed his mind, and finally answered. What? The enemy of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face changed, and he said in surprise. #C1238 Wanjia Star Territory. Hearing that Elder Qingyun said the origin of the map of the soul crystal veins in one word, it turned out to be something of the enemy of the sect. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. 100,000 years ago, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was the #1 sect in the entire Hautian continent, and its status and strength were even more than 10 times that of the current Tianzong. But even so, the entire sect was lost in the battle 100,000 years ago, and less than one sect survived. it can be seen how powerful the enemy of the Raksha Soul Sky sect is. Moreover, what surprised Chu Yan the most was that this map was obtained by himself in the Tianbang assessment. The origin is the will power of Haotian continent. Then, how could the origin of the will of the Haotian continent attack the Raksha Soul Tianzong, the strongest sect in the continent? This is too strange. Seeing Chu Yan's astonished expression, Elder Qingyun's complexion kept changing, his brows were frowned, and he was extremely hesitant. Finally, he seemed to have finally made up his mind, and said, "Sovereign, now that you have inherited the great lineage of the sect, and the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect has also been born, then, regarding the secret of the loss of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong 100,000 years ago, and the enemies of the sect, I should have told you." Elder Qingyun sighed faintly, raised his head slightly, looked up at the sky, his eyes were blurred, and seemed to be trapped in endless memories. "Sovereign, maybe you already know that my Haotian continent is actually a secret place for trials by foreign forces. 100,000 years ago, the powerful forces that controlled the Haotian continent that year, that is, the Nadir. Come. That battle." In the next hour, Elder Qingyun spoke eloquently, showing the shocking battle 100,000 years ago in front of Chu Yan like pictures. It turned out that 100,000 years ago, the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect was extremely powerful. At that time, the suzerain ruled the Haotian continent, led 100,000 powerful sects, broke through the barrier of time and space, and counterattacked the Ming clan in the outer domain. However, the strength was still too weak, and the Ming clan dispatched a large number of strong men not only blocked the attack, but also counterattacked Haotian continent, killing all the powerful sects at that time, almost killing them. Moreover, in order to avoid similar situations from happening again, and to prevent the emergence of powerful sects and forces in the Haotian continent, some clan members were left in the Haotian continent to restrict the development of the mainland. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed, and the current Haotian continent, just like the design of the Mingzhu, is extremely weak, and the various sects are constantly fighting with each other, is more than 100 times weaker. Hey! Sovereign, if you want to avenge the old sovereign and fight against the Hades, you must at least reach the strength of the old sovereign. Otherwise, it is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. So, I am also the one I have always been. I won't tell you the reason for the sect's enemy. Elder Qingyun sighed again, and this sigh contained endless vicissitudes and perseverance of 100,000 years. Elder Qingyun. Seeing this, Chu Yan's face was moved, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Tell me, the cultivation of the old suzerain." Old sovereign, at that time the cultivation base broke through to the existence of the next martial emperor. If it hadn't been for that battle, maybe in another 100,000 years, he might be promoted to the first martial sage in the mainland. Elder Qingyun replied. What? Chu Yan heard the words. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chahan Tianzong's previous suzerain turned out to be a martial emperor. It turns out that above Emperor Wu, there is also Saint Wu. Moreover, he did not expect that the legend that has been circulating among the strong in the mainland for a long time turned out to be true. The so-called martial saint means that after cultivating to the highest level of martial Dao, one can sanctify the body, step into the realm of immortality, and live as long as the Dao of heaven. However, it is a pity that on the Haotian continent, the martial saint is just a legend, and there has never been one. Unexpectedly, all of this is related to the Mingzhu. The old suzerain has cultivated to the realm of the next martial emperor, but he still fell into the hands of the Ming clan. The strength of the Ming clan is so strong. Chu Yan muttered to himself, constantly muttering. This Mingzhu is so powerful, what kind of race is it? And outside of the vast sky continent, the so-called outer domain, is it really the same as the previous life, an endless universe, a vast star field? Subconsciously, Chu Yan became very curious about the foreign world. Now, whether it is the three major suzerains, or the Taoist envoys, including the current elder Qin Yun, they all mention that Haotian continent is just a small world controlled by the Ming clan, so, I must break open this world. However, according to what Elder Qin Yun said, the Haotian continent 100,000 years ago was more than 100 times stronger than it is now. At that time, the old suzerain gathered all the powerful sects in the continent to fight against the Mingzhu, but the entire continent was still wiped out the end, not to mention the present that has been weak for 100,000 years. Therefore, it is almost impossible to start a war with the Mingzhu with the current strength of Haotian continent. Then, Chu Yan can only choose to break through and leave, and then take away all relatives and friends. Elder Qin Yun, what is the outer world like? Do you know? After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan asked, curiously. In the past, I heard some. Elder Qin Yun nodded, and said, before the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, there were many historical records in the Haotian continent, and the Haotian continent had an exit to the outer world. Anyone who reaches the realm of Emperor Wu can enter and exit through the exit. Then, what is the outer world like? What kind of race are the Ming clan? The demon clan? Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and he asked anxiously. Myriad worlds, vast star fields. Elder Qin Yun's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, that piece of heaven and earth is so big that it is unimaginable. It is said that even if Emperor Wu is so strong, it would take several years to get from one star field to another. Inside, there are endless small worlds, hundreds of millions of creatures, all kinds of strange races, countless, and the Ming clan is just one of them, but the strength of the Ming clan is considered to be top-notch. Listening carefully to Elder Qin Yun's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but blurt his eyes, and in the sea of consciousness, there was a vast world of starry sky, boundless and unrestrained, the world of various powerful races flying into the sky and hiding from the ground. Sovereign, the old sect master was killed, and my Rakshasa soul, Tianzong, was lost. This revenge must be avenged. Elder Qin Yun suddenly shouted in a low voice, his voice was extremely solemn. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded solemnly. It's a pity that the time-space boundary wall that the old suzerain attacked was the only exit to the outer world in the entire Haotian continent. It's a pity that in the first battle, all the strong were lost. No one knows anymore. There. Elder Qin Yun said, after thinking for a while, he continued. Also, if the suzerain wants to make a difference, then the clansmen of the Ming clan who stay in Haotian continent must be eliminated first, otherwise. After hearing Elder Qin Yun's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but nodded again and again. That's right, the so-called Mingzhu clansmen who stayed in Haotian continent to monitor must be eliminated, otherwise, once the Mingzhu finds out, it will definitely be a catastrophe. Elder Qin Yun, don't worry, I will definitely avenge the old suzerain. After a while, Chu Yan assured Elder Qin Yun. Alas, the Great Tribulation still has 2 years left, this time is too short, but... When Elder Qin Yun mentioned the time, he sighed first, but then his face changed, and he suddenly looked at the map of the soul crystal veins in his hand, his eyes brightened. Sovereign, if you can get a few more maps like this, maybe there is hope. This, isn't it a Mingzhu thing? Chu Yan said in a daze. #C1239 Devouring Soul Crystal. When he saw Elder Qin Yun and the map of the soul crystal vein, his expression changed drastically, and Chu Yan couldn't help but look astonished. That's right. This thing is indeed a thing of the Ming clan, and this soul crystal is a common resource used by the warriors of the Ming clan to cultivate. 100,000 years ago, in that great battle, the strong men of the Haotian continent also snatched it. It's quite a lot, but after 100,000 years have passed, I'm afraid there won't be many left of this kind of resource. Common cultivation resources of the Mingzhu. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled. It turned out that this soul crystal was an item from an outer domain, and it had the same function as the Yuan crystal on the Haotian continent. However, when it comes to the effect, it is quite different. No wonder this Hades is so powerful. Sovereign, the strong control the resources, and the weak have nothing. This is not only the rule of the Haotian continent, but also the rules of the outer world. It will not change there. Therefore, the Haotian continent is too weak compared to the Mingzhu. If there is a vein of soul crystal, it is estimated that it has been swept away by the Ming clan long ago. Elder Qingyun said. That's right. The strong are respected, the weak are worthless. Chu Yan nodded, a strange color flickered in his eyes. Later, Chu Yan and Elder Qingyun chatted about the situation in the outer domain, and asked in detail about the usage of the soul crystal vein map, and then left the palace of Elder Qingyun with a heavy heart. Walking in Jiuxiao Palace, Chu Yan felt extremely heavy. As the secrets of Haotian continent unfolded in front of him layer by layer, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was getting bigger and bigger, and the road ahead was also more dangerous. Although, it is already known that the enemy is the Mingzhu, but whether it is the three major sect masters or Elder Qingyun, they still know too little about the Mingzhu. Now, the catastrophe is only 2 years away, which is really short, and there are too many things to do. According to Chu Yan's plan, the Haotian continent must be unified as soon as possible, and at the same time, all the members of the Ming clan who stayed in the Haotian continent must be wiped out. Chu Yan has 90% confirmed that the Black Blood Temple belongs to the Mingzhu. However, it is not an easy task to destroy the Black Blood Temple, which requires great strength. Improve your strength. Improve your strength as soon as possible. After a while, Chu Yan made up his mind to clear out many consciousness divisions in the Sea of Consciousness, and decided to improve his cultivation first, which is the kingly way. Immediately, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and he strode straight back to his own palace, ready to break through. Inside the hall, Chu Yan sat cross-legged. With the help of Jin Dan, in half an hour, all the true energy consumed in Tianji Dojo was recovered, and the state was directly adjusted to the peak state. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan waved his hand and poured out all the resources in the Rakshasa space. Yuanchi, Yuanjing, Wuxia, inner alchemy, all kinds of cultivation resources, there are 3 small piles. It's just that these resources are still too few for Chu Yan, who has reached the early stage of the Middle Wuzuan realm, and it is not enough to break through a small realm. Burn. After uttering one word, Zucchini fire rolled out of Chu Yan's body, and began to burn these cultivation resources. Compared to the soul crystal I got now, these cultivation resources are really too bad, so we might as well consume them all at once, and then use soul crystals to break through. In the next moment, as Suzaku Emperor Fire devoured all the cultivation resources, the endless pure spiritual power surged and moved mightily, completely enveloping Chu Yan's body. Last time at Demon Sword Peak, with the help of the 9-dragon pillar, Chu Yan raised his cultivation base to the early stage of the middle martial venerable realm. If he wants to improve his cultivation base again, he must first consolidate the foundation of martial arts and increase his physical strength. Otherwise, his body will not be able to bear greater force. The cultivation resources in front of him are all used by Chu Yan to improve his physical strength, laying a solid foundation for improving his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and after an hour, the 3 small piles of cultivation resources in front of me were all reduced to ashes. At this time, Chu Yan had to stop practicing, glanced at the 3 ashes in front of him, shook his head in disappointment, and murmured. The consumption of this Wuzuanjing's cultivation base is too terrifying. The improvement of the physical body is less than 1/10. No wonder it will take at least a few decades for them to upgrade to a level of cultivation in the Wuzuanjing, and I am still 16 Qi Hai Ni Dan. The next moment, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, waved again, and 150 soul crystals floated out. It doesn't matter, burn it to me again. With a low shout, Chu Yan waved out the Suzaku Emperor fire, and burned it towards 5 of the soul crystals. In an instant, an incomparably mysterious power gushed out from the soul crystal, pouring into Chu Yan's body like a trickling stream. At this moment, all the flesh and blood, meridians in Chu Yan's body, including the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Consciousness, seemed to wake up at the same time, with an astonishing burst of consciousness, swallowing these mysterious powers, and in less than 3 breaths, the 3 soul crystals the mysterious power was instantly swallowed up. What a powerful force, worthy of being a soul crystal. Chu Yan looked inside with his spiritual sense, and swiped past, only to find that his physical strength has increased by at least 30%, and the foundation of his physical body has increased from less than 1 in 10 to 50% in an instant. Even Chu Yan was amazed at this speed of cultivation. Continue. Without wasting a breath of time, Chu Yan, who was full of joy, devoured soul crystals one after another, continuously strengthening his physical body and sea of energy. $6. $10. $15. $30. As time went by, the soul crystal was consumed rapidly, and after Chu Yan raised his physical body, he directly began to attack the bottleneck of cultivation without any hesitation. During this process, what Chu Yan did not expect was that in the Sea of Consciousness, the 5 divine beast martial souls all woke up, hovering in the world of the Sea of Consciousness, urging the power of the martial soul, and directly pulling away the soul crystal power that Chu Yan incinerated halfway through. Back then, I agreed to the 5 divine beasts and split half of them. I don't know how beneficial it is to Wuhun. Chu Yan runs the Rakshasa Promise magic art, and his consciousness is divided into 2 points. While watching the 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi, he carefully observes the 5 gods and beasts in the Sea of Consciousness, absorbing the power of these soul crystals. Roar. In less than 100 breaths, the Azure Dragon martial soul let out a sky-shaking roar, and above the head, next to the 3 shining green soul stars, the 4th one shone brightly and exploded instantly. Ascension, to a star. Chu Yan was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, this soul crystal can really improve the martial soul. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the Qilin Wuhun is different from the other 4 beast Wuhun. All the power of the soul crystals he absorbed was directly transformed into the qi of the 5 elements, and was not used to improve himself. Does it mean that the unicorn martial soul must rely on the last unicorn horn to ascend to the star? Chu Yan frowned slightly, a little disappointed. Thinking of the strength of the Jiuxiao, Chu Yan originally thought that if the soul crystal could elevate the 5 gods and beasts, then he would not have to break through, but now it seems that the Jiuxiao really has to break through. For the next 2 hours, Chu Yan was completely immersed in cultivation, and the power of the soul crystal was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. No matter the physical body, cultivation base, martial soul, etc., under the mysterious power of the soul crystal, they are crazily improved, and the speed is far more than 10 times faster than usual. #C1241 Unifying Determination. Chu Yan's cultivation was improving crazily. In less than an hour, he broke through the early stage of the middle Wu Zuanjing and entered the middle stage. However, the rapid improvement caused a huge consumption of soul crystals. In less than an hour, half of the soul crystals in front of Chu Yan were consumed. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, these soul crystals not only improved his own cultivation, but also improved his consciousness, physical body, martial arts foundation, and martial soul. Knowing the sea, the Qinglong martial soul has been upgraded to 5 stars, and the basalt martial soul has been upgraded to 6 stars, including the star-filled Suzaku and White Tiger martial souls. I sensed that the power of Suzaku and White Tiger's martial souls was more pure and majestic than before. The only thing that hasn't been improved is the Kirin martial soul. The value of more than 70 soul crystals is probably equivalent to the entire wealth of a not bad big sect on the Haotian continent. In less than an hour, it was consumed by Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan has no intention of stopping at all. In his hand, he still has a map of the 9-star soul crystal veins. In a short period of time, the soul crystal will not worry at all. Call. After another hour, when Chu Yan opened his eyes and let out a mouthful of turbid air, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the middle Wu Zuanjing. At this time, Chu Yan felt that in the sea of qi, almost all of the 16 inner alchemy had been vaporized, turning into 16 golden tornado-like appearances. The whole body had a strong sense of power, which made Chu Yan feel like waving his hand. In just a few minutes, this side can be empty and completely destroyed. However, Chu Yan knew that his current strength was not enough. Although, with his current cultivation base, he is almost invincible below the middle martial emperor realm, but only when his cultivation has broken through to the half-step martial emperor, he can practice the last form of Taiyiju, transforming the 16 inner alchemy for 32 seats. The self at that time can really be called invincible below the quasi-emperor. The middle Wu Zuanjing peak is half a step away from Wuhun, and there are still 5 levels of realm, but Chu Yan is not worried at all. If it is an ordinary warrior, it will take at least 100 years for the 5-level realm, but Chu Yan is different. Now, he still has a map of the soul crystal veins in his hand, and it is still a 9-star rank. On Tianji Island, Chu Yan asked the Isle envoy, "This map of 9-star mineral veins is the last one in Haotian continent, and it is also the will of Haotian continent, the greatest support for Chu Yan. And Chu Yan is also preparing to use this 9-star vein to break through to the half-step martial emperor in one fell swoop. However, before that, Chu Yan has other things to prepare in advance." Because, when Chu Yan was about to come out of closed doors, he began to dominate the Haotian continent. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan strode out of the residence hall and entered the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace. The order is to go down and send envoys to contact Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, Jiuzhou Dixuanzong, Jiuling Zuantianzong, and the leader of the Dan League, and invite them to come to my Rakshahun Tianzong to discuss important matters. Decree me to the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, all the successors of the Palace Master, Hall Master, and disciples, return to the sect within 1 month, and the disciples of other sects are not allowed to go out again. Another order to the 12 banners Zongjuan, to finish training within 1 month, and prepare the army for war. 3 days later, open the sect formation. 1 word landed. In the hall, all the giants of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong were stunned. Yes, suzerain. Yes, suzerain. But soon, everyone woke up with a start and responded loudly. Following the orders of several elders, the entire hall, including Chu Jiang, looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. "Xiaoyan, are you preparing to?" Chu Jiang swept across the crowd, took a last step, and asked. He. Hearing his father's question, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. "A month later, I'm sure I can break through to the half-step martial emperor realm." Hiss. 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 As soon as the words fell to the ground, there was a sound of air conditioning in the entire hall. 1 month. Half-step to martial emperor realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Chu Yan with a confident look on his face, and was suddenly stunned. "You don't need to ask more about this matter, but I can tell you that 1 month later, it will be the time when my Rakshasa soul will pass away, destroy the Black Blood Temple, and dominate the Haotian continent." Boom. 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 This sentence, compared to the previous sentence, is even more terrifying, as if countless thunderbolts suddenly exploded in the hall, and bombarded everyone, causing everyone's body to tremble violently, and their spirits flew out of shock. Destroy the Black Blood Temple. Unify Haotian continent. If it wasn't Chu Yan who said this, if Chu Yan hadn't never said big things, I guess everyone in the audience would think he was crazy. However, everyone present is Chu Yan's most trusted person. Naturally, these people also know Chu Yan best. They know that Chu Yan will either not say anything, and once he says something, he will definitely do it. The next moment, in the entire main hall, all the giants of the Raksha Soul Tianzong all had bright eyes and flushed faces. Finally, the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect is finally going to return to the peak of the mainland. Elder Qingyun. Chu Yan chuckled all over his face, glanced across the audience, looked at Elder Qingyun, and said, "Sovereign, subordinate is here." Among the audience, the most excited person was Elder Qingyun, who woke up suddenly when he heard Chu Yan's voice, and quickly bowed to salute. Starting today, all the treasure houses of the sect will be opened, and priority will be given to the successors of the palace masters such as Huangfuxian, Padian, and Wadianfu. Chu Yan nodded and said, "Yes, suzerain." Elder Qingyun responded, "Okay. Let's prepare separately. Remember, the time is only 1 month. I want the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and the whole sect is ready for everything." Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he announced loudly, "Yes, honor the sovereign order." Everyone bowed their hands in response. Immediately, Chu Yan turned around and left Jiuxiao Palace with 10 Jinzong spirit beasts including Yo-Mo, and returned directly to the residence hall. This time, Chu Yan was going to use the Soul Crystal Mine Vein map, so he called 10 Jinzong spirit beasts including Yo-Mo, and asked them to guard their palaces firmly. In this way, coupled with its own defensive spirit array, it should be able to guarantee absolute safety. Entering the training hall, Chu Yan opened the defensive spirit array, then took out the map of the 9-star soul crystal veins, gritted his teeth, and directly penetrated into it with a divine sense. Immediately, a stream of colorful light rushed out from the map, rushing into the midair of the training hall, like a colorful auspicious cloud, flying all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, these colorful clouds gathered quickly and rushed to Chu Yan, twisting and rolling continuously, evolving into a colorful light gate. The moment the light gate was opened, Chu Yan could only feel that a large amount of extremely rich and mysterious spiritual power rushed out from the colorful light gate. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he stepped on his right foot, towards the light gate. Go. 9-star soul crystal vein, open. #C1241 plan to start. Time passed slowly, day after day, passing slowly and tensely. During the month of Chu Yan's retreat and cultivation, the entire Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, almost the whole sect, moved in unison, up and down, and there was a tense state of battle everywhere. Under Chu Yan's order, Hua Tianzan and Huangfuxian and other descendants of the 9 palaces all obtained at least half of the cultivation resources in the sect. And the most important thing is that after they received the inheritance from the Lord of the 9 palaces, 3 months later, they finally showed results. The Haotian continent 100,000 years ago was 100 times stronger than it is now, and the Raksha Soul Sky sect was able to become the most powerful sect in the mainland 100,000 years ago, not only because of the old sect master who was at the level of Emperor Wu, but also because of the 9 the Grand Palace Masters are almost all peak-like existences in the mainland, and none of them has a cultivation level lower than that of the Quasi-Emperor. Therefore, strictly speaking, the 9 palaces inherited by Padian, Huangfuxian and others are all inherited by the Great Emperor. Now they have been cultivated by a large amount of resources from the sect, and after 3 months of concentrating on cultivation, they are not what they used to be. However, to everyone's surprise, the first person to step into the martial emperor realm was Situ Yang. The second one is Hua Tianzan. Before he joined the Raksha Soul Tianzong, he already had a martial arts cultivation base. After receiving the inheritance of the emperor, with his fearless talent, his cultivation base quickly improved, and he directly rushed into the half-step martial arts realm. Imperial realm. And then, Padian, Huangfuxian. In a month's time, the changes in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong are extremely huge. And as time passed, the three major suzerains, Dong Huangtianyi, Shindang, and Gong Yuntian, also arrived at Jiuxiao Palace according to the agreed time. In addition to the three major suzerains, there is another one who was personally invited by Chu Yan, relying on the sound transmission of the spiritual contract with Dingdang, which is not limited by distance at all. Tunchen Mountain Range, Lei Wuhuang, Tianzhua Wuzuan, and Dingdang come together. In the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace, Chu Yan is seated high above, and below are the three major lords and Emperor Lei Wu. Your cultivation. Several major suzerains and Emperor Lei Wu, when they saw Chu Yan for the first time, they frowned fiercely, and their faces changed greatly. Welcome everyone to come to my Jiuxiao Palace, please forgive me for the poor hospitality. With a smile on his face, Chu Yan bowed his hands and bowed to the giants of all parties. Sect Master Chu, please be polite. I haven't seen you for more than a month. Sect Master Chu's cultivation level, you are indeed the #1 pride in the mainland. We are really old, congratulations. This kid, how long has it been, and his cultivation has reached such a level? The three major suzerains and Emperor Lei Wu all bowed their hands to return the salute. Several mainland overlords looked into Chu Yan's eyes, with a trace of shock, and shot them straight. At their level of status, in the entire Haotian continent, there are almost no things that can shock them. But today, the moment they saw Chu Yan, they were all so shocked that the sea of consciousness trembled, and the whole body was so cold. This Chu Yan. It's even more terrifying than evil monsters. After leaving Chu Yan and entering Jianzhong, he went to the Tianbang for assessment. During this time, in less than 2 months, his cultivation level has been directly promoted from the half-step martial venerable realm to the half-step martial emperor realm. This kind of improvement speed is absolutely shocking. Even the three major lords and Emperor Lei Wu, who existed as strong as the overlords of the mainland, had to be so shocked that they almost lost their composure. Although the few of them are all half-step martial emperor realm to middle martial emperor realm cultivation base, but that one can only be achieved after decades of cultivation and a lot of rewards from the sect. However, it took only 2 months for this Chu Yan to complete what they needed decades to do, which really made them unbelievable. Chu Yan, you didn't join the Black Blood Temple. Shindang frowned, really believing, how did Chu Yan do it in 2 months? It doesn't seem right. It seems that after they reached Wuzuanjing, they didn't come so fast. However, when the words came out and attracted the attention of several people, Shindang frowned, shook his head again, and denied. On the entire continent, there is probably only the Black Blood Temple with such a terrifying speed of cultivation. However, according to the information they have, the warriors of the Black Blood Temple quickly increase their cultivation by killing ordinary warriors and devouring their blood. The secret method, after reaching Wuzuanjing, is also slow. Because warriors after Wuzuanjing are not like low-level warriors, they are all over the street, and you can kill them as you like, so the speed of rapid improvement by relying on secret methods will drop a lot. Oh, of course not, but... Hearing Shindang's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said. In one sentence, several bosses immediately looked sideways at the same time. However, I'm looking for a few people here today, just to discuss how to destroy the Black Blood Temple. As soon as the words landed, the three major sect masters and the Black Blood Temple were stunned at the same time, and their gazes instantly became dignified. Destroy the Black Blood Temple. Several big brothers looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on their faces. That's right. Destroying the Black Blood Temple is only the first step. After that, I'm going to. Speaking of this, Chu Yan slowly got up, and suddenly 2 extremely sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. His voice was like a bell, and he said loudly, I am ready to dominate the Haotian continent. As soon as the words landed, the whole audience was shocked. Several big bosses jumped up and all stood up, looking at Chu Yan with astonishment. Unify Haotian continent. Chu Yan, is he crazy? How can this be? Let alone whether the 8 ancient sects will agree. Even if the 8 ancient sects do not participate, there may be hundreds of millions of sects in the entire Haotian continent, with a range of hundreds of millions of miles. It is almost impossible to unify. Of course, several big brothers saw Chu Yan's terrifying cultivation speed today, and they admitted that if Chu Yan is given another few decades, maybe he can do it. But now, although Chu Yan has made great progress in cultivation, it is difficult to find a few more opponents to compete with him on the entire continent, but it is as difficult as climbing the sky to unify the Haotian continent. Everyone, during the Tianbang assessment, I have discussed carefully with the Taoist envoy about. Seeing the eyes of the big brothers, Chu Yan certainly understands that although they are friends with him, it is almost impossible for them to give up the interests of the sect and help him with just a few words from himself, so, without hesitation, Chu Yan carefully told all the big bosses present all the information he had obtained in the past few months about Haotian tribulation, Mingzhu, Haotian continent is a small world, etc. Therefore, it is time to unify the Haotian continent, gather the power of the entire continent, and fight against the Hades. If we don't resist now, then we will lose our chance forever and become the slaves and livestock of the Hades forever, including us in the future. Blood relatives cannot escape this fate. Chu Yan dragged out all the information, including his own thoughts. 2 years later, there will be a catastrophe. If you don't do it now, after the catastrophe, there are still a few cases and people in our Haotian continent who can survive. After another 100,000 years, the Haotian continent will only become more and more powerful. The weaker it is, the fate of Haotian continent without any value, I don't need to say. Chu Yan continued. In addition, don't you all want to break the shackles of the mainland and become the emperor of Wuti? Chu Yan suddenly restrained his breath, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a faint smile, the Raksha Sol Tianzong, 100,000 years ago, the previous suzerain, God Dingdanfang, are all Wuti-level existences, and there are more than a dozen Wuti exercises in the sect, so, as long as you all help me with all your strength, I am willing to give you the Emperor Wu's skills as a gift. As soon as these words came out, the 3 major sect masters and Emperor Lei Wu erupted with a terrifying aura, like several gusts of wind, sweeping across the entire hall. What? Martial Emperor level exercises. #C1242 joined forces. The conditions that Chu Yan set out immediately made the faces of several big bosses change drastically. Emperor-level skills are necessary to break through the powerhouse of the martial emperor realm. This kind of level skills, not to mention the current Haotian continent, were scarce even 100,000 years ago. However, the 8 ancient sects are all sects that only emerged in the past 100,000 years. Although the sects have developed recently and the sects are powerful, such things as emperor-level exercises are not something that you can get just because you are strong. Because, in the entire Haotian continent, except for Chu Yan's Raksha Sol Tianzong, there are more than a dozen copies, and there are less than 1 book scattered outside. How could I not be moved? Facing the excited expressions of the big guys, Chu Yan raised the corners of his mouth lightly, with a calm expression on his face. The entire hall fell into a sudden silence. After a long time, after several people looked at each other, they finally spoke. Chu Yan, what are you going to do? Gong Yuntian asked in a deep voice. Regarding Haotian tribulation, he naturally knows that the power of a person or a sect is extremely limited. Those alien warriors who came to Haotian continent are powerful. In order to snatch resources, they almost slaughtered everyone they saw. Originally, according to the respective plans of the 8 ancient sects, they planned to disperse the entire sect and hide as much as possible, leaving only some elites to act alone. However, after listening to Chu Yan's introduction just now, they realized that these alien races have already mastered the aura of the first warrior in the Haotian continent. No matter where they hide, they are all dead. Therefore, the big brothers were tempted to agree to Chu Yan, but after hearing Chu Yan's promised emperor-level exercises, they could still sit there. Hearing Gong Yuntian's question, Chu Yan glanced over the faces of several big bosses, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "The Black Blood Temple must be destroyed first, and then gather the power of all major sects, including your 8 ancient sects, all the hidden strengths, and use them to sweep the entire continent as quickly as possible, killing all the strong men above the martial venerable realm, put it all together. At that time, even if all the disciples of the Ming clan are at the martial emperor realm, we will use the crowd tactics. If we can't beat one, we will have 100, 1,000, 10,000, even if it is a pile, we must withstand them the first wave. When the time comes, we will lead all the martial emperor realm powerhouses, concentrate our strength, and wipe out all the Hades who have invaded the vast land, and use their transmission channels to leave here." After hearing these words, the faces of the big brothers suddenly changed. Yes, crowd tactics. Although the Mingzhu are powerful, they are few in number. When we fight in Haotian continent, it is entirely possible to use crowd tactics to drag them down to death. After all, no matter how strong they are, they still need to consume their true energy to kill people. When they are almost done, and then the martial emperor realm powerhouses take action, then these alien races will be much easier to deal with. This method may be feasible. I don't know about the human race, but if we, the monster race, gather all the monster warriors from the entire continent, I estimate that the number of monsters above the martial venerable realm will not be less than 1 million. After hearing what Chu Yan said, Emperor Lei Wu took it for granted, nodded heavily, and said, "That's right. According to the historical records of our sect, in the last Haotian tribulation, a total of 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses came from other races, and in our Haotian continent, all sects fought on their own. Killed one by one." Shendang also nodded and said, "Okay. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk too much. We must act immediately and destroy the Black Blood Temple first. Time is running out." Gong Yuntian's eyes became sharp instantly, and 2 cold lights shot out, and he spoke directly. Etc. Just when Chu Yan was about to speak, Shendang suddenly made a sound and said solemnly, "According to the information we have received, the Black Blood Temple has risen suddenly over the past several hundred years, and has recruited a group of helpers in the Zhongtian continent, including the forces of the 8 ancient sects." What? There are 8 ancient sects, and they are related to the Black Blood Temple. Gong Yuntian's complexion changed drastically, and he looked at Shendang with an expression of disbelief. You must know that the 8 ancient sects are one of the 8 overlords in the entire Haotian continent. Even if the Black Blood Temple is powerful, it is reasonable to annex some small and medium sections. Those with such strength as the 8 ancient sects are willing to be enslaved. That's right. Soul sect and Emperor sect. Shendang nodded, his expression extremely solemn. This. For a while, Gong Yuntian couldn't say a word. He knew that Dizong's shops were located in every corner of the mainland. On Haotian continent, there was no news about any sect. They were well informed, so if Shenluo, there would naturally be credible. Humph. The Emperor sect and the Soul sect are courting death. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The last time when Dizong, Huangzong and Soulzong joined forces to persecute Dizong, they said they had a connection with Mo Tianqing of the Black Blood Temple. It seems that the possibility of their 2 sects colluding with the Black Blood Temple great. Everyone, don't worry, even if the Emperor sect and the Soul sect help the Black Blood Temple, we don't need to worry about it. I have long thought that the 2 sects will resist when they dominate the mainland, but today is different from the past. Now I have broken through to the half-step martial arts. Emperor realm, the actual combat power can reach quasi-emperor level. According to Chu Yan's plan, the sooner he breaks through to the half-step martial emperor realm, the better. After all, after he killed the Black Blood Temple last time, the entire Black Blood Temple disappeared. Who knows what they are holding back? It is better to strike first, and to suffer later. What? Quasi-emperor rank combat power. Hearing the words, several big bosses were horrified, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and they opened their mouths wide, thinking that they were going to kill this terrifying evildoer in front of them alive. Hee, everyone doesn't know. I got a lot of soul crystals in the Tianbang assessment a month ago. It is said that this kind of soul crystals are the daily cultivation of Ming clan warriors. They are comparable to the Yuan crystals in our Hautian continent. However, the mysterious power of this soul crystal has a heaven-defying effect on improving the cultivation base, so what strength can I achieve in a short period of time? Chu Yan smiled lightly, opened his mouth to explain, then, after pondering for a while, continued to say. As long as we work together to break out of the Hautian continent, these soul crystals will be available at your fingertips, and everyone's cultivation will improve rapidly in a short period of time. Strength like mine is nothing. Chu Yan's words are extremely tempting, making the eyes of several big brothers shine bright. Soul crystal. Of course they know and have used it, but they don't know that this soul crystal is in the hands of the Mingzhu, but it turns out to be an ordinary thing like Yuanjing. It's so easy. Okay. I'm willing to help. That's right, my sect is also willing, with Brother Chu as the leader. Okay, that's it, we all join. For a while, several bigwigs expressed their opinions one after another, and decided to act according to Chu Yan's plan without any objection. By the way, I finished the business, I said. Chu Yan, I brought you where this time. The war is about to start, let her stay in your Rakshasa Soul Tian zone, you have to take good care of her. Her safety. Gong Yuntian smiled and said to Chu Yan. Yes. Father-in-law, please rest assured. Chu Yan was overjoyed when he heard the words, and quickly responded. Well, that's right. My third sister is also entrusted to you, so nothing can happen. Emperor Lei Wu also smiled and said with a smile. Good. Good. Don't worry. When Chu Yan heard that Dingdang was coming, he was naturally very happy, and agreed with a smile on his face. Afterwards, a few people moved to the side hall, and Chu Yan was going to hold a banquet to entertain some big shots. #C1243D zone was attacked. At the banquet, some bigwigs from the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, the three major sect masters, and the strong men brought by Emperor Lei Wu all attended the banquet. Especially after Chu Yan took out the 4 middle-grade emperor-level exercises of the Rakshasa Soul Tian zone and handed them over to several big brothers. For a moment, the whole banquet reached its climax in an instant. What? It's still a middle-grade emperor-level exercise. Gong Yuntian looked at the exercises in his hands, his excited eyes were reddish, and his whole body trembled. Originally, he thought it was a low-grade exercise at most, but he didn't expect that when Chu Yan made a move, it would be a middle-grade exercise. With this exercise, I am sure that within 10 years, I will step into the realm of quasi-emperor. The happiest thing is Emperor Lei Wu. He is the body of a big monster. He thought that Chu Yan didn't have any exercises suitable for the strong cultivation of the monster clan. However, what Chu Yan gave him was exactly the book of the monster clan Pindi class exercises. Thank you, Brother Chu. Shindang bowed his hands in salute, his eyes sparkling. Such a grand event, how could I be missing? At this moment, a loud laugh sounded outside the main hall, and above the sky, there was a tall snow robe standing high in the sky, with a golden spirit sword on his feet, long beard and white eyebrows, and a smile on his face. The The sword master of the sword sect in the world. This, how would he know? Gong Yuntian looked up, and suddenly exclaimed. It's me. I informed him. Don Huang Tianyi, who was standing beside Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan, and said softly. Xiaoyan, I have listened to your plan. With the help of Tianxia Jianzong, this matter will be much easier. Moreover, I promised you that when you reach the half-step martial emperor realm, I will tell you the core secret of Tianzong. Now, it is time. Hearing Dong Wangshenyanyi's words, Chu Yan's face was stunned. When he saw Dong Wangshen's eyes, his eyes were piercing. Suddenly, his face relaxed, nodded, turned around and said. Apocalypse Zone in Great Formation, the sword master is invited to come. Okay, big brother. Situ Yang, who was sitting at the other seat, immediately responded when he heard Chu Yan's words. Immediately, Situ Yang made a seal with both hands, turned it over and over again, took out the handprint, and shot it towards the sky. The handprint spread out in the sky, covering the entire sect formation of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and suddenly opened a crack, killing the sword master. Put it in. Whoosh. Stepping on the spirit sword, his body is like lightning, the sword master directly turned into a lightning bolt, the sword swept across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Chu Yan and the others. I have seen the senior sword master, I am Chu Yan. Seeing the sword master landed, looking directly at him with a pair of eyes, Chu Yan hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. Haha, I know, Chu Yan, you are still a disciple of our Jianzong. No need to be polite. In the eyes of the sword master, he couldn't stop looking up and down at Chu Yan. When he found that his cultivation had really been promoted from the low-rank martial venerable realm to the half-step martial emperor realm in less than 2 months, his face showed surprise color. You know, when Chu Yan came to Jianzong, his cultivation was at the lower level of martial venerable realm. He remembered this very clearly. It was really unexpected, but after not seeing him for more than a month, Chu Yan's cultivation had improved so much. What you have discussed. The sect master of the Eastern Emperor has already told me that this matter is related to the life and death of Haotian continent. It is impossible for my sword sect to just sit idly by. Therefore, I have issued the sword master order. Within a few days, 300 disciples of my sword sect will gather as many as possible, and when the time comes, let Brother Chu arrange it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan immediately became overjoyed, including Lei Wuhuang and the others, and all the bosses in the audience were all excited. You must know that the strength of the sword sects in the world ranks at the bottom of the 8 ancient sections. However, in terms of the combat power of the sects, I am afraid that any sect among the 8 ancient sects is not his opponent. Great! With the sword master taking action and the sword sect helping, why worry about nothing happening? Chu Yan picked up a glass of spiritual wine, bowed to the sword master, and said, I represent Haotian continent, hundreds of millions of creatures, respect. Chu Yan wanted to toast the sword master, but before he could finish speaking, suddenly, there was a loud shout of thunder in the sky outside the palace. Sovereign Shen, Sect Master Shen, something is wrong. Hearing the shout, everyone was stunned, turned their heads at the same time, and looked outside. Huh. It's the elder of my sect, hurry up, Chu Yan let him in. Shen Dang's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously at Chu Yan. Swish. Soon, with the great formation of the sect, a gap opened again. That figure, with a flustered expression, turned into a sharp arrow from the sky and landed in front of Shen Dang in an instant. Elder Chao, what happened? Shen Dang took a quick look and found that the elder was in an embarrassing figure, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His heart sank and he knew that something must have happened. Not only Shen Dang, but everyone in the audience looked at this elder Chao, their expressions tightened and their faces became serious. Shen. Sect Master Shen, it's not good, something serious happened. Elder Chao panted again, and finally stabilized his breath. Obviously, the true energy in his body was a little dry, which was probably caused by his haste on the road. What's the matter? Quickly tell me, where did your injuries come from? Shindang asked anxiously. Black Blood Temple, Emperor Sect, and Soul Sect teamed up to attack our sect's headquarters just now. The headquarters suffered heavy casualties, and the ancestor of the 9 saints died in battle. Elder Chao reported anxiously. What? Hearing this, Shindang's body trembled violently, his eyes widened, his face was full of shock, and he asked urgently. You said that the Black Blood Temple, united with the Emperor Sect and the Soul Sect, attacked the headquarters of our D-Zone. The Patriarch of the 9 Saints also. When the shocking news came, the entire Jiuxiao Palace was filled with dead silence. When everyone heard the news, they all looked shocked. Originally, when they came to Jiuxiao Palace this time and heard the things Chu Yan said, they were a little disapproving, but they didn't expect it. Kung Fu, but the Black Blood Temple has already started. Didn't the Black Blood Temple disappear? How could they suddenly attack D-Zone? Chu Yan had a cold expression on his face, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Unexpectedly, it was still a step too late, and the Black Blood Temple took the initiative. Sovereign, not only our D-Zone, but also the D-Zone city were massacred by them. In the entire city, no one survived. I am still the Patriarch of the 9 Saints. Before he died, he used all means to send me out to report the news, Metropolitan. When Elder Chao said this, his eyes were blood red, and he couldn't cry. Xuanzong of Jiuxiao is the most powerful force in Haotian continent, and the Black Blood Temple is indeed the first to face their opponent. After this battle, the D-Zone's vitality was almost severely injured. Fortunately, there are many branches of the D-Zone, and many strong men were sent to garrison them. Otherwise, the entire D-Zone would have been almost wiped out. The hateful Black Blood Temple, how dare you? Shindang's face was almost twisted into a ball, full of murderous intent, filled with endless anger, soaring vigorously, making the entire blockbuster full of violent wind. #C1244 Upheaval. Hearing that the headquarters of his sect was destroyed, he was shocked and almost exploded. Although the power of the D-Zone is extremely scattered due to the large number of branches, the headquarters is the foundation and face of any sect. At least half of the wealth of the D-Zone is concentrated in the headquarters. With such a huge loss, the strength of the land sect is estimated to be set back hundreds of years. In the entire Jiuxiao Palace Hall, everyone looked downcast, watching the sinking in the rage. At this moment of Shindang, there was a red light in his eyes, and because of anger, his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Whoosh! The next moment, Shindang directly rolled his hands, wrapped around Elder Chao, soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the sect's great formation, and in an instant, rushed into the sky and flew away. Sect Master Shen. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan, who was still thinking just now, suddenly woke up and quickly chased after him. Swish! In the main hall, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Chu Yan's figure disappeared on the spot at such a high speed that even the 2 major suzerains and Emperor Lei Wu didn't react. What a fast speed! Dong Huangtian was startled. This seems to be the way of speed. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan also mastered the way of speed. This kid is amazing. Gong Yuntian's eyes brightened slightly, and he raised his head to look at the sky. He stopped the enraged sect master Shen just in the blink of an eye when he saw Chu Yan, with a look of astonishment on his face. Sovereign Shen, don't be impulsive. Chu Yan stood in front of Shindang, with a serious face, and persuaded. This time it is the Black Blood Temple, united with the Emperor Sect and the Soul Sect, and the 3 sects attack at the same time. If you go over now, don't you send it to the door yourself? This. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Sect Master Shen was startled, and the anger in his eyes quickly extinguished. As the master of a sect, Shen Dang's temperament is certainly not so bad, and he is not an impulsive person. After Chu Yan said a word, he immediately calmed down. What Chu Yan said, after thinking about it calmly, he naturally knows that the current situation, not to mention the addition of the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect, even the Black Blood Temple alone, is not something he can deal with. Moreover, the ancestor of the 9 saints died in battle, and their stronghold card of the D-Zone lost a trump card, and their confidence was even more lacking. At this moment, Shen Dang quietly looked at Chu Yan, frowning. Sect Master Shen, why don't you temporarily stay in my Rakshasa Soul Tian Zone for a few days, and arrange follow-up matters quickly to avoid further losses, and… Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and his face was solemn. According to what we discussed just now, we only need to give everyone a few days to prepare. After a few days, we can declare war on the Black Blood Temple. Not bad. You're right. After listening to Chu Yan's words, Shen Dang was silent for a long time, finally nodded and said. In the current situation of D-Zone, it is only possible to unite several sects to deal with the Black Blood Temple with the help of Chu Yan's plan. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan and Sect Master Shen returned to Jiuxiao Palace again, arranged for Elder Chao to deal with the injury, and separated a living room for Shen Dang to temporarily accommodate. It was originally a happy banquet, but after this incident, the entire hall was filled with a strong, oppressive and heavy atmosphere. Everyone has a cold expression on their faces, their eyes twinkle slightly, and they are full of anger. Chu Yan, I'm going back to the sect, to get ready. Send me a message for something. Dong Huang Tian pondered for a long time, looked at Chu Yan, and said. The current strength of Tianzong might not be as good as that of D-Zone, so Dong Huang Tianyi was even more worried and prepared to return to the sect. That's right, I'm going back too, Dang Dang will stay with you. Let's discuss things as soon as possible. Emperor Lei Wu got up, bowed his hands to Chu Yan, and took Tianzhua Wuzuan directly, and left in a hurry. They swallowed the Sky Mountain Range and had always been incompatible with the Black Blood Temple, so he was most worried about the Black Blood Temple's attack. Xiao Yan, take good care of Yuer, I will return to the sect immediately, gather my strength, and prepare to attack. In Gong Yuntian's eyes, there was a flash of light, implying murderous intent. As the master of the medicine sect, they had always had a good relationship with the D-Zone, so the matter of the D-Zone shocked him greatly. Okay. Everyone, please go back. Chu Yan nodded, strode out, and sent the big guys to the outside of the palace, handing them off. To be honest, in fact, Chu Yan has some guesses in his heart. This time, the Black Blood Temple has gathered the power of the 3 sects, and it will never be just to deal with one D-Zone. It is very likely that after they destroy the D-Zone, their next goal is Medicine Sect. Gong Yuntian's trip is extremely dangerous. However, Gong Yuntian is powerful, and the Medicine Sect Mountain Gate is stronger than the other 8 ancient sects, maybe. Strictly speaking, Chu Yan's status in the Medicine Sect is very special, and he is already the default candidate for the next sect master. However, later, Chu Yan reopened the gate of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, which made Gong Yuntian feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, Chu Yan originally wanted to go to the medicine sect with Gong Yuntian, but seeing Gong Yuntian leave, Chu Yan thought for a long time and gave up. First of all, if the Black Blood Temple really went to the medicine sect after destroying the D-Zone as he had guessed, then even if he left now, it would probably be too late. In addition, Chu Yan knows that no matter whether the Black Blood Temple has gone to the medicine sect or not, it is an unchangeable fact. Therefore, the most important thing now is to immediately implement the plan, promote several alliances as soon as possible, and prepare to counterattack. For a while, with the departure of the big bosses of various sects, the Jiuxiao palace, which was originally bustling, returned to calm again. Chu Yan looked at all the bosses of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in the hall. All of them had serious faces. The matter of the land sect gave everyone a sense of urgency, and they could clearly feel that the sky in Haotian continent is really about to change. Now, Chu Yan was just preparing, but the Black Blood Temple actually took the lead. Obviously, either the three major sect masters and Emperor Lei Wu, or within the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, have the eyes and ears of the Black Blood Temple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Black Blood Temple to grasp the timing, so accurate. Remove the banquet, all palaces and halls, speed up preparations. Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked at the big bosses of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and directly ordered. Yes, suzerain. Everyone took the order and started together. Soon, all the banquets were withdrawn, and everyone left one after another. Chu Yan sat alone in the main hall, meditating intently. Not long after, Elder Qing Yun, Chu Jiang, Niu Mo, Hua Tianzan, Zhang Tian, Situ Yang and others entered the main hall one after another. Metropolitan. Xiao Yan. Brother. A group of high-level Rakshasa Soul Tianzong gathered together, came to Chu Yan, and saw the Tao at the same time. Chu Yan raised his eyes and scanned the people one by one. These people are the strongest fighters of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Except for the 9 Jinzong spirit beasts such as Niu Mo, the other descendants of the 9 palaces, Situ Yang and Hua Tian burial has reached the half-step martial emperor realm. Sovereign, this Black Blood Temple should be the members of the Ming clan who stayed in the Haotian continent. There are still 2 years before the Haotian tribulation. Their move is to disrupt the order of the mainland and cause fights among the major sections. Forming a joint force, this situation is almost exactly the same as it was 100,000 years ago. Elder Qing Yun said with a worried look on his face. That's right. Chu Yan nodded, and said, if the Black Blood Temple is determined to belong to the Nadir race, it will have a life and death enmity with me, and it must not stay. When Chu Yan said this, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He looked at the bull demon, and asked. Ox demon, why can't you Jiugong Jinzong spirit beasts leave the range of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong? #C1245 go to Yaozong. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Niu Mo was taken aback, and quickly answered with his hands clasped. Report to the suzerain, I am waiting for the spirit beast of Jiugong Jinzong, because... Halfway through the talk, the bull demon hesitated, turned his head and glanced at Elder Qing Yun, and did not continue speaking. The suzerain, the bull demon and other township spirit beasts, the life essence and blood are fused with the main hall of the 9 palaces. That is to say, the main hall of the 9 palaces is their real beast body, evolved into the 9 spirits formation, which is the last barrier of our sect. Elder Qing Yun was the elder who was in charge of the spiritual beasts in the sect 100,000 years ago, so, without the permission of Elder Qing Yun, Niu Mo and others would not dare to talk about this kind of core secret. Okay. If that's the case, it's enough for the bull demon and others to guard the Jiuxiao palace. The others will prepare immediately. Once the suzerains of the various sects send back the news, they will immediately set off to destroy the Black Blood Temple. Also, what happened to Li Wutian? Chu Yan asked. Reporting to the suzerain, the order of the suzerain has been passed to Li Wutian in the Jiuxiao Sea. The 12 Banners Zhongjuan has stopped breeding new fighters and is reorganizing the army. At present, there are more than 3 million Zhongjuan soldiers, of which 100 Huatian realm, more than 2 million in the heaven-reaching realm. Elder Qing Yun reported. What? In 1 year, the 12 Banners clan army actually gave birth to so many fighters. There are more than 2 million Tongtian. Hearing Elder Qing Yun's words, Chu Yan exclaimed suddenly. The suzerain doesn't know that this Jiuxiao Sea is originally the place where Raksha warriors were born. As long as the 5 elements have sufficient spiritual power and there are pure-blooded Raksha warriors like Li Wutian, the speed of the warriors contained is extremely fast. In the past, my 12 Banners sect, there are a total of 1.2 billion soldiers in the army, and now there are only more than 3 million, which is still small. Elder Qingyun chuckled lightly and explained. 5 elements origin spiritual power. Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly remembered that in his sea of consciousness, there are now nearly 10,000 wisps of 5 elements, which are exactly what the 12 Banners Zongjuan needs. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan summoned 1,000 wisps of qi of the 5 elements, divided them into 3 jade bottles, and handed them to Elder Qingyun. Among them, 600 wisps of qi of the 5 elements were handed over to Li Wutian, and asked him to raise his cultivation base to the martial emperor realm, and let as many soldiers of the Hua Tian realm banner army rise to the Tong Tian realm as possible, and some of them were handed over to Padian and Huang Fuxian and other descendants of the 9 palaces. Let them mistakenly improve their cultivation as soon as possible, and the last part will be handed over to the 9 palaces Zhenzong spirit. Beasts such as Mo. Yes. Suzerain. Elder Qingyun received 1,000 wisps of 5-element qi, his face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly obeyed. Immediately, Elder Qingyun turned around, handed 100 wisps of the 5 elements qi to the bull demon and other spirit beasts, and quickly left the hall. The 9 palace spirit beasts, such as the bull demon, were overwhelmed with excitement after receiving 100 wisps of qi from the 5 elements. They knelt down on the ground and said, "Sovereign, this innate aura is extremely precious, I'll wait." Needless to say, before the bull demon could finish speaking, Chu Yan waved his hand and said, "Bull demon, I only hope that you can guard the Jiuxiao palace well when my sect's elites come out and sweep the mainland. Even if some strong ones come attack, you have to hold on until I hurry back. 369 subjugated spirit beasts under my command will swear to the death to protect the safety of Jiuxiao palace." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo and the others replied directly with red eyes and determination on their faces. "Okay. Let's prepare separately." After all, Chu Yan strode out, left the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace, and went straight to the residence hall, where Sect Master Shen was. After arriving at Shendangju Palace, Chu Yan saw Sect Master Shen, who was using the communication jade talisman to contact the heads of various branches of the D-Zone, including Shen Xingjia, and ordered them to return to the Zhongtian continent immediately and rush directly to the Raksha Seoul Tianzong confluence. What Shindang did was to avoid that the branch was weak and would be attacked one by the Black Blood Temple. However, the D-Zone is huge, with branches all over the 5 continents of the Haotian continent, and the strength of the strong within the zone is uneven. It is impossible to recall all of them in a short time. However, Sect Master Shen also knew this, so he just summoned all the branch personnel from the Zhongtian continent to come to the Raksha Seoul Tianzong, and the other continents to gather on the spot and gather together to deal with it. It didn't take long for more than a dozen strong men from the Tianzong of the Rakshasa Seoul to come from the branch closest to the Tianzong. Without hesitation, Shindang talked to Chu Yan, and then led these people into the Jiuxiao Palace, and ordered them to go to some branches and contact other people. With the arrival of these people, Shindang received more and more news. Fortunately, the Black Blood Temple just wiped out the D-Zone headquarters, robbed the wealth, and then left directly. In this way, the hidden strength of the D-Zone did not suffer any loss. The hidden power here is the elite of the D-Zone. Hearing this news, Shindang was greatly relieved. As long as the strength is still there, the lost wealth can be regained. Immediately, Chu Yan and Shindang discussed for a long time, and one after another, the strong men of the land sect were sent out one after another. Shindang was almost too busy to touch the ground, and he was burning with anxiety. Chu Yan stayed for a while, and then returned to his residence hall. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. This night, for the entire Haotian continent, was destined to be the most extraordinary night in the past 100 years. Almost all the major sects in the entire Haotian continent received the news. In fear. In Chu Yan's residence hall, he and Yue sat hugging each other. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they had endless words to talk about. In particular, Chu Yan knew that a big battle related to the safety of Haotian continent was imminent. In this battle, even he was in danger of losing himself, so, this night, Chu Yan and Yue were together, and his mood could not be calm for a long time. The next day, just before dawn. In the reluctance on Yue's face, Chu Yan smiled and said goodbye to Yue, then turned and left Jiuxiao Palace. Shendang also set off with Chu Yan. After the two left the Vault of Heaven, they went directly to the medicine sect. To be honest, Chu Yan is still extremely worried about the medicine sect until now, but he also hopes that the Black Blood Temple is not ready yet and launches a general attack. In this way, the medicine sect may be safe and sound. Sect Master Shen, let's go to the medicine sect first to see how Sect Master Gong is preparing. While flying, Chu Yan said to Shendang through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Good. Shendang nodded. According to what he thought, he wanted to go back to the headquarters of the D-Zone first to see the actual situation, but thinking that the D-Zone had been destroyed, of course the medicine sect was still the most important thing, so he nodded and agreed with Chu Yan's words. Flying all the way, Chu Yan continuously tore through the void, allowing the speed of the two to reach the extreme. In less than half a day, they rushed to the outside of the Yaozong mountain gate. However, when the two saw the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with astonishment. The entire mountain gate of Medicine Sect, including the main peak, was completely razed to the ground, and there were ruins everywhere. #C1246 Blood for Blood. The entire mountain gate of the Medicine Sect was covered in seas of corpses and blood. Millions of corpses completely covered the ground, and the dirty blood overflowed and flowed, and the bloody places rushed straight to the clouds. Medicine Sect. Also. Shendang's face instantly turned pale. Looking at the scene in front of him, he could almost imagine that yesterday's D-Zone must have been such a miserable scene. Such a horrifying scene has not been seen in the entire Haotian continent for thousands of years. Go. Hurry up and enter the inner door. Chu Yan's face was icy, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. He took out a jade talisman and rushed towards the entrance of the small world of the inner door. The medicine sect's mountain gate is different from other sects. They have a small inner world, not only the people of the outer sect, but also the disciples of the outer sect inside the sect. It is impossible to come and go at will. Maybe the inner sect of the medicine sect, or safe. A few handprints were taken, the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand lit up, and the nearby void kept trembling. However, after a full 10 breaths of time, the inner door passage did not open, as if there was no small world in this place at all. Not good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face suddenly became more dignified, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. After waiting for another full 10 breaths, the entrance to the inner door still did not appear. In this case, it can almost be determined that there is no entrance to the small world at all. Could it be that the medicine sect was really completely wiped out? Chu Yan, it's useless, there is no small world entrance in this place. As the suzerain of the D-Zone, Shendang naturally also entered the small world of the inner medicine sect. Seeing that Chu Yan had tried several times in a row, but still had no reaction, he shook his head and said solemnly. No. There are obviously some here, I have been in and out several times. Chu Yan couldn't believe it. How could the Black Blood Temple be able to open the small inner world of the medicine sect? This is simply impossible. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Shendang sighed, and said, if there is still a small world, even if there is a problem with your jade talisman, there will be void fluctuations, but now, it has completely disappeared. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan trembled all over, and finally began to accept the fact that the medicine sect was completely destroyed. However, this is the medicine sect, the sect that Yuer belongs to. If Yuer finds out, she will be so sad. Damn Black Blood Temple, wait for me. Chu Yan's face was frosty, and the breath of his whole body surged out uncontrollably. The next moment, Chu Yan suddenly turned his head, looked in one direction, his figure flickered, and flew towards that direction. Yaozong City. 300 miles away from the medicine sect is the medicine sect city. It took almost only a few breaths for Chu Yan to reach the sky above Yaozong City. At a glance, at this time, the city was deserted and there were few people there. However, fortunately, the entire city was not slaughtered by the Black Blood Temple. Whoosh! Chu Yan landed directly on the streets in the city, swept his gaze, and headed towards the central square. At this time, a large number of people gathered in the central square of Yaozong City, and various voices of discussion arose. Chu Yan didn't bother to listen, and rushed directly into the crowd. With a big wave of his hand, he grabbed a martial artist, and his breath gushed out, completely suppressing the opponent's cultivation base, and asked loudly. Say. What happened to the Nine Spirits Shantian sect? The martial artist was talking excitedly, when he was caught suddenly. His face was filled with anger, but before he could act, he found that his whole body was completely sealed, and he couldn't mobilize even a trace of true energy. Chu Yan. Holy Sun. Looking up suddenly, seeing the person coming, it turned out to be Chu Yan, the holy son of Jiuling Zuantianzong. The young warrior was frightened, his face pale. Stop talking nonsense, tell me, what happened? At this time, Chu Yan was holding back his stomach, and his whole body breath was like a stormy sea, making the people around him feel as if they were being suppressed by tens of thousands of mountains, and they couldn't even breathe out. They were all trembling with fright, and their faces were green. Holy Sun, let me say it. Seeing this scene, the young man hurriedly said. Yesterday in the middle of the night, the Nine Spirits Shantian sect was attacked by the Emperor sect and the Soul sect. The three sects have teamed up. Now the sect has been completely destroyed, and less than 30% of the disciples have escaped. What? Although I already had guesses in my heart, when I heard the news suddenly, the breath of Chu Yan's whole body exploded, and the violent air wave, like a shock wave, swept out. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people in the entire square were caught by Chu Yan's breath. The rush made people turn their backs, and some warriors, with low cultivation base, even rushed several streets. The medicine sect was really wiped out. Originally, according to Chu Yan's plan, the three major sects, together with Emperor Lei Wu swallowing Heaven Mountain Range, had some confidence in dealing with the Black Blood Temple. But now, Dizong and Yaozong have been hit hard in 3 days. Now, trouble. Tell me, how did the people from the Black Blood Temple open the inner door of the medicine sect? Chu Yan's eyes were like a soldier's edge. He looked straight at the young warrior in front of him, and shouted. Yes, the 16th elder of the medicine sect, is a member of the Black Blood Temple. The young warrior replied quickly without daring to neglect. 16 elders. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned, and in the sea of consciousness, he suddenly recalled that the 16th elder of the inner sect was an extremely kind old man. Almost all the disciples of the inner sect thought he was a good person, but he did not expect that he was actually a black man. Blood God Temple, a detailed work arranged in medicine sect. Standing beside Chu Yan, Shindang Wenfeng's face also sank. It seems that the Black Blood Temple has received the news that we are going to join forces to deal with them, so they attack ahead of time. Shindang's face was as cold as ice, and he spoke in a deep voice. Where's Sect Master Gong Yuntian? Chu Yan asked again. Sect Master Gong, last night, he led a group of elders from the sect to break out of the siege, and seemed to escape to the north. The young warrior agreed. The other party has those strong people? Chu Yan asked. Mo Tianqing from the Black Blood Temple, Gu Jingzhou from the Soul Sect, and Hong Qiyu from the Emperor Sect are all here. There are 6 of them who are strong in the Guangwu Emperor realm. The young warrior replied. Roll. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned, raised his hand, and released the young warrior. There are a total of 6 martial Emperor realm powerhouses in the 3 sections. It seems that this time, they all dispatched the Zhenzong powerhouses in the sect. They obviously did their best and did not give the Dizong and Medicine sect any chance. As for Gong Yin Tian, being able to escape from the hands of the 6 martial Emperor realm powerhouses, it can be seen that the Medicine sect's trump card is also fully played. I just don't know if Gong Yin Tian can escape from the pursuit of the 6 martial Emperor realm powerhouses. Sect Master Shen, this is not going to work, we must fight back. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, he looked at Shindang, and said. Counterattack. How to counterattack? Shindang's eyes lit up when he heard the words, the headquarters of his land sect was destroyed, and he was about to take revenge. Humph. We don't know where the headquarters of the Black Blood Temple is now, but we do know where the headquarters of the Soul Sect and the Emperor Sect are. Since he came to destroy the foundation of our sect, we can also use tooth for tooth and blood for blood. While Chu Yan was speaking, his whole body was full of killing intent, causing the surrounding void to buzz. Recommendation ticket, monthly ticket, remember to vote for me, thanks Chili. More exciting later. Hashtag C1247 Invincible Zoman Great Array. Hearing that Chu Yan wanted to fight back, Shindang was startled and said. Sect Master Dong Huang and Emperor Lei Wu, I don't know if they are ready or not, and, from the current situation, even if Tianzong and Tunchen Mountain Range go out together, I'm afraid. From Shindang's point of view, neither the Earth Sect nor the Medicine Sect has the power to fight. With the Heaven Sect and the Tunchen Mountain Range, there is probably no chance at all against the Black Blood Temple, the Soul Sect, and the Emperor Sect. Humph. It's a little troublesome to deal with the 3 of them, but one of them. Chu Yan snorted coldly, and didn't say any more, just turned his big hands, one black and one white in the palms of his left and right hands, and 2 Rakshasa tokens appeared, and then, Chu Yan broke into them with a divine sense, and ordered directly. Order. Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, 12 Banner Sect Army, the entire army is dispatched, Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, those who are strong above the martial venerable realm, the entire sect is dispatched, Wuji Emperor Sect, set off immediately. With a slight tremor, the black and white double Rakshasa order in Chu Yan's hand trembled at the same time, and an invisible spiritual message came out. Chu Yan, you. Seeing this scene, Shindang was startled, and looked at Chu Yan in disbelief, saying, Chu Yan, your Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect has just established your sect. At this time, you will suffer a loss if you use all your strength to fight against the Soul Sect. Shindang was very anxious and very worried. You must know that according to Chu Yan's original plan, Tianzong, Dizong, Yaozong, Luocahan Tianzong, Tunchen Mountain Range, and Jianzong combined the power of the 6 sects to achieve the goal in one fell swoop. After the Black Blood Temple is wiped out, the Haotian continent will be unified. But now, the Earth Sect and the Medicine Sect, which are the 2 main forces, have been almost wiped out by the Black Blood Temple. At this time, if the Raksha Soul Sky Sect suffers another heavy casualty, that plan will almost be shattered. It's just the Emperor Sect. I don't need my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong at all. The whole sect is dispatched. To deal with them, I alone will be enough. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan smiled at Shindang, and then, his body turned into electricity, and flew directly towards the direction of Xuanhuan City. Chu Yan, don't be impulsive. Seeing Chu Yan going straight away without even thinking about it, Shindang was in a panic, hurriedly mobilized his body skills, and chased after him. One in front and one in the back, two figures, across the sky of Zhongtian continent, flew towards the distance. When the two of them were on their way, the news of the 8 ancient sects' war also spread rapidly in the Zhongtian continent. When the warriors in the whole continent heard the shocking news, plus the news of the catastrophe before, all of them immediately everyone feels that Haotian continent may not be able to calm down any longer, and will soon fall into endless flames of war. After 100,000 years, Haotian continent is finally about to change. Led by the Black Blood Temple, the combined forces of the Soul Sect and the Emperor Sect swept the Zhongtian continent all the way. First, the powerful forces wiped out the Dizong and Medicine sects of the 8 ancient sects, and then immediately divided up their forces, intending to take over the entire Zhongtian continent. All the small and medium sect forces are all integrated, and they are considered to be used. And headed by Chu Yan's Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the combined forces of Tianzong, Dizong, Jianzong, and Tunshan Mountain Range were completely at a disadvantage in the first round of confrontation with the forces of the Black Blood Temple. He Yaozong, who had been exterminated one after another, seemed powerless to fight back. The remaining Tianzong is strong outside but capable in the middle. Although Jianzong is strong, he only has a few hundred disciples, and he has no intention of fighting for hegemony in the mainland. The remaining Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. This sect that has been established for less than a year. How much strength can it have? For a moment, the entire continent, all the sects and forces, were all optimistic about the side of the Black Blood Temple, and believed that in this battle that swept through all the overlord forces in the mainland, the final winner must be the Black Blood Temple. Xuanhuan City. The headquarters of the Emperor's sect is also the headquarters of the Dan League. This city with the headquarters of the two behemoths in the Zhongtian continent is so large that it is not inferior to any other big cities in the Zhongtian continent. In addition, Emperor Zong's subordinate Chamber of Commerce, the headquarters of Jibao Pavilion, is also in this city, so Huangzong's defense of this city has cost a lot of money. The city wall, as high as 300 feet, is like a series of steel mountains, spanning nearly 100 miles across the land, and it is very mighty. At this time, above the Xuanhuan city, a huge spiritual power cover of nearly 1,000 miles completely enveloped the entire city. The powerful spiritual power breath continuously overflowed into the sky, and it seemed that it was unbreakable. This spiritual power shield is exactly the great formation of the Emperor's sect, like a golden bowl, placed upside down on the Kangming land. Chu Yan, look, I told you, the Emperor sect can't be unguarded, they have already activated the sect grand formation. Hundreds of miles away above the clouds, Chu Yan and Shindang stood side by side, looking at the Xuanhuan city in the distance. Their formation was created by the famous spirit formation master, Master Dongi. It is said that in the entire Haotian continent, no one can break through the defensive formation. Shindang is the suzerain of the Dizong, and the Dizong, one of the businesses of the Chamber of Commerce, is selling all kinds of intelligence and information from the mainland. Therefore, he knows the information about the Emperor sect like the back of his hand, including of course the great formation of the sect known as the #1 sect in the mainland. No one can break through. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. If it was a month ago, Chu Yan might have nothing to do with it, but now, from the middle martial venerable realm, he has been promoted to 2 big realms in a row, rushed to the upper martial venerable realm in one fell swoop, and directly reached the half-step martial king realm. Chu Yan's half-step martial emperor realm is different from ordinary martial artists of the same level. You know, in Chu Yan's body, there are 16 Qi Hai Nei pills and 5 divine beasts and martial souls. Therefore, when Chu Yan is still in the lower Wu Zuanjing, he can conquer the upper Wu Zuanjing powerhouse. Pick a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation base has reached the half-step martial emperor realm, and he has also obtained the Kaitian sword art. His combat power is so terrifying that even the three major sect masters and Lei Wuhuang are shocked. Sect Master Shen, the defensive array of our Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is an ancient spiritual array from 100,000 years ago. I am sure to break through it, not to mention the one in front of me. Chu Yan said. What do you want to do? Attack. When Shen Zongzhu heard Chu Yan's words, he looked at Chu Yan with his eyes. Seeing his whole body, full of fighting spirit, his face was startled, and he asked anxiously. That's right. It's a strong attack. Chu Yan nodded and replied. Swish. Before Shen Dang could react, Chu Yan's breath erupted in an instant, and his figure turned into a black lightning bolt, swooping down towards the city on the ground, like a rainbow, sharp and unstoppable. Clang! During the sudden fall, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and a shocking cold light suddenly lit up in his hand. The sword light of the 10 absolute sword rose into the sky, and the loud and clear sound of the sword resounded through the world. Cut! With a sharp howl, Chu Yan held the sword in both hands, and the true energy in his whole body exploded like a raging torrent. The sword energy was like mighty, splitting through layers of void, and slashed down fiercely towards the Imperial sect's defensive spiritual power shield below. #C1248 Mighty Chu Yan. With this sword, the sword light resounded across the sky, and above the entire Xuanhuan city, a startling rainbow suddenly lit up, and there were still thousands of lightning bolts falling from the sky at the same time, reflecting the entire sky white. Thousands of miles of thunder, thousands of miles of flash. The sword light flashed past, and then, the sword light streaked across the sky, and the sound of thunder echoed throughout the sky. The next moment, the sword light fell. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying sword energy of nearly 10,000 feet fell straight down from the 9 heavens, and accompanied by the sound of thunder rushing, it slashed on the defensive spirit shield, and exploded in an instant. Boom, rumbling. The terrifying sword energy collided with the spiritual power shield, exploded directly, and turned into endless waves of sword energy, rushing to all directions, like a shock wave, sweeping the entire land, where the sword energy passed, no matter it was a mountain, a river, or a tree. Turned into powder one after another. And the entire Xuanhuan city, under such a terrifying attack, suddenly shook the ground, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and trembled uncontrollably. I rely on. Even Shen Dang in the sky was so shocked to see this scene, almost subconsciously, he opened his mouth and cursed. Is this too damn strong? He couldn't believe that Chu Yan in front of him was already so big. Inadvertently, or when Shen Dang didn't know it at all, Chu Yan's strength had already left him far behind, and even the ancestors of their Dizong Shinzong might not have such a fighting spirit as Chu Yan. Force. Could it be that Chu Yan has really reached the quasi-emperor rank? Suddenly, Shen Dang sluggishly remembered that Chu Yan once told several of their suzerains that his current strength has reached the quasi-emperor level. Looking at it now, it turned out that these words were not deliberately said to boost the confidence of their suzerains to unite, but, really. This sword shocked Sect Master Shen. Chu Yan's strength was far beyond his imagination. But at this moment, in Xuanhuan city, it was as if a pot had exploded. Chu Yan's sword made the whole city tremble for nearly 10 breaths, before calming down a little. A large number of figures rushed out from all parts of Xuanhuan city, and various roars echoed throughout the city. Damn it! Who is it? You're courting death. Even our Emperor Xuanhuan city dares to move. Damn. Not good, it's Chu Yan. No way. That sword just now was made by him. Quick, strengthen the spirit array. Block him. The strong men of the imperial clan rushed out in all directions, and at a glance, they found that it was Chu Yan, holding a long sword, standing in the air. His whole body was full of murderous aura, and suddenly remembered the sword that could almost cut down the sky just now, everyone was scared to death, and rushed back. No way. In order to sneak attack Dizong and Yaozong, Hong Qiu took away 90% of the strong people in the zone. Now there are no strong people in the city, and it is impossible to be Chu Yan's opponent. The next moment, a figure flew towards the emperor's headquarters in the city. These people. Glancing at the air, after seeing Chu Yan, their expressions all changed. Immediately, under the leadership of the leader, they rushed directly to the core formation of the Zoman formation, directly gathering everyone's strength, start strengthening the spirit array. Humph. Still want to resist. When Chu Yan saw these people, he didn't come out to fight him at all. He just thought about defense, blindly. It was clear that Chu Yan thought that Chu Yan couldn't break through the Emperor sect formation at all. Within the Emperor sect, it is an alliance-like sect, which is composed of the major empires in the mainland. It is completely different from other sects under the authoritarian system of the suzerain. Therefore, these powerful emperors of the Emperor sect are more afraid of death than each other, and it is impossible for them to come out, fighting against Chu Yan. Anyway, as long as Xuanhuan city is fine, they have no responsibility. Boom. 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 The next moment, the 10 absolute swords in Chu Yan's hands exploded completely, and the true energy in his body gushed out like a flood, pouring into the sword body continuously, turning into shocking sword lights, cutting towards the spirit formation, and bursting out again and again. The sound of explosions can be heard for thousands of miles. With these few swords, Chu Yan no longer kept his hand, and the 5-color sword light stirred up the entire sky, and the sea of spiritual clouds filled the sky, like a storm coming, tumbling crazily, pulling up thousands of zhong clouds and waves, covering the sky and covering the sun. The terrifying sword energy poured down continuously, cutting straight down. The sword storm rushed into the night, and the airwave was noisy. Straits of sword energy collided with the spiritual power cover and exploded continuously, like a world-ending flood, rushing in all directions. The ground within 100 miles outside Xuanhuan city was swept by storms of sword energy, almost turning into a white ground. Chu Yan's face was extremely solemn. Facing this so-called invincible spiritual power shield on the mainland, he almost used all his strength, and dared not despise it in the slightest. After all, one can only imagine the difficulty of attacking the great formation of a dominant sect with one person's strength. After Chu Yan slashed out 7 or 8 swords with all his strength, Shindang above the clouds finally reacted, his body turned into a sharp arrow, and he swooped down, his whole body burst out with true energy, his eyes were as red as blood, and he raised his hand with a punch blast out. Boom. 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 The sword light all over the sky, plus the fist seal, poured down like a torrential rain. At this moment, Shindang's killing intent exploded to the extreme. He didn't care about consumption at all. He only wanted to avenge the D-zone. The offensive was stronger than Chu Yan's, not much weaker. Moreover, after a few punches, Shindang flipped his big hand, took out a giant saber taller than a man, activated the saber energy, and frantically cut out a series of terrifying sword glows, which landed on the spiritual power cover. The spiritual power cover was trembling. Huh. Martial Emperor Realm Spirit Treasure. Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked at Shindang. He didn't expect that there was such a powerful spirit treasure on his body. However, as the suzerain of the land sect with the most wealth in the world, how could it be possible that he does not have a few treasures on him? Next, Chu Yan and Shindang were all doing their best. Under the aura of swords, lights and swords, the defensive spirit array of the Emperor Zone kept trembling, but it was only trembling, but it didn't mean to break at all. Moreover, the most important thing is that the general Zoneman formation is a combination of offense and defense, that is to say, when you attack the Zoneman formation, at least nearly 50% of the power will bounce back. In this way, Chu Yan and Shen Zongzhu attacked frantically, with every sword and knife, they used all their strength. After a long time, the two of them were shocked by the rebound force of this defensive formation, and the energy in their bodies was shocked. The blood was churning, and his hands were sore and numb. Ha ha ha. You smash it slowly. If you want to break through the sect formation of my emperor's sect, you are far behind. In Xuanhuan City, most of the powerhouses went to strengthen the spirit array, while those with lower cultivation bases stayed in the city all the time, watching the attacks of Chu Yan and Shindang in the sky. After watching for 100 breaths, they found that the attacks of Chu Yan and Shenzong looked extremely terrifying, but they were all easily blocked by the Zongmen formation. Immediately, these people began to feel complacent, laughing loudly, mocking Chu Yan and Shenzongzhu constantly. Humph. Children of Huangzong, you wait, as long as I break through this formation, I will definitely call your Huangzong, blood flowing like a river, and corpses everywhere. At this time, Shindang's eyes were already red, seeing the enemy in front of him, but unable to kill him. This made him almost on the verge of eruption. Ha ha ha, old man Shen, don't dream. Our Imperial Sect Grand Formation, a few days ago, just asked Master Dongi to upgrade again. The current power is more than 30% stronger than before. You don't want to break through it. These Huangzong disciples are all extremely arrogant. Now, they have confirmed that Chu Yan and Shindang can't do anything about it. Yes. At this moment, Chu Yan above the sky sneered and said lightly. #C1249 /Emperor. Facing the so-called invincible Great Formation of the Emperor's sect, Chu Yan and Shindang attacked continuously for nearly half a stick of incense, unable to break through it at all. However, Chu Yan, who had been thinking about the strategy of breaking the formation, his eyes lit up, and finally found a feasible strategy. Sect Master Shen, stop and watch me attack. Chu Yan said to Shindang. Chu Yan, you. Shindang looked suspiciously at Chu Yan. Judging from his continuous attacks just now, this formation is really extraordinary. If he wants to break through, at least tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing experts must be assembled to make it possible. I have my own way. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneered. What way? Shindang asked in amazement, his face startled when he heard the words. They have just been attacking for a long time, and the people of Huangzong are constantly strengthening the spiritual formation in the city. Under these circumstances, how can they break through? I'll know it right away. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised. He has great confidence in his method of breaking the formation. Although Shindang didn't know what method Chu Yan used to break the formation, but after seeing Chu Yan's terrifying combat power, Shenzongzhu really believed that maybe Chu Yan really had a way. At this moment, in Xuanhuan City, Chu Yan and Shindang suddenly stopped attacking, which made the strongmen of the imperial clan in the city feel extremely proud. Chu Yan, Shindang, just the two of you want to break the formation. Let me tell you, we have sent a message to the suzerain. In less than a day, our imperial clan's strong army will rush back. When the time comes, you will be smashed to pieces. Facing the clamor of the emperor's disciples in the city, Chu Yan didn't pay attention at all, but kept improving his aura, a pair of eyes, colorful light flowing, and the pupil of the unicorn, which had reached the limit, and slowly raised the 10 absolute sword in his hand. Huh! What is he going to do? All the disciples of the emperor's sect in the city were stunned when they saw this scene. He wouldn't want to break the formation again. Ha ha ha, breaking the formation? He is simply a gnat shaking a tree, beyond his control. Humph. Chu Yan, although your cultivation base has improved a lot, but you are not qualified enough to break through our emperor sect's formation. Get out of here. The audience roared with laughter, full of sarcasm and contempt. Everyone just saw that Chu Yan and Shindang shot with all their strength and attacked for nearly half an hour, but they couldn't break through at all. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan still didn't give up. These second-rate disciples of the emperor's sect stayed at the sect headquarters, and Han Qiyu took 90% of the sect's strong people out with great confidence because he was extremely confident in his sect's formation. Of course, Master Dongyi said that even if the most powerful martial artist on the mainland came to attack with quasi-emperor cultivation, this large formation would be enough to last for more than 5 days. 5 days is enough for the emperor's brigade to come back from any place in the mainland. Therefore, the disciples of the Emperor Zong all shrank in the city, looked at Chu Yan, laughed and sneered wantonly, without any worries. I hope, wait a minute, you can still laugh. With a sneer on his face, Chu Yan held the 10 absolute sword, jumped up and flew to the top of the defensive spirit formation. Huh. The brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. I'd like to see what you can do to break through. Among the disciples of the emperor's sect, the leader named Guan Xiong, looked at Chu Yan above the sky, sneered again and again, eyes full of disdain. At this time, Chu Yan was on top of the defensive spirit hood, his eyes were like fire, and his breath was like a sharp blade. Break it with one sword. Chu Yan took a long breath, and in the sea of qi in his body, 16 inner alchemy were running crazily. In the sea of consciousness, a wisp of 5 qis floated out, and gently merged into the 10 absolute sword. The 10 absolute swords held high. At this moment, the sword light is dazzling, and the sword energy is flying across the sky. The silver-white sword body moved from stillness to trembling unceasingly, almost turning into a phantom that cannot be seen clearly by the naked eye. Give me, break! With a soft shout, Chu Yan held the sword in both hands, and the fierce and sharp sword energy burst out in an instant, and slashed straight down towards the defensive spirit shield below. This sword is far more powerful than the hundreds of swords that Chu Yan attacked before. The light of the sword is like lightning, the energy of the sword is like thunder, and the state of great accomplishment is immediately revealed, and the power of the sword is astonishing. Call out. The shining sword light streaked across the void, and it was so fast that no one could see the appearance of the sword light, and it fell on the spiritual power shield. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the huge defensive formation suddenly shook, but it didn't collapse. When the sword light dissipated, everyone glanced up, down, left, and right, and quickly scanned, and found that the Zongman formation was still there. Immediately, a large group of laughter rang out again. Ha ha ha, are you here to be funny? Chu Yan, with your move, you still want to break the formation. I thought you had such a powerful trick. That's right, don't put on airs, even if you come back with 10 or 100 swords, you won't be able to break through this formation. Go back. Honestly, wait for our Emperor sect powerhouse, and we will immediately destroy your Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. All the disciples of the Emperor sect were a little worried that Chu Yan would use his trump card trick. After all, this Chu Yan appeared in Zhongtian continent for less than a year, and he created too many astonishing miracles. But now, everyone watched Chu Yan slash down with a sword, but couldn't break through the defensive formation at all, and all of them suddenly laughed and laughed wildly. This kid just doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, and thinks that if his cultivation base has improved, he can break through the imperial sect formation of one of the 8 ancient sects with his own strength. He is really arrogant to the limit. This is the great formation of the sect, and it is also the most powerful formation known as the Invincible in the mainland. How could it be possible for one person to break through it? Midair. In Chu Yan's eyes, colorful streamers flickered. He didn't pay attention to the clamor of everyone in the city. He just stared straight at the place where the sword light fell on the spiritual power cover with just a pair of eyes. There is a tiny crack that ordinary warriors can't see at all, and it has appeared. However, Chu Yan, who possessed the martial spirit with the pupils of a unicorn, could see clearly. Suddenly, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lifted slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it was the same as I guessed. At the beginning of Chu Yan, he slashed and slashed randomly. It seemed that there was no method. In fact, hundreds of swords were all chopped at the same place and point of the spiritual power shield. Later, he was joined by Sect Master Shen, and his sword light and fist marks were blasted in various places on the spiritual power cover, and Chu Yan's sword light fell on the same place, which improved a good cover, so far, and no one noticed that tiny crack. In this world, no matter how strong something is, even if it is the heaven-defying spirit armor, as long as a crack is opened, that is the beginning of its complete disintegration. Looking at it next, Chu Yan circulated his true energy again, using a ray of energy from the 5 elements, and the momentum of his whole body rose into the night, and the 10 swords in his hand were raised high. The unicorn pupils of 5 colors of light stared closely at the subtle and imperceptible crack, and in an instant, all the power of the whole body was poured into the sword in his hand. Cut. After drinking like thunder, the sky trembled, and the sword energy brought up a huge gust of wind, sweeping across the entire city. #C1250 break. The mighty sword energy broke through layers of void, fell in a flash, and slashed heavily on the invincible formation of Emperor Zong. The place where the sword light fell was the subtle and imperceptible crack that Chu Yan had just cut with hundreds of swords. With the foundation of the previous hundreds of swords, plus the one sword just now, cracks have appeared in the Emperor's spiritual power shield at this time, which has become its biggest weakness. Boom. The sword light fell, and the entire aura shroud trembled suddenly, but it still stood. However, that tiny sword mark cracked again and spread out, fully doubling its area. The length of the crack has reached about an inch. Ha ha ha, this Chu Yan is really stupid. That's right, according to the rumors, this Chu Yan has a talent against the sky, and he is an unworldly genius born once in 10,000 years on the Haotian continent, but I never thought that I would be so stupid. Obviously my own strength is not enough to break through the big formation, and I am still wasting my energy here, it is too arrogant. Humph. Let him chop slowly. We have already notified Sect Master Hong. The Sect Master will return within a day and a half at most. By then, this kid will be dead. In the entire Xuanhuan city, more and more disciples of the Emperor's sect gathered. Many disciples of the Emperor's sect found that the sect's formation was indeed powerful and completely blocked all attacks. Suddenly, one by one became bolder and flocked to the top of the city. Looking at Chu Yan in the sky, he laughed out loud. After all, this Chu Yan is a legendary figure on the Haotian continent. Just because he can unite several overlord sects and fight against the Black Blood Temple, one knows that this person is definitely a man of the hour on the mainland. If they could see how he was unable to break through the Emperor sect's formation in the end, and fled in desperation, it would give them another big thing to brag about. Call out. Call out. Call out. For these people, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. He kept slashing the 10 swords in his hand, one sword was stronger than the other, and kept cutting towards the cracks on the formation. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the sword explosion was earth-shattering, and it exploded again and again. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan made more than a dozen swords again. One after another sword light cut down. The Imperial sect's invincible formation trembled violently, and some strange sounds and fluctuations in spiritual power also slowly spilled out. Soon, more and more of the millions of disciples of the Emperor sect who had gathered at the head of the Xuanhuan city noticed something unusual. For a moment, all the people, who were full of sneering expressions just now, were all frozen on their faces like petrification. Everyone looked up, and saw a clearly visible crack at the top of the spiritual power cover, below Chu Yan, with a length of more than 10 feet, like a crystal cover that hit a stone, and a crack exploded, very clear. How is this possible? Including Guan Xiong, all the disciples of the Emperor's sect were stupid. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the crack that was still exploding in the sky. What is that? Could it really be a crack? How could there be a crack in Huangzong's invincible formation? In an instant, a gust of cold air swept across Xuanhuan city like a gust of wind. Everyone could only feel the icy coldness continuously rising in their hearts and bodies, making their whole bodies feel like falling into an ice cellar. No way. That's really a crack. Could it be? Isn't our imperial sect's great formation known as the number one in the mainland? How could it be broken? Then, that Chu Yan really broke. Damn. What shall we do? Faced with this situation, the entire disciples of the emperor's sect staying behind in Xuanhuan city were all pale, their hairs all over their bodies bursting out of fright, and their faces were full of horror. If the Zoman formation is really broken by Chu Yan, then... although there are tens of millions of disciples of the emperor's sect, all the elites were taken away by the suzerain Han Qiyu to carry out the mission of sneak attacking the D-Zone and the medicine sect, and now they are still staying in the sect. Yes, all ordinary disciples, and those with weaker strength. And just now, they have seen Chu Yan's combat power, and they are probably stronger than their emperor's worship ancestors. Could it be that the emperor's sect is going to be destroyed? Shut up, Dutama. At this moment, Guanxiong, who is the elder of the emperor's sect, was ashen-faced. Although his whole body was also cold, he still shouted loudly. Quick! Disciples above the martial venerable realm, all go to bless the spirit array. Yes. Elder. Hearing Guanxiong's order, everyone obeyed in unison, and rushed towards the core of the spirit formation, continuously infusing the whole body's true energy into the eyes of the formation to strengthen the defense strength of the spirit formation. Don't be afraid of him. We have tens of millions of disciples, and there are only 2 of them. Wait a minute, even if the formation is broken, and we attack together, even the Emperor of the Gods will die. The words fell to the ground, and everyone woke up at the same time. Yes indeed. This Chu Yan is strong, but they have tens of millions of disciples here, even if each of them spittle, they can drown that kid, what a fart. After being reminded by Guanxiong, all the disciples of the emperor's sect suddenly became excited again, with a lot of courage. Chop. 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 Chu Yan, who was in mid-air, didn't stop at all, one after another, the radiant sword energy, like thunder and lightning, swept across all directions, and cut on the spiritual power cover, causing the crack to expand rapidly. Okay. Great. Chu Yan, it's really amazing. Standing beside Chu Yan, Shindang's face was filled with surprise. He didn't expect that Chu Yan really did it. Looking at the mighty sword energy that Chu Yan slashed out, Shindang looked at Chu Yan, becoming more and more surprised. This kid's current combat power is extremely terrifying. He doesn't know about the other sects, but within the D-Zone, Shindang is sure that no one is Chu Yan's opponent. At this time, Shindang has already confirmed that the so-called invincible formation of Huangzong is just a mess of scum in front of Chu Yan, and it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. It won't be long before D-Zone's vengeance for exterminating the clan can finally be avenged. On the other hand, in Xuanhuan city, the faces of all the disciples of the emperor's sect became more and more tense. Tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing powerhouses blessed the Zoman formation at the same time, but the crack on the top of the spiritual power cover continued to expand under Chu Yan's violent bombardment. Guanxiong's face was serious, his eyes stared straight at the sky, the figure in black robe that made his heart tremble. Although what he said just now is very confident, but, for some reason, he always has an ominous premonition in his heart. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. Seeing that the crack on the spiritual power cover has penetrated the entire sky, the spiritual power cover is about to be divided into 2 halves. The Zongmen formation can't last long. Not only Guanxiong, but at this time, more and more Wu Zuanjing powerhouses began to give up the blessing of the spiritual power shield, and kept gathering behind Guanxiong. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked up at the sky, all of them were dignified. Although they have a large number of people, that Chu Yan broke through the emperor's formation with his own strength. Can they really resist this kind of combat power? You know, if they switch sides and let these tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing warriors attack this sect formation, each of them knows that it is impossible without 3 to 5 days. Don't be afraid, wait a minute. At the same time that the spiritual power shield is broken, everyone shoots together, aiming at Chu Yan, and destroying with one move. What's over there? Guanxiong didn't say a word, and suddenly saw, on the edge of the sky in the distance, a large black spot appeared like a tide, rushing towards the direction of Xuanhuan city. Could it be the suzerain and the others? A gleam of joy immediately appeared on Guanxiong's face. #C1251 Kill me. Seeing the sky in the distance, a large black spot, like a dark cloud, overwhelming, rushing towards this side. Guanxiong's face was full of surprise. He never expected that Sect Master Hong would come back so quickly. Within 2 hours after sending out the message, he would rush back. In his opinion, the Shindang Dizong has been destroyed. It is impossible to have so many disciples. As for Chu Yan's Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, it has been less than a year since the establishment of the sect, and it is even more impossible to have such a number of warriors. Looking at the large black tide in the distant sky, the number of people is at least not less than 1 million, so Sect Master Hong must have rushed back with the elite disciples of the Emperor's sect. However, when the crowd was approaching like sea water and they could be seen clearly, Guanxiong's expression changed drastically. No. Not the suzerain. How could it be? At this moment, behind Guanxiong and him, tens of thousands of disciples of the Emperor's sect trembled, their faces were filled with horror, and they stared at the bull-like eyes. They couldn't believe what they saw. At this time, on the sky, a figure, like black lightning, split the sky, turned into a sharp arrow, and flew directly in front of Chu Yan. Subordinates, the envoys of the 12 banners, Li Wutian, respect the order of the suzerain, and lead the army of the 12 banners to arrive. Please order the suzerain. Li Wutian, his face flushed, his whole body trembling under excitement, his eyes flashing like thunder, knelt down in front of Chu Yan, and said loudly. Crash. Before Li Wutian's voice fell, behind him, a large black tide surged across the sky like a flood. 3,012 banners Zongjuan, all the auras gathered together, rushed to the sky and attacked the earth, turning the universe upside down, and the sun and the moon turned pale. I saw them rushing to all around Chu Yan, knelt down at the same time, and said loudly. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect, the 12 Banners Sect Army, see the Sect Master. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect, the 12 Banners Sect Army, see the Sect Master. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect, the 12 Banners Sect Army, see the Sect Master. Millions of voices. Connected together, roaring out, like 10,000 thunderbolts, exploding the sky. At this moment, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong waited for a full 100,000 years. Finally, let the entire continent know who is the real overlord of the continent. The world is a mirror. Today, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will honor the world again. Behind Li Wutian, including the other 3 envoys in charge of the banners, all the officers and soldiers of the 12 banners Zongjuan were extremely excited, and the breath in their whole body was completely uncontrollable, and they kept surging out. Standing in the air, Chu Yan was affected by the aura of all the soldiers of the Zong army. Suddenly, his blood boiled and his fighting spirit was like a tide. He swept his eyes, looked at the 3 million soldiers in front of him, nodded, and shouted loudly. The army of the 12 banners received the order to wipe out the Emperor's sect for me, leaving no one behind. Follow the order of the suzerain. Millions of soldiers took orders and responded loudly. The berserk sound gathered like waves, shaking the entire sky, and suddenly, the momentum was loud and the prestige was unparalleled. The sound spread and swept across Xuanhuan city. There were nearly 10 million Emperor sect disciples in the city, lined up neatly above the sky, mighty and extraordinary. All of them were full of murderous looks, and all of them stared at when I am. All the disciples of the Emperor sect could only feel their legs trembling involuntarily, and an incomparably cold air rose from their backs and instantly filled their whole bodies. Rakshasa Soul Sky Sects. Sect Army. How is this possible? Even if it is the Emperor's sect, there are only less than 1 million sect troops, and the realm of cultivation is around the realm of transforming the sky. However, this Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, within less than a year since its establishment, actually has 3 million sect troops who have reached the heavenly realm. Arrived at this scene. You know, once a warrior reaches the heaven-reaching realm, he will still be willing to be a soldier. With a cultivation level of Tongtian realm on the Haotian continent, he is already considered a real strongman, and there is definitely hope to hit the martial venerable realm, so no matter how high Yafeng is, it is impossible to be a Zhongjuan. Being a warrior is not like sect disciples, who have the freedom to go out to practice at any time and participate in various secret realms. If you want to improve your martial arts cultivation, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. What made Guan Xiong even more horrified was that the leaders of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, those 4 flag envoys, all of them had reached the martial emperor realm. This is a fart. Adding Chu Yan and Shindang, the opponent has a total of 6 martial emperor realm powerhouses. And among the powerhouses left behind by the emperor's sect, the one with the highest cultivation level is only the high-ranking Wu Zuanjing. Big, everyone, ready, run away. At this time, Guan Xiong was so frightened that his tongue was almost knotted, his whole body was shaking like a sieve, and his face was almost green as shit, with big drops of sweat rolling down from his forehead. The 3 souls had already been frightened away 7 spirits. Run away. Hearing Guan Xiong's words, all the warriors of the emperor's sect, all with shit-green faces, turned their heads to look. Escape. How to escape? Didn't you see that their millions of troops surrounded the entire Xuanhuan city within a radius of 1,000 miles, so that even a fly could not fly out? Boom. 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 In the sky, Chu Yan's aura at this time was like a rainbow, and his whole body's fighting spirit rose to the limit. When he waved his hands, sword lights became stronger and stronger, and they cut on the spiritual power cover. Suddenly, the entire spiritual power cover appeared in a large area. Seeing that the cracks in her body had reached the brink of collapse, she couldn't hold on any longer. Give me, break. At this moment, Chu Yan yelled violently, and the 10 swords in his hand burst out with the sword energy of rushing to the night, and with the last sword, he slashed down. The nearly 10,000-foot sword light pierced through layers of void and fell straight down, like a sword of a god, with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth, slashing heavily on the spiritual power cover. Boom. Xie La. The great formation of the emperor's sect, which was known as invincible in the mainland and impossible for anyone to break through, could no longer hold up under this heavy slash like the sword of a god, and finally completely collapsed. The spiritual power sword covering thousands of miles was cut down by the sword light, and a huge gap was instantly opened. Sword energy poured in from the gap. Under the huge force, the entire spiritual power shield began to collapse rapidly. Boom, boom. After an explosion of shock, the huge defensive array of spiritual power turned into waves of spiritual power that swept across the sky in all directions. At this moment, in the Xuanhuan city under the hood of spiritual power, countless figures rushed out frantically. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The sound of figures breaking through the sky, like thousands of sharp arrows, soared into the sky, and fled frantically in all directions. Nearly tens of thousands of Emperor sect disciples, At the moment the sect's great formation was broken, none of them reacted slowly, and all of them fled quickly, using both hands and feet, pushing the whole body's true energy to the limit, only regretting that they lost 2 legs. I didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. I even used up the strength of breastfeeding, just for that little hope of escaping from the sky. These people just thought that by taking advantage of the chaos, breaking up the whole into parts and rushing around, maybe someone would be able to rush out. The first batch of people who rushed out were all ordinary disciples, with weak strength, no different from cannon fodder. Those who are slightly stronger in the Emperor's sect are waiting. As long as the opponent's large number of people move, there will be gaps. At that time, if they charge out again, the chances will be much greater. 12 banners Zhongjuan, give me, kill. Chu Yan held the 10 absolute sword, his eyes were like ice, and his whole body was full of murderous intent like raging clouds and winds. He shouted violently. #C1252 Murder like a devil. Following Chu Yan's order, behind him, nearly 3 million Zhongjuan soldiers rushed up like a flood. In an instant, the entire sky was instantly submerged by the soldiers of the 12 banners sect army. Kill. Come on, kill Chu Yan. At this moment, suddenly, a large number of figures rushed out from Xuanhuan city. These people were divided into 2 groups, one of which was heading towards Shindang, and the other was rushing towards Chu Yan. These people are all the Wu Zuanjing strongmen led by Guan Xiong, the elder left behind by the emperor. Although they are divided into 2 groups, each group has about 20,000 strong people in mathematics and science, and their momentum is overwhelming. In fact, Guan Xiong already knew in his heart that the chances of escaping today are slim, so he was going to put all his eggs in one basket, wanting to blow Chu Yan or Shindang into serious injuries in one fell swoop, and then hold one of them hostage. Maybe, there is still a chance. Hope. Therefore, he divided all the strong men in the city into 2 teams, and attacked Chu Yan and Shindang at the same time. Bold. Court death. Seeing Guan Xiong coming violently and wanting to attack Chu Yan, Li Wutian, who had been standing by Chu Yan's side all the time, suddenly became furious, and with a flash, he stood in front of Chu Yan. His whole body's true energy was flowing like a tide, and he was ready to attack. Completely wipe out Guan Xiong. Now, his strength, after obtaining Chu Yan's 5 elements qi, has broken through to the middle martial king realm, and dealing with a middle martial king realm powerhouse is like crushing an ant. Wait. Li Wutian. Leave this to me, and you go to protect Sect Master Shen. Suddenly, Chu Yan uttered a sound, stopped Li Wutian, narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped out in big strides, and walked towards the large crowd rushing down, and walked away in the air. This is suzerain. Li Wutian hesitated a little, but he didn't dare to refuse in the slightest. After bowing down to accept the order, he separated a piece of divine consciousness and landed on Chu Yan's body. Then, he turned around and flew towards the place where Shindang was, and flew away. With my own spiritual consciousness left on Chu Yan, even if there is any crisis later, with my own strength, I can ask Chu Yan for help as soon as possible. In mid-air, Chu Yan faced nearly 20,000 Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, who came like a flood, but his face was as usual, and his whole body was wrapped in air conditioning. In his eyes, there was a real killing intent, like 2 lines of forbearance. Straight out. Boom, boom. More than 10 miles away. Without hesitation, Guan Xiong directly ordered everyone to attack. Immediately, more than 20,000 attacks, with unimaginable power, came straight towards Chu Yan. It's okay. Facing the torrent of 20,000 attacks, even if Chu Yan's combat power reached the realm of quasi-martial arts, he did not dare to fight head-on. At the moment, the secret of speed was activated, and his body turned into a stream of light. Before the torrent fell, several dodge as much as possible. Clang! A resounding sound of sword resounded through the heaven and earth, above Chu Yan's right hand, the cold light of the Haoyan sword burst out, broke through the air, and hovered in front of Chu Yan. Zizizi. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan waved his hand, and 5 colorful streamers visible to the naked eye swayed out, directly submerging into the sword body. The 5 qi of the 5 elements submerged in the Haoyan sword, and the resplendent 5-color sword light shot out 10,000 rays of light, like a round of colorful sun, dyeing the entire sky with colorful lights. Haoyan, kill me. A cold and piercing sound sounded. Chu Yan pointed his finger, and the Haoyan sword in front of him shot out like lightning, traveling through the void, flashing and flashing, constantly passing through reality and void. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a little bit of starlight, twinkling, flew towards the crowd of the Emperor's sect. Not good. It's flying, ah. Among the crowds coming from the opposite side, there is a strong swordsman, who recognized the Haoyan sword from the electric shot at a glance, and just wanted to remind him aloud, but he only spoke halfway, only feeling that his eyes lit up, and he was caught. The sword pierced the brain, and it was lost on the spot. Call out. The Haoyan sword rushed into the crowd, and immediately revealed the sword body, like a shocking lightning that fluctuated up, down, left, and right. Wherever it passed, clouds of blood mist exploded, and there was no enemy at all. The loss of the famous martial artist and the strong. In just one breath, the first wave of Haoyan sword's sprint was like candied haws, causing damage to more than 300 Wu Zuanjing experts and falling from the air to the ground. What? So fast? My God, I can't see the sword at all. Not good. Everyone disperse. Dingdang contacted, and the warriors of the Emperor's zone were killed by Chu Yan's Haoyan divine soldiers, and they scattered like frightened birds. Open heaven sword art, reincarnation. Call out. With a soft drink, all the sword qi on the sword body of Shijua sword converged, and the sword body became illusory, like a phantom, trembling constantly, and then, Chu Yan stomped out with his right foot, stabbing straight when it came out. The clear sound of the sword broke through the space and brought out a sword track that was as long as 10 feet long. This sword trajectory, like the light of death, the sword light passed straight, and the entire straight line, including the Emperor's warriors within 100 steps near the straight line, didn't even have time to scream, and instantly turned into powder. Under this sword, no fewer than 500 Wu Zuanjing powerhouses were lost. Immediately, the Huangzhong warriors around were startled, their eyes widened, their jaws dropped, and the 3 souls disappeared and the 7 souls disappeared. When did they see such a terrifying killing move? Killing 500 Wu Zuanjing experts with one sword, not to mention within the Emperor's sect, even in the 8 ancient sects, or in the entire Haoyan continent, is something unheard of and unseen. This time all the powerful members of the Emperor's sect looked at Chu Yan again, as if they had seen a ghost halfway. Their hearts were chilling, and their whole bodies were trembling uncontrollably. What? Then, what kind of sword technique is that? What a terrifying sword. What a powerful combat power. This is far beyond the strength of the martial emperor. Damn it, isn't he half-step martial emperor realm cultivation? How is it better than us enshrining the supreme elder? Not good. This Chu Yan, I heard that he got 150 soul crystals on the list of heaven. I'm afraid his strength will skyrocket. This is troublesome. In all directions, all the warriors of the Emperor's sect had dilated pupils, their faces were pale green, and their eyeballs were trembling. For a moment, they were all frightened and froze on the spot. They couldn't believe that the sword just now had really appeared. However, in less than 3 breaths, there are nearly 20,000 fighters, a total of 800 people are missing. This is absolutely true. Shall we still kill him? When there was a dead silence all around, a martial artist of the Emperor's sect suddenly asked, like a convulsion. Immediately, these words resounded, waking up all the Emperor sect martial souls from the petrification. Damn. Still killing a fart. Damn it, run away. Didn't you see it? The sword just now, 500 people, didn't even leave a scum. Run away, that guy is a demon. Run away. No one dared to think about attacking Chu Yan anymore. At this moment, in their awareness, there was only one word, and that was escape. In an instant, Guan Xiong, the elder of the emperor's sect, managed to get together, and the death squad that attacked and killed Chu Yan disintegrated in an instant, and everyone, like a swarm of frightened bees, scattered and fled in all directions. Humph. Still want to escape. In Chu Yan's eyes, a mass of red flames burst into flames. With a glance, he shouted in a cold voice, and then shouted loudly. Suzaku, come out. #C1253 Fire Hell. With a loud shout, behind Chu Yan, a group of fiery red figures broke through the air, like a round of rising sun, radiating dazzling light, soaring into the sky. This is a huge fire bird with a height of nearly 1,000 feet. Its whole body is bathed in flames. As soon as it appeared, it incinerated the void around it into nothingness. Chirp. The resonant sound of the phoenix's cry pierced the heavens and the earth, and it swept the audience with the power of an endless divine beast. Huh. This martial soul. All the disciples of the emperor's sect in all directions, when they saw Chu Yan's Suzaku martial spirit rushing out, their whole body trembled violently, and their expressions changed suddenly. Some of the warriors shook violently all over their bodies, as if they couldn't stand stably. Almost like falling to the ground. Suzaku martial soul, Lord of the Sky, Emperor Vulcan. The existence that controls the sky, any martial artist with a bird or flying martial spirit, under the pressure of the Suzaku martial spirit, if he does not use his true energy with all his strength, he will no longer be able to stay in the air. At this moment, because of the appearance of the Suzaku martial spirit, the already strong sense of crisis in the hearts of the disciples of the emperor's sect became surging like a tide. The endless death energy made all the hairs on their bodies stand on end, and their backs became icy cold. What's more, not only the disciples of the emperor's sect, but also all the powerhouses of the Raksha Soul Sky sect, Situyang, Patian, and the successors of the 9 palaces, etc., when they saw the appearance of the Chu Yan Suzaku martial soul, their expressions also changed, and their pupils changed. Suddenly zoomed in, with a look of astonishment on his face. Chu Yan's vermilion bird martial soul, they follow Chu Yan, they have naturally seen it, some people have not seen it once. However, this time, the Suzaku martial soul is completely different from before. The Suzaku martial spirit, which was originally only 300 feet tall, has now more than doubled in size, and is nearly 800 feet tall. In the fiery red flame body of the whole body, golden air currents linger in it, as if there are golden streams in the fiery magma. The strong fire power can be felt even 10 miles away. The temperature in the air has risen significantly. The feeling of being in the scorching sun desert makes people feel hot all over. Give me, burn. With a loud shout, the true energy in Chu Yan's whole body surged and poured into Suzaku's body continuously. In an instant, the waves of fire all over the sky erupted directly like a cloud of fire, sweeping across a radius of 100 miles, enveloping the entire Xuanhuan city within it. The current Chu Yan doesn't have the slightest sense of mercy. Although there are some people in the Huangzong who have nothing to do with the Zoman war, since the Huangzong dares to be an enemy of himself, he must have the consciousness of exterminating the entire sect. Dizong and Yaozong, the entire sect was destroyed, and Huangzong was one of the main forces. From the suzerain Hong Qiu to an ordinary disciple, all sins are unforgivable. Since they dare to exterminate others, they themselves will also have to suffer the result of the extinction of others. Who? Above the sky, within 10,000 steps of the Suzaku martial soul, it is turned into a blazing fireball, like the source of a sea of fire, continuously moving in all directions, spewing out large waves of fire, sweeping all directions. In the blink of an eye, people with a radius of hundreds of miles, and all the disciples of the emperor's sect, were engulfed in a sea of flames. Although the power of such a large-scale fire is much weaker, many warriors whose cultivation base is lower than the Xiantian realm cannot resist it at all. Ah, ah, ah. In an instant, all kinds of shrill screams from the sky and the earth filled the whole world, filled with endless pain. This terrifying scene happened, and the millions of Emperor sect disciples who had escaped from the entire Xuanhuan city were reduced to ashes and piles under the sea of flames. The disciples of the Emperor sect, at the moment when the Suzaku Emperor's fire came, those with high cultivation still held on for a few breaths with their true energy, while those with poor cultivation directly turned into fiery men, carrying flames and blazing, breathing thick smoke, screaming miserably. Under the chaotic rush, his body melted like a snowman. Call. Huh. Huh. Tens of thousands of people turned into burning men, and ran wildly in all directions under the pain. The scene was extremely frightening. However, more fire men, like dumplings, fell from the sky to the ground with the inextinguishable Suzaku fire on their bodies, turning into a burning corpse. After a few breaths, the flames slowly dissipated as the corpses turned into pools of black ashes. There are no bones left, and the body turns into powder. In less than 10 breaths, among the thousands of warriors of the Emperor's sect, nearly 1 million people turned into flying ash and scattered the entire sky. Including the Xuanhuan city on the ground, the flames soared into the sky, and the sea of flames rolled, completely turning into a scene of hell on earth. In the Suzaku Emperor fire, almost all those who died under the first round of sweeping were warriors below the Xiantian realm. They didn't even have the protective energy, so it was impossible to stop the burning of the Suzaku Emperor fire. There are also those fighting against the 12 Banners sect army, the Heaven Transformation realm and the Heaven Tongtian realm Emperor sect warriors, but those who have wounds on their bodies, or those whose body shields have been broken, even if their cultivation is higher than the Xiantian realm, they will not be able to escape. The difference in the burning of Suzaku Emperor fire is that they can hold on for a few more breaths. And those powerhouses of the heaven-reaching realm and the martial venerable realm frenziedly mobilized the body-protecting astral yuan to resist the Suzaku Emperor fire, and all of them turned pale with fright, without a trace of blood. My mother, what is this? What's the situation? Is this an imperial technique? Or a martial soul technique? It's over. I'm out of breath, come and save me. Elder Guan, help. What? All kinds of shocking screams kept ringing out, impacting the fragile consciousness of the first strongman from the Emperor sect present. At this moment, Xuanhuan city is like a hell being refined by fire. Millions of people are struggling to melt and annihilate in this sea of fire and blood refining. All the disciples of the Emperor sect were dumbfounded. When Suzaku Emperor fire's first round of fire wave attack passed by, the number of Emperor sect warriors who were still alive was less than half of the original number. Among the tens of thousands of remaining disciples of the Emperor's sect, nearly 5 million martial artists below the innate realm were all burned to the ground and turned into ashes. The remaining 5 million disciples above the Xiantian realm have different strengths and different resistances to the Suzaku Emperor fire, but no matter who they are, the consumption of true energy is very large. Tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing powerhouses were only restricted from moving. They stopped in place and consumed less than 10% of their true energy. Resistance to Suzaku Emperor fire had little impact. Not far from Chu Yan, Shindang and Li Wutian were also stupefied. Although Suzaku Dihua did not attack him, he was horrified by the scene where millions of warriors were instantly destroyed. Then flying all over the sky, howling in pain, those fire corpses that are constantly melting, turning into wisps of fly ash. Even if he is a martial emperor realm powerhouse, he will be so shocked that he will cross the river and cross the sea. What kind of trick is this? Is it really an imperial technique? Shindang's eyes stared like bull's eyes, his face was full of horror, although he was not attacked by Suzaku Emperor Fire, but he still felt it, the terrifying power of fire, although it was not a big threat to him, but if the attack with a range of hundreds of miles is concentrated on one point. Hiss. Thinking of this, Shindang's whole body trembled, and he gasped suddenly. #C1254 Massacre the City. If the terrifying attack method reminded Shindang of a legend. It is said that after a martial artist reaches the quasi-emperor rank, he can start practicing emperor art. And these imperial techniques are very different from ordinary martial arts, they are powerful and terrifying. According to the legend, just by turning one's hands and stomping one's feet, one can slaughter cities and destroy lands, causing all living beings within hundreds of thousands of miles to be turned into ashes. The power of Emperor Wu has the power to destroy the world. Could it be that this is really an imperial technique? Shindang looked at Chu Yan, the astonishment in his heart was rolling like a stormy sea, his face was full of disbelief. At this time, Chu Yan was completely unaware of Shindang and the other people's horrified reactions, and he was completely immersed in the endless sea of pure qi and blood of burning corpses and refining qi. The mighty sea of qi and blood contains a terrifying amount of blood and true qi transformed by millions of warriors, which is extremely rich and thick. With a slight tremor, above Chu Yan's head, a golden light slowly rose. It was a golden scroll, wrapped in faint colorful rays of light, suspended in the air. Under the thousands of rays of light, the scroll slowly unfolded. A shocking picture unfolds in front of everyone. Thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, thousands of miles without rain. The scene in the scroll made everyone dumbfounded, because the world inside seemed to be alive. On the continuous mountains, thousands of miles of Lingyun Sea, leisurely and elegantly, the endless sea, rippling blue waves, the breeze blows over the mountains, the leaves rustle, just like the grass on the ground, swaying in the wind. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's minds were shaken, their consciousness was in a trance, and they were instantly intoxicated. However, the next scene turned everyone's confusion into consternation in an instant. In the golden scroll, streaks of colorful streamers shot out continuously, evolving into large phantom hands, rushing out in all directions. Swish 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 swish. Every big hand. Running towards the void in all directions, Ling Kong grabbed it fiercely. Immediately, in the originally invisible void, like ghosts, martial spirits of different shapes suddenly appeared. These martial spirits come in various forms, including giant trees as high as 10 feet, black stones the size of a palm, lions, tigers, and monsters, weapons and spirits, and natural martial spirits such as thunder, fire, ice, and wind. It's just that none of the martial spirits that were caught showing their stature were lower than the 9-star rank. Without waiting for everyone to react, these colorful flowing hands that grabbed each martial soul returned instantly, turning into a stream of light, and directly submerged into the golden scroll. In less than 10 breaths, at least tens of thousands of martial spirits were included in the golden scroll. Mountains, rivers, and beasts. Collect all the souls in the world, as long as it is a martial soul that has not appeared in the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts, it will collect all of them and directly capture them in the map of mountains and rivers. This time, the faces of all the disciples of the Emperor's sect were no longer frightened. Their faces were twitching, and they were almost frightened out of their wits. The hair all over their bodies exploded in an instant. Open. What are you kidding? That spiritual treasure actually devoured the martial soul. For a martial artist, if he loses his martial soul, his cultivation base will be completely abolished, and he will become an ordinary person from then on. From a high-ranking warrior to an ordinary person, this is even more unacceptable to them than killing them directly. Immediately, the entire Xianyuan city, within a radius of 100 miles, seemed to explode. Mom. Run away. It's so scary. That Chu Yan is a devil. God, crazy. The world is crazy. Countless disciples of the emperor's sect were scared to death, including the strong Wu Zuanjing and the elder Guan Xiong. All of them were so frightened that their 3 souls disappeared and their 7 souls disappeared. They dared to think of any resistance, and they just scattered and ran for their lives. Li Wutian, kill me. Leave no one behind. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes were full of cold killing intent. He shouted loudly. Yes. Follow the suzerain's order. Li Wutian heard Feng, his body trembled, and he quickly bowed to order to say, and at the same time waved his big hand, the sound was like a bell, and said. 12 banners Zhongju and Erlang, under the order of the suzerain, kill all of them, leaving no one behind. Do it. Roar. Roar. The soldiers of the Mantian Zhongjuan army, whose eyes were blood red after being stimulated by Chu Yan's strength, suddenly became extremely crazy when they heard Chu Yan's and Li Wutian's orders. The fleeing disciples of the emperor's sect covered up and killed them. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with sword lights, sword shadows, and fist glows, flying in all directions, bursting with anger, and blood from stumped limbs, swaying the entire sky and the earth. At this time, Chu Yan didn't make any more moves, and he shot up into the sky in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the sky above 10,000 feet, sitting cross-legged, and the true energy like a huge wave kept pouring in. In the body of the Suzaku martial soul, behind him. Immediately, the Suzaku martial soul floating above Chu Yan erupted again, its wings shook, its mouth opened wide, and large waves of fire and pillars rushed in all directions, drowning countless warriors in an instant. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, operated the Raksha Wuji divine art, and began to concentrate on refining all the pure qi and blood from burning corpses to refine qi. A large ocean of qi and blood floated above Suzaku Wuhuan's head, pouring towards Chu Yan's body like a 9-day waterfall pouring down. On the battlefield below, Shindang and Li Wutian, like crazy demons, are constantly rushing to kill the emperor's warriors and disciples. Ha ha ha, die. Give it all to me. Take revenge for my Dizong. The long knife in Shindang's hand burst out with thousands of sharp lights, and where the cold light flashed, there were a large number of Wu Zuanjing experts who were instantly dismembered and instantly swallowed by the surrounding Suzaku Emperor fire. Aha. After Shindang broke through to the half-step martial emperor realm, relying on the massive resources of the Dizong, his combat power far surpassed that of warriors of the same level. In less than 10 breaths, no less than 100 of the strong martial king realm died under his knife. But Li Wutian was even more frightening. He waved his hands together, streaks of black Rakshasa chi, like countless black spiritual soldiers, cut through the void, and at the same time, there was no living person within a 10,000 zhang radius. However, he brought 3 other flag envoys to guard Chu Yan, front, back, left, right, and 4 directions, not far away, just attacking from a long distance, but whoever finds that the cultivation base is high and the strength is strong, he will directly attack. At this moment, all the strong men of the emperor's sect felt as if they were in hell. They had to resist the attack of the Suzaku Emperor fire, and at the same time they had to fight against the soldiers of the 12 Banners sect army, with no fighting spirit, a body with great strength, who can't even display half of his usual strength. There will be opponents of the soldiers of the 12 Banners Zhongjuan who are as fierce as wolves and tigers, and are full of fighting spirit. Therefore, the entire battlefield is basically a one-sided battle. All the disciples of the emperor's sect are slaughtered, and then there are figures running around. Guan Xiong. During the fight, Shindang noticed at a glance that the elder of the emperor's sect, Guan Xiong, had restrained his breath to the extreme, and was dodging quietly, fleeing towards the edge of the battlefield. Suddenly, Shindang sneered, swung the long knife in his hand, and flew shoot away. #C 125500 000 corpses. Seeing that Guanxiong, the elder of the emperor's sect, was about to escape, how could Shindang let him go? Guanxiong, you still want to escape? I want to use your life to pay homage to my disciple who died in vain. Shindang roared again and again, chasing after Guanxiong. His whole body was like a Tyrannosaurus rex, with a long knife in his hand, shining brilliantly, and slashed fiercely at Guanxiong. In an instant, a sharp knife light, like a thunderbolt, pierced the sky, and slashed fiercely at Guanxiong's back with the force of a thunderbolt. What? Guanxiong, who restrained his breath and fled with all his energy, suddenly changed his face. He sensed the knife light coming from behind him, and his whole body was filled with ice. Suddenly, all his true energy exploded. He turned around suddenly, poured his right fist, and punched out. Boom! The sword light collided with the fist seal, and the two phases exploded, turning into the energy of the sky, and scattered in all directions. Huh! The superior, Wu Zuanjing, actually has such strength. Could it be that he is so reusable? When Shindang saw his sword light blasting the opponent with a punch, his face was startled. He looked at the background where Guanxiong turned and fled again, and said in a cold voice. The next moment, Shindang swung the long knife in his hand wildly, bringing out a series of shocking knife lights, and attacked Guanxiong in the distance like pouring rain. This time, Shindang, who was half a step into the martial emperor realm, no longer underestimated the opponent, and made every strike with all his strength, and a large swath of sword light rushed out, covering Guanxiong's body within a radius of 10,000 steps. Chi! Poof! A cold light flashed, bloody arrows soared into the sky, and Guanxiong's big head flew into the sky. Humph! Today, everyone in the emperor's sect will die. Seeing Guanxiong died under his knife, the anger in Shindang's heart only subsided a little bit. Without any hesitation, Shindang turned around, holding a long knife, like killing a god, and rushed to the emperor not far away again. Zong disciple. On the other side, under the guardianship of Li Wutian's 4 flag envoys, Chu Yan was immersed in cultivation. Although Chu Yan's current cultivation is only at the early stage of the half-step martial emperor realm, his combat power has already reached the quasi-emperor level. In his eyes, second-rate warriors, like the emperor sect, are not worth his shot at all. Besides, Suzaku, the martial soul, has been sacrificed, and the blood and corpses of these millions of warriors are burned to improve their cultivation. It's more important than killing. Let the 12 Banners sect army and the strong men of the Raksha Soul Heaven sect do the killing, while he himself began to use the blood of millions of warriors to attack the half-step martial emperor realm midterm cultivation base. After all, the catastrophe is imminent, every minute and every breath is extremely important, and it is the kingly way to seize all the time and improve the strength of cultivation base. At this time, Xuanhuan city has completely turned into a battlefield. There are warriors lost everywhere, massacres everywhere, all kinds of broken legs and broken bodies, almost covering the ground of Xuanhuan city, with a radius of hundreds of miles. The endless mountain of corpses, and the sea of blood, the scene of hell on earth, stretches for hundreds of miles. In less than an hour, in Xuanhuan city, there were millions of emperor sect disciples, except for a small number of martial arts masters who were still supporting them desperately. None of the other warriors below the martial arts state survived. And Chu Yan has also taken back the Sea of Fire of the Suzaku Emperor, and there are less than 10,000 Wu Zuanjing powerhouses left, which happen to be reserved for the descendants of the 9 palaces of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and some powerhouses in the Zong army to practice their hands. This matter, Chu Yan has already told Li Wutian to arrange it. After all, whether it is the Zongjuan or the Zongman powerhouse, most of them have just improved their cultivation and lack of actual combat experience. Now is a good opportunity. Above the sky, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his whole body was completely surrounded by the pure qi and blood, like a huge ball of blood, floating in the sky. Moreover, the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture on top of his head would shoot out a stream of colorful light from time to time, abruptly appearing in the void beside the just-dead Emperor sect powerhouse, directly grabbing a strange martial spirit, and taking them back into the mountains and rivers picture. With the endless energy and blood of warriors, Chu Yan's cultivation has improved rapidly, like a rocket. Another half an hour passed, and the last 20,000 Wu Zuanjing experts of the Emperor sect were finally besieged by the Raksha Soul Heaven sect experts and the 12 Banners sect army, and all of them were lost. In this battle, the tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing fighters in the 12 Banners sect army gained a lot. However, after a few hours of battle, some of the nearly 10 million disciples of the Emperor sect escaped. These people either had some special secret skills, or their martial souls were born extremely powerful stealth-type martial souls, and they happened to be on the battlefield. The edge, so, can escape the catastrophe and escape from birth. Chu Yan didn't care about this at all. Now that the war has broken out, it doesn't matter whether the news is leaked or not, because Chu Yan has decided that after this battle, he will start the plan to unify the mainland. In the entire Hautian continent, whether it is a strong man or a sect, there is only one sentence, and that is: those who follow me live, those who oppose me, die. In the center of the battlefield, Shindang slashed down, beheading the last middle-ranked martial artist of the Emperor's sect. Finally, the entire battlefield became completely silent. Standing in the air, with a long knife in hand, the endless fire of vengeance in his heavy eyes has finally subsided a lot. When he glanced over, he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere, and he couldn't help but let out a long mouthful of suffocation that had been held in his chest for a long time. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. This is to avenge their D-zone, and finally have an explanation for the affiliation of the dead D-zone. Shindang restrained his emotions, swept his eyes, and finally landed on the sky. In the huge ball of vitality and blood, on the figure in black robe, countless complex expressions flashed in his eyes. This complex expression contained surprise, relief, and gratitude, but also a trace of fear. Good. It is fear. Back then, when I saw this young man for the first time in Luoyang Wanqing, I already believed that in the future, this boy would definitely be a person who is soaring into the sky, an existence that defies the sky, but he never thought that Chu Yan would be able to grow to such terrifying heights. Just now in the first battle, he fought against millions of Emperor sect disciples by himself, not only burned 3 to 4 million Emperor sect disciples in one fell swoop, but also used the power of the flames to kill the remaining millions of Emperor sect disciples. Suppressed to death. Therefore, in this battle, the 12 Banners Zhongjuan won so easily, with less than 10,000 casualties. Moreover, these casualties of the soldiers of the 12 Banners Zhongjuan are different from ordinary humans and warriors, and even different from the monster race. Their origin is the Jiuxiao Sea. In life, it doesn't take long to be reborn immediately, and nothing will happen. What made Shindang even more astonished was that at this time, Chu Yan was obviously using the blood of all dead warriors on the battlefield to improve his cultivation. Such skills are really terrifying. You know, on this battlefield, there are nearly tens of millions of warriors lost. Although most of them are of low cultivation level, there are so many of them, with a radius of hundreds of miles, it has almost turned into a sea of corpses. As long as these corpses touch the back of Chu Yan, the flame released by the Firebird martial soul will melt directly and turn into powder, tempering strands of pure energy and blood, which will be integrated into Chu Yan's body in that huge blood ball. It's no wonder that Chu Yan's cultivation speed is so terrifying. It turns out that his martial soul has such a heaven-defying martial soul skill. In the huge ball of qi and blood, Chu Yan's body is attacking with all its strength, half a step at the bottleneck of the early stage of the martial emperor realm. #C1256 Core Treasury. Boom. Suddenly, a violent air wave exploded above the sky, with Chu Yan's body, and picked up a 1,000-foot-high air wave, moving in all directions with overwhelming momentum, like a shock wave, rushing open. The air wave nearly 1,000 feet high drove the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky, and suddenly rolled over, like a stormy sea, sending out bursts of thunder. What? Breakthrough! A powerful aura swept across the world. Ding sensed the power of this aura. His face changed suddenly, he was dumbfounded. Not only Ding, but all the other fighters of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the envoys in charge of the banner, and the successors of the 9 palaces all turned their heads to look. I saw that in the sky. Chu Yan's berserk aura was released as soon as it was released, and the peace between the heavens and the earth was instantly restored, and his eyes slowly opened, a smile appeared, and he jumped up. That's right. Half a step into the middle stage of the martial emperor realm. Although it is difficult to break through, this power has not let me down. Chu Yan clenched his fists suddenly. Within 100 steps around his body, the void exploded, collapsed in an instant, and turned into nothingness. The strong sense of power made Chu Yan feel that just waving his hands, the entire city below could be wiped away. Go. Well, there are so many more. Immediately, Chu Yan raised his head slowly, swept his gaze, and looked around his body. The ball of qi and blood was as big as a hill, which was the remaining qi and blood after his breakthrough. Don't waste it. Li Wutian, Zhantian. This energy and blood will be distributed to the banner envoys of the 12 Banners sect army, Chief Wanfu, and the heirs of the 9 palaces as rewards. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Li Wutian and the others were overjoyed, and hurriedly responded. Thank you, suzerain, for the reward. Chu Yan nodded with a light smile, waved his hand, and said. Run Rakshasa promise Kung Fu, absorb it. Following Chu Yan's gesture, the ball of qi and blood instantly turned into thousands of balls, and flew towards the masters such as the palm messengers, the descendants of the 9 palaces. Swish! 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 Thousands of Rakshasa true qi rushed out of the sky, and began to absorb these qi, blood and true qi. Following this, their cultivation base also rapidly improved. Soon, in less than 100 breaths, these Rakshasa Soul Sky sect powerhouses who had practiced Rakshasa Wu Jiu absorbed all of them, and all the pure qi, blood and true qi were not wasted. What makes Chu Yan extremely gratified is that there are a few more strong men who have made breakthroughs. Ha ha ha, I have made a breakthrough, and I have been promoted to the upper Wu Zuanjing. Me too, I have finally reached the half-step martial emperor realm. You joined the sect early, I'm the next to Wu Zuanjing. Among the descendants of the 9 palaces, 2 of them broke through their cultivation, which immediately made them extremely excited, and they couldn't stop laughing wildly. This speed of cultivation was something they had never experienced before in other sects. At this moment, Chu Yan looked at the descendants of the 9 palaces, chatting excitedly. He just smiled lightly, then turned around slowly, his eyes swept across, looking at the Xuanhuan city below. Lost life, sure hell. It was the first time he had done this kind of thing to slaughter a city at once, even a giant city in the mainland. However, since the Emperor sect dared to be the minion of the Black Blood Temple and become an enemy of himself, it would only end like this. The 12 Banners Zhongjuan listened to the order, collect all the resources in this city, and transport them back to the Zhongmen. After giving the order, Chu Yan also flashed his figure, and plundered towards the city below. Huangzhong, as one of the 8 ancient sects, has dominated Haotian continent for tens of thousands of years. There must be some good things in his sect's treasure house. Chu Yan's locking robe was damaged during the last battle, and he is short of some materials to recast. Moreover, if Haotian sword and Shijue sword want to upgrade again, the human resources needed are extremely terrifying. Zhong, in his treasury, I believe he can find many useful ones. Facing the emperor's treasure house, Chu Yan fell straight down on an underground palace, stomped on his right foot, the ground suddenly collapsed, and a huge hole opened. Chu Yan jumped into the hole and entered the treasure house in a flash. Hum. Chu Yan's figure had just entered the underground treasure house of the Emperor's sect, and immediately, a series of defensive restrictions were activated one after another, attacking Chu Yan with a large block. However, seeing these forbidden attacks coming, Chu Yan was full of disdain, sneered, waved his big hand, brought a stream of light, and blew up all the prohibitions. With Chu Yan's current combat strength, no one in the entire Hautian continent can hurt him, let alone these restrictions. After breaking all the restrictions, Chu Yan kept searching for the materials he needed in the Emperor's treasure house. Whoosh! In a flash, Shindang appeared, surrounded the entire underground treasure house, wandering around. Chu Yan, here. Soon, Shindang discovered a strange place, let out a light drink, and called out. Huh! There are still restrictions here. Could it be? Chu Yan swept his consciousness, and immediately found an extremely weak restraint aura. If Shindang hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have been able to detect it with his strong consciousness. That's right. This is not an attack restriction, it's an interval restriction. Under this pillar, it must lead to the real treasure house of the Emperor. Shindang looked at Chu Yan, and said with a smile on his face, as the Lord of the D-Zone, it is not difficult to be rich, and the things hidden are far beyond ordinary people. Naturally, some hidden places can be found, especially some treasure houses. Therefore, he said with great certainty. Boom! The next moment, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the entire 5-foot-thick stone pillar, together with hundreds of restrictions on it, was blown into powder. Hum! A wave of heaven and earth spiritual power gushed out, and in front of Chu Yan and Shindang, the void where the pillar was originally located instantly opened a void crack, forming a light gate. Really? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and then, without the slightest hesitation, he strode out and rushed into the light gate. It didn't take long, when Chu Yan and Shindang came out of the light gate, both of them were overjoyed and excited. Great! This time, my locking robe and Hautian sword can be upgraded. Chu Yan laughed. This time, thanks to Sect Master Shen. Chu Yan looked at Shindang and said politely. No trouble. No trouble. Hearing this, Shindang shook his head again and again, but after pondering for a while, he asked, curiously. Chu Yan, what kind of martial soul did you use just now? Why have I never seen or heard of it? As the master of the D-Zone, Shindang has rarely seen or heard of things on the entire continent for hundreds of years, but the heaven-defying martial spirit that Chu Yan displayed today immediately gave him strong curiosity. Suzaku Divine Beast Martial Soul. Chu Yan smiled lightly and said. Now, Chu Yan will no longer deliberately hide his whole cards, like his Suzaku and White Tiger Wuhun. Many people have seen it, so they directly told Shindang, but, for more detailed information, he naturally would not say more. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan withdrew from the Emperor's treasure house, returned to the ground, and began to study. He just got some natural treasures and refining materials. With these, he can repair the locking robe as soon as possible, and upgrade all the equipment again. Now, the big battle is imminent, and improving combat power is even more important than improving cultivation base. As for other aftermath matters, they are all in the hands of Li Wutian and others. Chu Yan, what shall we do next? It didn't take long for all the battlefield plans to be completed, and all the wealth of the Emperor's clan was packed by the soldiers of the clan army, and Shindang also walked towards Chu Yan and asked. Hearing this, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and asked, Sect Master Shen, do you want to go back to D-Zone to have a look? Good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Shindang nodded quickly, and replied, I don't know the situation of D-Zone, how is it now? I just want to go back and have a look. The place where the headquarters of the Dizong is located is not far from the headquarters of the Soul sect, so Shindang is worried that after the destruction of the Dizong, the foundation of the sect will be occupied by the Soul sect, so he is a little anxious. Okay. The two of us, let's go to the Dizong first. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. #C1257 Bloody old trick. After making up his mind, Chu Yan took Li Wutian and the descendants of Jiugong over, carefully arranged the relevant matters, and then, together with Shindang, headed towards Dizong. This time, Chu Yan's goal is of course the very close Soul sect. In the operation of the Black Blood Temple to wipe out the Earth sect and the Medicine sect, although not only the two sects were united, but the Emperor sect and the Soul sect, as the 8 ancient sects, were definitely the right arm of the Black Blood Temple. Now that Emperor Zong has been killed, and Han Zong is still left, Chu Yan will naturally not let it go. Traveling all the way in a hurry, Chu Yan felt Shindang, and his heart was like an arrow, so he continued to tear the space and hurried on the road at the fastest speed. In less than 2 days, he approached Dizong City. Today's Dizong City is full of devastation. The tall city walls are full of dilapidated places, and the buildings in the city are less than half destroyed. Dizong City, because of the existence of the Dizong headquarters of the world's #1 Chamber of Commerce, has been one of the 3 major cities in Hautian continent for tens of thousands of years. But now, there is still a bit of the prosperous and lively scene in the past, and within the eyes, it is full of dilapidated feelings. Dizong is different from other sections. Their sect does not have a mountain gate, and is directly integrated with Dizong City. Therefore, the area in the north of the city, which is almost in ruins, is where the original Dizong headquarters is located. Seeing this scene, Shindang's face was so dark that water dripped out, the veins on his face were bulging, he gritted his teeth, and slowly fell towards the city. But Chu Yan was hanging high above the sky, his eyes flashed, and his gaze swept across, but he looked at a mountain peak that towered into the clouds thousands of miles away. The Soul sect is located more than 2,000 miles southeast of the Dizong city. Like the Tianzong, it is also a sect that transformed the entire Lingfeng into a fortress. At this time, in a hall of the Soul sect, several figures gathered. These people were of different shapes, and one of them was wearing a black robe. Blood was lingering all over his body, and his face was like a skeleton. He was a blood elder from the Black Blood Temple. Beside him, there was also a young man in a black robe, with a handsome appearance and a face like a crown of jade. At first glance, he was like a handsome young man. The rest of the people gathered around these two people and sat around them. They were all in their 50s, and their auras were strong and unfathomable. After a little perception, they would know that these people were all top powerhouses in the mainland, even far beyond the existence of the top 10 on the list. One of them, wearing a toga, with his chest exposed, under a lot of chest hair, countless spiritual tattoos can be faintly seen, which are extremely complicated. Moreover, these spiritual tattoos are extremely special, and they appear and disappear from time to time with the breathing of this person. In a blink of an eye, it's extremely weird. This person is none other than the suzerain of the Soul sect, Jiuxiao. Old Master Shui, I never thought that Gong Yuntian would have such a method. Even if you make a move yourself, and the ancestor of the Hong family can make him escape at the same time, this person must not be left behind. Jiuxiao has a rough appearance, his eyes are shining brightly, but his words are full of words. Humph. This Gong Yuntian has a special martial spirit. As long as he steps into the forest, he will lose his breath. It's not easy to kill him. As one of the blood elders of the Black Blood Temple, his failure in this mission made him feel angry. He led the strong men from the Black Blood Temple, Soul sect and Emperor sect to attack the Dizong first, but Shindang was not in the sect, even their young master Xinjia was not in the sect. He just killed an old ancestor and destroyed the sect. When we went to the medicine sect again, even though Gong Yuntian was blocked in the sect, several masters attacked at the same time, and he was still allowed to escape. After several days and nights of hunting, he still made him disappear in the mountains. Middle. Master Blood, although both Shindang and Gong Yuntian escaped with their lives, the foundations of their two sects have been destroyed, and their strength is less than 1 in 10, so they are no longer a threat. Now, the only thorn in their hearts is that Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Gu Jingzhou's eyeballs kept rolling. He glanced at the bloody old man, and said, "That's right, Master Shui, this Chu Yan must be eliminated." Hearing Gu Jingzhou's words, Hong Qiyu, who was sitting on the side, nodded in agreement. "Okay." Hearing this, Shui Lao frowned slightly, and suddenly woke up from the anger of mission failure, nodded slightly, with a pensive look on his face. According to the information, this Chu Yan's Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect seems to be the core of the alliance of several sects at once. As long as the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is destroyed again, the entire Haotian continent is at your fingertips. Shui Lao couldn't help nodding. A pair of empty eye sockets, a red light suddenly appeared, and between the flickering, there was a gloomy color. However, according to what we have learned, this Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is a bit tricky. Hearing that Shui Lao wanted to attack the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Gu Jingzhou and Hong Qiyu's eyes lit up immediately. They looked at each other, pondered for a moment, and said, "A year ago, when the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was established, our people investigated the strength of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and it was a bit difficult to deal with. Their sect's big formation is said to be an ancient formation with extremely strong defenses. Powerful." Gu Jingzhou opened his mouth and said, at the same time, he turned his eyes to Hong Qiyu, raised his eyes, and signaled with his eyes. "Yes. Yes." Moreover, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong did not know where to find a few extremely powerful spirit beasts. "I heard that they all have the cultivation level of the martial emperor. It's just that these spirit beasts have never left the sect. If with our current strength, under a strong attack, I'm afraid." Seeing Gu Jingzhou's eyes beckoning, Hong Qiyu quickly nodded and spoke directly. "Huh. A sect that has been established for less than a year, even if it has some cards, so what? Can it resist my black blood temple with us?" Hearing the words of Hong Qiyu and the two of them, Shui Lao immediately showed sullen expression, and hummed heavily. "If you want to deal with this Chu Yan, even if you don't attack by force, there are many ways." "Oh. What way?" When Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou heard the words, their eyes brightened immediately. In their opinion, if they caused a large number of casualties in order to attack the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, it would be worth the candle. Moreover, when the Earth sect and the Medicine sect were attacked in front, the brigade of the Black Blood Temple stood there watching, and all of them were led by their Emperor sect and Soul sect to attack with other sects. But after the attack, all the trophies, they took away at least 70% of the Black Blood Temple, which naturally made them unhappy. It's just an ancient sect formation. When my palace lord comes out of closed doors and breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, he can destroy this sect formation with a flip of his hand. While Shui Lao was speaking, his face was full of murderous intent, his eyes swept across, looking at Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou. A faint aura of coercion overflowed from his body. A month ago, Mo Tianqing, the lord of the Black Blood Temple, retreated to the upper martial emperor realm and challenged the quasi-emperor level. Once successful, there would be no rivals in the entire Haotian continent. Therefore, at the turn of the Black Blood Temple, the Medicine sect and the Earth sect were attacked, and tens of millions of disciples of the two sects were slaughtered. All the corpses were sent to the headquarters, just to help Mo Tianqing break through. Even if the palace master can't leave the gate in a short period of time, we just need to wait for that Chu Yan to leave the sect, and then attack with all our strength. Once Chu Yan is lost, the dragons of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will be leaderless and extinct. It's only a matter of time." Hearing Shui Lao's words, Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou nodded slightly, pondering. They all knew about the fact that Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple, had hit the quasi-emperor rank in closed-door training, and, according to what Xue Lao said, Mo Tianqing's breakthrough this time was fully confident. However, in terms of time, it is difficult to grasp the time of such things as being close to death. Some months, some years, and some even 10 years, or 100 years have happened. However, now they can't wait any longer, and dare not wait any longer. #C1258 shocked the audience. Regarding Chu Yan, everyone here, except for the Blood Dragon, knows that Chu Yan's talent against the sky is almost more terrifying than evildoers and monsters. Every time you see him, you will find that his cultivation has improved a lot compared to the last time. If the Lord of the Black Blood Temple comes out of the closed door, you don't know how much Chu Yan's cultivation level has been improved. Moreover, if Mo Tianqing doesn't come out for a year, 2 years, or 10 years, at that time, it is estimated that no one in this Haotian continent can deal with Chu Yan. I can't wait anymore, let's prepare to surround and kill Chu Yan. As long as he leaves the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, with the strength of the few of us, it is not difficult to kill him. Hong Qiyu thought for a long time and finally spoke. When other people heard the words, they all nodded and agreed. After all, this is the only way at present. Moreover, they just destroyed the D-Zone and Yao-Zone, and the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong and Chu Yan are already isolated and helpless. Master Blood, look. After discussing and making a decision, several people turned their heads at the same time and looked at Xue Lao sitting on the main seat. There was a somewhat timid look in his eyes. Yes, I have sent a message to the temple, and they will send strong men to support us. That Chu Yan escaped several times in the hands of our Black Blood Temple, so, this time, the temple will never let him escape again, including his Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, all will die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a strong Yin and evil spirit gushed out like a tide, permeating the entire hall. Tread! 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 At this moment, outside the main hall, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed and their brows frowned. You know, the few big brothers of them discuss matters in the hall and never dare to be disturbed by anyone. Could something have happened? Report to suzerain, something is wrong. Soon, a figure rushed into the hall, wearing the robes of the elders of the Soul sect, and shouted out of breath with a look of panic on his face. Humph! Seeing that the elders in his own sect were so unbearable, Gu Jingzhou's expression darkened immediately, and he snorted heavily. In front of the other sects and the Black Blood Temple. The elders in his own sect were so flustered, and they still had the aura of dominating the sect, which made Gu Jingzhou extremely depressed, and he opened his mouth and shouted. Elder Lu, what are you panicking about? Yes. Yes. The subordinates should be damned, it's just. Hearing Gu Jingzhou's shout, that Elder Lu's complexion suddenly changed, knowing that he had acted improperly, a large drop of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he hurriedly said. Just what? Gu Jingzhou asked. That. Chu Yan appeared. Elder Lu hurriedly replied. What? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Gu Jingzhou and Hong Qiyu beside him jumped up from their seats at the same time, and shouted in surprise. Over there. Is it the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect? Seeing the two great suzerains glaring at him at the same time with their whole bodies full of breath, Elder Lu was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he quickly replied. Yes, Chu Yan left Rakshasa Soul Tianzong 2 days ago, appeared in. Elder LV spoke halfway, but he hesitated, glanced at Hong Qiyu, and stammered. Say. When Hong Qiyu saw Elder Lu looking at him, an ominous premonition flashed in his heart, and he suddenly shouted. Yes. Chu Yan and Shindang appeared in Xuanhuan City 2 days ago. What? Xuanhuan City? The Emperor? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and couldn't react. They thought that Chu Yan would find a way to escape, find a place to hide, and even dismiss the sect. In this way, it would be difficult for them to find Chu Yan. But now, Chu Yan went to Huangzhong by himself. Now, things will be easier. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan is throwing himself into the trap. He is looking for death. Hong Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that there were only Chu Yan and Shindang, he thought that Chu Yan gathered Tianzong and Jianzong, including all the strong men in the Tian mountain range, to attack Huangzhong together. There are still some dangers, but now, hearing that there are only two people, Chu Yan and Shindang, they burst into laughter. My imperial sect's defensive formation was personally refined by Grandmaster Dongyi. I just got promoted last month. With just the two of them, I'm afraid they have been blasted into scum by my sect's great formation, ha ha ha. Hong Qiu has absolute confidence in his sect formation. When he first took refuge in the Black Blood Temple, he spent a lot of money to invite Master Dongyi to ensure that once the Haotian continent was full of wars, the foundation of the Emperor's sect is infallible, so this great formation of the sect used up 1/10 of the wealth of the Emperor's sect. According to what Grandmaster Dongyi said, even if dozens of martial Emperor realm powerhouses join forces to attack, they will definitely not be able to break through within 10 days and half a month. And as far as Hong Qiu knew, in the entire Haotian continent, there wasn't a single sect with the strength of dozens of martial Emperor realm powerhouses. Even if there were, 10 days and a half months would be enough for him to fight back. Hearing Hong Qiu's words, Xuelao, Gu Jingzhou, and several other big bosses all had a smile on their faces at the same time, and they couldn't help nodding. Naturally, they have all heard of the great formation of the Emperor's sect and know its power. Therefore, everyone present had the same idea as Hong Qiu. Even if Chu Yan and Shindang were not smashed into pieces by the formation, it is impossible to break through the big formation. Seeing this scene, Elder Lu of the Soul Sect had a look of embarrassment and hesitation, and hesitated to speak. Report to the suzerain, according to the news we just received, the headquarters of the Emperor's sect has been destroyed. Although trembling with fear, Elder Lu knew that the matter was of great importance and he dared not hide it, so he finally had the courage to breathe out his true energy and shouted. This sentence, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the hall. In an instant, the bodies of several giants of the mainland trembled violently, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Snapped. The next moment, in Hong Qiu's hand, the cup of spiritual tea worth thousands of yuan crystals was instantly crushed by him. On his face, his complexion turned from white to blue, from blue to black, with blood streaks continuously appearing in his eyes. What did you say? Almost word by word, squeezed out from between the teeth, Hong Qiu's whole body trembled wildly, like a volcano about to erupt. Chi to sect master Hong, Chu Yan and Shindang, two people, appeared, at the Emperor's sect 2 days ago, and just received the news that the Emperor. The whole clan is extinct, and no one survives. No. A shrill beast-like roar suddenly exploded in the hall. Hong Qiu's breath exploded, his robes fluttered, his beard and hair fluttered, his face was bulging with veins, and his eyes were blood red. #C1259 layout. No. Absolutely impossible. How could my Emperor's great formation be broken? Also, why didn't I receive a message from the left-behind elders? You are lying to me, you are Chu Yan's spy. With a pair of blood-red bull's eyes, Hong Qiu glared fiercely at Elder Lu, his whole body was crushed heavily. Puff Tom. Poor Elder Lu is only at the middle martial venerable realm, where he can withstand the full force of the martial emperor realm powerhouse. He was immediately crushed to the ground, his whole body shaking like a sieve. I'm not. No. The news is true. The news I just received, the Emperor's Xuanhuan city was reduced to a sea of flames, and tens of thousands of disciples of the entire sect died tragically. Elder Lu turned pale with fright and quickly explained. Hearing this sentence, everyone immediately frowned again. Under the pressure of Hong Qiyu's aura, what Elder Lu said must be true. Could it be? The emperor sect was really destroyed. Thousands of disciples, all died tragically? How is this possible? Yes, it's Chu Yan. According to the report from the spies, that Chu Yan slashed hundreds of swords against the Emperor Zong's formation, smashing the formation to pieces. Later, the Raksha Sol Tianzong's troops arrived and entered the city. This sentence resounded, and finally the audience suddenly fell silent. All the bosses glared at Elder Lu in unison, and at the same time, several more terrifying auras fell on Elder Lu at the same time, which made him breathe a sigh of relief just now, and was immediately suppressed and almost suffocated. Poor Elder Lu, this is someone who provoked someone, but he came to report a piece of news, and was almost suppressed by several big bosses to the point of losing his mind. Chu Yan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is only at the martial venerable realm, so how could he break through the great formation of our emperor's sect? This is simply impossible. Hong Qiyu roared sharply. No matter what Elder Lu said, he simply didn't believe that a person at the martial sovereign realm, even if he was the chosen one, no matter how strong his combat power was, he could compare to dozens of other people at the martial emperor realm. Reporting to the suzerain, according to the news, that Chu Yan is now at the half-step martial emperor realm. Elder Lu was afraid of these big shots and didn't believe it, so he quickly explained. What? This sentence. Immediately, all the bosses in the audience jumped up from their seats, including the blood old man, who was also full of astonishment, stood up suddenly, and stared at Elder Lu in disbelief. Chu Yan. Half a step to the martial emperor realm. How is this possible? Last month, according to the news uploaded from the Tianbang assessment, that Chu Yan was just at the early stage of Wu Zuanjing, and this. In just 1 month, he has raised 4 cultivation realms, and he is still Wu Zuanjing. Cultivation in the realm of respect. Open. What are you kidding? You know, if this half-step of the martial emperor realm is so easy to improve, how could these big brothers have been unable to break through for nearly 100 years, and can only rely on the Black Blood Temple to break through by relying on secret methods? This Chu Yan, a monk to upgrade to the 4th level, could it be that he is a monster? Report to Sect Master Hong that several disciples of the Emperor's sect were seriously injured and escaped, so, just treat them outside. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Elder Lu was so cold that he was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, so he just spoke directly. Whoosh! Before Elder Lu's words fell to the ground, Hong Qiyu's figure flew towards the outside of the hall like a stream of light. Go down. Gu Jingzhou waved his hand, and said to Elder Lu, who was limp all over. Immediately, Elder Lu heaved a sigh of relief, and hurriedly exited the hall. After he left, a strange aura continued to grow in the entire hall, causing an extremely depressing atmosphere to permeate the hall. The emperor was destroyed. Chu Yan broke through to the half-step martial emperor realm. Putting all these information together, what Elder Lu said is probably true. At this time, Xuelao, Gu Jingzhou, and several other suzerains turned gloomy and extremely dignified. A few days ago, under the leadership of the Black Blood Temple, several of them teamed up and just wiped out the Dizong and Yaozong. This Chu Yan immediately retaliated and wiped out the Huangzong. It seems that it was because Chu Yan broke through to the half only at the martial emperor realm. Can you be so bold? Ha ha ha, everyone, this is a godsend opportunity. Just when everyone's faces were solemn, Xue Lao glanced away, red light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly laughed out loud. Immediately, this wild laughter swept away the dignified atmosphere in the entire hall, and everyone looked at Xue Lao in astonishment. Chu Yan's son has actually arrived at the emperor's sect, which means he has left the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. In this way, we have a chance to kill him. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the bosses in the audience were stunned. Immediately afterwards, in the pairs of eyes, bright lights continued to emerge. Yes indeed. Regardless of whether Chu Yan has destroyed the Emperor sect, or whether his cultivation has reached the half-step martial Emperor realm, as long as he leaves the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect and does not have the great formation of the ancient sect, he can be surrounded and killed. Not bad. Not bad. This is definitely a good opportunity, a godsend opportunity. Gu Jingzhou's gaze swept away, seeing the expressions of surprise on the faces of the other suzerains. He immediately rolled his eyes and echoed loudly. That's right, now, as long as we figure out Chu Yan's movements and find his position, with the old blood here, and unite with us, even if he has reached the half-step martial Emperor realm, he will still die. Yes. This is a great opportunity. Don't think about it, let's do it. Count me in. For a moment, the other suzerains all spoke together and looked at Xuelao with sparkling eyes. The problem now is, if Chu Yan and Shindang really break through the Emperor's sect, they probably won't stay for long. Now, I don't know where they will go. Xuelao opened his mouth slowly, his eyes revealing the color of thinking. Will Chu Yan continue to attack other sects, or will he return directly to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong after the sneak attack? It is a little late to receive the news now, and it is impossible to go to surround and kill Chu Yan now. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to find out what Chu Yan is doing. Wanhualu. It is said that in the Tianbang assessment, that Lu Ruyan suppressed Chu Yan in various ways. Will Chu Yan hold a grudge and take revenge? Wrong. The relationship between Wanhualu and their Black Blood Temple has not been announced to the public. They just participated in the news of the extermination of Dizong and Yaozong. It is impossible for Chu Yan to know the news so quickly. So, if Chu Yan didn't go to Wanhualu, where would he go? Soul Sect. Suddenly, Xuelao's eyes lit up, and a flash of lightning flashed in the sea of consciousness. Since Chu Yan had just destroyed the Emperor sect, the next step would most likely be to attack the Soul sect directly. Because they just wiped out the Dizong and Yaozong, the targets of Chu Yan's revenge are very likely to be the Huangzong and the Soulzong, who are also the 8 ancient sects. Humph. Chu Yan, you'd better not be guessed by me. As long as you dare to step into the thousands of miles of the Soul sect, you will never come back. Suddenly, Xuelao's whole body was filled with murderous intent, and he spoke directly. In the hall, everyone was stunned when they heard Xuelao's words, and then all of them burst into murderous smiles. That's right. If Chu Yan really dared to come to the Soul sect, he would never have thought that all of us are in the Soul sect. Hee. As long as you prepare in advance, under the ambush from all sides, there is absolutely no way for him to live again. Reason. Gu Jingzhou laughed. Immediately, with Xuelao as the leader, several big brothers began to discuss continuously how to deal with Chu Yan. #C1260 Pay a visit to. Above the sky, 10,000 zhang high in the sky, 2 streamers of light flew past. Around his body, little void fluctuations spread out like water ripples. Under each circle of void ripples, these 2 figures would, like ghosts, sweep away tens of thousands of steps in a flash, covering a distance of tens of miles. Just a few flashes, and then passed by in a flash. These 2 shadows are exactly Chu Yan and Shindang, who rushed to Dizong at full speed. After a day and a night of rushing on the road, the aura of the 2 of them was not affected in the slightest, and not far in front of them, a tall city was already at the end of the surface, showing its shadow. Chu Yan, the Heavenly Soul City is in front of you, which is the ancestral city of the Soul sect. Do you want to? Shindang suddenly slowed down, turned to look at Chu Yan, asked with a chuckle. Huh. Heavenly Soul City. Sect Master Shen, you want to destroy the Soul Sect? Chu Yan turned his head and asked. Of course, not only the Soul Sect, but also the Xuanhuan Tower and the Black Blood Temple, they all participated in the battle to destroy my D-Zone, they all deserve to die. Shen Dang replied directly with anger on his face. How strong is this Soul Sect? Chu Yan asked after pondering for a moment. The strength is very strong. Among the 8 ancient sects, in terms of combat power, they are stronger than our D-Zone, but compared to the emperors, they are much worse. Their suzerain, Jiuxiao, has a half-step martial arts. Imperial realm. Shen Dang told Chu Yan directly without hesitation. The Soul Sect is close to the Earth Sect, and the two sects have always had a good relationship. It was only after the Soul Sect took refuge in the Black Blood Temple that the two sects almost severed their relationship. However, Chu Yan. Shen Dang's face suddenly darkened, and he said in an incomparably dignified manner. According to reports from the disciples sent out to inquire about the news, after the medicine sect was wiped out, the brigade of the Black Blood Temple has disappeared. It is very possible that they have already returned to the sect. Therefore, this Jiuxiao is very likely to be in the Soul Sect. Jiuxiao. How strong is it? This person is very strong. Among the 8 ancient sects, he is also an elder who stepped into the half-step martial arts realm relatively early. However, their Soul Sect has always paid more attention to martial soul skills, and their combat power is very strong. On the contrary, he underestimated it, so Jiuxiao has stepped into the half-step martial emperor realm, and it may have been nearly 100 years without breaking through. Shen Dang recalled briefly, and said directly. Martial soul technique. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. For tens of thousands of years, this Soul Sect has continuously collected various martial arts from the mainland and improved them to become like martial arts. They can learn from each other and use them among similar martial souls. They are extremely powerful and can be regarded as theirs. Only inner disciples can learn unique skills, and outer disciples can't learn them. Shen Dang replied. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help pondering. Compared with martial arts, the power of this martial soul skill is only stronger than weaker. If this Soul Sect really has this trump card, its combat power will probably exceed that of warriors of the same level. Chu Yan, this time, the Black Blood Temple took the lead in attacking us before us, and they were prepared to fight. Therefore, just like the emperors advanced to the sect formation, I guess, this Soul Sect is also well prepared. Be careful. Seeing Chu Yan's thoughtful expression, Shen Dang couldn't help reminding him. Although he had already seen Chu Yan's terrifying combat power in Huangzong, if it was the same as last time, just the two of them attacked Soulzong, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Don't worry. Chu Yan nodded. It's a pity that the headquarters of our D-Zone was destroyed. Otherwise, any disturbance within a radius of 10,000 miles would not be able to escape the eyes of our D-Zone. Guess. Sighing, Shen Dang's face darkened, and he said quietly. D-Zone is famous for operating the 8 chambers of commerce in ancient times, and the intelligence business has always been the most profitable, but it is a pity that it has been destroyed now, making D-Zone's eyes dim in an instant, as if he was blind and deaf. I think this should be the reason why they attacked your D-Zone first. When the D-Zone was destroyed, we lost the information, which just gave them time to act. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and immediately thought of the reason, and said. Let's go to the Soul Sect to have a look first. Okay. Shen Dang nodded. So, the two walked side by side all the way towards the Soul Sect. Heavenly Soul City is a sect city, and the entire city is basically filled with disciples of the Soul Sect. The so-called handyman disciples, that is, disciples of the sect who are still lower than the disciples of the outer sect, are responsible for the most basic work in the sect. However, after completing the work arranged by the sect, they can also cultivate cultivation techniques and martial arts can still live normally in the Zongqing like ordinary people. To put it simply, there is not a single ordinary person in Tianhan City, the entire city, they are all disciples of the Soul Sect. Chu Yan and Shindang just flew over the city wall and landed in a corner of the city under the cover of night. Suddenly, a breath of incomparable silence made the two of them frown at the same time. Chu Yan, something is wrong, it's too quiet. Shindang's face was solemn, his eyes swept around, and he spoke. Not bad. There is definitely a problem. While speaking, Chu Yan's consciousness, like water ripples, continuously surged out in all directions, covering the entire city in an instant. However, after his consciousness swept across the entire city, Chu Yan frowned even tighter. Because he found that in all the buildings in this city, everyone is normal, sleeping, drinking, and even some people who are still practicing in the middle of the night. In short, there is nothing unusual. However, Chu Yan knew very well that the more normal it was, the more it explained abnormal. When he and Shindang attacked Huangzong together, although he used means to isolate all the messages in the whole city, so that they could not send any news, but now that the Huangzong has been destroyed, it has been more than 2 days. Believe it, Soul Sect definitely received the news. But in this heavenly Soul City, it was peaceful, without a trace of tension. It stands to reason that although the headquarters of the Soul Sect is not in Tianhan City, this city also has a large defensive formation, but it is not opened at all, and there is not even a patrolling sect disciple on the city walls or streets, which is not normal at all. Chu Yan, it seems that we have stepped into a trap. Surely, the Soul Sect already knows that we are coming. It has been arranged a long time ago. After Shindang's spiritual sense explored the whole city, like Chu Yan, he found many abnormalities, and said with an extremely solemn expression. Go. Don't waste time here, let's go directly to Soul Sect. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, jumped up, and flew towards the Black Spirit Peak not far away. Seeing this, Shindang was stunned, and hurriedly urged his movements to follow closely. With a distance of 100 miles, at the speed of 2 people, it took less than 100 breaths to land in front of a huge fortress. This fortress is hundreds of feet high, and on the walls, countless spirit patterns are painted and engraved, extending in all directions, covering an area of tens of miles. In front of the gate of the fortress, the lights were brightly lit. Thousands of elite disciples of the sect guarded in front of the tall stone gate with spiritual soldiers in their hands. Moreover, there were teams of disciples patrolling the sky and the ground, passing by from time to time. That's right. That's right, Sect Master Shen, look, this Soul Sect really knows that we are coming, this lineup is worthy of our identities. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan smiled and made a joke of Shen Zongzhu. Hee, this. Chu Yan, what are you going to do? Seeing Chu Yan's indifferent appearance, coupled with the battle of Emperor Zong, Shindang's confidence in Chu Yan soared, and he finally relaxed, asked with a smile on his face. Since they know we're coming, and we're here too, they must visit openly. It's only polite to inform them, right? Chu Yan sneered. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yan's figure trembled, and a black shadow rushed out of his body. This person is dressed in black robes, carrying the Haotian sword on his back, a pair of colorful eyes, implying a bright light, a stern face, beautiful eyebrows with swords and star eyes, and looks exactly like Chu Yan. He is a clone evolved by Chu Yan using the Vientianju. #C1261 Blast me. As soon as the Vientian clone appeared, Shindang still looked at Chu Yan with a puzzled expression on his face. Although this clone is almost exactly the same as Chu Yan's, and it looks like a pair of twin brothers standing beside Chu Yan, but facing such a tight defense of the Soul Sect, what's the use of having one more person? Chu Yan, you are. Shindang was stunned, and his heart was full of doubts. Hearing Shindang's question, Chu Yan smiled lightly and shook his head, his eyes swept towards the gate of the Soul Sect, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said lightly. Let him represent us and visit us. Maybe we can meet big fish. Chu Yan stared at the direction of the gate of the Soul Sect, and looked at the thousands of elite disciples at the gate, waiting in full force, but Chu Yan sneered with disdain. Compared with the eerie silence of Tianhun City, the situation in front of us is a more clever trap. The defense of the Soul Sect looks like an iron bucket, but Jiuxiao of the Soul Sect Valley should know that he just destroyed the Emperor Sect, so, with the cultivation of thousands of Soul Sect disciples here, if it is really to guard against himself, I'm afraid they won't even notice when they walk to the gate of the Soul Sect. This kind of defense is reasonable to deal with ordinary warriors, but if it is used to guard against Chu Yan, it is more like a joke. At the very least, you have to open the big formation of the sect and send out 1 or 2 strong sect masters. Therefore, Chu Yan felt something in his heart. There can only be one reason for the layout of this Gu Jingzhou, and that is, Gu Jingzhou has nothing to fear. If Chu Yan's guess is right, led by the Black Blood Temple to destroy all the strong men of the Earth Sect and the Medicine Sect, at this moment, I am afraid that they did not scatter back to the sect, but gathered in the Soul Sect, so they will keep setting up bureaus to attract Chu Yan to attack Soul Sect. However, this is exactly what Chu Yan wants. Go. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan smiled indifferently, and with a big wave of his hand, Vientiane clone strode out and walked towards the gate of Soul Sect. Seeing the Vientiane avatar, swaying, and walking towards the gate of the Soul Sect without any scruples, Chu Yan took out 2 bottles of golden pills and swallowed them. This Vientiane clone has at least 70% of Chu Yan's combat power. When it condensed, it consumed nearly 50% of his true energy. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, this Vientiane avatar is extremely powerful, and I am afraid that ordinary high-ranking martial arts powerhouses will not be able to conquer it. In the next breath, under the watchful eyes of Chu Yan and Shindang, the clone of Vientiane had already reached the gate of the Soul Sect, looking at the crowd of elite disciples of the Soul Sect with a smile on his face. Who are you? Come to my Soul Sect, what are you doing? Well, this person seems to be Chu Yan. What? Chu Yan. Enemy attack. Quick. Whoosh. Without waiting for the disciple of the Soul Sect to open his mouth, the Vientiane avatar suddenly flashed out, and charged straight into the gate of the Soul Sect. Bold. The moment the Vientiane avatar stepped into the gate of the Soul Sect, within the Soul Sect, a paw print with condensed true energy tore through layers of void, like a rainbow, towards the Vientiane avatar, and grabbed it. This Gangyuan claw is tens of feet in size, majestic and mighty. Obviously, this claw represents the presence of a top expert in the Soul Sect, and the strike has already been made almost the moment the Vientiane clone is activated. It's just that this Vientiane clone, controlled by Chu Yan's consciousness, is not here to fight. Blast me! Chu Yan suddenly let out a low shout, startling Shindang, but at this moment, a shocking explosion exploded at the gate of Soul Sect. Boom! The earth-shattering loud noise rushed away, and the entire Soul Sect fortress trembled crazily. Even in the direction of Tianhun City, 100 miles away, there was a sound of mountains shaking and ground shaking. Rolling, the sound of explosion echoed across the sky. Huanzong, who was close at hand, suddenly raised a huge wave of air, like a mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to a height of thousands of feet, straight up to Yunqiao. The berserk power, carrying the terrifying power of the astral energy, swept in all directions, killing everything it passed, and everything it passed was reduced to ashes. Boom, rumbling. The frenzy like a shock wave swept away everything, including the walls of the fortress. All the buildings in all directions fell apart and turned into ruins. At the gate of the incomparably imposing fortress of the Soul Sect, a deep pit with a depth of hundreds of feet appeared. After a full 100 breaths of time, the dust and mist of the explosion began to dissipate. Chu Yan and Shindang glanced at it, but saw the majestic Lingfeng fortress of the Soul Sect, but it was almost half collapsed. In the ruins, at least millions of Soul Sect disciples died. But the other half of the range of the Soul Sect was completely covered by a powerful force, which completely blocked the explosive force from the outside, and that's why it was so lucky. This. Soon, the elders and disciples of the Soul Sect, who came one after another, saw the scene in front of them. Almost half of the Soul Sect had been reduced to scorched earth, and there was not even a scum left. How powerful must it be to cause such terrifying destruction? Asshole! Suddenly, in the depths of the Soul Sect, there was a terrifying roar. The roar shook the sky, and a tall figure rose into the sky. This person is none other than the suzerain of the Soul Sect, Gu Jingzhou. Floating in mid-air, Gu Jingzhou, whose face was so black that he could almost drip ink, saw that half of his sect was reduced to powder, and the area of outer disciples, at least 5 million disciples, died to the point of being scumbags. Not left behind, killing intent shot out from a pair of red eyes like a sharp sword, piercing the void in front of his eyes, sizzling. Especially when he saw the gate of the Soul Sect, the big pit nearly 1 mile wide and hundreds of feet deep, seemed to have been slapped hard on his face, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch wildly, and his whole body was full of anger, bursting into flames in an instant. Burn! Who is it? Gu Jingzhou, suspended in the air, roared to the sky, and the roar was thousands of miles away. In the next breath, an incomparably powerful spiritual consciousness rushed out of his body like a flood, instantly covering 1,000 miles in radius, including Tianhan City, without missing anything. Of course, Gu Jingzhou guessed in his heart that besides that Chu Yan, who else would dare to attack the headquarters of the Soul Sect so boldly? However, the most important thing now is to find Chu Yan. The mighty spiritual consciousness, like a flood passing through, kept rushing past in the emptiness of the air, but to Gu Jingzhou's surprise, he didn't find Chu Yan at all. You know, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, let alone Gu Jingzhou, as long as Chu Yan himself does not get discovered, there are almost no people in the entire Haotian continent who can find him. Humph. Chu Yan, since you are here, I want you to be buried with my dead disciple. After a long time, Gu Jingzhou gradually suppressed his anger, but a smirk appeared on his face. #C1262 Blood Spirit Array. On the other side, Tianhan City at this time has become a mess. In the entire Tianhan City, several of the tallest buildings have collapsed, and the shaking of the ground still makes people a little unsteady, but a large number of figures rushed out of every house, flocking to the streets and the center in the square, faces full of panic. They all turned towards the spiritual peak of the Soul Sect, looking. In the sky above the Black Soul Sect Lingfeng, a huge mushroom cloud is slowly rising to the sky, merging with the sea of spirit clouds above the sky, and slowly dissipating. What's the situation? This sect has been attacked. Oh my God, who did this? It's so terrifying. Is it the punishment of the gods? No, maybe the enemy sect came to retaliate. Ah. Then, what shall we do? As the lowest suppressing disciples of the Soul Sect, they didn't even have the qualifications to rush to rescue the sect, so they could only stare at the Soul Sect headquarters in the distance with terrified eyes, and at the same time, watched an elder and deacon in the city rushed towards the sect like 1,000 arrows. But at this time, in the dense forest 10 miles away from the fortress of Soul Sect, Chu Yan was smiling all over his face. His eyes flickered slightly, looking at the roaring Gu Jingzhou in the sky. He chuckled, and kept thinking in his mind. And beside him, Shindang, the lord of the D-Zone, seemed to be petrified, staring at the bull-like eyeballs, opening his mouth wide, staring at Chu Yan in a daze, dumbfounded, standing on the spot. He never thought that Chu Yan's Vientian avatar blew itself up, and it had such terrifying power. Open, what a joke. As a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, Shindang didn't even know if his own self-destruction would have such a powerful power. Unexpectedly, in one explosion, half of the soul sect was razed to the ground. If it wasn't for the quick response of the masters in the soul sect, causing the Vientiane avatar to explode at the gate, or if the Gangyuanjinchi wall appeared a little slower, perhaps less than 1 in 10 of the entire soul sect would survive. Huh. Could it be that Gu Jingzhou is the only one in the soul sect? Chu Yan looked at Gu Jingzhou in the sky, frowning slightly, his face full of astonishment. This avatar self-destructed, and only Gu Jingzhou rushed out of the soul sect, but none of the strong men from the other sects that Chu Yan had guessed had been seen. Chu Yan, although I really want to take revenge immediately, but I always feel that there is something strange in this soul sect, we still have to be careful. Hearing Chu Yan's soliloquy, Shindang finally reacted, his eyes swept across the air. The figure opened his mouth to persuade. Besides, look at the soul sect. Up to now, they haven't even opened the sect masters and the sect formation. There must be something wrong here. Hearing Shindang's words, Chu Yan nodded slightly. Shindang was very similar to what he thought. He pondered for a while, and said, "Humph. Let's see how long they can endure. Let's go, let's destroy Tianhun City first, and add another fire." Okay. Shindang nodded heavily. Swish. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan and Shindang, with introverted aura, flew towards the direction of Tianhun City. Just when the two had just left, the void around Gu Jingzhou suddenly trembled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared. This person is extremely tall, covered in black robes all over his body, with thick green hair on his face, a pair of eyes, 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisp flickering, and a strong death energy radiating from his whole body. No matter who it is, look, as soon as he glanced at him, he would feel the cold all over his body, and the cold air burst out. "Si da Xie Lao." Gu Jingzhou smiled coquettishly at the people who appeared beside him, and cupped his hands. "Well, tell Xiao Wu, there are others, follow me to Tianhun City, the fish is hooked." "Yes, my subordinates will immediately notify Wu Xuelao and others." This time, Da Xuelao made a move, and Chu Yan is doomed. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Gu Jingzhou's body turned into electricity, and flew towards a hill in the distance. In the depths of the hill, located tens of miles away from the spiritual peak of the soul sect, on a spiritual formation, several figures were sitting cross-legged on it. On the other side, Chu Yan and Shindang had already fallen into a small courtyard with no one in Tianhun City. The two of them scanned the whole city with their spiritual senses, and found that the city was still in a state of panic. They immediately looked at each other and smiled. Then, they entered the room in the courtyard, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust their breathing to recover. Firstly, the two rushed on the road continuously, and secondly, Chu Yan just used his avatar to blow himself up, so now they are going to adjust their breath first, and when the state reaches its peak, they will directly attack and destroy Tianhun City. However, they also know that once they make a move, Soul Sect and the people behind Soul Sect will definitely have a big battle with them. At this time, they must do their best and adjust to the best before they can do it. In less than half an hour, the two walked out of the room at the same time, heading towards the gate outside the small courtyard. However, just as the two of them set foot on the streets in the city, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Above the sky, a figure filled with death energy broke through the void, and the moment it appeared, it flipped its hands repeatedly, and blood-colored handprints flew out continuously, falling towards the four corners of the entire Tianhunzong city. As these handprints sank into the ground of the city, four blood-colored beams of light shot up from the four corners of the city, and the violent power of the spiritual formation instantly filled the entire world. In an instant, with the entire Heavenly Soul City as the center, a huge blood-colored magic circle, covering hundreds of miles, completely sealed the world. Not good. Chu Yan and Shindang's expressions changed at the same time. they felt the power of this spirit array, and thought. This spirit array is not only filled with the power of the spirit array, but also contains an extremely powerful death energy. Its power is so powerful that even Chu Yan feels a little palpitation. This shows that the cultivation level of the person who set up this formation is at least quasi-emperor level. It seems that there are strong people in the Black Blood Temple to support the Soul Sect. Shindang had a solemn expression on his face, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Of course he knew that he and Chu Yan had fallen into the trap of Soul Sect and Black Blood Temple. At this time, in the square of Xuanhuan City and on the streets, a large number of disciples of the Soul Sect's handyman gathered. The number of them was no less than 5 million, and they all looked astonished. Know what happened? What is this? Spirit array? Amazing, this is the first time I've seen such a powerful spirit array. It's so scary, it seems that the entire Heavenly Soul City is covered. Is this a defensive formation? Could it be that the suzerain is afraid that we will be in danger, so he opened the city formation? It doesn't seem right, this spirit array is red. The voices of the people were noisy, and all kinds of discussions were scattered, all of them were in a daze. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, several streamers of light shot from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they flew over the Sky Soul City. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, Shen Zongzhu, the two of you have come from afar, it's really hard work. Gu Jingzhou laughed wildly, his eyes swept across Tianhan City, the squares, streets, and everywhere were crowded with people. He directly laughed and said. Since you've come to my Soul Sect's Heavenly Soul City, then don't leave. Stay forever. The words exploded like thunder rolling, causing the Tianhan City below to tremble slightly. The millions of handyman disciples in the whole city were shocked when they heard these words. What? Chu Yan and Shen Zongzhu. They are in Tianhan City. It turned out that this huge red spirit array was used to deal with Chu Yan and Shen Zongzhu. Among the crowd, Chu Yan and Shindang frowned, their gazes looked towards the sky, and their consciousness swept away. Chu Yan looked at the figures in the sky, but his eyes fell directly on the tall man in black robe, standing in the middle. An incomparably rich dead air, a strong and pungent evil air, this person. It's not a living person at all, but a corpse puppet. Hashtag C1263 Blood sacrifice the whole city. Last time in the soul-calling valley of the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan saw the corpse puppet and killed the corpse puppet king, but Chu Yan never thought that the Black Blood Temple could even refine the corpse emperor. In front of him, the man in black robe, whose whole body was full of dead air, with corpse hairs on his face, was just a corpse puppet, and he was a corpse puppet who had cultivated to the quasi-emperor level. He was called the corpse emperor. Not too much. And looking at the blood pattern spirit seal on his black robe, it is exactly the same as the blood old man next to him, which shows that this person is also a strong blood man in the Black Blood Temple. It is still the top existence among the blood elders. On his left and right sides, a Xie La Jiao, Gu Jingzhou, Hong Qiyu, and several strong men stood in a row. All of them were powerful, and their cultivation bases were all above the martial emperor realm. At this moment, all the strong men hidden in the Soul Sect showed themselves, and at the same time, they also launched the trick to besiege and kill Chu Yan. This is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. There are 5 other martial emperor level powerhouses. Chu Yan and Shindang glanced across the air, their pupils shrank violently, and their hearts were filled with astonishment. The Black Blood Temple has such strength, no wonder it dares to act first. This is troublesome. I didn't expect that there would be a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Chu Yan frowned. Originally, he thought that even if there was a strong man ambushing in the Soul Sect, at most it would only be a strong man of the martial emperor realm. Don't be afraid. But at the same time, he saw that the big blood old man in the Black Blood Temple was also a quasi-emperor, and he was also a puppet with copper skin and iron bones, and his flesh body was close to the holy body. I am much stronger, and if I really fight, I have little chance of winning. After all, his current cultivation is only half-step martial emperor realm, and his combat power is only close to the quasi-emperor level. Naturally, it is not a problem to deal with the martial emperor, but facing a real quasi-emperor level powerhouse, it will be troublesome. Moreover, now, I am still trapped in the powerful spirit array they prepared in advance, completely passive. At a height of 10,000 feet, several people from Jiuxiao stood in the air, their aura soaring. Originally, Hong Qiyu was about to rush back to the emperor's clan in a rage after seeing the disciples who had escaped from the emperor's clan. However, on the way, he met the old blood sent by the Black Blood Temple. Being able to see Chu Yan being killed, he would naturally not leave. He followed Xie La Jiao and returned directly to the Soul Sect. He wanted to see Chu Yan with his own eyes. Great enemy. Only then can he let out such a bad breath. Chu Yan, get out! Hong Qiyu yelled, his face was full of anger, and he yelled at the millions of people in Tianhun City. Today, I will smash your bones into ashes, destroy your spirit and soul, and sacrifice my emperor's disciples. Following his roar, the powerful aura of the martial emperor rushed into Tianhun City like a tide. The terrifying aura slammed down fiercely, and suddenly, like a shock wave, it surged in the city, and immediately, where the air wave passed, the bodies of a large number of Soul Sect servant disciples exploded like watermelons, and the sky was shattered. Flesh and blood. This suppression of disciples has extremely low cultivation bases. Many people are only at the innate realm cultivation base. Facing the aura coercion of the martial emperor realm powerhouses, they not only have no strength to resist, they are even directly crushed into flesh and blood. In the next breath, not only Hong Qiyu, but also Jiuxiao, all the strong men showed their power one after another. The berserk energy poured down like a series of waterfalls, heading towards Tianhun City, crushing them heavily. Boom, boom. Several powerhouses shot at the same time, and the powerful aura made the whole Tianhun City tremble continuously. As soon as the aura passed, a large number of Huanzong's handyman disciples in the city were all strangled into flesh and blood. Ah! What? The suzerain wants to kill us. Mom! Run away! Run! Seeing this scene, all the warriors in the city turned pale with fright, their souls were shattered, they used their hands and feet, landed on all fours, and fled frantically in all directions, wanting to rush out of Tianhun City and escape from this place of death. However, the entire city was covered by a huge spiritual array, and the square gates were completely impassable. What's even more frightening is that following the handprints of Xie La Jiao on the sky, they continuously fell into the city. In an instant, the powdery flesh and blood all over the city quickly melted and turned into a large expanse of surging blood. No matter whether it is a corpse on the ground or a fleeing person, as long as they are touched by the bloody water, they will melt like ice and snow and become part of the large bloody water. Crash! In less than 10 breaths, on the square in the center of Tianhun City, a blood-colored lake suddenly appeared. Moreover, the water in this lake of blood seems to be alive. There are many people there, so it surges there, constantly devouring the low-level warriors who are so frightened that their shit is flowing, and grows rapidly. What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, Shindang immediately looked shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a vicious spirit formation in the world. The formation is formed by living people. The Soul Sect and the Black Blood Temple are so unreasonable that they use the flesh and blood of their disciples to form the formation. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and remembered in the sea of consciousness that when the Blood Soul Venerable was awakened at the arena of God, the Black Blood Temple used millions of corpses of ordinary people to help him resurrect. Unexpectedly, now, in order to kill himself, The Black Blood Temple has used such a destructive formation at the cost of the lives of millions of disciples of the Soul Sect. These are 5 million warriors, 5 million living creatures. Just in the blink of an eye, everything turned into blood, body and soul were all destroyed, everything turned into blood. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Yan seemed to have seen the scene of the people of the Ming clan wantonly slaughtering creatures on the Haotian continent when the Haitian tribulation came. Sect Master Shen, this battle is inevitable. The later we strike, the worse it will be for us. Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked at Shindang, and said, seeing that Blood Lake is getting bigger and bigger, when it swallows up everyone in the city, it may cover the whole city. At that time, he and Shindang can only show their bodies. A great war is only a matter of time. As for the blood-colored formation that enveloped Tianhan City, the power of the spiritual formation is extremely strong, even far surpassing the sect formation of the Emperor's sect. Although Chu Yan can break through it, he knows that time does not allow it, and there are still those black blood temples. The strong of the waiting sect will definitely not watch him break the formation. Now, there is only one way. Even if he killed the person who set up the formation and transported the formation, he might still have a chance to escape during the battle. Okay. Let's do it. Shindang is not an indecisive person. Hearing Chu Yan's words, he nodded his head heavily, and then, the true energy in his whole body exploded in an instant. Kill. With a flip of his right hand, a long knife appeared, and Shindang soared into the sky, rushing towards several figures in the sky. Whoosh! A series of sharp and incomparable sword lights illuminated the entire night sky, turning into thunderous sword lights, slashing towards Jiuxiao and the others. Whoosh! Chu Yan followed closely behind, with Haotian in his right hand and Shijue in his left hand. His whole body was boiling with fighting spirit, his eyes were like thunder, and his arrogance was like a rainbow, and he rushed straight towards the few people in the sky. #C1264 Terror Powerhouse. The people in Jiuxiao above the sky must have jade talismans to enter and exit the spirit formation. Therefore, as long as they can catch or kill 2 of them, and take their bodies with them, they can enter the spirit formation just like they did when they entered the spirit formation. Come and go freely. Therefore, Shindang and Chu Yan shot at the same time, one left and one right, attacking wildly. Call out! Call out! Call out! Shindang's sword light and Chu Yan's sword shadow slashed across the sky like a violent storm, covering half of the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, blasting Jiuxiao and the others away. As for Chu Yan and Shindang, both raised their body speed to the peak, and constantly changed their positions to prevent being surrounded by several people. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Yan and Shindang rushing out of the crowd, Hong Qiyu burst out laughing and said with a wild laugh. Chu Yan, Shindang, you two are finally willing to come out. Humph. Now that you've come out, then die. When Jiuxiao saw Chu Yan, he immediately thought of the Soul Sect's headquarters that had been knocked down by half. His eyes were full of anger, and he shot out terrifying killing intent. Afterwards, Hong Qiyu and Jiuxiao dodged at the same time, completely ignoring the shadows of swords and swords enveloping the sky, and rushed straight to Chu Yan. Die. Hong Qiyu flipped his hand, and a black saber appeared. With a flick of the blade, black light burst out, and between the swings, endless waves of black air rolled out, rose high, and slashed down towards Chu Yan. Hong Qiyu completely ignored the frenzy of swords coming from behind him, and shot at Chu Yan directly, as if he wanted to die with Chu Yan. The eyes are like blood, and the whole body is murderous, like crazy, no matter what, just kill Chu Yan. Behind them, De Shui Lao and Wu Shui Lao sneered when they saw this scene, and then shot at the same time, splitting into 2 sides. Wu Shui Lao went to intercept Shindang, while Jiuxiao and Hong Qiyu rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time. While Hong Qiyu swung his sword at Chu Yan, Gu Jingzhou on the other side made a move at the same time. A mighty fist mark pierced through the air like a cannonball, directly smashing a big hole in the void, blasting a circle of air waves. With the sound of Wanlei crossing the border, he smashed out. But another figure rushed to the middle position between Chu Yan and Shindang, and with the dancing hands, a giant mandala flower soar into the air. Hum. 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 As soon as the mandala flower appeared, it released circles of purple light circles. In an instant, all the surrounding voids trembled crazily and twisted continuously, and the entire void was shrouded in illusions. Kill. 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 Sensing the constant changes in the surrounding scene, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. When he looked up again, he saw that Gu Jingzhou and Hong Qiyu, who had just rushed towards him, had changed from one to another, and they were all exactly the same, like an army, rushing towards him. Huh! Phantom! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately rushed out with his consciousness, and swept away towards the phantoms of Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou. However, with a sweep, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. These thousands of Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou are all deities, and they all have life. What a powerful illusion! I didn't expect that Wanhualu would have such a heaven-defying means. Chu Yan was startled immediately, and immediately, his eyes turned into a colorful streamer of light. The unicorn's pupils were running, and the 5-colored thunder light swept across, shooting out 2 real eyes, piercing through all the phantom clones, turning them into star points, and directly dissipating nothingness. What? He can see through Lord Wanzhu's martial soul phantom. When Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou saw that the phantom array was broken by Chu Yan, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. Call out. Just when they were slightly distracted, Chu Yan's Haoyan sword in his right hand, with the help of the starlight that shattered the illusion, instantly escaped into the void and disappeared. Puff. The Haoyan sword that was sneaking in the void, when it reappeared, it brought a bloody arrow and a head, and threw it directly into the sky. Under the Haoyan divine soldier, the owner of Wanhua building died on the spot. At the same time that Wanzhu was lost, the void in all directions suddenly trembled, all illusions disappeared instantly, and the distance was heavy. At this time, the clothes were torn all over the body, the whole body was covered with scars, and it was being surrounded and killed by hundreds of blood-old men. Huanqing. Seeing that the illusion was shattered, all the blood elders disappeared instantly, leaving only a figure behind. Shindang's face immediately relaxed, holding a spirit treasure, panting like a cow. Shindang is not Chu Yan, and naturally, he does not have the means of unicorn pupils. Therefore, when Wanlu took the initiative to use the phantom array to cover him and Chu Yan, he was instantly suppressed by hundreds of blood elders. The treasure is impossible to resist at all, but even so, if it takes a few more breaths at night, I am afraid that Shindang will be directly damaged on the spot. Haoyan, come back. Chu Yan glanced at Shindang, and saw that although he was in a mess, he was not injured. He was relieved, and with a big hand, he called back the Haoyan divine soldier lurking in the void. The advantage of the magic weapon lies in the sneak attack. Now that the owner of Wanhualu has been beheaded, the Haoyan magic weapon has been discovered by others. It is impossible to sneak attack again. Therefore, Chu Yan directly recalled it. Holding a sword in both hands, standing in the air, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, but he was staring closely at the body of the owner of Wanhualu. Suddenly, a stream of blood shot out from the body and landed in Chu Yan's hand. This is a piece of jade talisman. It should be the jade talisman that covers the heavenly soul city. With it, he can pass through the blood formation and escape from this place. Sect Master Shen, continue. After checking the jade talisman with his spiritual sense, after confirming it, Chu Yan raised his hand and threw the jade talisman to Shindang not far away. Then, he turned slowly and looked at Gu Jingzhou and Hong Qiyu in the distance. He raised a sinister smile. Not bad. Not bad. One is at the peak of the lower martial emperor realm, and the other is at the early stage of the martial emperor realm. It seems that both of you have practiced the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Chu Yan sneered, looked at Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou, and said. However, I'm still short of a jade talisman. Therefore, among you, one must die. As soon as the words landed, in Chu Yan's hands, Hao Yan's sword and Shijua's sword erupted with shocking sword lights at the same time, one left and one right, two sword lights slashed towards the two of them at the same time. Break it! Tiger roar shakes the universe. Seeing Chu Yan's sword light slashing towards him, Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou roared and made moves at the same time, blasting towards the falling sword light. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three attacks collided together, and the berserk energy rushed to the sky, and the terrifying air wave swept across all directions. The blood-colored formation above and the Xuanhuan city on the ground trembled violently. In the endless energy of the explosion, the three figures rushed together, and a terrifying battle broke out. All kinds of sword lights, fist marks, and sword glows continued to explode, and shot out in all directions. In an instant, the void shattered, the earth was devastated, and the heavenly soul city below was almost blown into ruins by the energy scattered in all directions. What? Ah! Those soul sect disciples who were still in the heavenly soul city had to resist the rush of the bloody tide, and at the same time, they also had to guard against being affected by the remaining energy of the battle in the sky. Immediately, a large number of soul sect disciples continued to die tragically, screaming horribly. The sound is earth-shattering. Those soul sect disciples who were not yet lost were mostly those with higher cultivation bases. Seeing this scene, they were all frightened and frantically fled in all directions. However, the heavenly soul city covered by the blood spirit array is like an iron bucket, they can't escape at all, and it's only a matter of time before they die. The battle in the sky continues. During the battle, from the corner of Chu Yan's eyes, he saw that the corpse emperor of the Black Blood Temple, the big blood old man, had not moved at all, suspended alone, just quietly watching everything in front of him. Whoosh! Chu Yan waved two swords casually, forcing Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou to retreat, holding two swords, and flashed towards Xie La Jiao. Capture the thief, first capture the king. #C1265 Corpse Emperor. Chu Yan has already determined that this person is the one who activated the blood spirit formation. If he can be killed, the formation will collapse directly. Seeing Chu Yan rushing towards him, above the sky, Xie La Jiao, who was standing calmly, grinned, and his body was full of dead energy, surging like the wind. Roar! With a howl similar to that of a beast, Xie La Jiao raised his skull-like face slightly, swung his right hand suddenly, and suddenly, a ball of blood-red light rushed out. This red blood drop is produced by the fusion of the rich death energy and the martial artist's true energy. Not only is the breath cold and biting, but it also contains extremely powerful power. Swish! The red blood mass rushed out of hundreds of feet, suddenly shocked, and turned into a skull with gloomy white fire in its eyes, its mouth full of fangs clucking, and rushed towards Chu Yan with a howling. The blood cell skeleton was as fast as lightning, like a streak of red, passing through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed out for several miles and reached within 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan. Huh! So fast! Seeing this, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He swept the 10 absolute sword in his hand, and slashed at the bloody skeleton that was rushing. Call out! A bright sword light pierced through the air, and there was a loud and clear sound of sword fire. With Chu Yan's combat power, even a sudden sword is powerful enough to destroy the world. The sword light rushed out and collided with the bloody skull, the sharp sword light slashed fiercely on the skull. Boom, boom. The sword light and the skeleton exploded at the same time. However, an extremely powerful countershock force was transmitted into Chu Yan's body through the 10 absolute sword. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body flew upside down like a cannonball. Swish! After being knocked down for dozens of miles by the powerful countershock force, he stopped his body when he hit the blood spirit formation. After Chu Yan circulated his true energy and suppressed the churning blood in his body, he looked into the distance. The corpse emperor's face suddenly changed. So strong, worthy of being the authentic corpse emperor. Chu Yan was slightly startled, looking at Xie La Jiao in the distance, his eyes flickered. The real quasi-imperial powerhouse. Chu Yan is in Haotian continent. The strongest person I have encountered since practicing martial arts. Moreover, according to the news received, Mo Tianqing, the Lord of the Black Blood Temple, is also retreating to attack the quasi-emperor rank. In this way, it will not take long for this Black Blood Temple to have at least 2 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. It seems that this Black Blood Temple is a survivor of the Ming clan, otherwise, there would not be such a strong warrior in the Haotian continent. Swish! Thoughts were like electricity. Chu Yan flew out without hesitation and rushed to Shindang in an instant. With a swing of the sword, the 5-blood-old man who was fighting with Shindang was sent flying for 10 miles. Chu Yan, the situation is not good, what should we do? Shindang had a dignified and nervous expression on his face. He had just fought against the 5-blooded old man, and he had played all his cards and treasures. He kept feeling a tinge of danger. Hearing Shindang's words, Chu Yan didn't answer directly, his eyes kept flickering, secretly thinking about how to escape with his whole body. Originally, without the existence of the bloody old corpse emperor, Chu Yan could be completely invincible. Even with this blood spirit formation, he would not be able to trap him at all. However, Chu Yan never expected that the Black Blood Temple would dispatch a quasi-imperial powerhouse in order to kill him. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan. There is a lot of blood today, you can only die. After being blasted away, the 5-blooded old man flew back quickly, wiped the black blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a sinister smile. He once besieged and killed Chu Yan. At that time, Chu Yan was in front of him and had no choice but to escape. But when they met again, Chu Yan cut himself into the air with just one sword strike. Chu Yan's terror and monstrosity had far exceeded his imagination. But fortunately, this time there is Xie La Jiao. Just after one move, Chu Yan is obviously not Xie's old opponent, so this time, Chu Yan is finally going to die. As long as Chu Yan is killed, the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect will not be a problem. At that time, the Black Blood Temple will definitely sweep the mainland. The day when the Holy Temple unified the mainland was the day they would return. They had waited 100,000 years for this day. Chu Yan, you dare to destroy my emperor's sect. After you have been crushed to ashes today, I will definitely want your Rakshasa soul, Tianzong, to be wiped out. In order to avenge you for killing thousands of disciples of my emperor's sect. Hong Qiyu kept roaring at Chu Yan with a murderous look on his face. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, be afraid. Let you fight against us. No matter whether you go to heaven or earth, you will die today. Gu Jingzhou laughed wildly, extremely excited. Call out. At this time, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to the few people at all, but he backhanded his sword and slashed directly on the blood spirit formation behind him. Suddenly, a burst of anger exploded, but the whole blood spirit formation did not even shake. Extremely strong. What a powerful spiritual formation, even stronger than the great formation of the emperor's sect. Chu Yan frowned, and his face suddenly sank. If he was given 2 or 3 hours, with the help of the energy of the 5 elements, he might be able to break through the formation, but these people in front of him would definitely not allow it. Ha ha ha. When Hong Qiyu, Gu Jingzhou, and the others saw Chu Yan's behavior, they burst into laughter and said, This blood spirit formation is our Xie Lao's natal martial soul. Even if you are given a month, you still won't be able to break through it. Martial soul. Spirit array martial soul. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but startled. Unexpectedly, there was a warrior's martial soul, which was a spirit array. However, isn't that bloody old corpse puppet? He should be regarded as a dead person. How could he still have a martial soul? Shaking his head, Chu Yan didn't think too much about it. After all, now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to break through the formation and escape. Crash. At this moment, in the Tianhun city below, suddenly, a huge blood-colored wave rose to a height of nearly 1,000 feet, and shot towards Chu Yan and Shindang in the air. What? Chu Yan and Shindang's figures flickered immediately, and they hurriedly avoided the blood wave, their faces full of astonishment. With a glance, Chu Yan found that in the entire city, nearly 90% of the nearly 5 million Soul Sect disciples had disappeared at this time, and less than 100,000 survived. And the wave of blood that was originally only the size of a lake has grown to a size of nearly 100 miles at this time, almost submerging the entire city, and it seems to have wisdom. Feeling the powerful aura of Chu Yan and Shindang in the midair, the breath of blood actually took the initiative to attack Chu Yan. What a black blood temple, to set up such a sinister formation, and lay it down with the blood of 5 million souls. Seeing this scene, Shindang's face was livid, and he said coldly. Chu Yan looked at the warriors in the Haotian continent in the city below, who were constantly being swallowed by the sea of blood, screaming, and couldn't help but also have a low face. Sect Master Shen, there is no other way today, but to fight. Wait a moment, you enter my. Just as Chu Yan was talking with Shindang in a low voice, suddenly, not far away, the void behind Xie Lao trembled suddenly, a crack in the void opened, and a figure stepped out of it. Okay. Suddenly, Chu Yan was stunned, and turned his head to look, but at a glance, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrank. Yi Feng. The figure that stepped into the crack of the void walked up to the Xie elders in a few steps, and stood firmly. Behind him, a black shadow exuded an incomparably terrifying and powerful aura. See Lord Mozi. Including Xie Lao, when everyone saw Yi Feng, they all bowed to see Yi Feng, which made Chu Yan's expression froze. Devil. When did Yi Feng become the devil of the Black Blood Temple? Chu Yan. Long time no see. Yi Feng looked at Chu Yan, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a light smile. #C1266 only fight. Seeing Yi Feng appear, Chu Yan's expression froze for a moment, and then, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. Seeing him, Chu Yan finally knew why the medicine sect even broke through the small world of the inner sect. It seemed that it was because of Yi Feng. Although he disappeared when he participated in the Qinglian secret realm, the jade talisman of the sect in his hand is still there. With this jade talisman, he can easily open the small world of the inner sect of the medicine sect. Presumably, Gong Yuntian also saw Yi Feng when the medicine sect was destroyed. You are a devil. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Yi Feng with suspicion. The devil of the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan has met several times, is not Yi Feng at all, could it be? I am Emote Song and Yi Feng. We have merged into one body. Everything in it belongs to me now. And so far, this is the body I am most satisfied with. It is even 10 times stronger than yours. Times. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan was stunned. Yi Feng was taken away by Emote Song. Yi Feng's physical body is stronger than mine? Not right. According to the battle between Chu Yan and Yi Feng, this Yi Feng is just a twin martial soul, a dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, and his physical body does not have a special physique, but Emote Song knows at least half of his cards. No matter how you look at it, Yi Feng's physical talent is impossible. Stronger than myself, not to mention, 10 times stronger. Whether you are Mo Song or Yi Feng, remember, you will definitely die by my hands. Chu Yan's voice was like ice, and he replied coldly. At this time, it was rare for him to talk to this monster who took away other people's bodies everywhere. In the sea of consciousness, he kept thinking about ways to get out. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, are you here to be funny? Yi Feng laughed out loud when he heard Chu Yan's words, and then his face suddenly turned cold, and he said word by word. Today, you thought I would let you go, you thought you could leave alive. After you die, Gong Yuntian will die too, and everyone around you will die too. This is the price they have to pay for looking down on me. When Emotsong said this. In the eyes, the anger is burning, the face is twisted, and the tone is gloomy. This Emotsong's technique of seizing the house, it seems that what is being seized is not only the physical body, but also the soul and memory of the other party are fused together. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he stared closely at Emotsong. He hoped that Emotsong would talk a little longer, so that his time would be more breathless. However, I will not kill Gong Ningyue, I will let her live. Watch me unify Haotian continent, become the master of this continent, stand above everyone's head, and let her know how important her choice is. Stupid, let her regret it forever. And, on that day, I will let her be tortured, and I will make her a slut that everyone rides. Ha ha ha. The more Yi Feng said, the more excited his expression became, his eyes kept flickering, as if he was already in the sea of consciousness. Seeing the scene he imagined, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, black energy surged all over his body. At this time, behind him, that blurred phantom was also constantly trembling, as if equally excited. What is that shadow? Chu Yan rotated the unicorn pupil and glanced over, but the moment the unicorn pupil light touched the black shadow, there were 2 black pupil lights, coming directly from the shadow, twisting Chu Yan's unicorn pupil. Became a fan. What? Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and when he looked at the black shadow behind Yi Feng again, his face was full of solemnity. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. In the past, even if the unicorn pupil could not see through it, it would not be obliterated by the other party. But this time it is completely different. This black shade is extremely simple. Yi Feng, you are courting death. Suddenly hearing Yi Feng mention Yuer, Chu Yan's originally calm mood burst into anger instantly, and the Haotian sword in his hand kept trembling, and he suddenly raised the sword and swung it. Call out. The sharp and bright sword light, like a startling rainbow, split the void into 2 in an instant, and slashed straight at Yi Feng. Boom! However, the next moment, Xie La Jiao, who was standing beside Yi Feng, made a direct move, waving a stream of blood, which collided with the sword light and exploded instantly. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, wait for the soul to be extinguished, and the body to die, and the Tao to disappear. Yi Feng couldn't stop laughing wildly, then turned around gently, stepped slowly, stepped into the void crack behind him, and his figure disappeared very quickly. Congratulations to the devil. When Xie La Jiao and Hong Qiu saw Yi Feng leaving, they immediately bowed and saluted. They didn't turn around until Yi Feng's figure completely disappeared in the void passage, and looked at Chu Yan with a cold face. Big Blood Elder, let's mobilize the Blood Spirit Array. Let's see this boy swallowed by the Blood Spirit, and then we can relieve the hatred in our hearts. Hong Qiu bowed his hands to Xie La Jiao, and said. Among the few people present, no matter it was the Black Blood Temple, the Emperor sect, or the Soul sect, they all wanted to kill Chu Yan, because Chu Yan killed these 3 sects, countless powerhouses. It is good. Xie La Jiao nodded, and immediately, death energy surged all over his body, and he flipped his hands over and over again, quickly forming handprints, and slapped the Sky Soul City below. Boom. Following one after another of handprints, they fell into Tianhun City, and the turbulent sea of blood in the city boiled instantly, and the blood waves rose to a height of thousands of feet, and the volume of the blood sea also rapidly increased. What? Oh my God, it's over. Oh my God, this sea of blood is going to swallow us. Sect Master, we are disciples of the Soul Sect, please let us go. In Xuanhuan City, there are less than 1,000 warriors who are still alive at this time. These warriors have all reached the martial venerable realm, and they could support themselves for a while with their own true energy, but suddenly, the sea of blood in the city after going crazy, they clearly felt that their body-protecting energy had melted quickly, and the true energy in their bodies had reached less than 30%, and it was about to be lost. Those who are strong in the martial venerable realm, who have cultivated to such a high level of martial arts, are not those who cherish their lives. Faced with death and Jiuxiao, one by one, with despair and fear all over their faces, let out shrill howls, but they couldn't change the result at all. Call out! Call out! Call out! The moment Chu Yan and Shindang glanced at Tianhun City, Da Xie Lao and Hong Qiu suddenly dodged and swept out of the range of the blood spirit formation. Standing high above the sky, the people in Jiuxiao all looked at the spirit formation below with grim smiles, waiting to see the scene where Chu Yan and Shindang were swallowed by the sea of blood, so as to relieve them from wanting to crush Chu Yan. Yang Hui's hatred. Chu Yan, what shall we do? Seeing this scene, Shindang's pupils dilated continuously, watching the sea of blood in the city below, continuously rising towards the sky. He could not help but feel a sense of death in his heart. Could it be that today is really going to be lost here? This sea of blood has grown to a radius of 100 miles. If they are caught in it, even if they are at the martial emperor realm, and they are constantly consuming their true energy, it will only be a matter of time before they lose their lives. It seems that we can only do our best. In Chu Yan's eyes, there were streaks of thunder and light flashing continuously, and the true energy all over his body surged like a tide, crazily. #C1267 Holy Rakshasa Golden Fork. Chu Yan's cultivation base, after breaking through to the half-step martial emperor, not only the cultivation base has been improved, but also some other whole cards have changed. And these whole cards are exactly the capital that Chu Yan is confident in unifying Haotian continent. Originally, Chu Yan was going to use it to deal with the powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple when everything was ready for a decisive battle with the Black Blood Temple. But I didn't expect to encounter such a predicament in Soul Sect today. Therefore, Chu Yan can only use his whole cards. Although he can't kill the opponent, he is still sure of escaping. Sect Master Shen, I'm taking you into my space spirit treasure now, don't resist. After Chu Yan made up his mind, he spoke to Shindang through a sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. It is good. Seeing Chu Yan's resolute expression, Shindang knew that Chu Yan was going to let go. With his own strength, he might be dragged down, so he agreed without hesitation. Swish! The next one, behind Chu Yan, a golden scroll rose into the air, shooting out a colorful streamer, which instantly included Shindang in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force surged from Chu Yan's body. This aura is completely different from the original aura on Chu Yan's body. The golden light seemed to turn into a golden body in an instant. Suddenly, there was a muffled rumbling sound between the heaven and the earth, and the whole sky trembled slightly. Huh! What's going on? Including Da Xie Lao, all the powerhouses on the side of the Black Blood Temple were stunned and shocked. However, before they could react, behind Chu Yan, an extremely terrifying light like a golden sun suddenly lit up. This is a golden divine light, as if falling straight down from the endless sky, penetrating layers of void. Nothing can stop it even for half an instant. The moment this golden light shines, it seems that the world trembles. This is a spiritual weapon. What kind of spiritual weapon? A flash of golden light is thousands of miles away. When it bursts out. When they landed 10,000 steps in front of the people in the Black Blood Temple, they finally saw clearly that this was a golden spiritual weapon, the light emitted by it. The golden glow of the spirit soldier is 10,000 feet long, like a golden shooting star, flying across the sky, and the terrifying power contained in it even gave them the illusion that it surpassed the power of heaven and earth. This golden light flashed by and shot straight at Jiuxiao and the others. Not good. What? Dangerous. Are there other strong people? Quick retreat. There is no way to stop this. Seeing that the golden glow had already arrived in front of them, several top experts in the mainland, all of them were pale, and in panic, they retreated crazily. Because, before the golden light arrived, just the aura emanating from the golden light caused a lot of dead air to rise in their hearts. This level of attack is simply not something they can resist. Moreover, not to mention resisting, even in front of it, the soul can't help shaking, the whole body's true energy seems to have stagnated, and it can't function normally at all. Especially Xie La Jiao, who was full of lifeless energy, trembling crazily as if a pot had exploded, as if he was about to escape from his control. Humph. However, the next moment, Xie La Jiao's face darkened, and with a heavy groan, his whole body died, and suddenly exploded. Break it. Xie took a step forward, raised his right fist, and the endless black and bloody air flow gathered on his right fist, condensing into a huge black and red skull. Immediately, he stomped on his right foot and punched hard. Out. Boom. With one punch, it was as if a cannon had been ejected from the chamber, directly blasting the large void in front of Xie La Jiao to pieces. That skull-shaped fist light was full of dead energy, like a demonic dragon in the last days, roaring the world, powerful, enough to destroy the world. This punch was the full-strength punch of the old quasi-divine cultivation base of Xie, and he didn't hold back at all. Not only did he want to smash the incoming golden light, but at the same time, he also wanted to blast Chu Yan into dregs with one punch. In an instant, the piercing golden light and the skeleton fist print collided suddenly. Boom, rumbling. A shocking explosion, soaring into the sky and hitting the ground, blew up the entire sky. The golden glow and the skeleton were simultaneously shattered, turning into waves that swept across the sky and the earth, and swept out in all directions. Bang bang bang. The terrifying air waves that surged hit the blood spirit formation, causing the entire formation to tremble crazily, and cracks appeared continuously on the blood spirit formation. The power of the two quasi-emperor level attacks, the remaining force of the blast, and the power and influence were not what the blood spirit formation could bear. It was already considered strong if it did not collapse on the spot. Whoosh! The next moment, Xie La Jiao, who was above 10,000 feet in the sky, thumped and stomped, retreated more than 10 steps, and then suddenly stood firm. Seeing this scene, Xie La Jiao, Hong Qiyu, Jiuxiao, and other big shots were all stunned with shock on their faces. Big Blood Old was repulsed. Xie La Jiao, who was cultivated at the quasi-emperor level, was blown back 7 or 8 steps. How could someone have such strength in Haotian continent? This is impossible. Although staring at the eyeballs that popped out of their sockets, they saw this scene with their own eyes in a daze, but in the sea of knowledge of the people in Jiuxiao, they didn't believe it at all. This scene was real. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the world. This roar was like the sound of a demon pouring into the world, like 1,000 demons singing together. Between the sky and the earth, the wind and clouds rolled, and thousands of screams exploded at the same time. The entire Heavenly Soul City, a large number of buildings continued to collapse under the magic sound, and even the raging sea of blood in the city kept rolling and shrinking crazily. The magic howl shook the heaven and the earth, and the Sanskrit sound covered the sky. The next moment, above the sky, a 1,000-foot-tall black figure slowly revealed its figure. Endless black airwaves gathered and rolled around his body continuously, and blood-colored golden light shot out from a pair of blood-colored eyes. Looking down at the heaven and the earth, it is like the supreme demon god himself between the heaven and the earth. At the same time, in his hand, he held a huge golden fork, shining like a golden sun. This is Rakshasa Spectre. It's just that the golden fork held high in the hands of Rakshasa Spectre at this moment is no longer the original one. When Chu Yan's cultivation level broke through to the half-step martial emperor realm, his Rakshasa promise also broke through to the 40th level, leaving only the last 9 levels. After the Rakshasa promise breaks through to the 40th level, Chu Yan will awaken a part of the Raksha power on the 1st level. Its power is fully displayed. And this time, what Chu Yan awakened was Holy Raksha Jincha. Heavenly soul, earthly soul, Rakshasa is respected. Chu Yan swept his bloody golden pupils lightly, and looked towards the opposite side. Jiuxiao, who was full of horror, said softly. #C1268 rolling. What a soul of heaven and earth, Raksha is respected. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan has such a magical body protection. Jiuxiao's eyes froze, and he walked slowly. While speaking, he strode forward. Every time he took a step, his aura increased by 1 point. Ascension. Based on his cultivation, he has naturally guessed that the exercises that Chu Yan cultivated will definitely not be lower than the emperor-level exercises, but they surpass the top-grade exercises of the heavens and only exist in legends. After all, in the entire Haotian continent, there has never been a real martial emperor powerhouse. At most, he is only a quasi-emperor. Seeing de Shuelao urging his breath, Hong Qiu and Wu Shuelao and others were rushed by this powerful momentum, and suddenly woke up. They did not dare to hesitate, and turned around one after another, facing Chu Yan. It broke out at the same time, and went towards Chu Yan to suppress it fiercely, a typical trend of a fox, pretending to be a tiger. On the other side, Chu Yan sensed an extremely powerful aura coming from the opposite side, and frowned slightly. In an instant, colorful streamers shot out from his body, blending into the Rakshasa ghost behind him. Suddenly, he was extremely powerful. The Rakshasa demon energy is rolling out. All of a sudden, above the sky, the auras of these people became more and more terrifying, turning into gusts of heaven and earth winds, sweeping Jiuxiao. Everyone, I'm afraid you will be disappointed with today's layout. Jiuxiao and Hong Qiu, when they heard Chu Yan's words, their faces darkened immediately, and their faces were ashen. They didn't expect that with such a careful design. They even invited the big blood elder from the Black Blood Temple to use the blood spirit array, but they still couldn't do anything to Chu Yan. The phantom real body behind Chu Yan made them feel clearly that it was powerful and terrifying. However, today they paid such a high price for the Black Blood Temple, just to kill Chu Yan. How could they give up so easily? Chu Yan, don't be complacent. Even if you have emperor-level exercises, your cultivation is only half a step to the martial emperor realm. The old man with 5 bloods was full of murderous intent, and said in an evil voice. That's right. With your current cultivation base, you can use the emperor-level exercises. Humph. I don't believe it. How long can you last? De Shue's eyes flashed, and he said coldly. Oh. It seems that you still don't give up. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then, with a shake of the Haotian sword in his hand, the 5-color sword gang on the sword disappeared instantly, and directly turned into a golden glow. At the same time, in the hands of the Rakshasa phantom behind him, the holy Rakshasa golden fork shone brightly again, emitting thousands of golden rays, dyeing the dark world into gold. And this action also made the colorful air currents in Chu Yan's body that were slowly flowing towards the Rakshasa phantom suddenly increase in speed. In just one breath, there were more than a dozen colorful airflows, which merged into the Rakshasa phantom behind him. He is improving, don't give him time, do it. At this moment, Xie La Jiao suddenly shouted and ordered to attack Chu Yan. As soon as the words landed, the three of them, Xie La Jiao, Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou, moved together, their bodies turned into electricity, and charged out violently. Kill! The moment the three of them rushed out, their figures split apart, one left and one right, and another person circled behind Chu Yan, forming an instant encirclement. At the same time, Hong Qiyu, who was on the side, roared, holding a dragon-patterned spirit knife, slashed fiercely towards Chu Yan. This dragon-patterned spirit knife is more than 7 feet long. The blade is in the shape of a dragon, and there is a faint dragon power overflowing from the blade. The prosperity is absolutely comparable to that of an extraordinary soldier. The lavender sword light pierced the void, and the shining sword light seemed to split the earth. The hobknife power contained 9 levels of dragon strength, and it slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely. This knife is extremely strong. Seeing this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole body was filled with fighting intent, and killing intent was scattered in all directions. Die! In Chu Yan's eyes, the moment 2 red lights shot out, his figure moved with the situation, and the Haotian sword in his hand swung 10,000 golden lights. The sharp edge of the sword drove the golden fork in the hand of the Rakshasa phantom behind him, slashed fiercely with the same posture. In the golden on, there is a faint colorful glow. The 1,000 zhang long sword on picks up the mighty sword power, and strikes down with one sword, as if the sky is falling. Boom! The sword glow collided with the sword glow, and the golden light suddenly exploded, swallowing the purple sword glow like an endless flood, like a golden torrent, invincible. What? Seeing his sword light, under the golden torrent, like a fallen leaf in a violent storm, was instantly swallowed into nothingness, Hong Qiyu's face changed drastically, and his soul trembled violently. How is this possible? Anyway, he is also a strong man who has broken through to the peak of the lower martial emperor realm, but his cultivation base is a few small realms higher than Chu Yan's. Even if his combat power is not Chu Yan's opponent, how could he not even have the power to resist? At this moment, Hong Qiyu originally thought that after being promoted to the martial emperor realm from the martial venerable realm with the help of the secret method of the Black Blood Temple, he was already one of the best in the mainland, but the cruel reality in front of him suddenly shattered that arrogance, stunned, suddenly startled, momentarily lost. It was just this short period of distraction. The golden torrent in the distance swept towards him with the momentum of engulfing the world. Oh no! When the golden torrent engulfed Hong Qiyu, and when the powerful force crushed his body into powder, the shrill screams resounded throughout the sky. Without any suspense, under the terrifying power of the holy Raksha Golden Cha, Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the emperor's sect, was lost. Moreover, it is very unfortunate that it was not only his physical body that was smashed into powder by the golden fork of the holy Rakshasa. Because of the special power of the Rakshasa phantom, Hong Qiyu's soul was also crushed to slag, and directly fused into Luosha's body. In the shadow of Shamo. What? This, impossible. Including Xie La Jiao, Gu Jingzhou, and Xie La Jiao. Seeing Hong Qiyu's body burst into a bloody flower in the golden torrent, and then turned into nothingness, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out, and they felt a chill flooded all over the body, the hair exploded. How could this Chu Yan be so strong? Is this still the cultivation base and strength of a martial artist in the martial emperor realm? This level of combat power, even the big blood old man who is a quasi-emperor, seems to be unable to reach it. Impossible. No way. The rest of the Black Blood Temple bigwigs were full of horror, their pupils dilated to the extreme, and they stared straight at Chu Yan, as if they had seen a ghost. Boom, boom. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the golden torrent, after killing Hong Qiyu, didn't intend to stop at all, as if it was rolling towards the front with the roar of thousands of thunder. Hashtag C1269 Return to Ancestry. The golden torrent, rushing for 100 miles, with unrivaled power, slammed into the blood spirit formation under the horrified gazes of several bosses in the Black Blood Temple. Suddenly, it was as if the torrent of thousands of acres hit the dam, making a roaring sound. Boom, rumble. The blood spirit formation, which had already appeared with invisible and tiny cracks, could not stop the impact of the golden torrent at all. In an instant, it was like an exploding crystal cover, and it turned into fragments in the sky, constantly dissipating. This, impossible. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. Gu Jingzhou looked at the shards of the blood spirit formation that burst open all over the sky, his eyes moved sideways with difficulty, suddenly shrank, and trembled wildly. I saw that on the ground, the golden torrent passed by, the entire heavenly soul city seemed to be plowed by iron plows. Most of the city had been turned into a deep groove with a width of several miles. The four walls collapsed on three sides. There is still a shadow of a majestic city, which is simply a land of rubble and ruins. This heavenly soul city, but the important foundation of their soul sect, let that Chu Yan destroy it with one move. Gu Jingzhou's face was black enough to drip blood, the corners of his eyes twitched violently, and his entire face was almost distorted. Not good. Sect Master Gu, your soul castle. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, and Gu Jingzhou, who was in a rage, woke up instantly, his body trembled fiercely, and he suddenly turned his head to look. At this glance, Gu Jingzhou only felt that a biting chill rose from the soles of his feet, straight to the whole body, making him fall into an ice cellar, and the hair on his whole body exploded in an instant. Because, after that golden torrent, with the power of thunder, shattered the blood spirit formation, it was heading towards the Soul Sect Spirit Peak in the distance. Heavenly Soul City and Soul Sect Spirit Peak are only 100 miles apart. With the terrifying power of this golden torrent, if they collide with Soul Sect Spirit Peak. Gu Jingzhou only felt that he was slammed into his head by 9-10,000 Zhang mountains, his eyes darkened, and his body swayed, as if the heaven and the earth were collapsing. My own foundation, it took tens of thousands of years for the soul sect to develop to such a level that it stepped into the position of the 8 ancient sects, but now. To know. The soul sect is not like the earth sect. There are countless branches. Even if the headquarters is destroyed, the sect still has some strengths. Like most sects, the soul sect has only such a mountain gate. If it is destroyed, it will be completely destroyed. Xie La Jiao, save my soul sect. Gu Jingzhou turned around abruptly, knelt down heavily in the air, and bowed down towards the big bloody old man not far away. This? Old Xie frowned slightly, glanced at Gu Jingzhou in front of him, and then looked at Chu Yan in the distance, with a hesitant look on his face. If you go to rescue the soul sect, then this Chu Yan will definitely take the opportunity to escape, and today's situation will really be completely useless. This made him extremely unwilling. He didn't expect that he would take action today and let him escape. After that, who else would be able to deal with this Chu Yan? Old blood, my subordinates are loyal to the temple. If I don't save them, all the strong people in my soul sect will be lost. At that time, how can I rule the continent for the temple? Gu Jingzhou saw the hesitant look on Xie La Jiao's face, and suddenly his eyes burst into countless bloodshots, and the shrill scream resounded again. Okay. Wait for me to shoot. Hearing this, old Xue finally made up his mind, raised his head, glared at Chu Yan, and in an instant, his figure flashed, and he moved towards the soul sect in the distance. Whoosh. Almost at the moment when the blood moved, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning bolt, and flew out in the opposite direction. The black streamer like a rainbow crossed the sky, causing a long string of void fluctuations. Chu Yan used his whole body's infuriating energy to continuously tear the void, and flew away quickly. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed out nearly 300 miles away. Moreover, Chu Yan continued to stimulate his true qi, and even used the qi of the 5 elements to continuously increase the speed. In less than 10 breaths, he rushed out a distance of thousands of miles. Call. When Chu Yan felt that the old sense of blood on his body was slowly dissipating because the distance was too far, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, safe. However, Chu Yan was not at all careless. He took out a few bottles of golden pills, swallowed them, and then continued to stimulate the infuriating energy in his body that had almost bottomed out, still maintaining the peak speed, all the way towards the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Fly away. The move just now is extremely powerful, and the consumption is naturally extremely terrifying. The 16 inner cores in Chu Yan's Qi are full of 70% true Qi, and, with the addition of 300 Qi of the 5 elements, he was barely able to exert 30% of the power of the Holy Rakshasa Golden Fork. Rakshasa Wuji Divine Art, as a god-level exercise, even the simplest first-style truth requires the lowest quasi-imperial level to perform. In order to break through the blood-spirit formation and escape the siege of Xie La Jiao and others, Chu Yan paid a huge price before using this trump card. However, at a huge price, Chu Yan finally rushed out. Humph. Today's affairs, write down for the time being, when I leave the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong again, it will be the day when your black blood temple is destroyed. Chu Yan glanced back at the direction of Soul Sect, and then he stopped thinking about it. His body was like an arrow, and he galloped away towards Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. A day later, Chu Yan returned to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. After stepping into the sect, Chu Yan just arranged some things with Situ Yang and Elder Qing Yun, released Sect Master Shendang, and chose to retreat directly. In this retreat, Chu Yan has to do 2 things. One is to break through the half-step martial sovereign realm, and at the same time to improve the Taiju, and at the same time, use the collected refining materials to upgrade all the equipment. As long as these 2 things are completed, Chu Yan believes that even that dog, the bloody old man of the Corpse Emperor, can't be his opponent. Of course, Chu Yan knew that the Black Blood Temple would never stop there. On the contrary, as long as they prepared a little, they would lead the army to attack the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Therefore, he can't waste a breath now, he must break through and improve his strength as soon as possible. Now, he has a sufficient understanding of the actual strength of the Black Blood Temple, so he believes that as long as he completes the 2 things planned, then, no matter whether Mo Tianqing can break through to the quasi-emperor rank, he can do nothing. Fear it. In the hall, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, immersed in his spiritual consciousness, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Soon, a body of consciousness rushed out of Chu Yan's body, and in a flash, it disappeared into the map of the soul crystal veins suspended in front of him and disappeared without a trace. The 9-star soul crystal or vein, he mined 1/3 of the or veins last time, and now, if he wants to break through the martial emperor realm, he can only rely on the remaining soul crystals. Originally, Chu Yan was still worried that it was insufficient, but it was refined in the emperor's sect. After the blood of 1,000,000 warriors, it can be regarded as a little bit of confidence. In the huge training hall of the residence hall, with the rendering of Chu Yan's consciousness, the entire residence hall quickly returned to silence.